100,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
I am Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the Craft Store.
Well, good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome to the Craft Store. I was chatting to Scott, presenter Scott, a few moments ago, and we're saying, what a great way to start the show with Make It Joe, and the one and only Joe. Can I introduce you to Joe as well? How you doing, buddy?
Alex. You know what, we haven't worked together for ages, and then all of a sudden, in a couple of weeks, that's it. We must be doing good.
A regular thing. We've got to make this a regular thing. Now, before we do anything else, we're going to break away from craft for one moment and give you some sports news, because you need to tell your son. You were showing me, Joe had a proud dad moment. So you were showing your son who plays football. And
yes,
I know you're
he does. Yeah.
Someone retweeted. So your son scored a wonder goal.
Yeah.
And someone retweeted that wonder goal.
They did, yeah. So it was one of those big proud moments where you're watching your son play sports or anything like that. And obviously, football is his passion and hopefully his career. Yeah. And he doesn't score many goals, so bless him. And he scored this goal, and it got retweeted by his hero, John Terry.
That's amazing.
So and over 20,000 views. So he's
Joe, that is
He's
amazing.
more popular than me, so...
Well, I don't know. You've got a lot of fans out there. Now, we're going to get into everything, so we have got some goodies, as always, with Joe. And I genuinely mean this. Joe's such a genuine person. Anything Joe brings, he brings with a purpose, and I always make sure it's really good quality. So $12.99 is your price. This is a pick and mix, 100% cotton. It is a quilting weight. It's also, I was saying to Joe, because when we were prepping for our meeting, saying it's quilting weight, and Joe's like, yes. This, you can feel it. It's also clothing weight as well.
It is, yeah.
Absolutely
No,
make clothing.
the beauty of this, it's an organic cotton, 100% cotton. It's so soft, but we can use it for so many things, for quilting, for clothing, for soft furnishings. You know, it really does fit every bill for every project.
It has a wonderful softness to it, that organic cotton that you're working with. Now, you're going to get 2.5 metres, and you're picking any two for $12.99. If we were to get two of this same option, would it be cut continuously?
It would, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, however many units, it will be in the same length. So if you've got a garment you want to make and you need those sort of a 4 metre or 2 metres. It will be cut in one length. Perfect. These fabrics, Yanis, I mean, as soon as I saw these at Material Magic, I was like, we've got to bring these to the craft store because they're stunning. They
are absolutely stunning. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go through the options with you just so we all are aware of what we can be popping into our baskets. Starting strong with this blue. I love the cobalt blue. Look at that.
Yeah, it's probably my favourite. I think that I love the blue tones running through there. It's just stunning, isn't it?
That would make a beautiful shirt. Really like that. Okay, there's your cobalt blue, and I also like the fact you've been pairing the sort of florals with a sort of a block, sort of dotty print.
Yeah, no, definitely. They're in the pick and mix as well, so if you need a larger piece of the spot or the dots, or a larger piece of the floral, vice versa. So it's just a nice mix and a nice balance.
I mean, it's all pick and mix. This is your blue spot, so you don't have to put that in your basket. If you just wanted to go for the feature fabric, you absolutely can. Another strong contender here. This is your cornflower floral. How beautiful is that? Really, really like that. There is a sort of vintage provenance to the sort of design you're looking at.
100%, yeah, and it is that sort of ageless and timeless design, Yanis, that you can use for every project.
Totally agree. Okay, so next we've got our sky spots. Then, I sound like a broken record, but the fuchsia I think is stunning too. I really like this design. That's your fuchsia, and then you've got your peach, sorry, pink. So that's your fuchsia with a peach. Then there's your pink. Now we've got your heather. Again, I tell you what I'd be tempted to do. We just pause for a moment. Well, we'll go through all the cornflower and then we'll pause because I've got an idea. So that was your heather, and heather we have our lilac dot. Then we've got our autumn floral, very pretty. Then you've got your ochre, or if you're posh, you say ochre.
Ochre.
And then we have our coral. Okay, here's my idea, Joe. So we've got, and I really, really, really like this floral design.
Yeah.
And we've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 variants of the design. So stick with me here. If you were to get 3 options of the pick and mix, getting each one of these and then putting it into a quilt, I think would look stunning.
Absolutely stunning. The tones of all the colours in there really do complement each other. Although we've grouped together and you've got the spots, the dots option in there to complement, all those tones really work well together. So if you imagine if you're picking up, say, the cornflower there and you put it with the autumn, they really do come in together. They really do.
Yeah, I love that idea. And you have picked so well with this fabric. Now, there's a few more choices just to finish off here. This is very fresh, modern. This is your mint floral. Green spot. I know that producer Kim absolutely loves this.
Yeah, it's nice, that one.
And then finally, we've got our pastel florals. And then your lavender spots. So that's it for the pick and mix. You're picking any 2 half meters. They will be cut continuously. So if you get, say, 2 of one option, or if you were to put a couple of pick and mixes into your basket, it will be cut continuously. 723691, your item number there. Now we got a fat quarter pack for you. So you're going to get 4 fat quarters. I like all of these. This is not, and this to me, and something that you're passionate about, Joe, is getting people crafting. That is a bundle I could see being used.
Oh, 100%, Yanis. It's my favourite fabric of the year so far. I know we're only a few days in, but I absolutely love the fabric. I thought it's great to put it in a bundle, put some, there's a fat quarter bundle there, so you've got your 100% cottons, but you've got some heavier weights in there as well. So some backing fabrics with the red and the blue, some lighter fabrics with the check, the gingham. It just, what a bit of fun, a little bit of haberdashery fun on that fabric. I love it.
Happy haberdashery moment for you there. $12.99 your price. 887650 item number. Now, sticking with the happy feel, I always love it when you bring us a bit of a mystery box. So this is our New Year. Yeah,
so it had to be in the New Year for the first week or so. I had to bring a little New Year surprise box for you. It is little, but it is mighty. It is packed full of goodies. Basically, all I try and do is fill it as much as I can.
Do not be fooled. Well, you say little. It's not that small, but do not be fooled by its size because it absolutely packs a punch. Best way to do this, and now it is a surprise box. The contents will vary, and I asked Joe, would it be okay if we just did an unboxing? And you're happy with this?
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, no, go for it. That's the fun of it, isn't it? It's that fun element that combining your fabrics that you buy with this surprise box is absolutely perfect, because it really does give you so many makes.
$13.99 your price. All right, so stick with mine, $13.99. The amount we're going to get, and also the diversity we're going to get. So that is a heavyweight fabric, beautiful colours going through there. So we're getting that. Then we've got a lovely cotton in here with a floral print. Very pretty. Getting busy here. Then we've got a little frame, you know, a couple of frames. So you're getting so many elements in there. So then we've got some, how would you describe this? Sort of like...
Some yarn.
Yarn? Yarn. That's a good description.
Bit of vintage yarn there.
And we've got a feather. 10% of the stock's already gone. We've got leaves in there as well. That's a fabric leaf. We've got buttons. We've got your heat-resistant little mat.
Yeah, I will always try and put some essentials in there as well. So there'll be some calico and Fusible bits and pieces.
Got some hardware as well.
Oh yeah, I've got some of those over here. We might try and use them.
Okay.
Little key ring.
Yeah, that's cool. Then we've got ribbons, we've got zips, we've got more little ribbon in there, we've got, oh, look at this. And again, that's a heavyweight fabric. All of this for $13.99. It's still going. I haven't even touched the box.
You're being very delicate, Yanis.
Oh, right, I've got to start speeding this up. So we're getting zips in here. We've got, that's calico. That's a heavyweight.
Looks like a bit of, yeah, it's a bit of cotton. 100% cotton.
No, that's cotton. Yeah, I was going to say it's not calico. So that's cotton in there as well. We've got some wool. I mean, again, look at this and the amount you'd pay for something like that. There's wool, and that's close to a fat quarter.
That's lovely, yeah.
Then we've got. All right, I'm conscious of the fact time. Let me just dump it all out. Look at all. I didn't realise there were some little bits. I apologise to the team. But look at the amount that we are getting for oh, that's already printed on Fusible.
Yeah, a little bit of Fusible printing in there.
Yeah. So then we've got all of these elements going through for $13.99. More Fusible in there, more calico, more heavyweight fabric, then cottons, then light cottons, then more. You got you got upholstery weight in there as well. All of that that's ridiculous for $13.99. And I apologise because I have made an absolute mess.
It's 7 o'clock, no one else is here, Yanis. It's just me and you, so don't worry.
I feel bad. And I'm sorry, Maddie, for all the little bits I've dropped down there. $13.99. Maddie's our lovely full manager. $13.99 is your price. That is a very, very, very good buy. Seriously, really, really good buy there. So it's, for me, sorry, I didn't give an update because I knew we were busy and I was going through it. Well, we're approaching 20% of the stock, and I know it's still early, but considering the diversity that you are getting from little bits of upholstery, and that is a real upholstery weight fabric in there, then you've got your wool, you've got your printed calico, so it's already got the calico printed with the Fusible on the back. You're getting more little bits. So if you were to buy, think about Instant Stash Builder, if you were to buy all these little bits, say, as even just a fat quarter, the amount you'd have to pay. But you've got these little resources at your fingertips. That is stunning buy. Really is good. 390463 your item number. Very, very, very busy for that. Okay, as we move on, we've got just a classic combination that will never date. This is our Fusible, and you know that Joe is Mr. Fusible, and you also got your calico combo here. $9.99 is your price, saving £3. You're getting 100% cotton in the calico and the Fusible, 1.5 meters of each, so it's going to last a very long time for $9.99, and it's just a go-to. This is something that every sort of soft crafter really needs in their life.
Definitely, and this is a credit to you for the Mr. Fusible title.
Well, you are,
I've now got my new apron, you see. So my utility belt is there ready, so I think I'll just go around with my Fusible.
Can we get, I would love, this is your homework for next time we work together, I would love a little Mr. Fusible
utility belt and Fusible.
You have to have Mr. Fusible somewhere.
I like it. There's an empty space there now on my new apron.
Make it happen.
That's going to go on there.
Like the apron, by the way.
Like it.
$9.99 your price, and you can join Mr. Fusible on his quest to get crafty. 812-514 your item number there. So there's a show there, Joe.
There's a show.
Mr. Fusible.
Yeah. What's your name?
Well, I'll be your sidekick.
Sidekick.
Yeah. We need a name.
Scissors.
Though. Scissors a sidekick.
Scissors.
Okay. Scissors.
Mr. Fusible and scissors.
And scissors. I like it. I can imagine us running around, saving crafty people. Okay. Now, apparently Bonderweb Boy.
Bonderweb Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, not as strong as Fusible though.
I think Fusible is strong. Yeah, there we go.
Bonderweb's not as strong.
Okay. Should we throw that out to the viewers at home?
Definitely.
Yeah.
There we go. We need names.
Yeah. If you do want to come up with any names, feel free. Email studio@thecraftstore.com. Okay. Now we've got an essential bundle here.
Yeah, this is great. So this, I know a lot of people know my cousin. Weatherman Joe.
Is he coming back?
He's been really busy. Yeah, wow. So he's all over the place, jet-setting all over the world, doing his weather report. He is coming back in the new year.
Because he's got a lot of fans.
He has got a lot of fans. Yeah, it's an interesting journey with Weatherman Joe on the way here. So he does talk a lot.
I look forward to his reports. So let's explain.
This is his essentials. He loves this.
Well, you've got everything here that you would want. So just going through all the different options here, you've got your interlining. That is a beautiful plush interlining.
It is stunning. I think if you've never used the interlining, I will grab a piece here, actually.
Soft.
So it's super, super soft. What you find with the interlining, obviously people go, well, what do I use it for? If you're a curtain maker, you know what to use it for.
Yeah.
But don't just use it for curtains. It can be padding for things, embossing, if you were doing card making and you want an embossment on that card. But it's that layer in between your fabrics.
Okay.
So it's the middle layer. If we've got the interlining, then we've got the lining there, the ivory lining. So we'd have our interlining,
that's soft.
our ivory lining, and then we have our finished fabric. So you've got that sandwich in between.
Okay.
And it gives that weight then to our blinds, our curtains, if we were making our curtains.
Gives a premium feel.
It's beautiful, absolutely
That's really
stunning.
Nice. The ivory lining, by the way, is very silky, really nice. So good quality there. So there's your ivory lining. And how much are we going to be getting of each?
So they're 54 inches, half-metre pieces.
Great.
So 54. Again, if you're buying multiples, it will be cut in one piece.
Yeah, okay. And then we've got our Hessian in there. So it's a natural Hessian, and the beauty of the Hessian is a very good quality Hessian, and no dust in there.
No, nice and soft.
Yeah. Then we have our cotton calico. 100% cotton calico, a must. Going to get a half metre there. Then we have our wadding. Now this is a 4-ounce wadding to add that plushness. Now an interesting one here, and something that you would, I feel, maybe struggle to get hold of, is the PVC. So with this, you can sew through it. You can sew through it, yeah. Again, it's 54 inches. So there's a lot of PVC there. It's something, it's usable for sewing, for covering your tables, if you're doing sort of wet play and things like that. Your little one, this is perfect now. Very good, little play mat. That's actually a really good point. And then finally, we have our, now it's heat resistant. Yeah, so we've put this in the essentials range now. So it's a 54-inch piece of your heat resistant table protector. Perfect. So that is your essential. Now, with these, a question that we did have, would they be cut continuously if you were to get two of one? Yeah. 100%. It's nothing more frustrating as a crafter when you're ordering fabric and you get two pieces. Yeah. Yeah, so you need it in a continuous cut. You're a crafter, Joe. I don't know about that. $9.99 is your price there. 197,544, your item number. Now, if you do have any questions, we really would love to hear from you. Feel free to email in studio@thecraftstore.com. We're going to head to Joe for our first demonstration. What are we going to be doing, Joe? I think I'm going to do every year, or every sort of few months, and especially after Christmas, we get a bit tired of our interiors. And I've got a little chair in my hallway that I like to change all the time. So we're going to use some of the essentials and show you how to use, especially the wadding in there, and use some of the beautiful fabrics, the pick and mix. So I've got the pick and mix fabrics here. I've done some sewing previously, because we all know that live on Craft Store, my sewing machine generally breaks. So I've done some sewing already. What I've done, I want to use this fabric. I'll just put these to one side. So these beautiful fabrics here, we've got the ochre, and we've got the lovely autumn floral, and I've just cut 2 strips of the dots, and I've got the
autumn floral in the middle. So we've got a nice little strip. I just want to show you that I'm not a quilter, not a patchworker, but just combining the two fabrics together, Yanis, just gives you that look of the two colours.
That's really
nice. So
I've
stitched them together, so I'm going to take my pins out.
Okay.
I thought I'd do it while my sewing machine wants to work. You never know, we might use it again shortly. So I'll take my pins out there. And that's our base fabric that we're going to use on our little upholstery project. So a really nice little look as a stripe using those colours. So I'm going to put that to one side. So my tired old chair got a tired bit of foam on it as well, and there's my base. So you can see it's sunk in a little bit, it's been well sat on. So we're going to bring it to life, give it a little bit more volume using the wadding. So the wadding is perfect. It's a 4-ounce wadding, so it's a really nice weight. Yeah. And we can use this to get the shape back into our little projects.
Lovely.
So I've got my foam as my template.
So I mentioned you're very big on upcycling, Joe.
Oh, hugely, yeah. I've got obviously a family of crafters and a family of wood as well. So furniture and wood, I have hoarders. My dad, bless him, my mum hoards craft. Yeah. Morning, Mum. And my dad hoards wood and furniture. So
that's a good combination.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Anything you need, we've generally got it somewhere. So I've just used my foam as my template. Okay, it's going to give it a nice bit of volume. What I'm actually going to do, because I want to make it a little bit plush in the middle, I'm going to cut an extra little piece of the wadding and almost make some layers so we can layer it up so it's nice and plump and comfy to sit on. So it shows you that nice thickness of the wadding. We'll put that to one side.
Right.
So we've got our template, we've got our first piece of wadding. What I'm going to do here with the second piece is just cut it a couple of inches smaller than the first piece. There we go, just slicing that through. And it's building that shape up.
Nice.
Okay, there we go. So we've got our lovely bits of wadding there. That's ready. So that gives our shape, because obviously after time, older chairs, they start to sink a little bit in the middle. Yeah. We've used this one gets used a lot for putting on shoes and football boots in my house. So we've now got our fabric. So we're looking at our fabric, and like I say, I've sewn the 2 stripes of the dots just to give a nice little edge, something a little bit different on the chair itself. So before we do that, because obviously I've, like a, I wouldn't say a professional sewer, but I've sewn it. Yeah. I've got my back of my fabric. I'm just going to iron those pleats down just to give them a bit of shape. Okay, so we don't want them sticking up when we're actually using it as an upholstery project. So this is where the quilters and the patchworkers will probably go, what's he doing? Why is he doing it like that? So I'm just literally going to iron those down very quickly just to get rid of those. Okay. So we don't see that bulge in the middle of our chair. The key with any little upholstery, because it is, we see those chairs, and I always find after Christmas we do, we've taken our Christmas decorations down, our room looks a little bit empty, a little bit tired, so just to jazz it up a little bit with a quick little make, you know, an upcycle of a chair or a cushion, some new cushions on the sofa, and these beautiful soft cottons are stunning for it, and you can really mix and match. I'd love to go really bold and have like one cushion of every colour on my sofa. I think
you've got to make this happen, Joe.
Yeah, see, myself and my wife have got very different tastes, so she'll be like, what are you doing that for? So I've got the lovely fabric there now ready to go. Yeah. I've got my base, so we're going to start stretching it over, keep making sure that my foam is nice and central and the original foam is still there, because it can stay in there, it gives us a bit more volume. And that's going to go. I've got to have a little look, because I've got the stripes, I've got to be careful where I'm putting it. So I'm just judging it to try and get equal little dots down the side. There we go, I think we're about there. Okay, so I'm going to spin it over.
Nice.
And then we're going to start from the front of the chair. We've got a staple gun here. And literally just put one staple in the middle. If we've got any extra, we'll trim that off shortly. Okay. Working our line. Bearing in mind, we've got our stripes, so we need to try and keep it as central as we can, or else we'll have odd stripes. You know, we'll give it a go. It is early in the morning, so we might just move along. So I've only put 3 staples across the front. We're then going to turn it over, and this is where we can start pulling it a little bit tighter, Again, always having a look at our dots to see that they're in line and they're parallel to our board. Yeah, we're looking good.
Nice.
He says. Again, I'll just put 3 in there. One more in that side.
And you make it look so easy, Joe.
It is. I mean, it is one of those that, you know, when you start to look at the project itself, just take your time with it. Obviously, you know, I like to get it done nice and quick for us in here, but now we're starting to take shape with the dots. So just make sure that we've got them in place so that we've got equal dots down the side. I just really like that little edge to it. So we're going to pull those over, like so. Put 1 in the middle. So we're going to put 3 down that side. Before we get to the corner, we'll do the other side. So we'll do the corners together because I'm just going to check again that I'm not over pulling it. Try and keep it there. Obviously at home I would spend a little bit more time. So I'm going to pull that nice and tight now. So we'll put 3 staples in and then we're going to start on the corners. So with the corners, it's right or wrongly, I always try and find that if we're doing it like a parcel, so we've got quite a lot of extra fabric here, so before we do that, I will snip this off.
Oh, now while you're doing that, we do have, these are highly coveted, the Make It Joe 10-inch scissors, really good quality, and that price, Joe, $19.99, is exceptional.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And I'll just show you, let's listen to this. You hear the quality and the feel and the balance of the scissors in the hand. So as a dressmaking scissors, they're fantastic. Really, really nice. Dressmakers scissors.
Dressmakers.
Dressmaker scissors.
Dressmakers.
Yeah. Okay.
So a little bit more off the front, just so we've got a bit more space to work on. Okay. There we go. So in the corners, like I say, rightly or wrongly, I generally find if we can do it like a parcel, so Christmas presents, birthday presents, exactly the same. So then we've got our corner, nice and crisp. We'll do the same here, fold it in, fold it over. And exactly the same as we turn it around.
I mean, this looks very achievable, Joe. For anyone who's
Yeah,
maybe
no,
daunted,
definitely.
got a shabby old chairs at home and thought, why not?
It's the key for me is the wadding. The wadding in that Essentials Pick and Mix is so good because it just brings it to life. So straight away we can start to see that shape, liking that. So it's got that plumpness that we didn't have.
You need a plumpness to it.
Plumpness, yeah, no, 100%. So what I've got here, I've got another pad that's come from a different style of chair, just to show you as well that if you're doing a project, how we'd finish it. With mine, I've got my little twisty pieces here to actually fit it into the chair.
Yeah.
If I was doing it on a flat piece, so a dining room chair there, and it's got the foam on, I've got my wadding, I've got my top cloth, and underneath what we would use is the hessian in that pick and mix, just to finish off the bottom.
That is beautifully finished.
So it's
really
just a nice finish, you know. It'll pop into our dining room chair, perfect to go. This one obviously slightly different because we've got our little twisty bits there that we're going to use. Going to get my little vintage chair. Okay. I'm going to pop it on there. I'm going to slide that in. There we go. So that one on the front, like so. And I'm going to just turn that over so that I can twist my little twisty pieces. Oh, they must have a technical name, but I don't know what they are.
I think twisty pieces is
Twisty pieces, yeah. I think that's a technical name. Twisting them in. And then straight away, we've got our beautiful little vintage chair with our vintage floral, nice and plump, ready to sit on.
So, you've breathed new life into that chair, but in such an accessible way, because watching you, I think, I definitely feel I could give this a go, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers would agree with me.
And don't be scared about it.
Yeah.
You know, just have a little bit of fun. I mean, the key is, obviously, like anything, it's the fabric that makes it, it really is. Yeah. You know, because that is just a stunning little look, but it is a simple little make. It just shows you that fabrics, a lot of people get worried with fabrics, that a fabric, oh, that fabric should be for quilting, that fabric should be for this. Have a play. You know, whether it's mixed media or a little soft furnishing project, perfect.
Well, it's a compliment to the pick and mix and the fabrics that you brought, very good quality, so they will stand the test of time if you wanted to use them for, say, upholstery, but equally for quilting, they can do it all.
Yeah, no, definitely.
You've had a lovely comment from Heather.
Thank you, Heather.
On Facebook. And hello, by the way, to everyone. We've got a lot of viewers watching us on Facebook Live right now, so hello to all of you. Heather's saying, and I think she's a big fan of your scissors. They feel very good in the hand.
Excellent.
She says that they're heavy and they're very sharp as well.
They are, yeah.
They're very well balanced.
It's the balance, yeah. They've got the weight to it, and I think with all scissors, it's all about the weight. And I had a pair of scissors probably for about 9 years, and I loved them. But producing these scissors and getting the right balance, as soon as I started using them, the others went down, because I think it's the weight. And I've said this quite a few occasions. I've had carpal tunnel release on both my wrists.
Okay.
So sometimes I struggle with my wrists. So getting that weight right, but being able to cut, but not only be able to cut, but if you've got small detail, to cut right to the tip. You know, that's the key.
That's
a good pair of scissors, you should be able to cut right to the tip.
That is a really good sign, and I've had pairs of scissors where, like, the tips, you can't do that. So, you know, the fact that you can cut right to that tip and utilise the tip so well shows the quality.
No, 100%, Yanis.
OK, now, we have got details for the scissors on your screen. Look at the saving, £10. For a 10-inch quality pair of fabric scissors for £19.99. That is exceptional. 792-753, your item number there. OK, now, we're going to talk about our New Year's Eve surprise box. Quarter of the stock's gone. Look how much you are getting for £13.99. We've opened up the box, and I'm just going to go through the facets for you. We've got buttons. I mean, look at the amount of buttons that you are getting here. Just going to show you that. There we go. Well, we'll show you that in a second. Oh, there you go. There is it. Let me show you the feature buttons. So you've got, now, contents will vary, but you will. This is a good reflection of what you're going to get. So there's like a zebra, you've got a little boat, you've got beautiful, beautiful buttons from your feature buttons, more to, and then you've got your sort of standard utility buttons in there as well. So button-wise, and I've just literally showing you a fraction of what you're getting in there. So lots and lots and lots of buttons. Then we have beautiful ribbons in there as well. So you've got your ribbons, so a couple of ribbons. We've got even thread. So you've got your thread. We've got your yarn. We've got skeins of thread in there as well. We've got more thread. We've got leather swatch. We've got little sort of foam swatches in there too, which is interesting. How would you be using those, Joe?
So I'd use that mixed media if I was doing card making. Yeah. Then I'd use that, but I'll combine it with fabric because we can sew through it as well.
Perfect. Or put it through your die cutting machine if you want. There you go. We've got little frames. I haven't even got to the fabrics yet. So we're getting beautiful little frames in there as well. You've got zips. I mean, these two zips, you might be paying, what, £1, £1.50 just for this. There's £3 there just on the zips. How about this for lace? Ooh. Ooh.
Suits you, sir.
Look at that. Lovely. Now that for your cards, fantastic. So there we go. You've got lace. You've got more lacy detail here. That's, I mean, if I just step aside them, it might be nicer. There you go. Have a look at that. Let me just show you this one again as well, because I don't think you could see how pretty it was. That's better, right? There you can see that. So we're getting all of that. We've got little feathers. You've got hardware. We're going to show how to make, I think we've got one of these. We're going to show how to make a little keyring. And there, so we're getting that. OK, everything here in front of me already for £13.99. I think just for that you've covered yourself. Now let me show you all the fabric that you are getting. All of this in one box. I mean, you can see the amount there. Let's start opening this up. Oh, that is massive.
Love it.
Look at that. And I have to say, I would not drink any other cocoa.
Oh, no,
it's
me
all
neither.
about Van Houten's. I've never had it. It's a vintage piece. I'm kidding.
The best and goes to farthest.
We're not endorsing it. It's a vintage piece. So there we go. So we're getting that. And I remember when you came in, and we brought you. These were very popular.
Yeah, very popular.
So that in itself, okay, you've already got me. But then when we go through and see all the little elements and that diversity of designs too. Lovely little sizes. So there you've got instant patchwork. It's the print. Got more. I'm just trying to show you. So you've got here. I mean, it's very hard to, I feel the team are like, can you be quicker? I'm trying, guys, there's just so much. Okay, what about here?
I love these. I mean, I have great fun making these, obviously, not just myself.
Yeah.
I mean, my mum we love that sort of well-being of actually making it together, but also that joy that you'll get when you open the box.
Yeah.
The key is that as long as I can fit it in, I'll try and fit it in. So you never know what you're going to get. You may get something similar, you may get something the same that you see today, but it's just that enjoyment of, like there, just what we're going to use that piece for.
Yeah.
You know, and having that inspiration from a small piece of fabric and not being scared to cut a large piece of fabric when we've just got a small make that we want to use it for.
This is an interesting one, and it's going to the diversity.
A little bit of tweed, I think.
So look, yeah, that is tweed. Now, listen, tweed, typically, you'd be looking at, it's about £50 per metre for tweed.
Yeah.
So consider how much you'd pay just for that. It's kind of shy, it's just shy of a fat quarter there of your tweed. I've got to stop, but I haven't even got through all of these other elements that you are getting. So there's a little alphabet in there as well. Oh, now the team want me to carry on opening things up. And you've got your heat-resistant mat. You've got more. I mean, all of that in one bundle is just ridiculous. Ridiculous. So $13.99. We are approaching 30% of the stock. I cannot endorse this highly enough, and I genuinely mean this. And I reserve saying a statement like that for special items because I want you to believe me, and that you know this. Anyone who's purchased from Joe before will know the quality he brings. But value for money, and I've been doing this as we've been going through the show and Joe's been demonstrating, found my eyes sort of wandering, going through everything. But when you consider how much you'd pay just for those buttons, then you've got the lace, then you've got the thread in here as well, you've got yarn, you've got skeins, you've got leather swatches, we've got hardware here too, so you've got your keyring. I think we're going to be playing with that. We've got more, they've got a little flower, fabric flower. You've got all of this fabric in here too, and I will just boil this down to, come on, look at that. Gives that panel alone, think how much you would pay just for that panel. So when you tot everything up, and of course you've got the tweed in there as well, that is a very expensive fabric. So all of that in one bundle, I'm definitely a fan, and I know you are as well. You're saving £5. We are busy here, 390463, your item number. We're just going to have a look at the essentials as well. It's a pick and mix on our website. 5-star reviews. Joe, as a crafter and just as a person, worth every one of those stars. He's such a good guy, and he really does strive to bring you the best. So what are you going to be popping into your basket? Let's get a little insight into the team, see what they would be picking. So we've got a lovely Kim producing. She's gone straight for the wadding because she said she's got some chairs she'd like to do. Chris, our very talented director, what would you go for, buddy? He's going straight for the PVC. Yeah, there you go. So PVC, nice. And then we've got our lovely Maddie who's flooring. What are you going to get from Maddie? Oh, it's only two. Maddie, you're unlucky. There we go. So, sorry, Maddie. So that was our little pick and mix. Speaking of pick and mix, we have got some fabrics for you as well. Oh, we've got happy hour. Oh, this is our happy hour. We're just going to show you. So the price is around for this hour and this hour only. £12.99 is your price here. You are saving £5. Quality fabric. So exploring a vintage range. £12.99 when you think a metre of fabric of this kind of quality. That's very good, Joe.
Yeah, it's amazing value. It really is. You know, it's a really wide width. When you hold it up and you see that sort of pattern there, I mean, it is phenomenal to have that on a happy hour. I said to Material Magic, I said, really? And they went, yeah, let's go for it. Let's give that saving. And it's just that beautiful weight. It really is.
You are saving £5. Let's go through the options that we're getting here. We will start with this fantastic cobalt, and I know it's Joe's favourite, and I have to say, I'm a big fan too. What I tend to find, now it is pick and mix, so you're going for whichever fabric you like. And I know Joe's given us, and I like the fact Joe's given us the dotty print as well to break things up. Personally, I'm inclined to go for, so you've got this print in different colour forms. To go for a few pick and mix all of this, I think would make a great quilt. So bear that in mind. So remember the cobalt, then you've got your dotty in there as well. That's your blue spot. Then we've got a cornflower. Very pretty. So again, the cobalt, the cornflower, that's your sky dot. This is fuchsia. So I'm really starting to now picture in my mind the cobalt, the cornflower, the fuchsia all together in one quilt would just look incredible. Because they've all got those tones that sort of work together, they coordinate. Then we've got our pink spot onto our heather floral. How beautiful is that? That's stunning. Then you've got your lilac spot, deep golden autumn hues. This is your autumn floral. That's your ochre spot. And then we have coral. So there's your coral. Now, again, I'm just going to, for anyone who's might have just tuned in, because I know a lot of viewers do sort of tune in halfway through the show, especially on an early one. If you were to put all the sort of feature fabrics, the florals together, imagine that in a quilt. Wouldn't that look good? Well, you can actually see it now. You can envision it. So I'm thinking like we had a Baltimore quilt design on not long ago with Natasha. So thinking about breaking these down into your blocks. So it could be table runners, it could be for your bags. But I think for block making, for any quilts out there, absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, they are, definitely. And you think about as well the value.
Yeah.
So if it's only 2 there, that's basically 6 fat quarters for $12.99.
Well, and that's saving, that £5 saving as well. But it's the quality of the fabric too.
It is, yeah, it is
very,
the quality.
very, very good.
100%. When you feel it and that softness, you know, it's what we always say, they need that touch TV, don't we, where you can just stroke that fabric because it's super soft. We are the viewer's hands. Organic, and I want to stress, organic cotton. Now, we hadn't finished with the pick and mix, so that was the florals that you've just seen with the vintage range. We've also got these as well. So there's your natural spots. This is your mint floral. It's beautiful, contemporary and fresh. Then you've got your mint spots. Sorry, green spots, sorry. This is your pastel florals. Oh, I like that. And your lavender spots. There is no bad option on the pick and mix. I have to tell you, though, that price is around for this hour and this hour only. So at the end of the hour, the price will revert back to its regular retail price of $17.99. And Joe, this is your only hour today? Only hour today.
Well, we've got to make it count. So Joe's only hour today. Let's make it count. Now, we have had a lovely picture sent in by, who's this by? Carol. Thank you, Carol. Oh, now she wants to thank Joe for his inspiration. And this is a Christmas present that she made for her auntie and uncle. What a beautiful Christmas present, and that's the gift of crafting.
Yeah, look, Carol, that's lovely.
You inspired that, Joe.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. No, Carol, absolutely stunning.
Joe's got a big smile on his face, so thank you for sending that in. And we always love it when you send in pictures of your makes, so do feel free to email in studio@thecraftstore.com. We're going to get back to demonstration. What are we going to be doing next, Joe?
So I noticed a bit of hardware in your little box there, and I've got one of them here, a little keyring element. So I'm going to use some of the fabrics, a little mini make without any sewing involved, which is obviously really good because Mr. Fusible is here today. So I've got some Fusible.
Yeah.
I'm going to use, I think, just to show you those fabrics, I'm going to use the cobalt blue with the coral, I think. Really nice. The cornflowers there, looks good. Just to show you that they really do complement each other. So I'm going to pop them to one side, and all we're going to do first, we've got a little keyring clasp here to make our own keyring. I'm always losing keys, so this is really good for me. So I'm going to cut a little strip. It's about 1 inch, our keyring clasp, so I need approximately about 3 inches of the actual fabric itself.
Okay.
So just roughly, I'm going to do about a foot of that because it's nice. I want it nice and big so that I don't lose my keys, and we'll see what we're going to make. I'm then also going to cut the similar of the coral. Absolutely stunning, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
I'm going to turn that over. Just going to cut around about 3 inches of that just so we can work with it. Like so.
Okay.
Pop that over there. Get some Fusible. So we've got the lovely Fusible here. I'm going to cut 1 inch, so about the width of my actual keyring clasp. I'm going to cut that. So I'm going to cut one of those, So we've got our piece, our fuse web strips and our fabrics.
Yep.
My iron is on, which is always good. So what we're going to do first is going to turn our blue, our cobalt blue over, just give it a quick iron. And we're going to pop some fuse web in the middle, like so. I think I'll just trim it a little bit more so it is the exact same width as the actual clasp itself.
Yeah.
Just shows you how little we need for a little make. I'm going to pop that in the middle. There we go. I'm going to iron that down. So it shows you that we can use the fabrics, combine them with the fuse web, make different little gifts, really. I mean, that's the key. To have a little gift that we can share with somebody is perfect.
I totally agree.
So what we're going to do, we're going to combine this so that we don't have to sew. So we need our fabric to close into the middle.
Yeah.
So roughly, I need about ½ inch of fabric either side of my fuse web. So I'm going to do that. There we go. Carry it away. And the same. So we can fold that over. It's very roughly. There we go. So I'm going to peel the backing of my fuse web. This is when we know it's stuck, because we should be left with, if it doesn't peel off in one go, there we go. Just grab those ends. This is where Mr. Fusible needs his sidekick, scissors.
Wow. To help out.
There we go.
You trimmed your
crispy
nails.
piece of paper should be left. Last little bit there.
Okay.
So we've got our fuse web strip in the middle.
Nice. Now, just before we move on, Joe, can I just let everyone know that the surprise box, or our New Year's surprise box, half the stock has gone. Look at the amount that you would get. All of this you're getting for $13.99. It is a monster deal. It really is for $13.99. The amount, and just going through, so look at the buttons that we're getting in there. I'm going to be super quick here, but it's worth showing everybody. So we've got feature buttons in there. You've got loads of elements in there. I mean, so more utility buttons, and let me just pick up a few. Where are we? So I've just picked out some of the feature buttons, but you are getting an awful lot in there. Oh, there we go. You can see that? So those are just some of the feature buttons, but then if I just pick this up and show you all of those. So we've got buttons in there. We've also got beautiful lace. So there's your crochet. There you go, you can see that. Oh, there you go, that. So you've got lace. And again here, look at that beautiful lace. And then we've got zips, so you're going to get a couple of zips in there. I mean, you can pay £1, £1.50 just for a zip, so we're getting 2 of those. You've got skeins of thread. We're getting 2 ribbons in there as well. This is obviously, contents will vary. This is what we're working with at the moment. Joe noticed we had the little keyring hardware, so you're going to get that in there. We've got more little ribbon. We've got more buttons. You've got thread you're seeing there, so you are getting thread. We've also got yarn as well, so little yarn, fabric flowers, leather swatches. We've got little foam shapes as well, which are interesting because we can use that with the card making. We've also got frames. We are now approaching 60% of the stock for this. We are very busy. All of that so far, I haven't even touched on the fabrics. And when you look at the fabrics and the amount you're getting, I'm going to be super quick because I know we need to get back to Joe, but look, that's a heavy upholstery weight fabric. So we're getting that. Then we're getting our heat resistant mat. So you're getting that. We're also going to get, that is a beautiful cotton. That's a heavyweight cotton. We're getting a large piece of that. We've got feature fabric in here. So if you've got, again, contents will vary, but this gives you a good indication. How cute is that with the dog? Then we have like ditzy floral. Again, look at the size of this. So you think about how much you would pay for a fat quarter. Look at the amount of fat quarters that we're kind of getting, like fabric-wise. If we were to put all the fabric together, if you were to stitch it all together, the amount you would be getting within this. There we go. That's you're getting 2 of those, so that would be nice to make in a project. Look at this. That is tweed. Tweed is about 50, 60 pounds per metre. So when you consider the amount that you're getting there, that's incredible. We've even got little panels going through as well. I'm still going, is it upside down? I apologise. There we go. It's panels. Now, there is still all of that I haven't shown you. So all of this, I haven't even shown you that there. It's just, we're very, very busy now. I know we've got to get back to Joe. So all of that included in our brand new Make It Joe New Year's surprise box. If you want to get hold of it, and so many of you are putting it into your basket, saving £5 for £13.99, there is no way you're going to regret that. Because that, I mean, for £13.99, I don't actually know how you've done that. Because to me, that contents, if you were to sell it all individually, it would be worth a hell of a lot more than £13.99.
It's all about that surprise. It really is, in that enjoyment from it. And I always say it's all about the weight test.
Go on,
So, there we go.
See,
when you get yours, let's try the weight test.
Well, I tell you, let's do, okay, we're going to try something. Maybe next time. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Joe. All right, and I apologise for interrupting you.
No, not at all. Yeah. So what we've done, we're creating that hem, so that nice finished edge on the cobalt blue, and we're going to do exactly the same on the other side, just folding it over and ironing it. Because the fuser web is there, it's bonding it together and creating a nice finished edge. So I'm just running my iron down that to keep that all together. So we've, in effect, like a trouser hem, like a shirt hem, we've hemmed it, so we've got a nice finished strip. I'm going to add a little bit of contrast with the colour with the coral in the middle there as well. So what I'm going to do, another little strip of fuser web just on the back of the coral, like so, ironing that on. I'm probably just going to trim that slightly, so I only want a little bit of contrast on the colour, and you'll see what we're going to achieve.
Nice.
There we go. So I'm just going to snip that off.
Okay.
So it's right to the edge of the fuser web.
And that's another really good indication of the quality of the scissors. That's such a fine line.
It is, yeah. I always find, I mean, fuser web is great because it stops a lot of fabrics from having that frayed edge.
Yeah.
But with these scissors, when you're cutting them, they're such a crisp cut that you don't get a lot of the fraying that you would do with a regular standard pair of sewing scissors. So with these, you get that nice crisp line. Yeah. Okay, we'll cut that off. So there's our little contrast of colour that we're going to use on the inside. We'll peel the backing off of the fuser web. Crispy piece of paper.
Yeah.
Pop that in the middle, just to show you, just to give you that little bit of contrast, a little bit of stripe in there, a little bit more weight as well to the actual make. And that's giving that lovely little fuser web on there, keeping it all together, like so. I'm just going to trim then the ends off.
See, this is the beauty of fuser web, the fact that no sewing, straight in and you're done. Straight in
and then we're done. So we've got a lovely strip there. It's got nice finished edge we've used with the fuser web. We're going to fold it over. Okay. We've got our little ironmongery there, little clasp. I borrowed these earlier actually. They're not mine. I did ask for a hammer, but no one had one because it's more effective.
Yeah.
But I get a little bit of fabric here. So on this clasp, I don't want to put my pliers straight onto it because it will scratch it. So I'm going to use a little bit of fabric over the sides there.
So and typically you'd use a hammer.
We'd generally put the hammer down. Bang.
Bang, done.
Straight down. But we'll pop that in there.
Okay.
I'm just catching it on the little spikes in the middle, like so, he says. And then we'll get our little pliers. Again, just protecting that metal on there. And just squeeze it together. There we go. With not your finger in there, which helps. One, and I'll do the other side. Put one on that side. Bit fiddly, but we'll get there. Good crunch on that, so it's all together. And then we've got a really beautiful little key ring for my keys. Stunning. I'm not going to lose my keys with that one.
Let me just show you. There you go. That's lovely. So, Joe, when you consider how much, if you were to buy that, if you went into, say, a boutique shop and saw a beautiful handmade key ring with lovely feature fabric like that, you know, you'd pay good money for it.
Yeah, I mean, you could get little keychains like that, probably sort of $3.99.
Yeah, I was thinking that. That's exactly what I was thinking. $3.99, okay? So $3.99, we've made our key ring. Look at the price of it was $13.99 for the surprise box. So if we say the key ring, take off the $3.99, £10 for everything else that you're seeing in front of you. And the surprise box, 80% of the surprise box is gone. Oh, it's going to be close. Will we have stock, or will the clock time out? So will the end of the show get there first? We'll find out what happens. But I have to say, either way, very, very busy for our surprise box. Busy for our Fat Quarter Bundle too. So Fat Quarter Bundle, you said you made a big statement at the start of the show, Joe. One of your favourite fabrics.
Yeah, no, I love it. I absolutely love that fabric. You know, for me, if I was, you know, as we all are crafters, but a sewing fan and a fabric fan, that beautiful haberdashery fabric there, nice. It's just a stunning finish, and it's got all those little designs on there. I would be using this in mixed media. I'll be using it for covering my journals. Yeah. You know, that's a gift to my fellow crafter, a little journal cover or a little card with fabric on it. Perfect. And use that little design.
4 fat quarters, different weights to this. So you've got like your quilting cotton, your heavier weight in the form of the reds. That's more like an upholstery weight. Then you've got your check, gingham, I should say. And then finally, you've got, again, once again, a heavier weight in the blue. So really nice combination, great colorways, everything just coordinates and works so nicely together for £12.99, saving £5. I have to say the savings on the show today have been incredible. 887650, your item number there. Back to the surprise box, and we are approaching limited stock, and it is going to be tight as to whether we do last the hour. So if you do want to get hold of the surprise box, $13.99 is your price, and you're getting an awful lot. So Joe showed the keychain that he made. Actually, Joe, can you just throw that over, the keychain?
Yeah,
I'll catch it. Don't worry.
Ready?
Oh, there we go. Great throw. So just showing you here, this is the little keychain that Joe made. So we have got the hardware in here, and we are now limited stock for this. So we've got the keychain, we've made that, and we've got so many fabrics to choose from. You've got Fusible web in there as well, you've got everything that you need. So we can make our keychain. Let me drop that down. We've also got in this, have a look. Oh, I'll tell you the best way to do this. Should we let Joe tip out his box? Do you want to tip out your box? Let's go for it, buddy.
I just, you know, I'm not as delicate as you, Yanis, so I'm just going to go for it. So, again, we know the weight. We've had the plonk test.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a good plonk.
It's a good plonk test.
Look at them out. All of that.
Ooh, sorry, guys.
Yeah. All of that for $13.99.
Oh, look at this. I'm going to just get one piece out. Look at him. He's good.
Joe.
Love that.
No, Joe, that's
I'm
awesome.
keeping that piece.
Yeah,
I'm going to use that piece.
That's a cool one.
Just lovely little pieces. Like yourself there, Yanis, there's buttons, there's feathers, you know, there's a linen in there. I mean, how much just there's buttons all over the floor.
For the bulldog, how much would you pay for the bulldog, would you say?
Probably about £7.
I'd say that's fair enough.
Yeah, for a panel
let's
like
do
that.
it. Get me to the $13.99. So find fabrics that you feel. So £7 there.
Little bit of linen.
Yeah.
Large piece of Fusible web there.
Yeah.
And we're going to put a little bit of, a little bit of cotton in there.
Okay.
A little bit of, there we go. That's probably about it,
okay.
to be honest.
That's $13.99 in Joe's hand. And then if you look at everything else that you have, I mean, we haven't even touched on the amount that you're getting. We are into single figures. It's about to sell out, and it has gone. So our surprise box has technically sold out. If it is in your basket, please make sure to check out. Now, we have anticipated that this was going to go, so we've got some more stock on extended delivery. So if it's in your basket right now and you check out, it's on immediate dispatch. Anyone who now adds the surprise box into their basket, it's going to be dispatched on the 20th of January, so it is on a 7-day extended delivery. And that just gives Joe enough time to get it all made up. So there we go. Oh, don't forget the scissors as well. So scissors have been very, very busy. If you want to get hold of these, you are saving £10. With regard to the scissors, $19.99 your price. Now, am I right in saying that price goes back up at the end of the hour? Not for the scissors, sorry, it's for the fabric. 792-753 item number for the scissors. The one price that will go back up, though, is our pick and mix for the fabrics. So all these gorgeous fabrics. I'm looking across the studio at Paul, who's coming up, so Paul Church. Tell you what, Paul, the amount of shirts you can make here, I mean, that was it. Paul's giving a thumbs up. So $12.99 your price. You're picking any two. Have a look. Jump on the website, because we're not going to have time to go through it on the show. But beautiful, beautiful vintage-themed designs coming through. Lovely colourways. gorgeous florals. I did mention at the start of the show and throughout the hour that if you were to go for the florals, these vintage florals, maybe pick a mix and get a few together, or all of them, imagine making a quilt would look fantastic. So there we go, that is our pick a mix. Can I just say a huge thank you to Joe. Joe, when are you back, buddy?
About a week's time.
Cool. Looking forward to seeing you back.
So some new fabrics again, new year, new fabrics.
Okay, I expect to see more goals from your boy.
More goals from the boy, yeah, 100%,
okay.
And more goals from the girl as well.
Well, Lily's scoring too.
Yeah, she's playing her football now as well.
See, they're both at it. Thank you so much for your company. Now, please follow Joe on social media. Joe, how can we follow you?
It's Make It Joe.
Just Make It Joe. It is well worth doing, and you always post. You're very good on social media. Thank you for your company. We've got plenty more, though, coming up here at the craft store. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a brew. We'll see you back here in 2. We are crafting with clarity, one-day special. That is going to be an awesome hour. After that, we've got rice papers with, oh, it's a beautiful collection. And then we've got Liberty Artists home collection as well.
I'm Trisha from Sew Totally Trisha. I've been sewing since I was about 8 years old. I carried on through my teens, and when I had children, I've sewn for them. And now I love nothing more than to design fabric-based kits for patchwork, for bags and home decor. Make sure you don't miss the Sew Totally Trisha shows.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different sizes and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Very good morning, everybody. Lovely to be with you. Who's had a lovely hour, Yanis. And welcome to our show, where we, of course, got the 8 o'clock show, our live one of the one-day special that launched yesterday at 6. And here we are. And today, yesterday, I was with the lovely Barbara. And this morning, I'm with fantastic Paul.
Fantastic. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, sir. How are we?
I'm very well, thank you.
You're looking as marvellous as ever.
What's on that screen? Is it filtered?
No, it's you're always
always look impeccable, sir. Impeccable. Really busy. We had the launch show yesterday with Barbara. You had another show again yesterday at 8 o'clock. Another one now. Really busy. 2/3 of the stock has gone. Wow. On the one-day special, and it's a big stock, of course, which is phenomenal. So it has been going through the night, of course. Really, really busy. And I'm not surprised, because if you're already knowing your groovy plates and exactly what you're getting, even if you're new, this is great. You're basically going to be getting 4. Really, you're sort of paying only for 3, though, with regards to the deal we've got. And as if you're a Freedom member, great savings to be had on these. In a nutshell, Paul, why is it that this is flying out? I mean, because we always know about groovy and how much easier it is compared to old styles of trying to create this look. We'll come on to that. But in this one itself, there, working on the diagonal, this is fabulous, isn't it?
So basically, Scott, what we have here is we've got a set of 4 A4 square plates. Designed by the lovely Josie Davidson.
Lovely.
Queen of grids.
Yes.
Okay.
Great title.
She really is, because a lot of partners have sort of, they have different skills that they would specialise in. So for Josie, grids. Now, when we talk about grid work, when we look at the plate that we're looking at now, what you'll notice is that one side is whiter than the other.
Yes.
So the side that's whiter is your traditional groovy plate, where we would do the embossing. And then the other side, which is a softer tone, that's where the plate has been drilled, so the holes go all the way through.
Oh, okay.
So what that means, it gives you a combination, hence being called duets. So you've got the embossing and you've got the perforating.
Right.
And when you combine them, you get that beautiful lace effect that we all want to achieve.
And it is, and the word is beautiful. And
It
they really are.
Now, traditionally, in order to be able to create this, it would be done on a grid that has thousands of holes on them. And you have to plot all the different, whether it be the perforations, the embossing, you've got to count, you've got to have an idea of what the pattern is in your head. And so it really is a skill that can take time.
Yeah.
And so what Josie's done, she's done all that hard work for us, okay, to make it achievable. So even if you're brand new to the groovy system, say you've only recently joined us on the groovy journey, you would still be able to achieve this. Now, all of the samples we're looking at and what Josie's created for us incorporate pico cutting.
Right.
But
Oh,
you don't
yes,
have
okay, around
to,
the edge.
because the way in which we've designed the plates, on the embossing part, you've got these straight edges. So even if you're not into the pico cutting, you can still achieve a beautiful effect.
That really shows it off, doesn't it?
It
with the
really,
black
really
background to
does,
that.
yes.
The
monochromatic look, it really is dramatic.
It really is. It's absolutely gorgeous what you're going to achieve. I can't even get my head around how you would create this lace effect in the old way of working with it to try and work that out. It's like, that's a mathematical brain almost, it feels like it would be. Yeah.
I mean, I've got one of the basic grids here, if you want to have a look on the overhead. So back in the day when we started with the groovy system, we had these basic grids.
Yeah.
And this one here is a diagonal, and we also have the straight. So you imagine having one of these, embossing, creating a pattern, then having to perforate to create something like this.
No, that would not be for me.
Why?
Why is the question when these plates can do it all for you. So I'm showing this one as well because obviously what's the great thing is you don't just have to use it literally as they are. You know, you can create your very own. I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it?
It is. So that's like a sampler effect on that one. So you can take the different elements, you can create borders, you can create strips, you can create corners, which is what I'm going to do in this hour. Now, when we look at this one here, I mean, the design team has done a fantastic job.
Absolutely gorgeous.
It makes my job and Barb's job so much more easier.
Yeah.
And even, I'm guessing that's a Jane Telford because it's got pink
absolutely Jane,
in the background. But look at that, the drama of the black parchment, the white embossed dots, and then the beautiful floral numbers on the inside as well.
They are absolutely beautiful, all of these. Let me just give you the details of what you're going to be getting, because you've got 4 in here that you're going to go for. You've got the Toulouse, you've got the Paris, you've got the Marseille, and you've also got the Bordeaux, and they are absolutely fabulous. If you look through each one of those, you know, you've got all of those wonderful filigree, etc., you know, that you'll be able to use all of that. Again, what I love about all the kits as well, you see, is you can pick and choose. Barbara was talking yesterday about, yeah, if you're looking at the framing on there, but you don't have to actually go with the framing of the lace as it is right there. You might want to pick out the stars, or you might want to pick out a floral element, or just a certain shape. You know, when you start looking at them, you see patterns within that main pattern,
right,
which is lovely,
Scott.
isn't
As
it?
you do the embossing, as Barbara was showing last night during the 6 o'clock show, you've got stars in there, you've got diamonds, you've got flowers. And Barbara was saying these would become like worker plates. So if you created a design, then you could use elements from these plates to infill areas, or just to add those tiny little bits of detail.
There are so many elements in this kit altogether. No wonder we're looking at 2/3 of the stock has gone. Just to remind you again, the details you're looking at here is a one-day special. There was a £20 saving on here. Takes it down to £59.96 you're looking at here, rather than your £79.96. Now, if you're a Freedom member, look at this for a saving, £26 saving. So you're getting all of that for £53.96. Don't forget, that is delivered for that price also. All in the same item code, 073987. If you'd like to go for these individually, then you can do. Details for those ones you're going to find at the bottom of the screen there. £19.99 each of those. 167196. Choose which ones you want to go for as well. I will just point in the direction to have a look at the website, of course. Just check ahead on there and shop ahead. It was happening yesterday. A lot of things. We've got some other sets on for you, which I know will be of interest for you. But, Paul, I think for those that there must be, because a lot of people are finding us all the time. There may be some people out there that haven't seen this in action to go with as well. So we're going to give you a demonstration how to work with. But if you're already accustomed to it, do enjoy. But make sure you don't miss out. Pop them in your basket. Where are we starting then, Paul, this morning?
Thanks, Scott. I thought I'd just have a little bit of a recap on what was covered in the 6 o'clock show last night. With Barbara,
yes.
And then, so when we have a look at the plate here on the overhead, as I explained, you've got the embossing part, and then you have the perforating. Now, the reason these are on an A4 square is because the designs that Josie's created are a little bit more bolder compared to the Italian sets we have on the show as well. This is the lines that I was talking about. Now, also on each of the plates, you've got all these decorative elements that Jim in the office has added to the design.
They're nice.
So it gives you the different features. In addition to each of the plates, you also get what it will look like once it's completed, and then on the back you've got that cutting guide. So if you are at the Pico cutting stage, then Josie's given us the guide on how to do that. So Barbara was looking at this piece last night during the 6 o'clock show, and if I've got the piece that's completely done, you'll see that there was no thinking about it in relation to what it is. It's just exactly how it comes. So Barbara did half of it, flipped it around, flipped it around, joined it back up to complete the solid square, the complete square. Okay. Now, as we know, Scott, with the Groovy system, you had the flexibility of adapting that.
Yes.
So if you needed to make a smaller one, you can do that. If you need to make a larger one, you can do that as well. So that's what Barbara was looking at during the show on the 6 o'clock last night. Then during the 8 o'clock, I had a look at Toulouse. And what you'll also notice, because this has been designed on the diagonal grid, you get 2 different patterns. So you get one pattern coming down the side here, and then you get, although it's the same, but it's a different layout.
Yeah.
Okay, because you can't have that going in that direction on the grid without any adaptation. So when you look at these, you're getting 2 for the price of 1. But then when you double it up, because you can do the embossing on its own, the perforating on its own, and then combining it together, it really does sort of, it's madness. And what we did here during the 6 o'clock, we made a rectangle. So we had shortened the design to what was on the plate, used the beautiful floral alphabet as our centerpiece. Okay. Now, when we come to work with our piece of frames, lace work. Ideally, what you want to do, you want to know what you're going to put in the middle first. So you can take your plate and you can take different toppers. So here we have the beautiful floral alphabet. This is the letter E. So you can position this on your plate and say, right, if I want it there, then I only need to go so far. So it becomes like a template. So you could have, it could be a square, you could take a circle. So it doesn't always have to be the same shape that's in the middle.
Right.
And for me personally, what I like to do, I mean, look, we could go with a square, a circle on a square, and that would fit perfectly if I just trace it exactly how it comes. You can take pictures. So here's Barbara, Dave, Mark and Grace, family tree. See, you can take...
See, I like that one, by the way. That was...
as well. And it's always nice to do it on a separate piece, because you imagine you've created your beautiful lace work, and then you come to put your design in the middle, and you make a mistake, or you're not happy with the design. Saying that, though, you can always cover it up with a topper afterwards.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So don't get worried about it. We can take our lovely parchment poppet, die cut on an oval. So whatever shape you have, you can incorporate the design to work with this. Now, also on the show, we have the Italian cities as well. Yeah. And during the 6 o'clock show last night, there was a lady emailed in asking what was the difference between the two.
Yeah, that's right.
And so what I've taken one of the plates here. We can see, obviously, it's the size of the two different plates. So we can take the design and we can do it small, exactly how it comes. It's the same principle. You've got the two halves where you can flip it over, and we can see how the designs vary as well.
Yeah.
But you can extend this as well. So if you're going for the Italian cities, then these plates fit perfectly in the plate mate that comes in the starter kit.
Right, great.
And I know the starter kit was really popular during the 6 o'clock show last night.
Yeah, it was. Very, very busy yesterday for that,
So that sort of has a bit of a recap on what we covered in the previous 2 hours.
No, that's brilliant. If you are watching and you are looking for your starter kit, details for that we've got actually for you at the bottom of the screen. It's 946594. Will we get a chance to see that in action at all in a demonstration? Are you going to the starter kit? Are we?
I can. Yeah, if we get to doing a letter, we'll use the starter kit.
Brilliant, great. It's great to see it as well. Come all that. Now you mentioned the letters, and you may have seen some in the demonstration. In fact, if you wasn't honed in on it, I was looking at them as well. But for example, looking at these that go now, these are the ones that are going to give you those really creative, beautiful letters of the alphabet. Now we do have these for you as the alphabet plus the numbers that you're going to get. Now, yesterday on the show, it was so busy. It sold out overnight what we had for you, because the savings are phenomenal. Now, saving is it's actually over 50% saving on your price. It's £112 saving. Now you understand why this sold out overnight. It is back now for you, and it's now dispatched for you. Oh, on the 20th of January, my birthday. There you go. You can have that one. So 895621. I won't forget that date for you. It's now down to £99.60 for you. Now, on here behind me, you've got it says on there that you've got, is it 37? Yeah, 37 plates. Now, that doesn't really tell you the full story, because each plate has actually got 5 images of those letters. You've got your larger feature alphabet letter that then you've got 2 again at different sizes at uppercase, and then 2 again at lowercase. You're actually getting 5 images of that letter. But in this bundle, you're also actually going to be getting your happy and your birthday. What's this word again for the second and...
Ordinals.
Ordinals. Why can I not remember that word, Paul? I do apologise. You've got the ordinals plates that you can see here, plus you're going to get your inspiration booklet as well that will go through loads of suggestions and ideas that you can be working with your projects. That's also included. And on top of that, you're also getting 2 of your folders, of course, for all of that to keep it together. And with an over 50% saving, and it's on your Flexi. 2 payments of just £49.80, plus you're getting not just the alphabet, you're getting the numbers in there. Now, this is absolutely the core
of what you need when you start to personalise your projects. And the lovely thing is, Paul was mentioning this story this morning when we were talking. We had our producer yesterday was Charlotte. And Charlotte was saying that if you were to do Charlotte's name in all of the larger, it would take up quite a lot of space.
It would. We wouldn't do parchment big enough.
No, exactly, you couldn't. So, the great thing is here that you can go with those different dimensions that you've got, again, of your 3 in uppercase and your 2 in lowercase, so you can get it absolutely perfect for the name or for the date or for the day or the address or what it is you're actually putting down there. Now, am I right in saying 10%? 10% of now the extended stock has also now already gone. So really is first come, first served on this one. 895621 is your item code. Don't forget, you're getting everything in there. The numbers, you're going to be getting the alphabet, you're getting the book of inspiration, plus you're getting your 2 of your folders with a massive £112 saving. 895621. Get that one whilst you can. Okay. 20% of that bundle. By the way, it all comes beautifully boxed up that you expect to get, of course, from the guys. It is all there for you, and there's a huge array for you. There it is, all laid out for you. It's going to be winging its way over to you. If you're quick, early bird, definitely catching the worm or the word this morning, first thing. 895621. Now, also, you just heard Paul mention, of course, the Italian set for you, and they are different images to what you're going to be getting with the French set here. Now, again, these are A5 in size, so they are smaller, but still allows you to work because, of course, you can extend or you can shrink down to whatever design you want to work with. You have got in here Venice, Rome, Naples, and you've got Florence, and they're all equally beautiful. £12 saving on the price for you right now. Brilliant offer, actually, this one, just £35.96. 088 705. And if I just very quickly just give you a little idea again with some of those, and you can also see some more of the alphabet images, again, they're also working together with these. They are really starting. I mean, this is, again, a great kit. No wonder that other bumper pack has already gone again on that respect.
I mean, again, the design team has done a fantastic job to showcase. And what I love about the designs here that we're looking at, Scott, is that even though these are smaller plates, don't let that put you off, because you can see from the samples here what the design team have done. They've made larger frames as well.
Yes, they have, yeah.
By extending them. And these are a little bit more delicate than the French cities. And I mean, look,
it's so beautiful, that, isn't it?
It is, and it really is achievable, because you get the cutting guides in with these as well. So we don't just give you the plates and say, right, off you go, work it out yourself.
No.
We're always there to hold your hand. We have Groovy Worldwide, where Josie and all the design team are members of, answering any questions, and it's lovely to see when people get them home and they have a play and they show us what they've done.
I just want to show this one as well, because we talked about those, how we're going to use those different size letters on that you can create some really lovely moments, can't you? Love that. Live, laugh and love. All that. I love that with your larger of the capital. 088 705 if you'd like to go for the beautiful Italian cities for you. It's all there. Do make sure you don't miss out. We've also got some other elements, again, just to bring to you. We talked about the starter kit. If you're not sure what we're talking about, here it is in all its glory. £54.99 at 946594, and in that starter kit then, Paul, basically, if we've never done any parchment work at all, that's all I need to get going, really.
Absolutely. If you're looking for a new craft for the new year and you're thinking you want to try something different, exactly what it says on the pack, it is a starter kit. And often we buy something that says starter kit and we get it home and then it says, right, now you need this, now you need that. You've got everything in there. You've got the A5 square plate mate, which houses our A5 square plates. You've got the uppercase and lowercase alphabets on there. You've got you've got little letter boxes. You've got different ampersands and accents. Then you've also got 4 different design plates. So you've got the hills and the mountains with the suns and the moons. Oh. You've got the lovely trees. The nested squares or nested shapes are perfect to create the frame. And then to the side of that, you've got what we call the Groovy inset. And this is like an adapter plate, and it has numbers on there and tags. So if you've gone for the floral alphabet, which are a smaller plate, these will then sit inside that to give you that larger area to work on.
Perfect.
You also get parchment, the tumble dry sheet, and the 2 tools that you need to get started. Plus, you get a double-sided project sheet as well.
Oh, right.
To guide you through some projects to get you going.
That's brilliant. Honestly, as you heard, everything you need to start with. The tools are really key, of course, if you're going to do any of this work, and you do get them included as well. Now, it is on a flexi. 2 payments of £27.50 only. That's 946,594. But honestly, it is your starter kit, but it's going to be something that you're going to be using time and time again instead, isn't it? It's not one of those you're not going to grow out of that. It will still become part of your tools that you're going to be needing for all of your projects to work on. So really imperative that you do get hold of that one. Right then, Paul, so I see you've got it lined up in front of you.
I have. I just want to have a quick recap on the floral alphabet, because also what you get inside, I mean, these have all been illustrated by Barbara herself.
Right.
So they're all her own designs.
Ah, lovely.
And what you also get is a guide to all the different flowers.
Oh, right.
Okay, so when you think, I know Barbara had great fun trying to find different flowers for like the letter Z and the letters U and Q. So what that means is that when you get this home, you think, oh, what flower is that? I'm not familiar. You've got this guide. You can then look up on the internet to have a look at colourways.
Oh, that's lovely.
So it's like education
Nice.
as well.
Yeah,
so
brilliant.
I just wanted to showcase that as well, because that all comes included in that as well.
That is brilliant. Just to let you know, we talked about the alphabet there. Now, don't forget, it did sell out overnight. It is back on extended from the 20th of January. A third of the stock has gone on that. A third of the stock. So please do not miss out. If you're snoozing, you're losing on this offer, because like I say, it's sold out overnight. It's a saving of over 50%. Do not miss out. £112 reduction on that one, and takes out first of your 2 payments to under £50. 895621. I think that saving, I think I mentioned this yesterday in the launch, I think that's one of the biggest savings I've seen on an item on the show. When you start getting triple figure saving.
I think Barbara must have had a bump on the head when
Well,
she was putting this one together.
No, it's been,
so
it's been greatly received.
It while you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do. Before she comes back round from that bump on the head and changes her mind. 895621. Do grab that whilst you can. Lovely.
Okay, Scott, so this is the piece that we're going to have a look at during the course of this hour. So, created by Josie Davis for me to present to you. And what you'll notice that we haven't used the complete frame. We've used elements of it to create this all sort of corners. So if you think, oh, I'm not sure I could do a whole frame, you don't have to. So when you get it home, have a play. Just take some scraps of parchment.
Right.
And just have a play and see what you can do.
Yeah.
It's like a warming up exercise type of thing. And then Josie's incorporated the beautiful the flourishes that are in the plates as well.
That's nice.
Okay. And then we've got the lovely Q, which is for the Quaker flower.
Oh.
Okay, I remembered that. I just looked at the. That's why I got the
Oh,
guide.
well done.
I was going to say, what flower is
I've
that?
never heard of that before.
Okay,
That was lovely.
Really, really simple. This is okay. So what we've done, we've taken. I say we. Josie has taken. We've used our nested Pico dies to create our panel. Okay, so we have what it does, it gives this beautiful edge around the outside, and we have them in squares, circles, ovals and rectangles. So it gives us our starting point. And then what Josie's done first for me is she's traced out, just because it is a groovy plate at the end of the day, this beautiful design. So when we bring the plate into play, okay, we're looking at it and it says Bordeaux. Now, I can't feel anything. The whole idea behind the groovy system is that they have grooves in the plates in order to be able to transfer the artwork. So you turn it over and it says emboss this side up. Okay,
Right,
so
yeah,
we're helping you. So if you take your parchment, you put it on there and nothing's happening, 9 times out of 10, you've got it, well,
wrong way
not
round.
10 out of 10, you've got it the wrong way round. Okay. So we're going to work with this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take, we've also got on the show the Plate Mate for Grids, also designed by Josie Davison. All fingers and thumbs. Now it comes in 2 parts, okay, because you imagine, if we was to do a complete piece like this, it's unlikely to go through your letterbox.
Yeah, that's true, yes.
And it's unlikely to turn up in one piece.
Yes, again, yeah.
So it comes in 2 parts, so it gives that, it's great for storing as well.
Yeah.
In addition to that, you also get another one of Josie's plates that she's designed, okay? And you can see you've got these instant frames. Now, these are all embossed.
Right.
So if you're thinking, okay, I like the look of the frames, I'm not necessarily into the perforating yet, this would be a really good plate, even though it's a plate mate, but the designs on them are a really nice way of starting out.
Do you know what? It just adds to your collection that you can work with on these, because there are every plate has got something different on there for you to work with. Now, I'll tell you what, I'll mention it on here because these are your A4 square grids. Now, you do get your extenders. Maybe, Paul, we'll just share that with you as well. But you're also going to be getting your groovy tabs. You may have seen those being worked with it. Now, it has got a £3 saving for you. I think this is a really good price point because, don't forget, there's not one part of those of the plates that have not got an image that you can work with in your designs. £29.97 only. 077430 is your item code you need for that. So those extenders will work because that's just going to allow me to work even on bigger projects if I need to as well. So there's no restrictions at all on this.
No, absolutely, because if we wanted to create this piece, for example, we would have to start on an A4 piece of parchment. Yeah. So if I've got an A4 piece of parchment, just see if I can grab a piece. I'll find a piece in a moment for that.
Okay.
But if I was to pop that on there, for example, then what would happen is it would overlap. Okay, I'm just going to grab it. Oh, here we go. Look, I've got it in my folder. So if this is the plate that comes with the starter kit. You've got these plates. I've got my parchment at the back. There we go. So if I take some A4 parchment, okay, in order to craft, I know sort of jumping around a bit, but I think it's important to show. So, got 2 bits there. So if I was to do this and line it up, okay, there's nowhere really for me to attach my parchment to stop it moving, because it really is important to keep the parchment still. So therefore, and if I wanted to make it longer, then it's possible that I could crease the parchment as well.
Yeah.
So this is where the plate mate really comes into play. So that wraps around the plate. On the plate mate, you've also got a very thin line around the outside. So then this is great for lining your parchment up to make sure that it's in the right position.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so that when you turn it round, you can line it back up with ease. Okay, and I can now attach my parchment to the plate mate, and it will hold it nice and secure.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
So that was one of the reasons why Josie created that. So now we've got one embossed design in there, which is just there. So we're going to flip that round. I'm going to line that up. And this is where, if you're tuning in for the first time, look, what I'm also doing, where we've got the double lines on here, we've also got the double lines on the plate. So what I can do is line that up to make sure that my flourish is going to go on nice and straight, that I'm not going on sort of like a wonky angle.
Not on a jaunty angle.
A jaunty angle. So if I line that up there, and we're working on the back. So this, I'm using some blue parchment. We've got some two-tone parchment on the show. And I think there's about 18 different options.
Oh, okay.
We've got some really nice colourways on there.
Oh, there we go. We've got the details for that for our bumper. That's got the
that's
rainbow
the rainbow collection, the paper and parchment, which was really popular during the last light show. And we'll have a look at that, I think, during the 12 o'clock show.
Okay, yeah, we're together for that one. If you want to get ahead of that one, it's 073939.
So what I'm going to do now, I've wiped the back with a tumble dry sheet. I'm going to grab my groovy guard, and what that's going to do is just going to allow me to lean on my work, because we all have natural oils on our hands, okay? I'm using the tool that comes in the starter kit, okay, so it's number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. If I turn that around, there we can see those numbers. Number 1 is like a stylus, there's no ball on the end.
Right.
And what that will do, it will give me a nice crisp line when I'm embossing out just normal designs.
Yeah.
Number 2 will give me a softer line, and the number 2 is what we also use when we're doing the dots.
Right, oh yeah, okay, perfect.
So number 1, all we're going to do is push into the design. Okay, and even if I go too fast and I jump out, this is where the magic of the groovy system comes into play, because I'm not going to stretch the parchment. The tool is pushing into the groove, and what it's doing is it's stretching the parchment so that when I turn it over, I get a really nice, crisp, white line. Okay. We're not going to do all of it because I've got one that's already done, but just
that's a shame because I've enjoyed it because it does send me into a nice sort of very mellow moment. It's very, because it's one of those. It's a very calming, sort of very relaxing craft as well, isn't it? Because, like you say, once you've decided what your patterns you're going to be working with, the tool is doing all the work for you. You're just literally following the lines and going through. So it's if you think back to how it was originally with just the grid, and you had to work out exactly how you were going to make those patterns and come across. It's a really nice, relaxing craft, actually.
It is, and what I love about this is that I can pick and choose the elements. So, for example, if I don't want to pop any of the leaves on, I don't have to. So I've just got a really nice, ornate flourish, you see. So that's the beauty of the groovy system. When you get confident with it, you can pick and choose.
Okay. That is nice.
So once we've sort of traced out all the different elements, we can now have a look at the main focus of the actual duet grid. Now this is where, what I'm going to do, because I didn't attach it, let me just grab these. I'm going to close this up with the groovy tabs, which also comes with the plate mate. Okay. Because now what I want to do is I need to work in the area here to complete my design. Okay, now I can choose whether I want to have the design come in this way and round, or whether I want to go that way round, you see, and I would get a different look. So if I take, we're still working on the back, I'm using these lines, this is very clever, these lines on here, because we've put the double lines on here from the Pico plate, they sit perfectly into the stage. They sort of lock back in.
Lock in, yes.
Okay, so it's really useful. I'll take a couple of groovy tabs and we'll just tape that down. Where's my groovy tab? I've got some more there. Okay. So that's not going to go anywhere. Use my groovy guard again. Now this time we're going to go to the number 2 tool, which has the little ball on the end. And this is where there's no thinking about it, there's no counting. All I'm doing is pushing into the design. You have the options. I may just want diamonds, I may not want to complete the rest of the image. I may want it just for decorative purposes. And this is what Barbara was talking about last night. When you look at the 4 different plates as part of the one-day special, there's stars in there, there's flowers. But even this is very therapeutic.
Yeah, it is,
Okay. And what you can do, I mean, a lot of the people that have been doing it for a long time, they'll hold the tool upright and they give it like a little wiggle. Okay. And you'll get a crisper white line. But in the whole scheme of things, you're really not going to see whether this dot's brighter than the other dot. So whatever is more comfortable for you, because at the end of the day, the ball tool is round. So it's still going to go into there. Okay. So really, really sort of nice, and see, even my voice slows down. Now, you imagine, Scott, taking this basic grid, doing that, there's no way I would be able to talk and demonstrate at the same time.
Well, your head would be constantly on working out what's even, how it would be. It's like, for me, trying to do that is just as hard as trying to crack the Enigma code, because your brain's got to be constantly on that. But the lovely thing about this is that you've literally, it's all there for you, and you can choose your patterns. You visually have all those at your fingertips, and you can do as little or as most as you want to really on that, which is great.
That's right. So when we turn this over now, Scott.
Lovely.
If I bring that piece of black card into play.
And that's the other thing. It's actually, for something that's got such detail in it, it's remarkably quick.
in that
It
to
is.
get good results quite early on, actually.
I mean, with parchment craft, there isn't any race. You go at whatever
absolutely.
pace you want to go. But if we was doing this traditionally, so for example, I did that flourish in a traditional method, okay?
Yeah.
What you'd have to do, you'd have a printed pattern, parchment on top, you'd have to trace it out with a white pen or pencil.
Yeah.
And then the skill comes in, you then have to transfer to a soft mat, take a ball tool, and then emboss that line. So the skill is getting that right type of pressure so that you get it's equal. With the groovy system, there is no skill. There really isn't, because the groovy plate does the work for you. And if you're new to it and you're thinking, right, well, I'm working with maybe coloured parchment or clear parchment, but it's not crisp and sharp, you can go back over it. So, for example, if you're worried, the idea, let's take, I'm just going to go with, let's just go here for a minute, just to show you. Okay, so we're going to tape that down again, just on there. So if I go with the number 2 tool, okay, and I just push gently, so I'm new to the groovy system, I'm not sure what sort of pressure to put on, so I'm going to go with the number 2, and what I'm doing is I'm gently breaking the fibres of that parchment. So if I turn it over, you can see how thready it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's not crisp.
Yeah, there's a big difference.
I can then go to the number 1 tool, go back over it with the same pressure, and I can go over it again and again. And I'm not increasing the pressure, all I'm doing is just repeating it.
Right.
Okay. So now when I turn that
you
over,
see how much different,
you can see
difference.
the difference in the brightness.
Yeah.
So if you find that when you're tracing out your design, it's not as crisp as what you was expecting.
Okay.
It could be, 1, that you're not using the right size tool.
Right.
Or 2, you're not putting the right pressure on
it.
Okay. So sometimes it's good, if you've got the starter kit and you've got that home and you're thinking, right, I want to do this, but I'm scared of going through. As long as you wipe the parchment with the tumble dry sheet, you're unlikely to rip the parchment.
Right.
Okay.
And I know that Barbara was saying that you do both sides
when
before
you're
you
doing
start
the
anything.
perforating, if you're going to do perforating and embossing, yes, you wipe both sides.
Right. Okay.
Now, if you don't wipe the tumble dry, the parchment with tumble dry sheet, what it sort of resists, and that's when it can then. So the way in which I describe it is that if you have a cutting mat, a normal self-healing cutting mat, and you use a knife and you put pressure in, you get some resistance.
Yes.
If you cut onto a glass cutting mat, it glides.
Got you.
So the tumble dryer is like the glass cutting mat.
Right.
What it does, it gently lubricates the parchment in order for the tool to glide more easily.
Right. Good to use that. I love it. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Paul. It's great. Honestly, if you've never, I will say, if you've never ever had a go at working with the groovy system that we got here, it's one of those, be warned, it becomes very addictive because you'll realise, all the tools are there for you, and it's just about what you see in your mind's eye with the patterns you want to create, and you get so much, which is amazing. The one-day special, if you're just waking up to us this morning, very good morning. It's been really busy for the one-day special. We still have another live show at lunchtime, myself and Paul to be with you at 12 o'clock, and then a final call at 4. Can I just double check, what was it, Miss Producer, what was our, where are we for stock? All right, we're approaching 70% of the stock now on the one-day special, and that is what you get in here. 4 wonderful plates. These are the French cities. These are the diagonal lace grids that you're looking at here. And these are your A4 squares that you're looking at, and they are beautiful. You have got the Toulouse, you've got Paris, you've got the Marseille, and you've also got the Bordeaux. And each one of those you can work with, just as you said, there, those lovely sort of, they've got the wording obviously, but those other elements inside. Then you've got those gorgeous lace elements that work together. The deal you're looking at here, if I just show you, so easy. You can extend the size of the pattern that you want to work with, or you can decrease the size that you're looking at. So it's all there to scale, because once you've got the actual pattern there, you can make that, all the way around. You can see, you can change the shaping. So we've got a square here, for example, but you could want to do it possibly either in slightly in rectangle. That you get an idea. You can change the pattern, so it's not just
working with that so you see it all the way round as it is, but you can change it up and create sort of different amounts of all of those all strung together. But they really are absolutely beautiful. Certainly when you start working with the inners or the different systems to go in here, you get a £20 reduction, which is great on this, which works out that you are getting all 4 of those basically, but you're only paying for 3. It's 4 for 3 really, because each one of those are £19.99 individually. If you do want to go for them individually, details for that are at the bottom of your screen. They're 167196. But if you're a Freedom member, don't forget your one-day special. You are getting some absolutely brilliant deals. It's a £26 saving for you on Freedom, which takes you down to £53.96 that you're looking at. And of course, you can put that on a flexi-buy, so it's just 2 payments of £26.98. Item code you need, 073987 for you. That are your French cities, that's A4. Now, I mentioned the size because someone was in touch with us yesterday, so what's the difference between the French and the Italian cities? Well, it is the size. A4 for your French, A5 for your Italian cities, Venice, Rome and Naples, and my last one, Florence, isn't it? There we go. £12 saving on these. Same rules apply, which is absolutely fantastic. So it takes it down to £35.96 only. 088705. And again, if you're loving working with the French, and you are going to really enjoy working with these because they are going to give you incredible, absolutely beautiful lace elements. And you can still increase or decrease, again, the size that you are working with. That's a really cute, beautiful one there. You can sort of see, give it a little idea there. Again, you don't have to use it all the way around. You can just take elements of each one, just as you could with the French cities as well. But they are beautiful. Just give us, see if I can find one more, give a little idea of scale and size, but they are beautiful. 088705. Now, a lot of these you're seeing really flamboyant and beautiful lettering on the inside. Well, if you're wondering where they come from, it's a deal here that we've got for you. Now, it's sold out overnight, but the stock fairies have sorted us out again, and 20, is that 20%? Oh, sorry, 20th of January is where it's being dispatched from, and so far the stock on the extended has, wow, 40% of that has now already been allocated for you, which is phenomenal. But they are absolutely gorgeous. You're going to get 5 different versions of that same letter on each one of those 37 plates. That's for the alphabet. The same again you're also going to be getting with the numbers included in here, but they are gorgeous because you've got those really beautiful artistic lead-in capital letter that you can see there, uppercase. Then you've got 2 more in uppercase, but slightly smaller in scale, and you've also got 2 more again in lowercase, which means if you are putting words or names, for example, you can tailor them to work on the size of the project for yourself, which is great. They are lovely. And don't forget, of course, because you can pick a mix, like with any other system on here, if you're just looking at the flowers, for example, on some of those, they are beautiful in their own right, which is absolutely gorgeous. But you're also going to be getting your inspiration book. Is going to take you through there for your floral alphabet, so you're getting that included in the bundle for you, perfect. And that's going to talk about all the different flowers, what are being used in all of the designs, and you're also getting 2 of your storage folders also included in that bundle. It's a phenomenal deal. Like I say, it sold out last night. There's a saving of over 50%, which is phenomenal. That works out £112 saving. Now, that price has been right down for you. It's sold out. It's back on. 40% of that stock has gone. It's down to 2 payments of just £49.80 easily. 895621. It's really busy. In fact, we got queues on the phone line this morning, so lots of people are wide awake with this first thing. Lovely to have your company with us here on the Craft Store. If you do find yourself in a bit of a queue, we're doing our best to come to you, but the website, of course, there is no queue ever on the website on thecraftstore.com. If you're still looking for more inspiration, but I don't know what more you need, it looks fabulous, have a little look at this. They really are special, aren't they? They're absolutely gorgeous. Don't forget the website we talked about. If you want more of your deals for your parchment paper itself there to add on, we've got all of that for you as well. Do have a good look through Shop Air. Let me just mention this as well, Paul, regarding what we've got here. It's not whatever I've got is now disbanded because now I've got new kit. The lovely thing is you can build up and build up and build up every time you're getting some new kit or a new plate. Even if you're buying individually, you can pick and choose from any single one to make one piece, can't you?
That's right. So the beautiful duet frames from Josie, they sort of enhance what you already have.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what plates you have in your collection, there'll be elements on here that if you want to do the beautiful square or rectangle frame, you can do that.
Yeah.
Or, as we've shown on this piece, we've just taken elements from it. So it doesn't think, oh, right, well, I've bought all these, now I've got to go back and...
No.
These have become redundant now. And that's the great thing with the Groovy system. It sort of, it builds up and it builds up. And then sometimes it's a good idea to go, if you've got storage folders and you've got them in, or however you keep your Groovy plates, sometimes go back and have a look at some that maybe you bought back in the day.
That's fair, yeah.
Because you often forget what you have.
Well, you do, don't you?
And then all of a sudden you'll think, wow, that would work fantastic with the Italians or the French cities or any other of the, even just the nested frames, whether it be the Pico frames, it could be the nested squares.
Yes.
Just go back to basics sometimes.
Yeah,
really,
absolutely.
Really
you have more tools at your fingertips to work with as well and create. But I suppose because you are picking what you want from each plate, you can do that with everything you've got so far. That's a huge amount at your fingertips, isn't it?
It really is. And the great thing, so like when we look at the floral alphabet, we do these in stamps as well. But you can only stamp as it comes.
Yeah.
So whereas you then can't take the flowers out of the stamps, whereas with the Groovy system you can.
Pick and choose, pick and choose. We've got just around about 10 minutes left, so what can we look at next then, Paul, to carry on?
Okay, so this is a completed piece here that we're going to have a look at. So we've got these lovely flourishes that Jim's created. Now, just doing the embossing gives you that beautiful look. Okay, so if I hold that up to that camera there we go. And then crystal colour.
Yeah,
so if we have a look at this top corner here, just the embossing, okay, beautiful. The bright white on the coloured parchment really makes it stand out. And then if I spin that round to this side, you can see how we've started to do some perforating. Works just as beautiful without any picot cutting as well. So what we can do now, we've got option. I know we'll do some perforating in a moment, but we was talking about the alphabet and how it works with the starter kit.
Yeah.
So I've got all of mine in the folder. So if I go to Q, I've put them very cleverly in alphabetical order.
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Very good.
It does make sense.
Is your CD collection in the same way?
Okay. So then if I remove this out of the way, now I need my plate mate that comes with the starter kit, so I've got that here. Because all of our plates have different size plate mates, so the Italian cities sit perfectly within there.
Right.
Now if I take there, it just moves around. So in the starter kit, you also get the design plates, but you get the Groovy inset plate that we were talking about. So this is like a little collar.
Right.
And then what happens is, very cleverly, that sits inside there, and that sits inside there. So now I've got my larger area, because if I was to take the plate on its own, and where's my bit of artwork gone? And I take my piece of artwork, it's bigger than the plate.
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, what's likely to happen? I've got no way of securing it.
It's going to move around, isn't it?
So therefore, I can move it, and then it's going to go wrong. So this is where it's like a modular system. It all works together. Okay. So then, when we have a look at what what Josie's done, I can position my design there exactly where I want it, and because I can see through the parchment. Great for positioning, just like Barbara's see-through stamps. Perfect for that. And then I can take the #1 tool and trace out the design, any letter or any image in the middle. Now, if I'm worried about doing it direct onto there, then we spoke earlier about all the different sort of toppers and stuff. So I could take, let's have a look, I'm going to go with, whoops, just grab these over here. See, I could take that, trim that white card down a little bit, or reduce the size of the image, and I could just pop that in the middle. Okay, so you really do have a lot of different options. But let's have a look at the perforating on how that works.
Okay.
Because most of our groovy plates are just designs that are embossed.
Yes.
Okay, so this is where the magic of working with Josie and the groovy system is that you have the embossing, but also have the drilling on the same plate.
Right.
Okay. So if in order to be able to perforate, because all of these, I'll take my one needle bowl, all of these are holes. So the tool, the needle tool, if I hold it
right
that
through.
way, you can see that the comes all the way through. Okay.
Got you.
So we send these off to be drilled by a specialist, so that they're all precision drilled.
Right.
We then get them back, and then we add in the embossing element to it.
Oh, I see.
Now, if I put my parchment on top and I try to perforate, it's not really going to do anything because that needle won't go through very far.
Right.
So we need a soft mat underneath. So we've got the 12 by 12 super foam on the show. Now it comes in black and white, okay, and you're thinking, well, why do I need two different colours?
Paul, why do we need two different colours?
Two different colours.
There we go.
Two different uses. Okay.
Okay, we're good,
now,
we're good. I'll follow the cue, everybody.
I take the black and I pop that on there and I line that up to my perforate. I can sort of see the where I need to perforate. Okay.
Yeah.
If I was doing this with black parchment, I wouldn't be able to see through it.
No,
okay.
black,
and I
not
definitely
good.
wouldn't have any chance of seeing through it with a black mat underneath as well.
Right, right.
Now, if I take the white mat and I pop that, I really can't see it at all because of the white line art on the plate. So I'm going to bring my light panel into play.
Ah,
okay,
yes.
And we've
now
got
the
this
light
on the show,
panel.
and it's on a special offer as well. So the light panel comes in, so it's an A4. You get a thin translucent super foam on there, and you also get a cover to keep it all in.
Oh, right, great.
Okay. Now, it has 3 different levels of brightness, 1, 2, and 3.
Well, there we are, yeah.
Okay. So depending on the environment you're working in, you can control the brightness.
Right.
Now, at home, I haven't got these studio lights when I'm working.
No.
Okay, I've just got a ceiling light or a table lamp.
The lounge wouldn't look as good.
So this is where the white super foam comes into play, because I pop that on top. I'm going to flip my plate over, so it says perforate from this side up. Okay, I'm going to pop that there, and I need my plate mate. And this has been designed because the A4 and A4 square plate mate fits perfectly on the 12 by 12. Okay. We also need to turn our parchment over because we need to perforate from the front. So what I'm going to do now is we've already got some perforations done. Okay, and what you'll find when you make a start, if you walk away from it and you come back and your parchment comes, it slots back into place, just like it does with the embossing. Okay. And what you'll find is that where we've got these embossed dots, the perforations are either inside or outside of those dots.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, you imagine taking the grid, popping that underneath, lining it up, okay, and then you get carried away and you end up perforating one of the embossed dots.
Yeah.
Game over.
I'm not a fan of those grids.
They have
it hurts my head.
fantastic uses, but for creating delicate, beautiful designs like this. Okay, so I'm going to line this up now. This will just slot back into place. Definitely need groovy tabs here, so I'm going to hold that down.
And you are getting your groovy tabs, by the way. If you're going to go for the plate mates, that's for your A4 square grids. Now, you get your extenders as well for that, and you are getting your groovy tabs all included. That's why it's got a £3 reduction on it. It's $29.97, and there you can see the extenders going in, so you really can get a big size on that. 077430.
Okay, so then what we're going to do, we're going to use the 1 needle bold. We've got a set where you've got the 1 needle, 2 needle and 4 needle, and we're just going to perforate now each of those holes. So it's the same principle as before. I don't need to worry about counting. I don't need to worry about whether I'm going to perforate a dot by mistake, because if I try and perforate a dot that I've embossed, it doesn't
It's not going to go through, is it?
It really doesn't. And then you just decide exactly what you want to perforate. If you want to follow the design as it comes, you may not want to perforate on the inside there. And all of a sudden you get into that rhythm, and it's very, for me, it's quite relaxing. Because, as I say, I'm not thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just finding the holes, and by having the light panel underneath, it illuminates where I've been as well, so that the light sort of shines through, so
even clearer to see.
See, and then you just go along and you just perforate until you carry on. So what we'll do when the 12 o'clock show's got, we'll do some picot cutting.
Oh, lovely, yeah.
And we'll do, I think we're going to do a complete frame as well.
Oh, okay.
In the 12 o'clock show. So if you like using just the elements, then that's what I've shown during this hour.
Brilliant.
And then during the 12 o'clock, we'll do a frame as well.
That sounds perfect. Thank you for this hour, Paul. Really enjoy this hour. Always, and I always feel, I don't know if you feel the same when watching it, I always just feel a bit like, just very lovely, to be quite honest. It's one of those crafts, isn't it, as well? Paul, thank you. Look forward to being with you at 12 o'clock. Absolutely brilliant. It's been another really busy hour. Again, as you've seen, we've had sellouts and the things that come back, and a big percentage of those have gone again already. Your one-day special, 70% of the stock has gone. Don't forget, a lot of people will be buying between now and our 12 o'clock next show as well, so don't miss out on these, do you? Pop them into your basket, and so you can get groovy with it. Paul and myself, thank you very much indeed. Don't go anywhere, because the day is just starting really. 9 o'clock, more after this. Yes, if you're loving your rice papers, it's coming up next for you, so please make sure that's going to be lovely for your projects. Then we've also got your Liberty Artist Home Collection coming up, and then more art inspirations.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello everybody, my name's Stephanie Waitman, and I'd like to tell you about a brand that's still relatively new. At Highlight Crafts, we've created 2 red robins. Oh my goodness me, what an exciting early journey it's been. The robins go on their own journeys, and you get to follow along with them. Die cutting, paper crafting, fabric crafting, they all feature in this amazing brand. So please join me so that I can take you with me to all of the exciting places that the robins go to visit. Watch out for the shows right here.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. I'm really looking forward to this hour. We've got some gorgeous rice papers for you, and we've also got the very talented Anthony I've not seen for a while. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you very much, Yanis. Yourself?
I'm very well. Now
good.
Listen, we need to talk about the future of presenting, because you sent me a little video of your son. He's very good.
He is very good. Yeah, he absolutely loves it.
How old is he now?
He is 11.
All right, give him, I'd say 7 more years. You have to be 18, but by the time he's 18, I reckon we're going to be seeing him on here.
I reckon so. I reckon so as well.
Genuinely, I thought he was very good.
He was very good.
Personality.
He was very good.
Anthony sent, over Christmas, Anthony sent me a video of his son, and he was doing some presenting. He was doing some shopping TV presenting. Now, let's talk about ITC, because company, anyone not familiar? Talk to me.
Yep, so this is a company based in Poland. They produce not only rice papers, but they also produce some beautiful scrapbook pages as well that are 12 by 12. But what we have here is some little rabbit designs that are really, really cute, a little bit different, a little bit quirky, and they just work so well together, singly, and you can see the backing papers there are also available on the show. They work amazingly with those. Oh, yeah. The actual paper pack itself, there's sort of like a steampunk, and then there's like a gothic. But you can mix and match between the two. Use them with these beautiful rice papers, and the rice papers, you are going to get so many of them as well. In total, you're going to get 12 of the 14 by 5 centimetre square ones, and then you're going to get 4 of the A4 sheets. Now, as you can see there, there's 9 of the smaller designs, and then the larger designs, they are actually sort of like the A4 ones are actually sort of like cut in half, so there's 2 different designs per sheet on those.
I mean,
so you're going to get loads of rabbits.
Incredible, Anthony.
They are. The samples are absolutely amazing, and the amazing design team at That's Crafty are Rachel Harris, Jill Humphries, who also comes on to the craft store, and Shelley Taylor. So a massive shout out to the ladies there who have produced the most amazing samples and inspiration.
The boxes are on the show as well if you want to get hold of these. I'll hold up the rice papers, just showing you. So you're going to get 12 of these little portrait 6x6s. They're 14.8 inches square. Not inches, centimetres. They're inches, that would be very big. But look, having a little look, so just so beautiful to work with. But I love the characters and the originality.
It is really, really quite quirky. Something fun, and you know, we all need cheering up, I think, a little bit. And you know, many of them have like frames around them as well. So you know, if you've ever used rice paper before, you know how easy it is just to cut elements out of the rice paper, so you can mix and match between the two. You can see there from the way you're holding them actually really highlights how rice papers work, because you can see the other design behind it.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so that's all about how rice papers work. You can layer them up and sort of like bring out or hide details sort of like in front or behind.
Now, we were going through the characters here, saying who they reflect, members of the team, and everybody unanimously agreed that this was Chris, our director. There we go. And then here we've got Lottie, our producer. Very big eyes, you know, but the lovely characters in here. I thought this was a compliment that I got this one, so they thought I was very chivalrous.
Well, there we go.
But those are your smaller characters, and then we've also got your 4 sheets of A4. Come on, look at
so these are the same designs, just repeated in a larger format. Now, if you want to be making like ATCs, you can be using the smaller ones. Or these ones, it's more like sort of a portrait type thing. They're great for covering anything in your house, whether it be an MDF box like we have on the show, whether it be just a tissue box that you want to cover, or indeed a glass jar. You can upcycle anything by simply decorating using rice papers. They are such a joy to work with.
They really are. And Anthony, we are busy. Nearly a quarter of the stock has gone here.
I'm not surprised.
We're a couple of minutes into the show, so we are very, very busy. 16 rice papers in total for $18.95. 419-720 item number. Just effectively just over £1 each. So, I mean, value for money is exceptional. And I have to say that looking at the inspirations on set as well, you're going to use these, you're going to love them. I know we're moving on, but it is worth looking at these. Can I just show this?
Yeah, that one's by Shelley. She has done, it's
Genius.
just phenomenal. All of them are phenomenal in their own right, but it's all little bits of detail she's put in there. Those little rice papers, she's made little books out of, Yanis.
That's hilarious.
Just so clever.
I love that. Now, the box
brilliant.
itself, and I think it works so well with the rice papers.
Oh, it does.
At the bottom of your screens, you're getting 2 of those for from That's Crafty for $11.90. Okay. Now, and we've also got panels if you want to do the ATCs.
Yes.
That's at the bottom of your screens as well. Okay, right, we're going to move on. We've got the floral rice papers. We are already busy for these. Now, there's set 1 and set 2, so you have got options. You're set 1 or set 2. You're going to get 5 papers in total here for $12.45. I am gravitating towards this set number 1. I mean, the backgrounds here are beautiful.
Beautiful floral designs there, and you've got the cracks as well. So again, you know, you can combine them. So if you want the floral ones to have that sort of like really aged, cracked look, then you can place elements of the rice paper with the cracks on top of. You've also got the wooden planks here. The things that you can again decorate that with. You are going to be blown away when you get these home, because it's just a completely different type of craft maybe that you've never ever tried. But seriously, it's just so easy to work with.
So this is set number 2. Now, this allows you to obviously cut in and take out individual aspects. Oh, and see now I'm seeing set number 2, the possibilities here.
So with that one, you're going to get 5 A4 sheets, but in total, and it says 54 little images on there, separate images. So you can use them with the That's Crafty plates that are also on the show, the MDF. So you can make little ATC cards, or you can make other things with them as well. But a real great rice paper pack.
That's a tough one to choose, because I know initially I was drawn to the backgrounds, but then when I saw how many like sort of ATC images we were getting, on this occasion I never like to sit on the fence, but I can't pick between the 2. I would be tempted to go for both. $12.45 each. But when you think about this, set number 2, 54 images, it works out 23p per image.
Wow.
Using those. And they are stunning. They really are beautiful. 803-272 item number. Just to stress, you are getting its options. So either set number 1, which is here, 5, or you got set number 2, which is 5 pages. And just having a look at some of the finished examples in front, they are stunning. Let me just lift this up and show you that.
So one of the beautiful boxes there by Jill Humphreys. What Jill's done there, she's used some of the backing papers that are on the show, the 12x12s. I do believe it's the steampunk one that she's actually done there.
That's lovely.
And then she's used also the MDF.
Now look at this.
So this is just a coffee jar that I decorated using one of those rice papers. You can see the cracks on there.
It's exactly what you
really
mentioned
well
before, like being able to get like different layers of detail. Now come on, from upcycling, you know, you've done a beautiful job here, Anthony.
And the thing is, you know, it is, without a doubt, you know, if I can do it, seriously, anyone can. Okay, there's really no skill into using rice papers.
You're being modest, but you're right.
The only thing you actually need is a decoupage glue. Okay, there's many on the craft store's website. Just so go and hunt those down, and then you're going to be good to go.
Lovely. $12.45 is your price there. 803-272 item number. Busy for both options. Is pretty level pegging at the moment. Now we've got a kit here, Garden of Dreams. I was blown away in our production meeting, Anthony, when you were telling us just how much we are getting here.
Do you know what? It is absolutely amazing. So in the garden one, you're actually going to be getting 3 chipboard sheets, and in chipboard sheets, there's sort of like some frames. You've got window frames. You've got doors as well, and you've got little words there that say journal, diary, and vintage. You've got little panels on there. Now, with the larger panels there, what I'd say is don't throw that middle bit out. You know, use that as well. Maybe stamp something on it. As well as that, you're going to get 2 parchment sheets. Now, the parchment sheets have got designs printed on them. In total, there's 18 different design sheets. Now, the black one is a really special one, because in this sheet, you're also going to be getting 5 sheets of gold foil material. Now, I'm actually going to do a bit of ironing. Seriously, you wouldn't want me to iron your blouses or shirts. I can say that right now, but I'm going to show you how easy it is to transfer the gold onto one of the black sheets. And also, the gold sheets do work on some of the rice papers as well, to a certain respect.
Interesting.
Okay, so give it a go on that. If there's lots of black elements on your rice papers, it's going to work on that as well.
So just showing you here, these are the 5 gold sheets that you are getting. So the 2 parchment and the 5 gold sheets. So we're getting that all included, so the chipboard, the 5 gold sheets, but we're not stopping there, because you're also going to be getting these beautiful 12 by 12s as well. Actually, I've got them here, so we'll flick through these. I've been really impressed with ITC, the quality of the 12 by 12s.
Indeed, it's 200 GSM, and it's all beautifully laser printed, so it's got that nice sheen to it. Yeah. So the advantage of having that sort of a paper is, if you're going to be using distress inks over it, the distress ink will only go where the paper is white, if that makes sense. Okay,
okay.
So you can get quite creative with actually colouring these papers, just like I say, where the white paper actually shows through.
Nice. And then we've got one more element to share with you here, because you also get, nice little touch, a little apron as well.
You do indeed, yeah, you get a little apron there as well. So it's probably for children, I would say, possibly smaller adults.
I don't know.
Do you want to have a go? Go on then. There we go. Yeah.
I have to say, I know I'd walk. I'm just coming back here so you can see where we go. Look, now I'm 6'1".
Yeah.
And that apron, it covers everything.
That's not too bad, is it? Yeah. I'll have a cappuccino, please.
Oh, well, Joe, I'm going to wear this for the rest of the show. So there we go, 21.99 your price. But when you consider, I've seen aprons for that price. Just
Indeed.
an apron. I like your apron.
Yeah. Thank you.
$21.99, you are getting everything. So the 12 by 12s, you're getting the chipboard, you're getting the gold sheets, you're getting the parchment, and of course, you're getting the very handsome crafting apron as well. $21.99, and nearly 20% of the stock's gone. How gorgeous is that chipboard? And then you've got these wonderful 12 by 12s. Now, sticking with the 12 by 12s, I'm going to share that because we've got more 12 by 12s for you as well. Let me just tighten this up. Now, already nearly 20% of the stock, and we haven't even seen it yet. So let's get into this. Wait a second. I'm never good at tying knots. I think I'm done. Okay. So now you're going to get both of these, the steampunk, and you're getting the gothic. Sorry, gothic as well. I have got some behind. So, say, Anthony, I was really impressed by the quality of the 12 by 12s.
Yeah, they are absolutely amazing quality. So these are 12-inch by 12-inch. You can cut the white border off. It will still give you a 12-inch panel there. I think you've got the Gothic story there. At the bottom of the sheet, Yanis, there's some words as well. Okay, so you can actually cut those off, and then you can actually use those in your projects as well. So you're going to get lots of beautiful, like grungy designs. You've got damask in there, you've got music script, lots and lots of beautiful colours as well. And like I said, that one is just amazing, isn't it?
We saw that on the boxes, and by the way, I've got to give you a reminder of the That's Crafty boxes, because they are flying this morning as well. The MDF boxes are at the bottom of your screen. So as I flick through all these gorgeous 12 by 12s, they're a great weight, so 200 GSM weight, and you're getting 11 designs in each. This is a good one to cut up.
Little miniatures. So maybe if you are actually using it for scrapbook pages and you want like a little pocket on your scrapbook page, then use either a contrasting one or the same design actually on top of that as well.
Lovely. So that is your Gothic. We've also got the steampunk as well. Now you are getting both, so these aren't options. Let's have a look. So there's your steampunk, and I know so many lovers of steampunk.
Yes, absolutely. So you're going to get like the smaller versions there, and some other little elements that you can just fussy cut out. The letters and the numbers are very, very handy. You then got the number sheet, and just the depth in that. You know, you've got.
It looks incredible.
It is, isn't it?
The print is very good.
And then you've got the grungy wall there. You've got the clocks, obviously, you know, very associated with steampunk, and you've of course got the cogs. You've got to have cogs where steampunk is concerned, and again that sort of like rusty sort of like look on there. More cogs, and you've got all the browns and what have you. Like I say, I've actually cut these ones out. I used it on the box you've got in front of you to spell the word vintage. So get really creative with these sheets, and you've got the letters there as well.
So this is what Anthony was just alluding to. If I pick this up, so using the papers, I mean that's beautifully done, Anthony. And then Anthony smelt the words vintage with the alphabet sheet.
I would also mention there's a card which is just in front of you as well there, Yanis.
Yeah.
And what I've done there, I've actually used what is the cover page for the steampunk. It's actually just in front of you. It's actually standing up.
Oh,
the one
sorry.
standing up in front.
This one?
That's the one, yeah. So even where you would like possibly throw away the front cover, I've actually made all of those elements out of that one. And if you tilt that one, Yanis, you'll just see the gold foiling.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
There we go.
The crafty wiggle.
So the gold foiling does work. And like I say, certain rice papers that have got like a lot of black content on there, that's going to work. So just give it a go. Just give it a go.
Details on your screen there. $16.99 is 98 is your price. 859 654 your item number. All right, so you are getting both of those, the steampunk and the gothic. Now we're going to talk about That's Crafty. The surfaces, the 2 MDF boxes, very busy. $11.90 is your price there. 346 and 735 your item number. We've got the panels for you as well. These are ATCs, 9 ATCs on each sheet. Wow. And you're going to get 6 of these, so if you do want to go for that, $11.75 is your price. 854-442 your item number. We've also got some plain rice paper from ITD. So if you want to do your stamping, your painting, this is fantastic. 10 sheets, plain rice paper. So think about all the stamps and stencils that you have in your stash. Just use them as a mop-up sheet. Just purely as a mop-up sheet, they're going to look fantastic. 513-312 your item number. I've seen Leonie and a lot of crafters actually, Lou, do that. So just with some rice paper, just use it as, you know, when you spray and you've got some ink on your glass, mop up.
Yep, great instant background straight away.
Right, so we're going to get to demonstration with Anthony. What have you got for us, Anthony?
Right, so I've got this little book that I've made, and you can see there's lots of different rice papers actually on here. I've used some moulds that are from Prima, but you can use whatever you want to decorate yours. So you can see we've got 9 different images here in total on the front, okay? But you'll notice that I've got this frame going on around them, okay? I've actually made myself a little book, okay? Nice. Now the scrap that you actually get,
Anthony,
with the little ATC size cards and surfaces, the carrier sheet, nothing goes to waste. So what I've actually done, I used that. So basically all I did, I got an A4 sheet of cardboard, placed this over the top, and then just drew around so I knew where to position everything, and it really was. I can't stress anymore how easy that was to do. And obviously you then got all of these as well that you can decorate with other rice papers or maybe other papers actually in the show. So this is one I've just made, like I say. So that's the front, but on the inside, this is where it starts to get really, really fun. So you can use all of the papers that you get in your packs there to produce little pockets. You can incorporate the moulds that you've possibly got in your collection as well. You can make tags, so whether it's one of the little rice papers, and this particular one, it's actually got the outer frame, so I use that on another one. I've added just little pockets in there, put little sheets of paper, and you've then got one of the little tags here. This is the MDF tag. So again, I've just backed that with 2 pieces of rice paper. And if you've got one of the hole punches, you can easily go through this MDF. So what we're going to be concentrating on this particular one is the rice paper and how that actually works, okay? And just quickly, I'll just show you the back, okay? You can see it's got this beautiful texture going on here. And that, I do believe we have this on the show. It's one of the products from That's Crafted, which is called the Crackle Glaze. Really beautiful product. Basically what it does, exactly what it says on the label, it cracks the paint. So put an undercoat of acrylic, wait until that's dried, then apply the Crackle Glaze over the top, and then basically you can either leave it to dry, which could take about an hour, but you can actually force dry it, and then you just need to apply the paint almost when that is tacky, if that makes sense. Okay. Now you'll notice that some of my cracks are going this way, Others are going downwards. Now, how I've done that is just the brush strokes. So for the ones that are going downwards, I've gone this way, and the ones that are going sideways, I've just gone like that. So it's just different ways of applying different directions. Yep, and that's going to do that. So I'm just going to place my little book aside, and we'll just show some rice paper. Okay, so I've also made myself a little journal book here. Okay, and I've used some bookbinding tape. Okay, but I've also I actually bound this myself. Okay, now it's really, really easy to do. So just grab yourself some paper, and then using the That's Crafty multi-purpose craft adhesive, you can stick all of your sheets of paper just to one side, so you can make your own bespoke books. Okay, just using that.
That's really cool.
So now you can really get creative. You know, if you want to stamp onto whatever you're going to then put the rice paper on, do that first, obviously, and then it's going to give you sort of like a washed out version of whatever's behind it. But I'm going to pop all of the elements on top. Okay, but I'm just going to show you first of all what rice paper is all about. So rice paper is quite thin paper, okay, but it is extremely robust, and yes, you can screw it up. And like Yanis was saying, you can basically use it to take off all the ink that's on your glass mat, and then you can use that as a texture. Okay, so you can do all of that. But you can also stamp on it as well. Now the sort of inks you're going to be wanting to use is VersaFine Clair or just VersaFine on its own. Okay, and you can use archival. So literally just go onto there and then pop this down and then just press onto there. Now the thing you will need to do, okay, is after you've actually done that, you just need to heat set that in, okay? Yes. So just make sure that's heat set in so the ink has actually set. Otherwise what you'll find possibly is that when you apply the decoupage glue, that can sort of like bleed the colours. Just bear that in mind when you do that. Okay. So to actually cut it out is really, really easy. No, you're not going to be using a pair of scissors. Well, you can do if you want, but this is the easiest way. What I've got here is just a tray of water, and I've got a brush. Okay, so it is just really easy just to go around, and basically you're just like tracing the outside, okay, of your rice paper. So
I think this gives you a different finish as well, tearing away. It's a bit more organic as opposed to cutting with scissors.
Yeah, I do prefer this. And when you're going to be adding elements on top of like your first piece of rice paper, then it's going to look and it's going to blend in so much easier. So you can see on the back here, it's probably easier to see, it's actually damp all the way around there. So just very carefully just hold either side and just start to pull away. Okay, just tease that away all the way around. Okay, and then quite quickly, okay, and don't throw any of your rice paper bits away, you know, they're all going to be good for something. So you can see how beautifully that's feathered. Let's just bring in the black sheet so you can see that all those fibres. Now if you want to go in further because it's still damp, then do so.
It's like a little duckling.
It does, doesn't it? So just keep on going all the way around like so, okay, until you're happy with that.
That's awesome. That's really nice.
So now it depends. If you're going to be wanting to stick that on a white sheet, that's going to show really, really well, okay. But if you wanted to stick it onto there, that lettering's probably not going to show. Okay, so just be wary sort of like what colours you're going to be using on top of your rice paper to do your stamping if you want to do that. Okay. So I'm just going to pop all that aside. We're just going to bring our image in, and you can see
one of the rabbits. We'll bring up the details for you. If you do want to go for the rabbits, you're getting 16 rice papers. So you're going to get 4 of the A4, and then you're going to get 12 of the smaller little portraits. All for $18.95, but the characters and the imagery that we have is stunning. I mean, that's a great example that you're working with.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. So you can see here I've just got the black sheet of paper on one side, okay, and we've got the white sheet on the other. And you can see, you know, this dulls the back quite considerably. But where there's white behind it, it really makes the colours sort of like pop a little bit more. So
that's a really effective demonstration.
It's and you know that's how it works. And like I say, if you want to stamp okay, then do so now. So again, we're just going to place that over the top. Let's pop it on a slightly lighter, but you can just see that coming through, okay? When it's damp, it will show through more.
Okay.
So we're actually going to place those elements on top, and I'm just going to show you how easy it is to work with. So we have our little book there, okay, and you just want to basically pop the glue. Let me just make sure I've got the right side, which is that one. Okay.
Yeah, got to tell you, nearly half the stock has gone here. Really, really busy for our poor rabbit portraits. It's just the originality of it. I haven't seen anything like this before.
Something real fun. Yeah. So just pop the decoupage glue onto there. Don't go too wild with it, because you know, I showed you just a couple of seconds ago, to actually cut the rice paper, we used a damp brush. So just bear that in mind, how much glue you're going to be using, because obviously that will soak through. So just keep on having a look where you want to position it, okay. In this case, okay, maybe I've gone a bit short there. It's okay, you've still got time to take that off, okay, and really go to town with positioning of that. Put my teeth in. There we go. So let's just bring that over. So you've got plenty of time, okay. And then just using the brush again, okay, with a little bit of glue on top, okay, we are just going to go all the way over that, okay. So it is really that simple to work with. Can I just ask
what you're using to put this down?
This is a decoupage glue.
Just a decoupage glue,
yep. Yeah. So I do believe there's lots on the website available. Lots of different types of brands. Yeah. Okay. So that's all I'm using. Normally, a majority of them will not only stick it down, but then you can varnish as well over the top. Now, one thing you've got to bear in mind, okay, is that the more times that you actually wipe over, okay, the more likely you are to actually take off the ink. If you keep on going over and over again, it's like any piece of paper. If you rub paper time and time again, it starts to bring off the surface. So again, just remember that when you're doing that.
Once it's adhered, then don't overwork it.
No, absolutely. So you just want to make sure it's really good on all the edges. Okay.
Nice. If you are looking for decoupage glue, as Anthony said, you can find lots of options on our website. We just did a quick search and found Viva Decor, so just going to show you here. Not only do you get the decoupage glue, but you also got the applicators there as well for $12.49. It's a good price, actually, and a very good glue.
So once that's done, okay, the one thing you do have to do, and this is really mindful here, is because that is damp, if you try to cut it, it's going to rip. Okay, so just make sure that you just heat set it, just to make sure that everything's dry before you cut it, otherwise you will rip it. So I'm just going to quickly do that.
That's nice. And you're really getting the most of the portrait. I've got to tell you, a lot of you have gone for the plain rice papers as well. I think Anthony's inspired you in his first demonstration. So thinking about, please, if you've gone for the plain rice papers, do use one, even if it's just one sheet as your mop-up sheet, you'll never look back. And I see so many crafters here doing it. But also stamping, stencils, sprays, you can do a lot with your beautiful rice papers, because it's good quality rice paper. That's for your plains, 513312. But if you are looking for the rabbit portraits that Anthony's working with, I'm just going to show you the A4s, because you're going to get 4 sheets of the A4. This is why we are so busy for these. Look at the characters, and nearly 60% of the stock has gone here. Love this. And remember, Anthony's back at 2. So the fact that we're calling 60% of the stock, that stock that's meant to last 2 hours, gives you an indication of just how busy we are. You've definitely tuned in at the right time. So that's your A4s, and you're also going to get 12 of these lovely small ones. They're like 6 by 6. They're just under 15 centimetres squares. Beautiful. All right, I will stop there, Anthony.
So what I'm doing now, then, Yanis, rather than using a craft knife, which you could do, but this is, I'll be honest with you, it's still a little bit on the damp side, okay? I just didn't want to use the hot air gun too much and make lots of noise. So I'm just now going around there with a piece of sandpaper or sandpaper block, okay? And you can see that comes away really, really nice and quickly. So now we have that. It is really that easy to start decorating with. These scraps, never ever throw them. You know, they will come in handy for something somewhere along the line. So the bits that we had earlier, so I just stamped these before we come on the show. I can now start to add these to here. So I've got this one here that says life is a collection of moments, so I'm going to want to put that one up there. So again, just pop the glue back over where you want to stick it, and again you can feather that as much as you like. Okay, so we're just going to move that over there, and you can see at the moment, okay, you can see the white, but if I now go over with the glue, it almost just blends it seamlessly into the background.
So are these ones you stamped?
Yeah, these are just ones that I've got some stamps at home, so it can be anything that you've got. And you can see now it completely and utterly changed the design, but it looks as though it's part of it. You've just got another stamp one down here.
So it's just great to build up that collage, and I'm just
it
thinking
is.
about all of those stamps and stencils and elements that you have, sentiments that you have in your stash now that you might never have used in this way.
It brings a new lease of life to many different types of things you've already got in your crafting stash, really. So I'm just going to literally just pop this one down, okay. And again, you know, as I said before, don't try to then take off this piece until it's really fully dry. So I'm just going to quickly just blast that with a heat gun a little bit, and then we just quickly finish this design off.
I kind of get the impression you've really enjoyed preparing for this show, Anthony.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, I do for every show, to be honest with you, but yeah, absolutely. So let's just quickly just go around there so I can take that bit off. Okay. So we're showing simple at the moment, just so people know how easy it is to be using these rice papers. Okay, so just go again, using a sanding block. Okay, and we are done. So we're just going to be using some of the multi-surface paints that are also available on the show. I'm just going to give that a little bit of a shake. Okay, so basically I get some in the lid there, and then I'm going to use just a foam brush just to dab in there. Just dab on there, so it's got this sort of like lovely, sort of like vintage colouring to it, and then just simply just go around the edge.
That's nice.
You know, as I said, just make sure that before you do any of this, because you're dragging, okay, sponge over the surface, if the rice paper is still too damp, you will take it off. So just bear that in mind. You know, just a few little simple rules where it comes to using it.
That's very effective.
If you've got some stencils in your stash, then these are going to work brilliantly through the stencils as well, these paints, and they will also work on fabrics as well. So that's a real bonus, and you just heat set them onto your fabric, and then it's just the hand wash sort of thing. So we're just going to go around there, just feather that colouring in a little bit, so it's not got that hard line. Okay, so it just adds to the age, to the look of it. Okay.
That's very effective. I was just thinking, that's crafty, and we are going to show you these paints, but that's crafty. Also do, I don't know if we have it in stock, but it's like a water-based wax. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
I would imagine, I don't know, I'll ask the question. Putting that over the rice papers, that would create an interesting effect.
It would indeed, yeah. That would make it shiny, and then you can put stuff into it,
like
and sprinkle glitter, etc. Yeah. So just to finish off the project completely, we're going to pop this into our big book here. So I'm going to use the multi-purpose glue from That's Crafty as well. Like I say, this is basically what stuck my little notepad together using tape. So make sure you put plenty on there. Okay, that is going to stick really, really nicely. So we're going to go right up to the edge of the spine. We can got a bit of wiggle time there, and then once that's all dry, then that's a perfect gift to store all your memories in. Maybe you want to put photos in there. You've got maybe memories that you can stick in here. So possibly more memories or tickets from a theme park you've been to. You can have loads of fun creating with basically what we started off what was just the scrap from the That's Crafty surfaces.
It's beautiful, Anthony. Absolutely beautiful project, and it's so achievable, so thank you so much for sharing
It is
that.
indeed.
Now, I've got one thing I want to mention is, I know we were discussing at the start of the show that ITD, as a company based in Poland, but it's going to be distributed through That's Crafty, so all the stock is in the UK. There is no extended delivery here. It is ready to go. Let's have a look at our rabbit portraits, because we are very busy here. Nearly 80% of the stock's gone. we can ask the buyer. We're going to have to make the call because obviously Anthony's back later on. But as I said, all the stock that's Crafty, it's distributing it. So if we have all the stock, I don't know if we're going to be able to get any more. We have to see. It depends on, obviously, that's Crafty, but we will ask the question. Let me just pick up some of these examples that are flat, just to give you an idea of potential. I mean, this is very nice from Sheila. Oh, Shelley, sorry.
Shelley, yeah.
Shelley, wow. What a beautiful piece of work.
It is.
But it's such a compliment to the rice papers because they instantly set the tone. There is something obviously whimsical about the rabbit portraits, but the fact that they still got that heritage to them.
They have. And with this one, what I've done here, I've actually used again the scrap from one of the boxes that are also on the show as well.
Wow. So you're making most of everything.
It is just, yeah, you know, it's MDF. You're not gonna throw it away if you can help.
So within this bundle, you're getting 16 rice papers. Let me explain what we're getting within these. So you're going to be getting your 4A4 rice papers, which are here. I mean, these are your large feature characters. I mean, the sense of grandeur that you're getting here. So they've got that kind of, it's the portraits you'd find in National Trust home, but obviously there is that air of whimsicalness with the, I don't know if that's a word, but it's air of whimsy, I think I should say, with regard to the rabbit heads. Love these ones, these are nice. It's got a lot of little characters there. And then, again here, love that. So those are your A4. If I drop those down, you're also going to get 12 of your, I think it's just shy of 15 centimetres by 15 centimetres. So all of these characters. Now what's nice is you get the character like that with a sort of grungy background, then you'll get the same character in the frame as well. Let's again look at all these frame characters. That's grungy. Well, how about here? So think about giving a varnish to it. So it could be a wax or it could be a resin, that finish. There's Chris, our director. Oh, here there's Lottie, our producer. So, you know, you've got choices. $18.95 is your price. Very, very, very busy. We are, oh, wait for this, a hair's breadth. I know they're rabbits, but hey. Hair's breadth from Going Limited Stock, 419720, your item number there. Now we're going to go on to our backing rice papers. So we've got florals and backgrounds. Within these, I genuinely am struggling to pick a favourite because they are options. You've got two different options here, set number 1 or set number 2. Set number 1, if I just show you, you've got some fantastic, let me pick this up. You've got fantastic backgrounds. So you've got your crackle, which is, oh, there we go. I mean, that's beautiful. But then, look at the colour. Just jumps. Again here with the sort of cherry blossom, that's beautiful. Oh, okay. So at the moment, just looking through those, set number 1, I'm leaning heavily towards. Now I drop those down, but then when I show you set number 2, and set number 2 is the most popular, I get why. Value for money. Set number 2, you're getting 52 images. Look at all of these. Sorry, 54. That was my mistake. 54 images. 23 pence per image. So when you think about your ATCs, how perfectly these work on your ATCs, and each of the sheets giving you a totally different feel as well. So I totally understand why that is the most popular of the two options. I mean, they are both popular, but that's just ahead at the moment. Set number 2, it's a tough one for me. I think practicality, and crafters are practical, and probably thinking the amount you could do with set number 2, but equally with set number 1, the projects you can finish on. Let me just show you one of these, actually. So this is a beautiful glass jar that Anthony's created with set number 1. The finish is stunning. So layering up a bit of crackle underneath as well, that's instant crackle. And also, what did you do? How do you get that sort of glitter?
Well, the glitter is, we've got gold foil on the show,
right.
So that was just basically a pink foil that I had, because it basically matched in with the flower, but I could have used gold, you know.
Yeah,
so that's all that is.
At some point this this hour, you're going to show us how we do the gold foiling?
I'm doing that next.
Oh, is that next?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't actually know that. That wasn't me trying to stage it. I genuinely didn't know it. Okay, £12.45 is your price there. 803272 item number. Now, value for money. Our next bundle. Huge, because you get so much. Stick with me on this. You really do get an awful lot. You're going to get 3 of these beautiful chipboards sheets. So you're going to get 3 of those, 3 sets. And there are so many elements in each one. So beautiful chipboard. You've got your doors and your windows and your frames. We're getting those. Very nice. So 3 of those. Then you're going to get your beautiful 12 by 12 papers. And that's something I've been really impressed with. ITD, as a company, they bring us such beautiful papers. Let me just get this the right way. So within these, they are single sheets, single-sided, I should say, but very, very good quality. 200 GSM. You go through and see the potential for these. What you're going to be making. I mean, look at that. So many. To me, Anthony, these just scream scrapbook.
They do indeed. There's lots of space there to put photographs or little bits of journaling on there. So it's not sort of like overwhelming with the main sort of like
that's very nice
design. So it's going to work really, really beautifully. Lots of different elements there. Maybe you actually want to cut out of the papers, but you can see how well all of the papers on the show just work to decorate some of the MDF surfaces that we have, including the boxes, and even if it's just some of the ATC cards as well, that's going to work. And then you've got the frames in there as well, the chipboard frames. There's just going to be so much that you're going to get creative with. The black sheets, as I said, you can use them like Paul does to actually do his parchment work for clarity. You can be using them in a very similar way to highlight certain sections of the images, but the black ones are going to also work with the foil once they're heated.
Beautiful. So you are getting the parchment. I was just showing you the parchment here. So you are going to get those parchment, and then we're going to be having a look in just a moment at the gold sheets. You're going to get 5 gold sheets with your parchment, showing how easy it is to use those. And if that's not enough, so parchment, gold sheets, 12 by 12s. You're also getting all your chipboard. You are going to get a very handsome little apron as well. I'm just going to step back and show you. I like this apron. I personally think that's a good size. I don't like the aprons to go down too low. So for me, I like it. So you're going to get your apron, you're going to get your everything else in the bundle. So your 12 by 12s, your chipboard, your parchment, and your gold sheets for £21.99. Think how much you paid just for the apron alone. 730978, your item number. Very quickly, we've got our 12 by 12s as well. These are gorgeous. So with the 12 by 12s. What you're getting here is the steampunk, and then you've got the gothic as well. But look at the quality of the print that you're going to be playing around with. The depth of that design. I mean, that's a really good illustration. So this is your steampunk, and I'm going to be quick here because I know we want to get back to Anthony for our next demonstration. But let's just whiz through. So here are your beautiful designs in your your steampunk. You're going to get 11 designs in each. It's 200 GSM. Oh, now look at that. That's instant. It looks like an aged leather book.
And that's actually, can we just show this sample here from Rachel Harris? Let's just pop that on the bench so you can see it, or do you want it held up to the camera?
Oh, that's good.
There we go. So this is actually that particular sheet that you mentioned then. That's exactly what Rachel's done. She's made herself a book, and this is using the MDF box that's also available on the show.
Nice. I'm just showing that's beautiful. And the MDF boxes are at the bottom of the screen. You're going to get 2 at that price. I'll just show you the remaining designs that we haven't seen. So there you go. You've got alphabets in there, more clocks, cogs. It's everything that we want as lovers of steampunk. Okay, so that's your steampunk. And then we have our gothic as well. So let me just show you these. Beautiful gothic designs. Oh, I skipped over 2, sorry. Page to cut into. So 11 designs, 12 by 12s. A quarter of the stock has gone here too. And you have got words at the bottom of the pages as well if you want to cut into those. All right, so those are your 12 by 12s. If you do want to pop them into your basket, $16.98 is your price. Now, we've got more for you. We've got some plain rice papers. A set of 10, very busy. Nearly 2/3 of the stock has gone here. $12.49 is your price. That's a very good price for the quality of rice paper. Again, just thinking about, and Anthony's demonstrated it so beautifully, any stamps or stencils you have in your stash, inks, sprays, all of those, mop-up sheets, just purely as a mop-up sheet, you will never regret purchasing these rice papers. 513312, your item number there. And then we've got the MDF boxes. Now, these have been proven very busy as well. I think after seeing the finished examples, everyone's like, yes, I would like some of these. $11.90 is your price if you want to go for the 2 boxes. 346735. Your item number. We've also got rectangles and panels for you as well. These are your ATCs. Perfect if you've gone for option number 2 of our florals. $11.75 is your price. 854442 your item number, and you're getting 9 ATCs on each sheet. So when you think about it, and this is the set I was just alluding to, imagine all of these beautiful florals on those ATCs. Just work perfectly. I think that's the perfect size. There we go. All right, so enough from me. We're going to head back to Anthony for our next demonstration. What have you got for us, Anthony?
So we're going to be using the gardening collection. Okay, What I've done, I've just cut myself out, just using some cardboard, a tag with a little window in there. Okay, I've punched a hole in the top. You can see, even on a thin little tag like that frame, the colours are really, really pretty. Okay. So they're going to work extremely well, but we're going to be concentrating on the foiling for this demonstration. Okay, so the black foils, when they come to you, you think, well, yep, black foil, great. What can I do with it? Well, you can use the parchment tools like Paul uses to actually go over these. You can colour them from the back side, but the plus with these, you can make them all nice and shiny like this one here. Okay, nice. And it's really, really nice and easy to do. And then obviously you can combine it, you can maybe colour the back of that as well. So I'm just going to show you how easy it is to do that. So basically you just need an iron. I brought my little ironing board in. Nice. So we're just going to place that. So there's 2 sides, and you'll instantly see one is really, really black. That's the side you want facing upwards. The other side's all a little bit washed out, a little bit duller.
Just before we do this, Anthony, I'll go give an update on the rabbit portraits. They have sold out.
Wow.
Good news is we were able to get in touch with That's Crafty. Now, we got them back on extended delivery, but because they are coming from Poland, so as I say, typically everything that we had on the show, it's been distributed by That's Crafty, so it's in the UK, but because this did sell out, it's coming from Poland, there's going to be a 2 weeks extended delivery. It's going to be dispatched on the 28th, so just the time it takes to get it from Poland, but worth the wait, it really is. $18.95 your price if you want to get a hold of those.
Now, first of all, I don't know if the camera will be able to pick up on this or not. Can we see?
Yeah,
if I put black underneath, maybe that's better, isn't it? There you go. This is basically the scrap. Okay, of once it's actually been foiled. This is the scrap. So what Shirley on the design team has actually done, she's even used that, Yanis, which is absolutely brilliant, to make little ATC. Okay, so how magic is that? So that's one of the MDF panels there.
Genius, Shirley.
And she's just basically made a frame up and stuck it on. Absolute genius. You'd normally throw this away.
You would, wouldn't you? That's very nicely done.
Really, really nicely done. Yeah. So getting back to this one here, pop it onto, I've put it onto a sheet of MDF, okay, and then just place your foil over top, put your iron on pretty hot, like I say, you wouldn't want me to iron your shirts or blouses.
Nice. And make sure that the shiny bit of the foil is up.
Yeah, so basically the matte side or the silver is facing down, okay.
Because that's what it adheres to.
That's what it adheres to, so just go over there. And I bet you're thinking, yeah, I'm just glad you don't do our ironing, Anthony. But there we go. Okay, so just really press that down. Okay, so it's a little bit of a combination of heat and pressure. Okay, so there we go. That's done it brilliantly.
Oh, that's perfect.
There we go. So you can see there, I'm just going to bring in the black sheet. Okay, so you can see that has transferred really, really well. And now we have our shiny gold foil on there. How easy was that to do?
That's perfect.
Okay.
I have to say your ironing skills actually got a lot of praise from the team.
Did they really? Well, yeah. What I tend to do also, because as you can see it curls very, very slightly, just quickly, just pop the iron on that side as well, okay? and then you're good to go.
Now,
So,
nearly, I've got to say, with this bundle, nearly half the stock has gone. If you do want to get a hold of it, and you saw what happened with the sellout with the rabbits, because everything is from ITD, or based in Poland, but it's been distributed through That's Crafty, so it is in the UK. But when things sell out, you see that if they do come back, it's on a 2-week extended. So here, having a look at this bundle, almost half the stock's gone. When you consider that you are getting the 3 chipboard sets, you're getting the apron that I'm wearing right now, you're also getting the parchment that we were just working with Anthony, you're getting the 5 gold sheets, and you're getting the 12 by 12s for £21.99. It is a very good price. 730978, your item number there. Okay.
So we're just going to now stick our little frame that we made back over the top of this one here, just to finish it. And then we've got another project we're going to continue straight away, if that's all right. Yeah, this is a really quick one for me. So let's just pop that through there. Let's see if I can do it. Do you know what? The one thing, working with ribbons and what have you, oh dear, nightmare. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be for a little tag that we're going to put inside a little journal I'm going to make later, so you can see how pretty is that and how simple it was to do. Okay, so just place that aside, and we've used the multi-purpose glue from That's Crafty to stick those boards together. Right, so quickly moving on, we've made this one here. So again, this is what you can be using the foil for. So if you aren't going to do what Shelley did, make the ATCs, you can still use it, so I'll show you how to do that. So again, I've made my own little journal cover there. Okay, so I'm just going to stick a little sheet down. Okay, now what I tend to do, okay, is just basically then just splurge that all over there, if that's a term. Okay, just spread that onto there. Okay, because you will find that certain glues, because this is a really strong glue, if you just sort of like put a line of it, sometimes it can show sort of like as a raised part under the paper. So we're just going to stick that down onto there. Now I've got some red liner tape, okay. I know that that's sold on here. I do, but I think there was a deal.
We've actually got them on a 7-day saver as well. Always look out for 7-day savers.
Was it? Yeah, I thought I'd seen it. Yeah. So let's just peel that off. This is the most difficult thing with the red liner, is to actually get the red liner off. Okay, right, so we've got that on there. Looks a bit boring at the moment, but again, just using the foil. Okay, just over the top. You don't need any heat this time, okay. Okay, so you can literally just, there we go. If there's any bits that are missing, maybe, you know, it's got, and as you can see, it has gone through the picture, then just move it about.
I kind of like, though, the fact it makes it look a bit distressed.
Distressed, it does, doesn't it? Yep.
Actually,
so
that
you can see how quick
now that looks
easy.
premium.
So again, we're using the scraps again that we'd normally throw away. So now we've got this beautiful little frame that comes with the chipboard pieces in that particular pack. I'm just going to just go over with a little bit of oxide ink, okay, the good old one that most people will have, vintage photo, okay, you can't go wrong with that.
Classic.
So we're just going to go around the edge. These are uncoated chipboards, okay, so you can colour them however you wish. Okay, which is really, really nice. So just going to go around there. Okay, and this is what I was saying about also the papers. The distress inks will only stick to basically the white areas of the paper. Let's just go around that. Okay, so just quickly just go around that. Okay, and then just pop that back on there. And I've just got another little image because like the other scrapbook collections that we've got on today, the garden pack has got some smaller images in there as well, which is great. So again, I'm just going to use the glue just to go around there. And this is a really great glue, you know. I say, if you can basically bind a book, and again, that's what I've done here, that means it's a really strong, good glue. So just got the little garden scene there, with a little garden fence, a couple of roses going around it. I'm just going to pop that over the top there so I don't get my dirty fingers on it. Okay, pop the glue back on there. And then up to you, you can use a craft knife. My preference is a scalpel. Okay, so just get rid of that.
You've got surgeon precision there.
Well, you know, when I first started off demonstrating all those years ago, everyone said about my skills using a craft knife or a scalpel. And it's because I'd been using that back, well, when I started, I think it's about 20 years, I think I've been using them. So it's sort of like second nature. But you know what, the only time I've actually, dare I say, cut myself, okay, was when I was doing my screen test.
Oh no, really?
That was the only time. And that was because I was changing a blade beforehand. And that's just one thing that I just look back and laugh at now. Because I've never ever cut my finger.
20 years, do a screen test. And,
yeah, unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. But there we go. So let's just go on to there. So again, this is just to add to what we're going to be doing a little bit later on in the show. Okay, so this is literally just a little notebook that's going to go in the bigger journal.
Okay, which we will do at 2 o'clock.
Which we'll do at 2 o'clock.
Is back at 2.
But that is,
what else are you going to be doing at 2?
So, well, that's if we've got any stock left, because if this one goes as well. But we've got the rabbits again a little bit later. We've also got the rice papers, the floral one. I'll bring this one in, just a little bit of a teaser. This is what I'll be making at 2 o'clock and decorating it with lots of rice papers and some of the MDF surfaces as well.
Stunning. Anthony, thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you. Where's it gone?
Okay, so just to recap, and Anthony made a really good point there. He said if stocks are still there. Now, I've got to tell you that this bundle, nearly 60% of the stock has gone. Let's just show you what you are getting as part of this bundle. So you are going to get, you're going to get this apron. So just showing you the apron that I'm wearing right here. You're also going to be getting the chipboard. You're going to be getting the 12x12s. How many 12x12s are we getting in there? Is it 6?
I think it's 11.
10, I apologise. 6, 10, 12x12s. I apologise there.
I think it could be
it's 11
with the
other sheet. Oh, it's actually okay. It's 11. So yes, you are going to be getting 11. Well, okay. Wait, 21.99 for, and I'm sorry, I know we got the rabbit details on, but 21.99 for your 12x12s in there, your apron and all the other elements, gold sheets and the parchment. With regard to the chipboard. With regard to the rabbits, they have sold out. They're back on extended delivery. 20% of that extended delivery has gone. And when you see the examples that we have on the show, no wonder this has been busy. Thank you so much for your company. I really hope you've enjoyed it. Big thank you to Anthony as well.
Thank you, Jens. Thank you.
Anthony will be returning at 2 o'clock to your screens, and I know he's got so much more to share, so I really hope you can join him. Liberty Artists, the home collection coming up next. That's going to be a great hour. After that, we are crafting with art inspiration, and then crafting with clarity. The one-day special returns.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved, they listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hello everybody, very good morning to you. If you're just joining us, my name is Scott, going through the fantastic name when it comes to fabrics of Liberty, which you always know is all about quality. They are steamed, they have got years and years and years behind them since they were obviously, well, I think it was it back as well, late 1800s, wasn't it?
It was 1875.
1875 was it when it all started?
Yeah.
Wow, wow, that's a bit of heritage, isn't it? It's amazing.
Yeah,
Susie wasn't part. I was going to say, Susie wasn't there at the very, very beginning. Just to put it in there, not at all. Very good morning to you.
Good morning.
Lovely to have you with us on the show, as ever.
Yes, lovely to be here.
Always, I know this is going to be a really busy show because I know as soon as you mention the name Liberty and it's been advertised and people have seen that, then you know there's going to be a lot of people looking in. Because for those that maybe, though, are starting out in their fabric work, etc., I suppose just putting it into context about the name and the brand and why people trust it and enjoy the designs that you get from Liberty.
Yeah, I mean, most of us know the name of Liberty from its iconic store in London, but you may not be familiar with the quilting cotton range, which is based on a cotton that is entirely Liberty's own, called Lazenby cotton. It's a really soft cotton to work with, absolutely beautiful for any of your quilting projects or your homeware projects. You can dressmake with it as well, but it's the iconic designs within the Liberty range that really make it something.
Yeah. Yeah, and they are absolutely beautiful. Honestly, it's one of those sort of names of fabrics, and certainly today as well, that it just brightens up the studio, especially the collections that we've got. Yes. They are gorgeous. I mean, they're beautiful while you look at them, but imagine them. For example, they look lovely on display. I'm just going to show one, for example, but when you start to create your projects with them, how amazing do they look? I mean, they are just going to brighten up any room. It's the finishing touch. It is all of those elements that you bring to the party, but you know that you've got a great brand and a great design with Liberty that really adds to it. So I'll come on to exactly what you've got. I will make a point there of saying that once it's gone on all the stock, on everything that you're going to see on the show. So it is first come, first served on those. It's gone, it's gone. There's none of those come back and extended as it stands or anything. So please, if you see something, a design or the certain elements that you really love, go for it. We've got pick and mix options for you. We've got some great fabric deals as well if you're looking to go for the larger quantity to do backing for your projects. So let's go straight in at the deep end with the ones that I've got on display for at the moment. You have 3 choices to look at, but whichever choice you go for, you're going to be getting 4 half-metre fabrics in total. And the lovely thing about these bundles, Susie, is that all the work has been done for us. If we go for it, we know we're going to get collaborative colours and patterns.
Absolutely. I mean, when Liberty put a collection together, that is very much foremost in their mind when they're putting it together. But we've gone a step further in that we've whittled that each of the 3 stories within the Artist's Home collection down for you, just to make your mixing and matching super, super easy. But we think we've given you a really nice collaborative set within each of the 3 stories as well.
They are absolutely gorgeous. First of all, I'm looking at, I will tell you with regards to the sculpture we've got for you here, and they are stunning, absolutely. This is your first of the option. They're all on the same item code, 500683. I was going to pull this back slightly again so you can sort of see. I don't want to do a disservice and not look at them all in some lovely detail. But I mean, the gorgeous thing is, I mean, the images on these are really, they really stand out.
They do, and they detail within them as well. So whether you're doing small scale, large scale, you've got detail there to focus in on. So if you want to do English paper piecing, if you just want a 2-inch square patch on a jacket,
yes,
whatever you want to do. If you want to make a key fob, you've got detail there to do. Or what about a fancy luggage label? Now we're allowed to travel.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, we can really show off those cases that have been stored away up in the loft.
Dust them off and give them a bit of a liberty treatment.
Absolutely, that's a great. I'm loving that. I mean, they are beautiful.
They are stunning fabrics, and it is the detail in them, but it's also the fact that they'll mix and match. And what is even better, if you're a sewer, what you will appreciate is they're multi-directional, so you're not wasting a single centimetre, inch, whatever it is you work in. You can use every scrap.
Beautiful. That is your sculpture option. 10% of that has already gone for you. There's got queues on the phone line. It's going to be one of those mornings. I can feel it. Of course, the best way, the quickest way, is the website, craftstore.com, to make sure you don't miss out on those. We've got the watercolour option in the centre here. And again, I'm going to just peel back so you can really see. I love these blues.
These are really
lovely,
aren't
they?
So the 3 collections all arose from various artists' homes, as well as archival prints within Liberty's store. And this one very much is based about Yves Saint Laurent's Jardin Majorelle in Marrakesh, and can't you just see those rich blues?
They are beautiful.
And sunny yellows, just what we need at the moment.
Yes, we do. On a dark.
Although today's glorious.
So. Well, it's nicer now, but it wasn't so much at 4:30 this morning. Very dark and
icy.
-1.
It?
It was very cold. I had my bobble hat on. I can tell you. But you can see here. I mean, they are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they?
And I love the trail image through that as well. So you've got those really basic flower shapes, but then you've got that lovely leafy trail going through as well. So it's not just a plain background, you've got interest in the background as well that you can pick out.
This, I hope you're not watching in black and white, because you'd be gutted. Look at that. That is absolutely stunning, isn't it?
That could be any number of things. I mean, they look like snowballs, they could be splats on a window, they could they're a really great sort of dot, but not a dot. Very good blender, that one, because you've got detail in it.
Let me just grab the other cushion we've got here as an example of seeing those coming together, because look, there it is at the back straight away, the one we were looking at. That you can see. I mean, that's going to brighten up any room.
I just think is glorious.
It's perfect on that. But again, when you start mixing together and you start bringing them all in, I mean, those colours, they really are fabulous with the yellows and they're mixed in with those.
Can you imagine decorating your garden furniture with cushions made out of those colours? I mean, it would just look
always
amazing.
Springtime. It would be.
Absolutely.
I love those.
Sunny day every day.
That's what we want. That's certainly what we want. That is for your watercolour collection.
Yes.
And I'll just pop that one back up there for 1 second. And then we've got your third and your final selection. If you're really into your beautiful pinks and your peaches again, then we've got the Sunrise collection for you here. And again, we've got big and bold when you start looking at this as well.
It is, So Sketchbook Bloom, that particular design is called, and that one was actually one of the original ones drawn specifically for this collection.
Oh, right, okay.
And it does actually appear in all the collections, but we thought that this one really gave it its full impact.
That really is lovely.
I mean, that is just a country garden set in England, all those wildflowers thrown into it. But the rich orange and pink tones really speak of summer days, but also those eclectic colours you get within an artist's studio, because it is like a paint palette, all on this beautiful soft Lazenby cotton that you can do all your projects with.
And it is soft. I'm just running my hands. I do love the stroke of the material.
I'll tell you what,
Susie.
I spend hours of my life stroking this
you can't, honestly,
because it's lovely.
It really is beautiful to work with. And on that, I suppose as well, we are talking about this as a cotton collection from that one. I take it again, great again for maintaining if you are going to have to wash it.
Yes, I mean it washes and wears well. You don't necessarily need to wash it before you do anything.
Right.
If you're going to make a fitted garment, you might want to wash it just to make sure there's no differentiating shrinkage in it. But I've never had any issues with washing. I mean, our cushion covers at home get washed. We've got quilts that have gone through the wash. My kimonos get washed frequently.
Right,
so
yeah.
they are hard-wearing fabrics, but it's the detail and it's the screen printing process that means that that colour stays rich and vibrant throughout the project's use and lifetime.
I just
Tom
wanted to
wears a lot better than I do.
Yeah, I'm the same as you in that respect. Honestly, I need a good iron now, to be quite, not just a good washer with some of those, a good iron and steam. Just wanted to show you again here how those will collaborate and come together on your soft furnishings. Really beautiful. What am I calling here? 20% of the stock already gone on these. It is worth pointing out, again, don't forget, as I mentioned at the very top of the show, that once it's gone, it's gone. None of these come back on extended as it stands or anything, so please make sure, don't leave it to the last. I don't want to get to limited stock and then you're going to miss out. Please don't. Very quick, well, that's 500,683 you're looking at there. £28.96 you're looking at. You've got £3 saving, whichever one of those you want to go for. It works out around about just over £14 per metre that you're looking at, and this is a great name of Liberty for you. I also want to show you the ruler. And the reason why I want to show you it now, I know we've still got more fabrics to go with, but this has already been flying out of the door. Did I hear 40% of the... Wow, 40% of the stock has already gone on this. 984740, £25.99. You found it on the site. You're already shopping ahead for that one. Very quickly, for those that are looking at that, because it is going very quickly.
It is.
Why do I need this particular ruler?
You can't live without it.
Well, that's a good answer.
So, it makes you, if you don't know what a half square triangle is, we had some on the cushion that Scott's just shown, but it's basically this. So that's a half square triangle.
Okay.
Quarter square triangle gives you these.
Right.
And this ruler makes that process super duper easy.
We like super duper.
But it also means that you can do blocks from any size, from 1 inch up to 6 inches, finished size.
Right.
So it gives you that scope, that range. It takes all the maths away from you. You've just got to follow ABC. Sure, we can all do that. But it means that your quilt designs, your project designs, even if you want to use up your scraps, you can turn it into something amazing using the ruler really easily. And hopefully there'll be enough stock left for me to at least show it once.
Well, I'm not sure, because 80% of the stock has already gone.
Move to demo fairly
Oh, do you know
quick.
what? Actually, we've just gone straight from that, not even the limited. We've gone to a technical sellout on that.
Okay.
984740. If it is in your basket, just a reminder, please make sure you do check it out of your basket. Otherwise, after a certain amount of time, I think it's 8 minutes, 10 minutes, it might get ejected out of that for anybody else to get hold of. So if you want it, you've got it, make sure you do check that one out. But well done. And that's why I had to show it quickly, everybody, because things are flying out already. So I said a very, very, very busy show. Right, let's go on further down. Now, you've just had your bundles. You've got 3 options of your bundles. Yeah. Now, those options that we just talked about are still there, but these are extensions to those, and you get a pick-a-mix option for those. So again, these are relevant to the bundle we've just looked at, whichever one you're going to go for. Yep. And your pick and mix is you could pick any 2. You're going to be getting of your half-metre fabrics for here. $15.99 you're looking at, 190010. And again, those ones we've just been looking at from the collections themselves are replicated here for you. And then you can now extend on those to have a little look through. I think it's a lovely idea, this, actually. So you really can extend on those projects and just illustrate. But the colour, again, is going to work perfectly on those 3 options.
Absolutely. You can mix and match between all of the colourways, definitely, because you can use the entire... You've got the whole colour wheel to your palette there, so you can mix and match for your project as you want it to. You can bring in elements from others of the story, of the 3 stories. You don't have to stick with one or the other. You can mix and match within. But it's lovely that you've got things like the spotty dotty in the 3 different colours, because if you want to do a polka dot type project, or you want a dress,
there's the other one there.
You can use all 3 colours. I mean, how fab would that look when you walk down the street, when you've got it in blue, yellow and pink? I mean, really will. It's over here. That's it,
There it is again.
The 3 together would just look... How
that
cool
would,
that
wouldn't it?
be? Ice cream colours in... I mean, to do your garden furniture, your cushions in that, or a parasol, or anything would just look amazing.
There was a real fun element as well to these. You can't help but have a sort of a cheery disposition when you look at them, because they really do work beautifully. I don't want to miss any of these out. Give you a chance. Don't forget, this is for your pick and mix. We've got here here, almost like a peacock feather on these.
There
These
is
are
a
lovely.
peacock feather within it, and then you've got Honesty, which is the little white
okay.
thing coming through as well. And I just love the fact that everything's... You can see movement in the fabric,
yeah.
you know, and the designs. Again, it's multi-directional, so we're not worried about how we're cutting it. We just cut the piece we want, save all the scraps.
I mean, if you look at we know we talked about these regarding the colours. I mean, these really do pop. I really hope that on your screen at home you're getting that, or your monitor.
Well, certainly on screen here, they are very true to colour.
They are
really... I don't want to use the term in your face, but they really are so rich and vibrant.
Yeah, they are.
As you say, it makes you smile. Because
It does, and as I said,
warm.
you know, when you see these on the counter and you walk into the studio and you see these colours all lined up, you can't help again. But it really brightens. Well, if it does that to a TV studio, you can imagine what it's going to do to a home.
Absolutely.
You know, to really bring the sunshine in.
My white
That's
workroom looked beautifully colourful when I was working on these projects.
Oh, I bet.
So,
I bet. This is to work with a watercolour. That's gorgeous.
Exactly. I mean, you could even cover buttons with, you know, by fussy cutting the flowers on that one, and that would look amazing. If you've got a denim jacket, change the buttons on it. You don't have to have poppers on a denim jacket.
Yeah.
Make it a bit more funky and
That's
give it
true.
nice flowery buttons or bright buttons.
You are going to be spoilt for choice here. You can go for a couple of pick and mixes, of course, you know, to put them all in.
I think they look like eyes.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
But they're not. They're berries.
They do look like
June
little eyes looking
but
out.
I think they look a bit like eyes. And I just... now I've thought that, I just cannot get to me.
No, exactly. All I can see is
like
eyes.
Frogs staring at you in the dark with a smile on the side. See, enter the world of Susie's warped head.
There's a little
spotty dotty.
Spotty dotty.
See, that is definitely a snowball fight in that colourway, isn't it?
That is. Again, yes, got a very nice feel about that. And then we're into our softer blues again. That yellow, again, that's still mixing, does go through quite a lot of them, doesn't it?
It does.
Yellow.
So that yellow features, which keeps the whole collection really fresh and bright and warming, really.
Yes, yeah.
And yellow's probably a fabric colour that a lot of us shy away from, particularly in dress.
It's a strong colour, isn't it? For that?
It is a strong colour, and not everyone can wear yellow.
Right.
So we tend to come away from it.
I'm glad I've not got my yellow frock on today,
Well,
Susie.
know, I did see that in the high heels in the dressing room, but I wasn't going to say anything.
Those you can't see anything from waist down. This is probably, and you really wouldn't want to, this is probably one of the cleanest and crispest, I suppose, in that respect.
And the only one that's directional, interestingly
enough.
enough.
Ah, right, yes, okay.
But it makes it another interesting. I can see this as a border on a kitchen blind.
Oh, yes.
But again, great for fussy cutting. And you could even embroider little beads into the centres of the flowers. So you could make tiny little gift tags with this for Mother's Day, or key rings, or little, almost like jewellery. You could make like a locket centre with one of the fussy cut vases as well. Really,
really nice. So just to remind you again for what we got here, we are looking at those sections which are going to give you your pick and mix that runs from there to there. You can see, again, they're all going to collaborate with the three options that we've got, of course, for your big bundles. Your pick and mix is any two. It's a 190010. It's just $15.99, but a great way of extending on those other bundles that we've got for you that you can really go for it. Or you might just love these in their own right, which is fabulous. £15.99 on those. They are absolutely stunning. Now, we've also got, from the Wiltshire Shadow Collection, we've got your blending materials in these, and these are, again, really, really lovely. Sort of lovely, gorgeous high end to these.
Yes.
Stunning. I'll just show again so we can have a look at these. $15.98. Now then, the names on these ones, I'm going to hand over to yourself, I think, for this one. If we can, as I pull them back, you can have a go.
So you've got Smoke.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
And Cloud. Now those two, we think, and indeed Liberty thinks, that go with the sculptural colour story.
Right, okay.
So the ones with the blues and the teals in it, but they actually go with all of it as well.
Yeah.
So, but what I love about Wiltshire Shadow, again, multi-directional, so you haven't got to worry about cutting, but you've got that element of detail going on tone, which means for blenders, binding, anything like that, they look really good against the vibrant printed fabrics.
Got you.
So this is where these come into their own.
Very nice. I think this one.
Yes.
The Midnight Ink.
It is Midnight Ink.
Oh, there we go. I've got one. I really think that looks deluxe.
It
That's
does.
really rich.
And it really does look like you're in, a midnight setting when the light is really poor, but then the moon hits.
Yeah.
And you've got that slight nod of lightness coming through the foliage and flowers.
I do love that. That's going that in contrast there as well that we've got here.
And then you've got your white.
Now, I will say about the white, half the stock has already gone on the white.
White has got to be the best blender around because it goes with everything.
Yeah.
But having a tone-on-tone blender that is white ticks another level, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it goes beyond the top of the list.
That is lovely. Again, people are already shopping ahead. Don't forget, you can get 2 on your pick and mix you're looking at here. And I just want to repeat, just in case you've just switched over and joined us, better late than never, but thanks for being with us, that when it's gone, it's gone. On everything you're going to see in the show in this hour, so there's no more coming back on extended stock. So if you really have got that and you've got your eye on it, please make sure it gets in your basket and get it checked out. We've already had our technical sellouts already on the show in this hour, and we're only 20 past. Right, moving on from the white, we've got the sage in here. This is a very calming colour on this, isn't it?
It is. It's a really nice green, and it was a green that we felt went with the collection really well as well. It sort of gives that calming, not spring but summer green to things. It's, it's
very nice.
More muted green, but I love the detail in that. I think the detail in the tone-on-tone really stands out on the sage.
Yes. We talked about the yellow, but look at that for brightness as well.
Beautiful yellow.
And this is out. Is it custard?
It is custard.
I love custard.
Yeah, and my custard usually looks that colour as
Does
well.
it? Yeah, that's good. That's good. My serving isn't great. It's 1 lump or 2. I need to get the serving right, but the consistency's never there. But the colour is. Yeah, again, lovely, lovely bright.
Thick custard.
You what? Sorry.
I like thick.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I don't like.
See, I like a custard slice. I know I'm going off subject here, but a custard slice.
Don't. See, I've left my breakfast in the fridge at home, so.
Yeah, I mean, they're awkward to eat, but it's never good on a first date to sit there with a custard squirted everywhere. Custard slice, oh yeah, you've not lived. Right, so we've gone from custard, I could just go for that one, to lovely shell in here. That's soft as well, that's lovely, isn't it?
Yes. Now, it's not the vibrant orange that you're seeing in the collection, but if you look closely at all the fabrics, this shell colour actually features quite heavily throughout the collection, which is why we've added it into the pick and mix. And I think it gives that freshness through the collection, and if you're even going to mix it in with the sculpture range, it's going to make it look less grey toned and more warming tones. The warm colours through the fabrics will stand out, particularly like with the peacock feathers and things.
It does. In fact, once you look at that colour on the shell, and then you look at the actual materials you've got there, it does pop up quite a bit, doesn't it? It's a really good one to go for your pick and mix. Look at that. Speaking of which, by the way, I just want to take you back to the white. We are limited stock on the white now. We are limited stock. Like I say, when it's gone, it's... Okay, no, it's a technical sellout on the white. If it is in your basket, please make sure you check that out. Don't let it fall out of your basket. Last one, we've got the rose pink.
Yes.
Again, really lovely on these, aren't they?
It is beautiful, yes. I mean, just Wiltshire Shadow alone, if you're not wanting designer fabrics, the Wiltshire Shadows give you fabulous fabrics to work with, not just for blending, binding, etc., but as a standalone fabric. I mean, they make brilliant dresses, skirts, shirts, anything of that ilk, as well as all your home furnishings and home projects.
I definitely could do a shirt in one of those as well. So could Paul Church. He loves a shirt as well, does our Paul. He'd have a right field day with these materials. $15.98 for pick and mix. Any two that you're looking at here from the beautiful Wiltshire Shadow. You're going to be getting your half-metre fabrics. 580. 495. If, by the way, you're wanting 2 of the same, there will come as 2 separate half meters that you'll be looking at for those. It won't be a continual length. $15.98, like I say, 580, 495, and a technical sellout already on the white. When they're gone, they're gone. Right, the Fat Quarter collection we've got for you here. Always, you know, Fat Quarters, whenever we do a bundle for those, are always really, really popular, let alone when you start putting the name of Liberty, of course, that you're looking at here from the home collection. These are the 5 5-piece fat quarter bundle we're looking at here, brand new on the show today, $19.99. Again, are going to work really nicely with the ones of the options we've got that you can see. Sculpture, of course, you've got your beautiful sunrise in the centre there, and then we're coming to our fabulous watercolours. 586-399. The fat quarter, if people are looking at this rather than going for the half-metre option, where's this really going to come into its own as the 5 of those?
Well, you're getting 1/4 metre, so it's still a decent piece of fabric to use. You can do a lot of work with a fat quarter, but the advantage of buying fat quarter bundles means you've got those 5 different designs to work with to create whatever it is you're going to do. So if you want to do a patchwork cushion, for example, you've got 5 different fabrics you can make it up from, but there's enough on the fat quarter to make not just your cushion, you can make other things as well. There's enough to do your backing if you want to on a pillow, but you could go into bag making and things. With 5 fat quarters, that's a huge amount of fabric.
I'm just going to try and peel back a little bit so again we can see some of the different patterns that we've got in here again, and you'll recognise a lot of those really lovely colours we've been talking about, especially with the blending as well for the Wiltshire. But I mean, they are gorgeous. There we go. I think Sunning is my favourite again, I think, with the spotty dotty.
I think it's because it's just such a sunny colour.
It is, isn't it?
It just makes you smile. But I love the blue and yellow together. I think it's a really fabulous mix, and it does make you think of that real hot sunshine environment, doesn't it? Like you find in Marrakesh.
Again, really, really, really bold, really vivid colours that you're looking at that work so nicely.
But that really is an English garden at the height of summer, isn't it? The borders,
full bloom.
Full bloom. When you know, when as a gardener you've ticked the box and everything's out at the right time and looking its best, and you've got sunshine on it. It's just fab. And this, to me,
No, you see, that does look like someone's looking out at
like eyes,
from underneath the fabrics.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
That is great. Really lovely.
But I love fussy cutting these designs as well, because the detail in the flower elements means you can go really small scale. So if you want to do just a pin cushion, some fabrics, the design repeat is so big that by the time you've created a pin cushion and you're using 2-inch, 1-inch pieces, you don't actually see any detail at all. That's so not the case with these designs, because you've got, within an inch, you've got so much detail going on.
Oh, there's I mean, I was just peeling back those corners then, and you can see already, I mean, they're bursting with colour. Just to let you know, the sunrise and the watercolour on your fat quarter bundles here, 20% of the stock of those has already now been allocated. And again, I just keep, so forgive me for if I'm just like a stuck record in that respect. Those that just download won't know what I mean by that. But a stuck record is that when it's gone, it's gone. Just to remember that. 586-399 we've got. Now, if you are looking for your projects to really bring you those the fabulous, the larger scales to work with for your backing as well, these are ones to go for here. These are 1 metre by 108 inches on this one. It's got a £3 saving. This is the Kingfisher, the tonal vineyard fabric we've got, only £16.99. Now, in a second, when you looked at all these colours, I will bring one out in full stretch so you can sort of see the full size we're looking at. But the colours, they're all up on the screen. You've got the beautiful teal, gorgeous rose, you've got, rose pink, you've got the green, and you've got your bright blue option. 274391. Susie, these are great. I mean, right across the board, I imagine, for projects.
Absolutely. I mean, if you want a quilt backing, 108 inches wide is absolutely perfect. You can cover your quilt back without having to piece. But equally, if you're doing dressmaking, you've got huge amounts of fabric to work with, so you can make fabulous dresses, skirts, that sort of thing. Do you want me to take an end?
I'm gonna try and do my best as far as like holding out, because everyone likes this when I do this because you can't see me. So I'm giving you a little idea about it, and just stretch out even more than that as well. My arms, you see, this is when you need a Yanis. Everyone needs a Yanis just for the sort of the stretching of the arms, but give you a little idea of the size that we are looking at here.
I mean, even if all you wanted to do is just hem that, it's a fabulous tablecloth for your picnic table or for your dining room table. Give that element of vibrancy. Great for curtains as well. Why don't you make curtains out of it and make some really sunny days? What if you've got a Wendy house for little people to sit in? They make fabulous furnishings and really bright curtains for that as well. Yeah, they're just such a useful size at
They are.
108.
Just gonna, if I hold it like
quilts,
that is half of what you're getting, basically. So that, again, gives you a nice idea of the quantity. Again, feels lovely.
Yes, it is. Again, it's 100% cotton, so it's really good on wash and wear. You can cut into it, you can piece it together, you can mix it in with the Liberty prints if you want to, because they're all 100% cotton, so you're not going to get a contradiction in washing shrinkage when it goes through. So it's, yeah, they're great pieces. And again, cut them up, use them as blenders. I've used the tone on tones. I made a massive quilt for my sister, and that was my sort of blender element to it. So I did cut it up down to 2-inch detail. And again, like with the Liberty, you've got loads of floral details within that tone on tone print, so you can go small scale if you want to.
Yeah, they are gorgeous. Again, already proving really popular. The teal that's just coming in the shot there as well, 40% of the stock of the teal has already been allocated. You've still got your rose pink, your green. The rose pink, a third of the stock has already gone for the rose pink. You've got your green and you've got your bright blue as well. Sorry I've not folded that the same way as the other three now. I have to sort that out for you. £16.99, £3 saving on this, 274391. Of course, the website is the place to go to. Of course, thecraftstore.com. Everything is on there for you. We had busy lines already earlier part of this show. When it's gone, it's gone. So on anything you're looking at on this particular show, just consider it that basically if it goes out of stock, it's not coming back in as it stands right now for you. So please make that quite a relevant part of your thought process when thinking about what to pop into your basket as well. We've got some little extras on there as well. We've got the magic pins that are there for you as well, available for you if you'd like to go for, and also the magic clips that are there for you. It's 24-pack of those, 100 pins as well. The magic pins, they're all there. £17.99 for those, £24.99 if you're going to go for the magic clips, the mini 24-pack. Right. Good luck in choosing. It should be a fun... I think that must be the fun part, isn't it? Choosing which ones you're going to go for, the projects to work with, etc.
Yeah, and probably the lengthiest part of any project, isn't it?
Yes.
Trying to choose your fabrics. And then it's steeling yourself to cut it up. But please may I ask, anyone that buys Liberty fabric, do use it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't just store it.
No.
I know it's beautiful, and I am a hoarder and storer of fabric, but I do use it as well because it actually gives you so much more pleasure to see your projects in real life than it does if you just see a pile of fabric.
No, absolutely. It's all good to have your stash, but
yeah.
not that everyone use it.
Yeah,
definitely.
it's there to
get
be
those
used.
projects going.
Yes.
Good luck in your choice. I mean, we're just saying the hardest thing is probably choosing which ones you're going to go for, and the longest thing, but you haven't got that time really, so because it might just we've already had sellouts on the show. So good luck in that one. Sculpture, watercolour, and your sunrise. Good luck, everybody. Right then, Susie, what are we going to be looking at then?
Well, I thought across the 2 hours, because I'm here again this afternoon.
Yes.
We would do 2 different quilt blocks and then make them into a bag.
Oh, brilliant! Yes,
so,
great.
I'm going to do half the bag in this hour and half and complete in the next hour, which is a bit of a challenge, but we'll go for it.
Yeah, great.
But I really wanted to show you how to use the perfect half square and quarter square triangle ruler as well, which I know is selling out or sold out.
I think it is sold out. It's gone, yeah.
But
so a lot of people will be interested to see how to work with it.
It's really good. If you haven't got it, wait till next time.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
That's all
Sorry
I can
about that.
say.
Sorry.
But half square triangles are something that features a lot in quilting design. But even if you're not a quilter, they're great for showcasing lots of different designs or design elements in a fabric, in home furnishings as well, and in your projects such as jewellery rolls or whatever it is you're doing. So let's use the ruler to create our block.
Okay.
What you need to do is decide how big you want your unfinished half square piece to be for your project. So you'll have designed your project, and then you need to cut your pieces. Now I like to err on the side of caution, just in case I sneeze while I'm stitching, and I tend to cut my...
I mean, there are safety measures in place for that. I'm impressed.
There are,
because you never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
Well, you know, been there, done that.
Sneeze allowance.
So I allow an inch on mine, which is overkill. Some people cut it.
How big are your sneezes?
Well, they're not really. But I do have a dog who every so often comes and sits on the tread pedal of my sewing machine, which can be a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
So I tend to cut mine an inch bigger than I need, and then I know I'm trimming down, but it will be a true trim then.
Right.
You can go to 7/8. Some people go half an inch. It's your way of doing it.
Yeah.
This is what I do. So the first thing you're going to do, if you lose the instructions, don't panic. There's fabulous videos on YouTube and the June Taylor website that you can watch. But actually the ruler itself tells you what to do.
Great.
So you haven't even got to remember.
Great.
So the first thing you're going to do is, once you've cut your squares, is you're going to take it to the left-hand side, and there's a solid black line, and you're going to line that up on the diagonal, and then you've got 2 grooves. Now you know these aren't for your rotary cutter because in fact they are wider grooves, which means I can get my marker pen in. Now I'm using a heat erasable marker pen, but you can use a chalk pen if you prefer, and you're going to draw both lines. So basically we've drawn a 1/4 inch either side of the diagonal, and I need to do that for 2 pieces because we're going to do 2 here, and you're marking the reverse of your fabric.
Right,
because we're going to put right sides together to stitch. So put that down for a minute. I can put my pen away as well. Put it in this handy little pouch that I've made.
Oh, well, very organised.
I know, get me. So we've got spotty dotty. So I'm going to put my right sides together. You can pin if you want to. With a piece this size, I usually wing it. And you're going to just stitch normal stitch length for your machine for cotton down those lines. Now you can chain piece, which means you don't break the thread in between, you carry on. So we're going to do that as well.
Okay.
So we'll just do those 2 together. So we'll feed as we go. So at this stage I'm not worried about my 1/4 inch foot or anything. I'm just following those markings I've made. So if you can follow a straight line, it's fine so far.
So are you? Oh, you're actually going down the lines you've just drawn on.
I'm literally stitching down the lines, following my lines.
I thought for a second you were going down through the centre of
No.
You're following the lines on each.
Following the lines.
Right,
yeah.
great.
So we're going to trim those off. I haven't got to worry about trimming my thread ends because in a minute we're going to get rid of those. So we've got our 2 pieces and we've got our tram lines. So now we come to the right hand side of the ruler, and this time you've got dotted black lines. Now those you're going to line up on your stitch line, and you'll find you've got a cut groove in the diagonal. Now you know this is for your rotary cutter because you can't get a pen in there, it's too small, but you have got these fantastic teardrop ends, which means you can position your rotary cutter into it and cut straight up the middle.
By the way, just so you know, our producer right now is very impressed.
Is she? Is she liking this?
She, as you were moving that, she's like, the running commentary I had was, when you moved it to the right-hand side of the ruler was, that's good.
It is cool, isn't it?
That's great.
It's such
that's
a
great.
cool
No,
ruler.
genuinely, you've got a massive fan there right
Brilliant.
now, Kim. Yeah.
Well, that's one. Brilliant. See, it always helps to have one fan in the world.
She's loving that.
So,
she's just gutted they're all sold out, to be honest.
I know. It's cool. Glad I got mine. So then you're going to press these. So I'm just going to press them towards the darker of the 2 fabrics, which in this case is spotty dotty, the yellow one. And you lift and press over. Don't worry about your dog ears at the moment, the bits on the end, because we're going to cut those off in a minute anyway. So we're just going to press away. So the first thing you do is heat set your stitches by pressing on your stitch line, and then you press. Now we're not ironing, we're pressing. So a wool press mat underneath is perfect.
What's the difference on that for me?
What, the wool press mat?
No, the ironing, no, we're pressing, not ironing.
Well, ironing, you do this, don't you?
Oh, backwards and forwards?
Yeah, which is great for, you know, your shoulder and all the rest of it. But it's not great when you're doing pressing of fabric, because you're going to end up with more creases than you started with.
You've seen my ironing before, obviously.
Yeah. Pressing means that you get a really sharp crease in your fabric, and the fibres lay really nicely for you. So we're then going to trim them. So we come back to our ruler, and this is where this is genius. So 45 degrees. Don't know what your geometry is like, Scott, but
I'd say bad.
Yeah. Great with a protractor, not so good freehand, is what I would say.
I don't think I've used a protractor since year 9.
Haven't you?
Oh, not really.
I use mine a lot, actually.
Not a tractor. I think my
No,
producer thought I was out of.
yeah.
I thought it was a farmer.
Yeah. Used to drive one of those.
The tractor, it's the one that's...
It's the arc.
The arc.
With lots
Do a
of
lovely rainbow
angles
with
marked, and when you used to have to measure your angles in different shapes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Mrs. Johnson, I remember that, maths.
That's funny.
I think I gave it to Lee Reddick, my
So,
protractor.
in the centre, you've got a central solid line. You've got two 45-degree angles and what looks like an hourglass with black lines on it. But you've also got cutting grooves marked out from 1.5 inches to 6.5 inches. We want this to be cut to 2.5 inches. So they're the lines I'm concentrating on.
Yeah.
So what I do is line up my 45 degree with that stitch line where the two fabrics meet.
Yeah.
And then the other 45 comes through the other corner, the other diagonal. Yeah?
Oh, this is brilliant.
Then take my rotary cutter and I find the 2.5 inch teardrop on the right hand side, slide my rotary cutter in, hold down, but make sure your fingers aren't over the line you're cutting on.
No.
And slide up. Don't move anything, but come to your left side and repeat in the 2.5 that way. Lift the ruler and take out your scrappy bits, which can go in your scrap bin ready to do your stuffing with your next project. Then you're going to come back to the ruler, and this time you're concentrating on the solid black lines in the hourglass shape. I want the 2.5 inch lines because that's the one that meets my 2.5 inch cutting groove. So I'm making sure the top and bottom are on those, and my 45 is on my angle where my two fabrics meet. So again, fingers out the way, rotary cutter in the 2.5 inch, cut up on the right, move my fingers so I can cut up on the left. And then when I pull away, I've got a perfect half square triangle.
Perfect.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Love, yeah. Do you know what I love about the precision of this as well, that you're going to be getting?
I know.
And don't forget, if you are still thinking, right, when do I go to the left, when am I going to the right with it? Don't forget, you get the instructions with on how to use the ruler, and again, there's more online as well to go through as well.
Yeah.
And of course, you can watch this back on rewind as well. It's there for a couple of months, so plenty of chances to get used to the actual tool itself. But it's a really, I bet when you get in your stride with that as well, you can produce it at quite a speed.
I mean, I did a quilt the other day that was all half square triangles, and I needed 80 of these. So I got it all to this point, and then sat in front of the telly and just did all my squaring off.
Yeah.
So it is a quick process. So I'm just going to finish these so that we can move
on to the
next bit.
the thing is, you know, if you are going to town, if you're buying Liberty fabrics, you know, just to be able to make sure you get those cuttings precision for you. And it's the same with any project, isn't it? You know, it's all in your preparation for that. Obviously, the bonus is when you start having these kind of materials to make those projects with, whether it be, and just give you a little example. I'm not showing the blue version here, actually, with the cushion that we've got here. This is used in the sculpture collection. But really, really beautiful, again, when you start working. And all these squares done the same kind of feel with that.
So that's all using squares and rectangles. The orange and pink one that you've got underneath, that uses half square triangles.
That's really nice. That's gorgeous as well with the
just a piece one.
Wiltshire.
Yes.
The shadows
on the back.
That is lovely.
And I've also used up odd bits just to give borders as well.
Yes.
With some of the sculpture fabrics, just to give a bit of interest. So it does make your cushion two-way. So it doesn't matter how it's lying on the sofa or the chair. They've got a bit of detail as well.
Just, I think you mentioned this earlier on for little added details on the side, but this with the trim.
Yeah.
next to that we've got with the shadow, for example, doesn't that, even that just makes it pop? Even if it was all to be in that, I mean, that's really, really lovely.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, gorgeous. Don't forget with your bundles, you've got sculpture, you've got the watercolour, which is your blues, and you've also got your, what's the third option? Sunrise, isn't it? Sunrise in there. So 3 bundles, and again, you can carry those on with your pick and mix. 20% of the sunrise and the sculpture option has gone from those bundles, by the way, already. 500 683. Do check those out on the website. Again, I know I keep repeating the same information regarding the once they're gone, but it's just to really do not miss out on these. Because, honestly, when I was looking into Liberty a while back now, when we first started having on the show, etc., you start recognising the prestige and the reason, and you think about the different trends and the different fashions and the different popularity of colour palettes that have been over the last 100 and something years, and yet Liberty are always there.
Absolutely.
Absolutely on the game, aren't they, for projects?
They are, yes. But what they're great at is looking into the archives, keeping that historic element and reconfiguring the colours to match with what society is looking at, wanting, how the world is changing, how we can use history in a modern way. So that's what I love about it.
Yeah, it is
the collections all work as well.
1875 was a long time ago.
It is, isn't it?
Started.
It is. I'm not loving this. So this is what we're going to make.
That's brilliant.
So what I do when with blocks, I mean, if you've never done quilting before and you don't know how to, you haven't got any idea how to piece these things, there are hundreds of quilt blocks available online. They're historic blocks. You haven't got to worry about plagiarism or anything like that. As long as they are old blocks, styles, then they're out there for you to use.
Right, oh, brilliant.
What you do with them is up to you. But I draw mine on little squares of paper, not always this small.
I know. That is quite
I am well known for my tiny writing, but this was a little extreme, I admit. But this is because I then stick it in a notebook, so I've got a record of what I've done.
Did you think what would be the hardest thing to show on TV?
Absolutely, yeah. How small can I find graph paper?
It works, Susie, it works. Definitely. It's great.
So that also gives me my layout diagram. So I always, this is what I do with every single project, without exception. I lay my pieces in the order they're supposed to go, and this is the setup at home. I work alongside my sewing machine, so I can just pick and go.
Oh, right.
And then what we're going to do is stitch these together in rows, and then put the rows together.
Okay.
So right sides together. Now at this stage, I'm not having to think about matching crease seam lines. I'm not having to think about anything other than the fact that my needle is going to stitch at a 1/4 inch seam, because that's what quilters use. So if you haven't got a 1/4 inch foot, mark it with a bit of washi tape or something on your machine so you know where your 1/4 inch is. Practice on scraps so you know exactly what a 1/4 inch looks like, because it is important that you maintain a 1/4 inch on your designs, otherwise they just don't come together properly. And you can see all I'm doing is working through, chain piecing as I go, making sure I'm keeping on my 1/4 inch as I go. And then what I do is bring each row together. So once I've done one, I then take it back to the drawing board, making sure I've got them the right way round, because the number of times you do this and you pick it up the wrong way around. So when I come to match these two, you'll see that the way I've pressed them, one's going one way, one's the other. So what I can quickly do, if I wanted to, is repress one of them so it goes the other way. I know I've stitched it already, but you do this before you start stitching. So don't do what I do, do as I say. But the reason for that is when you come to match these corners, you're going to get a really nice nestle.
Right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And your quilt will lay a lot flatter and your seams won't bulge. And we don't want bulging seams.
Oh, no.
No, don't want bulging anything really, do we? But it happens. But so don't worry if you did what I did and forget to do it before you start. So on this one, before I start them, I'm going to look and I'm just going to repress this one the other way so that my seam is going that way. Okay, so you just repress it before you start. So that means when I bring these together, because they're going to go, which way are these going to go? That one's going to go there, that one's going to go there. When I bring them together, I've got that nestle so that they're not going to lay on top of each other, so I'll get a much flatter join.
Right,
yeah?
right.
Does that make sense?
It does, yeah, absolutely. And I do like the also have it in front of you, like you said, setting it out so you can double check.
Absolutely.
Because you said, I know before we came live, you said you actually work at home in exactly the same setup. You stand up next to the machine itself, and
so
it's a good
row
way.
One's getting there.
Good way of seeing it all.
Yeah, it is. And for me, it's I just find it easier to stand up, and I'm lucky I can, have that opportunity to do so. But being comfortable when you're sewing is so important.
Absolutely.
Really do look at how you're positioned. Make yourself a cushion from your Liberty fabrics if you need it. Don't be uncomfortable, because if you're sewing a quilt, for example, by the time you've finished, you will have a very bad neck ache if you've not done it, if you've not been comfortable. So
it's important.
It is important. It's important with any project, with any.
Am I okay just to very quickly give a little update?
Please do, and I'll carry on doing this.
Allow you to finish off, just put those together. We'll come straight back to you, Susie. Thank you very much. It's been a really, really busy show. We've only got around about just under 10 minutes left actually together at the moment. But don't forget though, Susie is back a little bit later on again at 1 o'clock. We'll carry on that work as well, so you can see that project come to an end. If you just sat down with a brew this morning, you've been running around all morning, maybe you've done the dog walk, your kids are off at school, you've got in for work, whatever it is as well, we have got the brand new, beautiful collection again from Liberty here. Now again, you'll all recognise, of course, the great name. They've been around since 1875 when they started, and we were just talking about they're always on trend. And one thing you're guaranteed with Liberty is quality. Quality of the fabric, obviously, that's what you need to know, but also in the actual print and the colours that you're getting and the colour combinations that work together in bundles. All the work, and this is one of the best parts for you as well, has been done for you. So whatever bundle you're going to go for, you're going to get those complementing colours and those patterns that are going to work so nicely on your projects. Let's start with your first. We've got 3 options, starting with the sculpture that you can see here. A quarter of the stock has already gone. Now, if I just focus on the first one, for example, just look, I would love that with that dark background anyway, but just look how crisp the image is that you're looking on these, how beautiful the colours are with the peacock's feathers that you can see here. The tones are absolutely stunning. This is one, again, you can see some more of this on display actually behind me as well. We've got that one to sort of see it in full size in the feature. But that, again, can work. It's real magic into a project that you might be working with and bringing it all together here. So that's a sculpture option you got here. Don't forget, whichever one you're choosing, you've got a £3 saving. But you can see how those colours work so well together. You're getting 4 half meters, of course, of each one of those different patterns. That's your sculpture. We've got then, if you're looking for real bright, then this is gorgeous. This one is my favourite actually within the watercolour, and this is really beautiful again. But actually, to be honest, they all would work together. If you're going to go for all of the bundles, you'll find something in there that's going to work. This is your watercolour option. That's the deepest of the blues. Again, really lovely with that yellow. It really does pop through on the actual patterns on these, and again, absolutely stunning. And if you've ever been to Marrakesh, that's where you're looking for the inspiration that comes with this, with your watercolour, and that is really stunning. I want to show you again. I just love the back of this cushion actually, because if you're working on this, your project, just look at that. That's going to give you definite a cheery disposition. Maybe it's for your soft furnishings that you're looking at, for your conservatory, the living room. Is it just to throw onto the bed to have in there as well? So you've got just that really lovely, luxurious, gorgeous quality Liberty home furnishings on those, which is stunning. Then, last but not least, We've got the sunrise, and this has got your peaches and your pinks, as well as those yellows that still run throughout on these. But again, really beautiful, vivid colours that you can see. And when you sort of see here, looking again at all those together, and that's a gorgeous one. I'll show you that again on the finished cushion. But this one was done specifically for this collection again, and look, really vivid, strong, vibrant, beautiful, a spring stunning garden there. £28.96 you're looking at here. 500,683 is your item code. Again, I wanted to stress, don't forget that when it's gone, not coming back on your extended for you. Now, if you want to extend on those, you can do, and we've got more here that's on a pick and mix. Any two that you want to go for here. Now, again, they do work actually within the same headings that we've had, your sunrise, your watercolour, and of course your sculpture. But to be honest, a lot of these are all going to work within each other's anyway. So if you're just really gone with something, you might want to pick some of the same. So the spotty dotty that we've got in there as well, that's in the blue. We've also got that in the pinks that you can see. We've got the peacock feathers that will work just exactly that we had as well in the earlier sets. So you've got something in there, I know, that's going to really work in extending those bundles. 190010 is your item code, only $15.99. Now, bringing all those together, your blending materials, the Wiltshire Shadows, is really lovely. Although, again, just as you heard Susie talk about, in their own right, these are fabulous materials to be working with. You've got your pick and mix again on this one. You're going to get your half-metre fabrics. You've got your pick and mix any two that you want. Did I hear that we had one of the white come back? Oh, one of the white has bounced back. If you really wanted to get that one, I do say check out your basket as soon as you can. Otherwise, they will drop out of the basket. They'll bounce back. There's one more of the white. Next first person to come and collect that will get that one as well. But you've got some really beautiful colours. They work so nice. My favourite there we've got. I just absolutely love that. The Midnight Ink, really dramatic, is stunning. 580495, $15.98 if you want to go for your pick and mix of the Wiltshire Shadows. They are stunning. Now, we've also got your fat quarter bundles that will carry on exactly the same theme that we were looking at here, but here, really good opportunity. It's $19.99 here that will follow on exactly what we were looking at the counter. 5-piece in totals, 586399 is your item code for those. Again, all brand new on the show for you today. We have got also, if you are looking again for those pieces that are going to bring everything together for your larger projects to go for it, with your backing fabrics here. These are your stunning Kingfisher tonal, the Vineyard fabrics. Where are we on the teal, by the way? We're just checking that one out for you because... Right, so that is going very quickly, over 60% we're looking at for the teal that you can see here. But you've also, of course, got your beautiful bright blues, you've got your gorgeous green, and you've got your fabulous pink. 274391 is your item codes for those one. £16.99. And don't forget, each one of those are 1 metre by 108 inches. Right, that's up to date with everything. It's all there on the website for you. We've only got about 40 seconds remaining.
Okay.
Check in because we're going to carry this project on at 1 o'clock.
We are. So what I'm going to do is just quickly show you what I've done.
Okay.
And that is pressed all the seams open that we've just sewn. And then all I'm then going to do is stitch these rows together. And a quick way of doing that is grab one of your quilting pins.
20 seconds.
We can do it.
Can we?
Push it through the top seam, in through the bottom seam, line up the raw edges, and secure the pin in place. We
will see how we look when we come back at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
Susie, thank you for everything. But that's been brilliant. Thank you very much. Well done if you've got anything. More after this. Brilliant hour that, and again, if you love that with Susie, then make sure you come back and join Yanis and Susie back together here at 1. Right, Crafting with Art Inspirations up next, then I'll be back with your one-day special, and then back with our wonderful Liberty.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hello there, my name's Stephanie Waitman. I'm going right back to my grassroots, where I started with fabric. We're going to be manufacturing not just fabric by the metre, but also beautiful fabric kits. It's printed in Derbyshire, it's designed by our team of in-house designers, so you are going to get some amazing exclusive designs. Imagine being able to cover everything from apparel to home decor. That's what it's about. So watch out for the individually designed exclusive fabrics that we're going to be bringing to you. And gosh, it's going to be an exciting journey. So please join me and watch out for the shows.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
And a warm welcome. So it's not actually Let Leonie Loose, but she will be here and she will be let loose. It's an art inspiration show. Just before we get started, can I just say a massive warm welcome to our new sister channel, Create and Craft. It feels lovely to say.
Yeah.
And let me introduce you to lovely Leonie too. Hello, Leonie.
Hello.
It feels nice now. We can talk about the other side.
Yeah, no.
Because it's kind of like that good thing that everyone knew there was another craft channel, but obviously we never talked about it.
And it's, you know, I used to be like, oh, you know, when I worked over there. Whereas actually, yes, I used to work at Create and Craft. And it's, I mean, obviously for me, Create and Craft were a massive part of my life because they gave me the opportunity from going from being a guest, because I was a guest at QVC. I mean, we talk about that, but we haven't...
we haven't bought them.
No.
Yeah. How many more channels are we going to miss?
Well, I know, right? But obviously, with Create and Craft who gave me the chance to be a presenter, and it was absolutely amazing. Yeah.
And so
now look at me. Now I'm doing everything.
Look at you now.
So cheeky bit of tap dance.
we get around the show. Just for anyone who hasn't heard the news, I'm sure most of you have on social media. So the craft store have bought Create and Craft. So we've now bought Create and Craft. It is now our sister channel, and we couldn't be happier. If you have just tuned in maybe for the first time from Create and Craft, don't worry, because all your perks that you had on Create and Craft and all your shopping will still be able to enjoy. So you'll see more exciting things happening in the future. So we're going to get started with an art inspiration show. Look, prices on the show are ridiculous. The stamps are incredible. They are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Leonie, the clue is in the name, because all of this beautiful design work stems from original artwork.
Absolutely. Art Inspirations, they work alongside and with original artwork from artists who are basically working now, selling the work. And it's really interesting because you can look them up. You can look them up on Instagram. You can buy their original work, and I've done that with some of the artists that we've featured.
Wow.
I love it because the artists they work with, they're all very different. You know, at the moment on the show we've got Brian and we've got Emily's work, but we've also had Wednesday, of course, and Martina, of course. stamps, and they're all very different, but a lot of them you can mix and match the styles with, which is really fabulous. Thing is as well, the stamps, good quality stamps made in the UK. Because the stamps, it allows you to do all sorts. And I think, and I say this every time we have an art inspiration show on, for me, an artist allowing us lot to do whatever we want with their work.
That's special.
It is special, because if you've created something, you know, do you actually want someone to because they're actually broken up with the images, so we can recreate them however we want. I mean, the artist might look at them and go, what have you done? You know, but we don't. Thing. They give us complete freedom with them. And the artwork is absolutely exquisite.
And we've got a lot of choice here. We're going to get through that. What is... Something smells great.
I think it's because Maddie's been cleaning.
Maddie, what smells great? What's that smell?
Have you been cleaning? She's been cleaning.
Is just a clean as well?
Yeah, that's cleaning fluid. It's not my perfume.
I would have whacked that on some aftershave. That's good stuff. You've got to tell me. Now, if you do want to shop ahead, we can jump really quickly onto the website and see all the artists on there. So do take a little look. 5-star reviews for art inspirations as well. Great quality, clear stamps. This is what you want to work with. And the prices on the show as well are phenomenal. So do shop ahead and have a look at all the goodies that can be discovered. OK, so we're going to be quick here because I know you don't want to see me. You want to see Leonie playing with the stamps. So I'll promise to be quick. First, look at that. That is an A4 stamp set. 17 stamps in total for $16.99. And you just don't get A4 stamp sets for $16.99.
I know, and the detail is phenomenal. I mean, this is called The Lady in the Lake, and I love it because there is a proper story. If you look up Ink and Earth, Emily's page, she does tell you about the Lady in the Lake. And the Lady in the Lake is right down there.
You'll see her if you look into it. And it's one of the things, the more you stare, the more you see.
Emily's just so fabulous. I mean, she's very spiritual. She's very she's very at one with nature. She really respects it. She understands it. And with something like this, it just has those incredible elements. There's a lot going on in this one. You've got so many different elements. Of course, you've got the beautiful sentiments as well. But yeah, the detail is just stunning in that one. Then, of course, because they're broken up, you can use them in so many different ways and recreate that. Recreate the original, or of course recreate your own time and time again.
Sentiments, worker stamps, borders, feature stamps. I mean, a huge amount going on there, and it's a 40% saving. I think you'd get on very well. Was it Emily, the designer?
Yeah,
you'd get on very well with her. I think she's your kind of person.
I'd never met her, you know, but oh my gosh, it's one of those that I'm a little bit jealous of her whole life.
I think you'd get well.
I just.
You could have this.
She does the tattoos as well.
She does tattoos too.
Yeah.
You need to get a tattoo. You need to get a boat. And you need to become a white witch.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm going to do in life.
By the way, if that sounded random, this is life goals that Leonie was talking about before the show. OK, $16.99 is your price, 130315 your item number. Let's move on. We've got another A4 stamp set with a phenomenal saving. Another one from Emily. So you see her style now, and you can start to get a sense of her personality and how it injects throughout the work. Again, look at the saving, £13 savings. That's a 40% saving for this. That is huge. And the amount you can do with just that one stamp. So lift little elements from there, use it as a whole, but then you've got all of these other elements to play with as well. As a resource, a full A4 stamp set for $16.99 is bonkers. 380791, your item number there, and that just gives, it's got a sort of tree of life feel to it.
That's exactly what that is.
Well, there you go.
And there's all sorts going on in there. You can see eyes, you can see birds. It's a real, I think it encompasses so many different images within the one image, and don't just use it as it is. You know, it's a massive stamp, so you can obviously use the main image in so many ways, but then it's been broken down, so each one is deconstructed. You get the original image, and then it's deconstructed to give you lots of other stamps, so it allows you to build up so many different designs. That is gorgeous, and you'll see the black stamp isn't a black stamp, it's been carved into.
So like a silhouette.
Yeah, but it's got the images, and again, it's very spiritual. Again, it kind of, and it's from, the black one is actually the, you know, the hut in The Lady of the Lake?
Oh, yeah.
Behind the hut, so it looks like a moon corner it might be a solar
like
system.
A celestial sort of map.
Yes, exactly. So it's taken from the Lady of the Lake one, but then broken down and made into its own stamp because it's so strong. I mean, look at that image. It's so strong.
It's beautiful.
Isn't it stunning?
Do you know, I was smiling at you, Leonie. It's so nice to have your voice back.
Oh, man.
So we're going to show you something when you get to demonstration. We're going to show it. Okay, got to move on. But if you want to get hold of this stamp set, 380-791, your item number. Next, we've got Ride the Waves. Still with the Ink and Earth series. And Ride the Waves, A5 stamp set. £9.99, saving £7, and that's, look, they're very close to a half price saving, but look at that. Is actually stunning, really nice. I would imagine this is one of the stamps, Leonie, and you'll get this as a stamper. We kind of look at a stamp on a stamp sheet, and it looks good, but you have to stamp it out. When you stamp it out, you're like, oh, right, I get it.
And with these, it's what you can build up. You know, it's, sorry, I'm ripping things out of magazines. It's building the imagery up and creating something exquisite and new and different every single time. And also, the wonderful thing with these, of course, is that they mix and match together beautifully. Nice. So I just thought, so it just gives you so many different looks to it. It's amazing.
043240, your item number there. And one thing we're not reading out at the moment, the sentiments are very good.
Yeah, they are. There's some really strong
powerful
sentiments.
Yeah, very much so. Okay, next, we're just going to bring you the details. This is going to be our Be in Love stamp set. So A5 stamp set, and it's $9.99. Another very close to 50% saving on this. And when you have a look, so many elements. Like the previous stamp set, and like all the stamp sets here, it's effectively a modular system. This is a good example, actually. If I just hold up an inspiration here, you'll see how you'll start working with it, because we've got sentiments, we've got beautiful circular frames in there, you've got wonderful, adding all these elements together. So see that sort of half, like compass-like effect. We can go the full gambit if we want to go all the way around. You can add other elements. We've used this as corners. I say we, it's a royal we. I had nothing to do with it. And then sticking the sentiment in the centre. $9.99 is your price there. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what you can achieve with these beautiful stamps. 851354, your item number there. I would be tempted. So this is where my mind's at.
Where's your mind at?
I'll tell you where my mind's at, Pooj. Actually, I better not. No, I'm kidding. No, where my mind's at. Get a few of the sets and start building up your collection, because two things I love. Great stamps that inspire. Art Inspirations does it, and you don't need me to tell you that. But also such a good price. So really cost-effective way to start building up a full collection and get, start having fun, start crafting. Okay, we're going to move on. We've got our next set for you. This happens to be the most popular on the show so far. Nearly a quarter of the stock has gone. So this is the Clear B. Oh, sorry, no. That was the previous one. We'll just change the graphics. There. This is our Sisterhood. Oh yeah, sisters are doing it for themselves.
I love this one. Yeah, this is beautiful. So you've got the dancing, the witches, well, the sisters. So the dancing, of course, and I just love it. It's got such gorgeous energy to it. Obviously, again, it's been deconstructed, so that's just one of the cards. When you look at the actual stamp, you've got the sisters, but then obviously you can see how the elements have all been deconstructed from the original design, which allows you to build your own design. I love that. The artwork in that is absolutely exquisite. And the other one that's like the arc, that is such a handy stamp. You can do all sorts with that.
See, I've not actually seen this set before. I haven't done a show with you on that before, but you can see the potential, and Leonie's absolutely right. It's discovering new ways to use it, and it really, I think you described it beautifully when you said the energy, and it's got such a good energy, a positive energy to it. 447823, your item number there. As we move on, we will see our next. Oh, now this potentially could be one of my favourites. I love the imagery, and it's going back to that sort of tree of life type element. Have a look at this. Really, really nice set. Now, nearly 20% of the stock has gone here. So this is our... Is this our Be Here Now?
Be Here
Now. Yeah. 11 stamps. So when you think you've got that large sentiment, the Be Here Now, great for your scrapbooks, your journals. I love this radiation of life. It's got that sort of energy, the sun. That stamp here, now, it's on its side at the moment, so you might not be able to appreciate it, but look at that. Leonie, that is staggeringly good. Did you do this one?
Yeah, I did, yes.
And just using all the stamps from there?
Yeah. Well, no, actually, it's a combination of this one and another stamp set.
Okay.
But that is beautiful. And the thing is with these, it's the colouring in. You create your own design, and then you can spend hours colouring in. I love pattern building with these. I love it. But then the colouring, because there's so much detail, the colouring you can get lost in. I mean, they do look phenomenal. Every time you use these stamps, and when you mix and match them with other stamps, every time you'll create something different. And I know we've got more samples under the counter there, and you have got so many different things you can do with this one, because why
did you tell me this earlier?
I've only just realised you didn't know.
I didn't know.
It's just, I've been faffing about, haven't I, because I had an idea that I wanted to do, and I've only just realised that you didn't know.
My fault, I should have, I can't remember how I missed it.
So, it's because I'm in my own little crafty mind, that's why. I wasn't really watching you.
I'm going to show you a few of the inspirations here, and they're worth seeing. This next one is breathtakingly good. Look at that. But again, here, all of these elements.
And that one's interesting because that is working with Brian's stamp. So it completely, the Brise en Art is in the centre, the trees, but then the Emily stamps are on the outside.
Ah, wait, are these trees?
They're not these ones, they're Brise en Art, but it's the outside edge that's Emily's. And I love that. I love that you can work with all your other stamps and combine them.
Beautiful. All right, as we go through the hour, I promise to be sharing the inspirations that we haven't been seeing. I'll show you this last one.
And that one actually isn't that tree, I don't believe.
I think
no, it isn't.
No? Okay, I'll pop that down. I trust you, Pooch. I trust you. I'll move it away.
Because I know that tree. The tree is on one of the other stamp sets as well. It's on the...
I got you.
I can't remember what it's called, but yeah.
All right, well, we are on to Brise en Arts, so let's start talking about this. So here is Brise en, again, falling into the art inspiration brand, such a talented guy. What I do love, each of the artists have such a distinctive style.
Yeah.
Now, this is just
I love that
so good, because what it allows you to do is to build up. This is the modular stamp set at its very best.
Yeah, I love this one. And for me as well, this is so... You just get lost in storytelling. You know, I mean, there's so much you can do with this stamp set. The stamp set itself, I mean, you've got the main image, but then you've got all the little elements, so you can expand it. You can make this your own little city, your own. It's just so magical, isn't it?
I love this house nestled in.
Yeah, exactly. And I know I've said it nearly every time we've had this stamp set on, but it does remind me of the M62, the farm that's built in the middle of the motorway. For some reason, every time I look at that, it reminds me of farm at middle of motorway, because it's like, it's like, who came first? Did they build the castle round him? And he was like, I'm not moving. No, I'm not selling my land. Or actually, with the castle there, and he was like, I'm going to sneak a cottage there.
Yeah. No, I think that's what happened. A king came in like, look, I'm going to build a castle here. I'm sorry, I'm not selling. Everyone else sold, apart from him.
Yeah, and he just stuck it out. He kind of regrets it now, because obviously the throat slops over.
No daylight round here. $9.99 is your price there. 714-471 your item number. Throw slops. I wonder if people still do that today. Throw slops out the window. Okay, now let's move on to some more Brise en Art. This is another. The detail he gives you. This is your Create Your Magic stamp set. That is magic in itself. That price for this stamp set, an A5 stamp set for $9.99, is just phenomenally good. Now, normally $9.99, you'd be looking at an A6 to say half the size on there. But the more you stare at the stamp, and actually this inspiration here will give you a better idea of what's nestled inside, because you've got that rhino, the fascination, the imagination that he incorporates into his work is stunning.
He's amazing, isn't he?
Really
he is so imaginative. The rhino is, and obviously at first people don't see the tank.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I love about this, because you go, it's actually a tank, and they'll be like, what? But he's built on a tank. You can see the tank wheels. But it's just, for me, it's just such a fantastic image, because it's so unique. I mean, I have never in my life seen a stamp like that.
No.
It is so different. It is so phenomenal. Obviously, you can use it in different ways. You can break it up. But just as a full image, And it is one of them. You'll use that for, you know, it's brilliant for people that are quite tricky to give cards to because it's random.
Yeah.
You know, obviously it could be a great birthday card, but it's just magical.
This is the world I imagine you to live in.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be quite fabulous.
You and Lady P.
Yeah,
I can see that. I'll power. £9.99 is your price there. 192046 your item number. Just a random rhino tank. As you do. Okay, last one from Brijan Art, and then we're going to start getting to demonstration, having a look here. So, you know, earlier on I was saying about building up your collections. Look at the saving that we have here. So it's a better, well, it's very close to half price saving, not better than half price saving, but close. So if you were to just go for, say, the Brijan Art, go for the 3 sets there, you'd have saved £21, and you've got so much artwork to start building with, and obviously it all works together. So having a look at this set. Love that tree, the ship in the trees.
Is that a bad time on there?
Yeah.
As the little ship in the tree.
It's going slightly off course.
I absolutely adore this. And the lighthouse. Now, Brian, our Brijan Art, he loves, if you look at it, look him up on the Instagram, he loves drawing lighthouses. This lighthouse, however, is one of my favourites because it is so different. I have never seen a lighthouse like that, and I think that's what I love about these, that they're quirky. I find lighthouse images anyway, they're beautiful, aren't they, because they're quite symbolic. So I love that you've got the one that's really symbolic, lighting your way, and then you've got the other one that's like, you know, one's lighting your way, one's helping you out of trouble, the other one's, soz mate, I can't help you there.
It all went wrong.
So shit. But I'm here for you. But
you know
crashed your boat.
You know when you rented the narrow boat to go on the canals?
Oh yes.
This is what I expected to see at some point.
Yeah. I'm absolutely shocked it didn't happen.
So am I. I don't know how you meant. No, I'm only teasing. So there we go. £9.99 is your price there. 428681 your item number. So, I've got to tell you, we've talked to our team and we've got a categoric yes here. When anything sells out, that is it, it's gone. So if you do have your eye on it, and when I say it's gone for today, it could be that's it, we are not going to see it again. So that I don't know, but why take the risk? If we can't bring it back today, I definitely wouldn't take the risk. So do make sure to check out your baskets. As for now, let's go onto the website and have a look at the 5-star reviews. And, I think actually, no, we're going to go to Leonie, start having a bit of a play. So what are we going to do, Pooch?
Right, I'm going to move this first of all. I want to create, see, this is why I wasn't really listening to Yanis. I've got this magazine that we're going to cut up and do loads of things with. But collage work, you see. I love collage work and everything. And this magazine, I'm just going to show you where my brain's at, right? I've already started gessoing her. But look how good that is going to sit on here.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And also these little ones.
Give her like a crown.
Yeah. And like tattoos and things. But yeah, the crown, I mean, she's going to look quite fabulous, isn't she?
No,
Isn't that good?
I think that one really works.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it work? So, but I need to gesture. I need to faff with that.
Right.
So that's why I wasn't listening to Yanis, because I found that and we're like, my brain just went dink.
Hey.
And you get all excited when your brain goes dink, because it's like, I could be doing this, I could be doing that. So I've picked this up now. I haven't checked it for words. Well, I mean, there's lots of words, but I haven't checked it for words. I think it might be okay. So just don't read it, just in case. Okay. So what we're going to do is let's build up one of our gorgeous images. So I'm going to take these. Now I'm going to move that gesso first because I know that I'll end up putting my
before we start,
arm in it.
do you want to give a little mention to...
Oh my gosh, Jane. I better add Anna. So
this is genius.
Lovely Jane. Where have I put your letter, Jane? So Jane basically sent me a letter, which I've obviously put in a safe place, Jane, but it's... So, because obviously I lost my voice.
If anyone didn't know, so Leonie last week, you literally lost your voice completely.
I really lost my voice.
We had to stop a show live. We went live and you just couldn't speak.
I couldn't speak. I had to go in the chemist. I found an app. I was telling them yesterday on there, I found an app, you type in and it goes, hello, and it speaks for you. I had to go in chemist and do that, but I was really embarrassed. So rather than do that, I just made her read my phone. Because I was a bit embarrassed at the noise it was like. And it took me so long typing it in, it was just ridiculous. Anyway, I lost my voice. Jane's made me this, but.
So you've got all the Leonie phrases in there. I can hear it now. Yeah. Need a slurp of coffee.
I mean, it's my life. She's absolutely nailed it. She nailed it, which is really embarrassing, Jane. You've nailed it. Hold on, I'm going to show you all of them because they are hilarious.
I know you very well. Yeah.
See? Yeah, you need this in your life.
This in your life. Yeah.
I'm going to mop this up with tea-towel kitchen roll, rice paper, pair of socks, nothing else, and not waste it.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
that
Jane.
Sums you up.
Oh, I love this. Yeah, yeah. If it's in your basket, check it out. We say that quite often. Adam, Alex, Derek, Paola, someone, will you run up the counter? We'll now run up the counter. Look at this while I have a rummage. I say that rather a lot. I'm just going to... now, I didn't know I said this, Jane. And I'm now a little bit worried. Do I say that?
I'm just going to squirt it.
I'm going to squirt it. I probably do, don't I? I probably do. Boom! I say that quite a bit. Oh, no, bad. Oh, I say this, but most of this, Jane, has a swear word in it. Ridiculous price for what you're getting. I say that a lot.
Yay! I was going to say it's got to be there, the favourite.
Check out your baskets, and I'll see you at what time am I on?
Amazing.
And that's it.
Jane, thank you for that.
Fabulous,
We
Jane.
like that.
That's hilarious.
So thank you for sending that.
I love it, and the letter was really funny. It's somewhere here. I'll find letter. But yeah, thank you, Jane. That were really, really funny. It made me giggle. Okay, so. Right, let's play. Tell you what, before I do this, I'm going to do what I always do with these stamps, which is just pattern build. If you are brand new to us here at the craft store, a big warm welcome. If you are brand new, you want to see me do this before. If you're not and you've watched me every single time, you'll have seen me do this 5 million times. And as Jane said, sorry, I'm rummaging. Because I'm never organised. So, I'm not using black ink, Jane. I tell you for why. I don't know where I've put my black ink pad. That's the only reason.
Good enough
it's
reason.
somewhere safe and I can't remember where I've put it. So I'm using Twilight. It's the closest to black ink I can find. So, pattern building. So the one thing that I adore about these stamps is the variations that you can achieve. So if I take this one first of all, so it's the one with that incredibly magical tree. So if I take this one first of all, now, I'll stamp this one out twice just to show you. In fact, I'm going to stamp it out random times. So, if I take that one, I'm going to take a yellow, and then let's take an orange. I did say orange, but sorry, folks, I'm not organised.
Are you having a rummage?
I'll tell you for why I'm not organised. Because my brain were too much about the collage. I went off on my own little tangent. So. That's the lovely thing about being a crafter, though. When you're in a place full of other crafters, everyone just understands you and just goes, that's fine. They don't think, love, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Do you need to sit down? Everyone just accepts it. So,
now we've had news. This stamp set is limited stock, and remember, we did tell you if anything sells out, that's it. We're not bringing it back on extended delivery today. Who knows? It might not be back at all. But we know categorically today we cannot bring any back. So this is Be Here Now. I think that is such an important and powerful statement. It's living in the moment. Be here now. We all need to remember that, because the past and the future don't exist. It's only the now.
Yeah, exactly. And you miss what's now, don't you? Because you're too busy worrying about what might never happen.
Yeah.
We know this. This is why I were late yesterday, because I was so in the moment, and it were really pretty. I were walking dogs. It is actually literally what it were. I was too busy taking photographs, and my dog's in frosty weather. But I decided, you know what? That we have to be here now.
We have to be here.
Yeah.
You have to be here now to do so. Now, it's a technical sellout for Be Here Now. If you have got it in your basket, please make sure to check out if you really want it. If any do bounce back, in the interest of fairness, I will say, and then it'll be a question of fastest fingers first. So that's it, our first sellout. We have got another stamp set, though, that is limited stock. So you can, it's our Sisterhood, which is another one that you absolutely loved. So Sisterhood, limited stock. We've had our first sellout. More stamps are going to be going. But Sisterhood, if you want to join the Sisterhood, now's the time to get it into your basket.
Now then, if you want to join, I love that in my head. How can you join?
You have to buy the stamp, Chris.
Well, please, where's Chris? Now, I've got that, okay, already stamped out. I'm showing you how they match, and this is what I adore. Everything mixes and matches beautifully together. That is a stunning stamp. Right in the centre. I'm stamping on watercolour cardstock, so you need a really nice wet ink pad for watercolour cardstock because it might miss some of it. But how adorable is that? Again, it's got movement, it's got good energy. They're really positive images, they're positive stamps.
Just screaming for colour as well.
Yeah. I mean, colouring that in, absolutely sensational. So obviously the sisterhood stamp in its own right works beautifully with that one. If I've got that background, I don't need to have that, but I'm using it because they work so well together. If I take this, I do apologise, this glass mat has got a foot missing, so it makes it right annoying. Oh,
Sisterhood has now sold out, the second sellout this hour. So Sisterhood, it's a technical sellout. So all our stock is either in your basket or sold. If any do bounce back again, I will let you know.
All right, move down to a side, but that's okay. Roll up a sleeve.
They're showing how well everything works together because we've used 2 sets, right? And now onto our third set.
Right, so we've got this one, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yes, our crown, the one with my crown. I can't remember what this one's called.
We'll get that for you.
I love this stamp set. Wherever you go and whatever you do, be in love. And never allow hope to leave your soul. Isn't that beautiful?
Be in love and never allow hope to leave your soul. I always say be in love. It doesn't have to be with another person. You can be in love with your job, you can be in love with your life, you can be in love with your pet.
Or just life.
Yeah.
It's like, there doesn't have to be an object, does it? It can just
Maddie's in love with the gym.
She is, isn't she? Not gin, the gym. Yeah, not gin. Not gin. Don't go there. Go to gym instead. So if I take I'm using that one. But again, look how they all combine together. And that is the magnificent room.
That's nice.
Isn't it quite fabulous?
What are you in love with right now?
Well, actually, just actually, at the minute, I'm in quite a good place, and it is just life.
Having life.
I kind of like that. I tell you what, it's when I'm going off rummaging again in a second. It is when I walk the dogs, and it's because the frosty mornings. Favourite every time, and I just adore it, and it makes me want to get out of bed and walk the dogs because I love it.
In your pyjamas?
No, I walk the dogs in my proper clothes.
Oh, really? Oh. Treating yourself.
Boom. Treating the neighbours. Don't want to see me in my pyjamas, I tell you. I'm rummaging.
So many stories. Okay, now we are busy. If you do want to get hold of any of the stamps, we're exploring Art Inspiration, a fantastic brand. And what it brings you is artwork from established artists. So all the stamps, all the design work comes from place of provenance. It comes from beautiful, beautiful artwork, but it's been deconstructed. This is the set we're looking at right now. So this is Be in Love. Nearly a third of the stock has gone for Be in Love. But have you noticed, where are we? We're not there. Where are we? Oh, next one. Here we go. There we are. I think I held up every one bar this one. So what I noticed with Leonie is how well all the stamps do work together. So the inspiration she's working on now, she used 3 different sets. They all play so nicely. $9.99 is your price. You're getting an awful lot for that money. 851354. Your item number. Now I've got to show you a set that's limited, and sorry me talking a lot, but we are very busy. So this set, we'll show you a picture. This is Brijan Art. We are limited. This is such a good one. So $9.99. If you want to go for my little castle stamp set, it is limited stock, and I think it's going to be our 3rd sellout of the hour. 714471, your item number there.
Right.
Yeah, I think you've had your rummage.
Yes. What I wanted to do, I have done it, but I'm going to show you what I did. So the Lady in the Lake one, the little dangly ones, look how good they look off there.
Oh, they're nice.
And this is why I adore all of these stamps, because they work together, but you can completely make your own composition.
I put dangly bits on everything then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
the dangly bits are amazing.
Yeah.
Right, so I've still got that background from the first stamp set that has sold out, but the one that's gone limited, the Brijan Art one. Now look, on this it works really beautifully again because. Don't know where that's come from because part of my jumper. If I take this. Now, I would be tempted to swap ink on this one and go for something lighter, but just for time, I'm not going to do. So I'm going to have that, the little rocky formation. We have got another show later, so I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do.
It's 3 o'clock, but we're saying we're having so many sellouts. I reckon you're going to have like literally 1 stamp set left.
That's going to be an interesting show. Thing is, though, I tell you what, what I love about them, it's okay. You know, it's not one of them where you think, oh. It's like, nah, it'll be fine. I'll be able to do something. It'll be super. Yeah. So, look, because you've got this, it adds completely different energy. And it's got, it's still ridiculously magical. I love these because they're magical.
See, you'll be forgiven for jumping straight to the sort of feature stamp at the bottom here, but when you get your own sort of turrets and rock formations, you're building up your own beautiful towers, your own fantasy landscape.
Oh, I love it. Isn't it cool?
That's very cool.
It's so cool. These are just, they're fabulous. And they fit perfectly. I mean, that's absolutely nice. Perfect. And imagine when it's coloured in. And when I demo these, and I do sort of apologise because I never colour in, but it's because I love, this is what I adore doing. I adore building up these scenes. I adore using them to build up my own little worlds. I just think it's magnificent. I mean, that straight away, I just think that looks magical. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'm kind of thinking, if you're somebody who likes Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, any sort of fancy sort of series. Okay, it's gone. So that's our third sellout. It's another one that's technically sold out. If it is in your basket, please make sure to check out. But that aspect of being able to deconstruct, or you could just have a row of houses. If you wanted to forget the fancy element, just those row of houses. So well done everyone who got hold of that.
Because it looks like a really cute little cottage, does that. So if you've got loads of you know, if you've got loads of lovely little trees and stuff, you completely change the look of it. It's amazing. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this one, because this one was one of the ones that I were working on. And actually, I will go on to my printed paper. Now, I like working on things like this, because again, it's different. You know, you can create a different look, you can create a different effect and a different feel to something when you're working on a beautiful paper. Okay. If I get, first of all, I am going to get an ink, so just take one of my Distress.
Are you okay temperature-wise? Because I know I'm worried about your throat.
No,
are you not getting that breeze? Okay.
Oh yeah, it is quite breezy.
I just don't want you, because of your throat.
Yeah, no, actually, you might be right. Actually,
just trying to look out for you.
Thank you, Yanis.
So maybe we'll get our aircon turned down a little bit.
Yeah, please, that would be good. I'm terrible because I get too warm, but I also, the aircon is a bit harsh on my throat.
You've got to look after your throat.
Yeah, I did get quite worried. I were having so many different concoctions; it was ridiculous to try and.
Well, you actually, I knew it was serious when you tried honey, because you wouldn't normally. So, I need to do something.
Oh, it was horrible. Yeah. I didn't like it at all. I mean, me and being quiet, it's like, so not my cup of tea is that. Okay, so because it's really absorbent paper, obviously that isn't going to work, but that's okay. So what I'm going to do, first of all, let's take this one. Now, these are, so it's this one. I'm going back to that one. We still got that one. I adore this stamp set. Now, you've got a lot of images in this. This first one is sensational because, again, it's that detail. There is so much detail on that. I want that one right in the centre.
It's like a nested stamp set, like nested dies.
It is, and the wonderful thing with this, because it is nested, obviously they sit together well, but it means they can work with so many other stamps. I'm stamping that on there, but I'm also just going to shift this, so I'll do two at the same time. I'm also going to stamp it on that one. Now, these have been die cut already. These are actually taken from, let me just see if I'm getting that kind of central. These are taken from, this one you should be doing on a stamping platform. You get it much better, but I'm just being a bit lazy. So I have gone a bit off skew, but I like that a lot. I think that looks really, really pretty.
It gives it a sense of depth. It looks like it gives it more an orb feel.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We'll pretend I did it on purpose.
Okay. Now, I've got to tell you, this is a stamp set we're working with. Details on your screen. Be in Love stamp set. Nearly 40% of the stock has gone here.
And there we go. And I'm going to take that start. I love how I start on one, but I'm doing quite a few demos at once today, aren't I? But look at that. Isn't that just
nice
exquisite? Yeah. And then you see what I can do is pop this back in. And when you 3D it, then that one is obviously going to come out like so, which looks really, really pretty. The next layer. Now, the way this was designed, and I'm going to show you the way it was designed on this one, because like I say, these are deconstructed, and the way they're deconstructed allows you to recreate your own design. But of course, if you look on Emily's on the Ink and Earth Instagram, you'll see the original artwork. And I mean, it's fabulous. And please do look her up. I mean, I'm going to warn you now, you'll be jealous, because it's one of them where you think, oh my gosh, you've got such a nice life. She's got such a cool life. But then I think you understand the stamps more, because she's so in tune with, you know, with the earth and all that business. It's like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. I get why you design like you do. It absolutely makes sense. So the way these have been designed, they fit together like this. Now, on that paper, how good do they look on that paper? Because it's stamping on something different. It just makes it look interesting, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely stunning.
It looks like a piece of jewellery.
Yeah, it does. Imagine that on shrink plastic or something. Oh, yeah. They're just all ridiculous.
I really like
exquisite.
The fact we can mix and match. So you could use just say go continuous and create a full circle design with one of the stamps, or we can use them together. There's a semicircle.
Exactly that. And that you get so many extra stamps. Like you get these little, these are well lovely, the little kind of leaves. And these ones, like if you wanted to, then you could have these coming off the main image. So then immediately you start changing it. Immediately you start making it your own.
I love that.
And there's a left and a right. It drives me nuts when there isn't.
You can't, you have to do those techniques where you can flip.
Yeah.
Leonie, I've had an idea.
What for you had an idea?
You know, just looking at this, if you wanted to go steampunk, imagine what you've done just here, as eyes, and then you've got the sort of eyelashes steampunk, and I do the little eyeball inside. That would look really good.
So you could, again, going back to my magazine, like you could use someone's... I was looking at that. Hold on a minute. I'll try not to show you my magazine. But it's one of those magazines, I have no idea where I got it from, but the artwork in it's amazing, and the photographs. But there are photographs of that one. Hold on a minute. Look at this with these stamps. Look at that photograph.
Oh, that's strong.
With something like that on, or that stamp round her eye.
Yeah.
How good would that look?
That would look amazing.
Yeah, wouldn't it? And again, something like that. Honestly. Anyway, fold up my magazine. That's another day, is that one? Nice. So yeah, on that paper, I just think that looks beautiful. And with something like this, for whether you're using it for a card, whether you're using it in your art journal, I mean, that is going to look, and I'm not going to faff but imagine this in my art journal. There's something really satisfying about ripping magazine paper. It rips so beautifully. But look at that. It's just going to look so exquisite in your art journal, isn't it? Isn't it pretty?
That's
on
really
the paper.
Cool. Really,
so
really
pretty.
cool. But so achievable. How you started. So a little bit of ink, stamped over, done. Okay, I tell you what we'll do is a quick little recap, because there's a lot on the counter. We've already had 3 sellouts. We will be having more. Leonie has got another show at 3 o'clock. Whether we still, we know we haven't got all the stamps there. If anything sells out, we're not bringing it back today. Now, let's start here. £16.99 for a full A4 stamp set. You're saving £30. That's over 40% of the. It's £13 over 40% of the price there. But look at the designs that you are getting. Have to say that the artwork, and it's all based, art inspiration is based on original artwork, but look at the layers of detail and intricacy, and more you discover. And there's that lady in the lake sort of hidden in here, but then you've got the wonderful shack in there as well. You've got that beautiful mysticism in the sort of sky chart above her as well. 130315, your item number. You do not see A4 stamp sets at that kind of price. Well, you do. It's here at the... Oh, yeah, we've got inspirations underneath. Thank you. We've got more for you. Let's have a look here. I have to say, Maddie, our floor manager, is always on it. You're very good, Maddie. Now, let's have a look here. So this is another set for you. Full A4 set, £16.99, saving £13. This is When I Let Go. Oh, some of this artwork is staggeringly good. Look at that. Look at that. I love the background, but that is such a wonderful image, and you've got the sentiment nestled in. But then we can take, and let's not leave out the other sort of worker stamps building up on that centre image. And Leonie was saying it's the sort of star chart that's behind the shack represented here. Oh, wait till you see this next one. Look at that. Is that one of yours, Leonie?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, I love that.
I think.
I think it is.
Yeah,
There's no name on the back.
Oh, it is. I'm having it.
Here. Oh, this one's another great one. Look at that. Oh, I like it. I really like this set. £16.99 is your price there. So £16.99 your price. Let's move on. This is Ride the Waves. Now, nearly 40% of the stock has gone for our Ride the Waves. It's an A5 stamp set. You are saving £7, so really good saving on this as well. Typically, you do not see A4 stamp sets for £9.99. Sorry, A5, sorry, for £9.99. You'd be looking at more of an A6, so half the size here. It allows you to build up your designs. I have got some inspirations here just to show you when we talk about pattern building. So, what about something like this? This is a beautiful inspiration. Look at that, and we start opening up and seeing how the same stamp set reflected inside. But isn't there wonderful movement, twisting, undulation of the patterns within there? That's stunning. So we got that, or you can create wonderful cards. Again, they're all different. You've got here. Different designs. Lovely. And then we can go to more of our scrapbooking or our mixed media artwork. So all from the same set of stamps. So if you do want to pop that into your basket, your details, £9.99 your price, nearly 40% of the stock, 043240. We're back to Be in Love, and after seeing Leonie playing with Be in Love, I am absolutely a fan. It's like a nested stamp set. There is a lot going on here. To look at it, look at the stamp, you might initially think, okay, but when Leonie started playing with it, it really clicked for me. So just going to show you here. Leave that one there. Let's have a little look. I mean, that's stunning. Isn't that nice? Love the colours.
Thanks.
Employ that. Is that one of yours? That's very nice.
Yeah.
Or how about this? So again, using it in a different way. Having that up here, and just the angle I was looking at, and even if you just wanted to do half, it gives it like a sail-like effect. Then you've got that beautiful intricacy in that centre circle. You've got your sentiment. You've got more elements we can add into the mix. So we can start developing corners here. Now this is using, say, you can create full surrounds if you want, or you can mix and match there as well. So beautiful examples of how you can use the stamp. £9.99 is your price, saving £7. 40% of the stock's gone there. 051354. Now we're going to move on to Hobbies Art. Only 2 sets remaining, so we sold out. Create Your Magic is first. Let's have a little look. So Create Your Magic, half the stock gone here. Beautiful artwork, original artwork as well, and that's what you get with Hobbies Art. So just having a little look at the other samples. As you see, and let's just think about this as crafters, the amount you can play around with. So you've got your central image here, your sort of feature image, but then you've got all of these character-filled sort of huts and houses coming through, the wooden timber houses. So you can start building up, you know, your own designs there. Let's have a look at this. This is great inspiration. I love the little, this has to be Leonie. I put money on the fact this is Leonie. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see your style. Just love the rhino poking his head out the window. It's kind of like a neighbour. Poke his head through your window. Hey, hey. Can I park my tank outside your house for a couple of weeks? I'm going on holiday. And there you've got, look at all the intricacies within that tank. Add colour in there if you want. Beautiful, beautiful inspirations. Okay, $9.99 your price there for something wonderfully original. Leonie said it herself. We've never seen stamps like this before. I've never seen a rhino tank. It's whimsical, well, not whimsical, it's more fancy based. We've got another A5 set from Hobbies and Arts. 40% of the stock's gone here too. Leonie made a big statement. She said probably her favourite lighthouse from Hobbies and Arts, and I kind of get that because it's so original. And then you've got that wonderful tree with the shipwrecked nestled within. So if you want to go for this stamp set, lots of possibilities, and I'll just show you a bit of the artwork very quickly. I'll show you a couple when we get back to Leonie, so it gives you an idea of what you can do. Stunning. Okay, I'll stop there. 681 your item number. Enough from me. We've got a bit of time for a bit more inspiration from our Leonie.
Do you know what? I might do a card. Ooh. I never make cards. Ooh. A card. I never make cards. So, and I'm doing that because Jane hasn't put that on my thing. So I'm trying to mix up my sayings.
Are you going to be squirting?
And squirting.
It's, by that, if that sounded random, it's only because that was one of the sayings that was on your card.
So because it's on here. Jane put it. Jane put it. Oh no, come. Oh.
Is this your thing then? I didn't realise this was your thing.
What?
You were saying about the. Do you normally do like a squirty technique?
I didn't think I said this.
Well, let's have look, show everyone, just so people don't think I'm saying it. I'm just going to squirt it.
Yeah.
Are you going to?
Maybe I'm not going to. Well, I don't think I'm going to do any squirting, but you never know.
You never know.
You never know.
We'll see.
I probably will go and have a bit of a slurp of my coffee, though. I won't because I've drunk it. Now I have to put cough sweet as well. That's another one in it. Oh, sorry, I've just got a cough sweet. Yeah. I haven't got a sweet because I remember once. Oh, this is a story. It's so like it's a little while ago. I can't remember. It might have even been on our side.
Yeah, we can say it now. Our sister channel, Create and Craft. Just for anyone who hasn't heard the breaking news, that here at the craft store we have acquired Create and Craft, and we couldn't be happier. So they're now our sister channel, and it's nice. It's a nice atmosphere.
Yes. Yeah, I don't have to say it to the side now. Yeah. I remember once, because obviously me and my throat, I always have bad throats, and I got a bad throat, but someone had emailed in complaining that I were eating sweets on air. So every time I had So every time I had a throat sweet, I'd have to explain it was a throat sweet. And I used to do it a lot because I used to get bad throats all the time, but they've sorted itself out. It's sorted itself out a bit now.
You.
But it was funny because it used to be like the standard,
They just thought you were just filling yourself with sweets.
Yeah, I think they just thought I were having toffees throughout the hour. And just like crunching toffees really rude while I on it, which would have actually been really rude, wouldn't it?
That would be very rude.
Really rude. She's just eating toffees. But yeah, I'm not. Anyway, sorry, random. So what I've done, I've die cut these. This is the one that I've already stamped, and that one was stamped with this one. The
Be in Love, yeah.
Oh, adore this stamp set. I adore this stamp set. Do you know what? And I've done quite a lot of these shows now. I never get bored of these shows because there is so much you can do with every single image. Like every single one of them. Every time you come back to them, it's like, oh yeah, I can do that. I can do that. And I love that. You know, as things sell out, it makes you use things differently, or it makes you look at them and go, okay, I'm going to do this. And I like that because, again, it makes you look at your stamps differently again. And I think that's a really good challenge.
Yeah,
it's
that's
quite
a really nice way of looking at
it
it with the sellouts, Leonie. I like that.
Well, it's true, and it's nice at home because I know, you know, when you buy craft products, you get them home and then you realise you've got loads of stuff, and sometimes it can be a bit like, I don't even know where to start. It can be quite overwhelming. Sometimes it's nice to just literally get out a couple of new ones and then dig out an old one and have to use them together. You know, set yourself a little challenge, right? I have to use these together. What am I going to do? And sometimes you come out with some incredible creations because you have to. And it's a really nice little challenge, is that. Now, I'm trying to just marry these back up again. It goes there, that's why it weren't. There we are, so it sits like that. So that is going to sit in the middle of my card, like so, because I think that'll look really, really beautiful. Yeah. It's also got another one that's just slightly larger, and I kind of like that not being ink, because I kind of like the whiteness and that. I think that looks really quite beautiful. And then I'm going to build up around this. Now, this is a bit that I'm not 100% sure which way I'm going to go, because I've got a lot of choice. I don't know whether to stick to this one, but have a look at this. So my Lady in the Lake one, look at that stamp. But that stamp, you see, would also work beautiful that way. Yeah. That's the way I'm going.
I like that, yeah.
And this is, again, this is why I adore this.
I do like the Lady in the Lake stamp.
Oh, man, it's amazing. I mean, that is a beautiful image. And she's done, so we've got the Lady of the Lake in the past. She's done, and I can't remember the name of it, but she had a lady in that one as well, the Sleeping Spirit, and it's kind of the same but different. But again, it's all the elements. You know, it's nature's elements. So we've got the lake before it was Sleeping Spirit, so it were under the ground. So it's really beautiful, because she seems to go through the
Sleeping Spirits was a lady lying down.
Yeah, that's right. But she were under the ground in the womb of the earth. Yeah, and it's all so beautiful.
That's a great
she's
stamp
very poetic.
For your scrapbooking, for your little pockets and envelopes.
Yeah, this one, this is lush.
Yeah.
And what I like about this as well is that, you know, as soon as you turn it on its side, it's completely different. You know, it's actually designed, obviously, here she goes, off on a tangent. It's designed to actually sit over the roof of the hut. So it's designed to go that way over the roof of the hut, but you twist it and it's just completely different. It actually, as well, I mean, it creates a beautiful, if you do it like this, it creates a beautiful kind of like that. So that space in the centre, it creates a gorgeous space within the centre of it as well, which is sensational. And if you've got the other stamp, you know, the Be Here Now one, that will sit stunning in the centre of that. That is gorgeous. I love it because there's so many stamps on that, yet there's one, you'll find one stamp and it'll be like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. You know, it's like, that's just beautiful. That one stamp is beautiful. But then, obviously, let's see. Oh, I'm glad that fits, because I didn't measure it up, I were guessing. But it does. See, how pretty is that? How pretty is that? It fits wonderfully. So I'm happy with that. That's good. I'm then gonna take this one. Now this one, I want this one to be coming out from under here. I've just got a couple of minutes. Let's see if I can finish it. So let's have a little think. So take that away again, bring that here. So it's going to, like so. So it's going to come out from the side. Now I do need to just think about this, because I do want it, I want this one to be okay. So I want this one to make sure, sorry, here I go again, I'm doing that thing. Okay. I'm making sure that that, you see, is going to be the top. So the bit where I stamped it wrong, but it doesn't matter, so the one, that's the top one. Okay, like so. So this, I've already inked it. This is going to just sit at the side, like so. And then ink it again. And it'll sit at the side, like so. Sorry, I'm giggling at voices in my head, Jane. I'm giggling at Chris's really bad French. Who know me? 1 minute.
He learnt it from Del Boy himself.
See, now I'm just playing. Look at that stamp. I love this one, and I don't know whether to have it coming in like this to the way about. See,
yeah, that
beautiful.
Works. Yeah, that's a good choice. Great choice.
And that one, where I messed up my stamping, over stamp it, you wouldn't even know it were a mess. So I'm obviously not going to build this, but there's going to be a sentiment in the middle of there. Look how good that looks now. And then that is going to sit on there.
Leonie, you're an
Isn't that
hero.
just going to look beautiful?
Yay. Now, make sure to get onto the website and have a look at all the different options. Leonie will be back at 3 o'clock with the lovely Paola, so tune back in. Coming up next, we are crafting with clarity in our one-day special. After that, Liberty Artists Home Collection will be here. And then we got our wonderful rice papers with ITD.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand-drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimples shows and have some fun.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Afternoon, everybody. Yes, it's 12 o'clock, so it must be a one-day special. It's a perfect chance for you to see, for the first time possibly, if you haven't yet seen our brilliant collection for you of our brilliant, groovy, the French cities, the whole beautiful diagonal lace grid duets you're getting in A4 square for you, which are perfect. If you've already purchased as well, get more hints and tips, of course, to go through, and all the knowledge that you can get from brilliant Paul, who's here again for us and sharing an hour together. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Scott.
All good? All chipper?
Very well, yes, all ready to rock and roll.
Good, 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 good. Now, it has been really busy. It's been very busy since launch, actually, which we had yesterday at 6 o'clock with Barbara. We are looking at over 70% of the stock gone. We've only got 2 more live hours this hour, and then final call, of course, at 4 o'clock. I mean, this is no surprise. I think when we launched at 6 yesterday, Paul, we knew this was going to be a very busy show because, 1, it's great value for money.
Yeah.
2, anybody that's already got any of the Groovy plates, for example, this is a great addition to those as well, carrying that on. And also the ease of working with these, to really sort of push what they've already got.
That's right, Scott. So for me, the key is that word, ease.
Yeah.
When we look at this beautiful artwork from the design team, and a big thank you to the design team for all the beautiful artwork.
Yes, I'll show some as well go, actually.
And what we're looking at here is that parchment craft has been around for a very long time, and it's a very sort of traditional skill, time, patience. It's not a craft that you can rush, so to speak. And in a traditional method, to create these beautiful, we're looking at the frames around the beautiful artwork in the middle, it would take skill and time and patience. And what Josie's done for this collection, we've got 4 beautiful A4 square plates, okay? And for those familiar with the Groovy system, this may be the first time you've seen what we're calling a duet. And what I mean by a duet is that on the same plate, where we would normally just get the grooves to do the line art, you're getting a combination of both grooved lines and also perforations as well.
Right.
And you can use them separately, you can use them combined together, but it doesn't matter at whatever. Barb always describes the Groovy system as being on a bus journey.
Okay.
And what happens is the first stop on that bus journey is creating the beautiful line art.
Right.
And you can create some amazing stuff with that, whether you use the clear parchment, the designer parchment, the rainbow parchment, and you'll get a beautiful piece of artwork.
Oh, yes.
No skill required whatsoever. But because the Groovy system gives you that confidence, you want to learn more.
Yes.
You want to learn how to apply colour. You want to learn how to do the shading. Then you want to learn how to do the picot cutting. So these grids from Josie then are at that level on that bus journey where you can combine all of those skills into one.
I think that is what's lovely. I mean, obviously being involved with the launch, we had 8 o'clock together as well, and everything we've done with the Groovy, you know, all the shows we've done. I love the idea that you can, even within these, there are so many different options on what you pick and choose, what elements you want to bring out, what you want to double up on, if you really want to go minimalistic with them as well, or whether to really go at full on expanse. And that's why I think, again, for value for money, I mentioned that because basically, if you look at the saving you're looking at here on your regular, you got actually getting 4, but you're only paying for the price of 3 of them again. And now if you think that every plate that you get has got so many elements within it as well, it's brilliant value for money.
Absolutely.
Actually,
I mean, Jim in the office, he created these beautiful scrolls and flourishes. And during the 8 o'clock show this morning, we took one of those corners and we created a card.
Yeah.
And so you can use these on anything else that you've got in relation to your plates in your collection already. So these are sort of what I would call enhancers.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, absolutely, really are. If you are a Freedom member, by the way, great news for you because you've got further savings. You've got to actually saving £26, so you get this for $53.96. That's all 4 sets for you, and that's delivered for that price for you. And if you want, of course, you can spread that on your flexis. That's just 2 payments. When you think of all this you're getting for just £26.98 as your first of 2 payments. Right now, we are approaching 3/4 of the stock for you now going. So please do not hang around. Like I say, we've only got this live hour and then final call, of course, at 4 p.m. 073987 is your item code. While you're popping that into the computer, making sure you pop this into your basket, let's just indulge ourselves with some more elements that you could create with what you got from our one-day special. Now, they are absolutely beautiful. I know we were looking and we've just been focused for the last 5 minutes just talking about the framing around the outside, those different elements. Now, you would have noticed on those you've just seen there for the last minute or so on some of those images, some really gorgeous centerpieces to those frames that are working with. So, for example, if I could just show you one, for example, here, that you'll be able to personalise these and really give you those specifics. Now, it could actually be a name, it could be a holiday destination that you're possibly going. No, you've got a wonderful French cities, and we've also got the Italian cities on there. But this is your chance now to really give you those personal. Maybe it's a name, maybe it's a certain age, a significant milestone that's being reached for an anniversary or for a birthday, for example. Now, the easy way of doing that and the best way of doing that is what we've got here for you as a collection. It is a phenomenal collection, and we'll tell you, it came on the show yesterday. It's never been at a price it's been before. You're saving over 50% on here. That's £112 reduction, which is massive. Now, we had it on the show. It's sold out. It's sold out overnight. It is back on extended for you, but I hate to warn you, reader, and just let you know, we are now approaching 3/4 of the stock of the extended stock that we've got for you, and that is all we have got left at an offer. Now, what you're getting here is your chance to, like I say, personalise it over 37 plates, but those 37 plates I don't think give the whole picture, because if you look at one of them, for example, you have got in there 3 versions of your capital, your uppercase, and 2 more of your lowercase, and you've got that big, large, embellished, beautiful, floral decorated, big uppercase version to work with, and that's what gives you a real dramatic look with these. On top of all of that, we've got some other elements which I'll come to in a second. But, Paul, just regarding these, I mean, firstly, they're beautiful.
They are indeed.
They
so
are.
These have all been...
You must have, aren't they?
Yeah, these have been illustrated by Barb, and I saw her actually illustrate the way in which she works. It's
right.
Very traditional, sort of overlaying different elements to it and building it. It's not done on a computer.
Oh, right,
The original artwork is all hand-drawn.
Oh, wow.
And then the guys in the office, they then take that line art from Barbara and turn it into stamps, stencils, groovy dies, but they need that starting point.
Yeah.
So all of these illustrations have been done by Barbara herself.
Right.
And you've
That's
got
amazing.
the beautiful illuminated letter.
Yes.
And it always reminds me of, you know, like the old-fashioned Once Upon a Time.
Yeah,
the
fairy tale book, isn't it?
Fairy tale
You're
book.
right.
And so you have this option to take that illuminated letter. You could just do B and D for Barbara and Dave, so wedding invitations. You've got the numbers on there as well. And each of the alphabet letters all have a different flowers, and the flower corresponds to the letter.
Ah, that's lovely.
So, for example, we've got A, I need to look it up now. A, allium. C is cornflower. G is gladioli. H is honeysuckle. So you've got all of that connection, and included in the pack that you're going to get in this bundle, not only are you getting the 37 plates, you get the II book, which is ideas and inspiration.
Yes,
You get the 2 storage folders, so you can keep everything in one place.
That's really good.
And then you get a little indexing system that tells you the flowers for each of those letters.
Oh, wow. Wow. That, I mean, it's a really well thought out idea. And I love the idea that we have got those smaller graduated sizes of the upper and the lower case, and that, I'll tell you why that's really important. If I show you here, for example, we are now over 80%, by the way, and this is on the extended stock. If I just show you this one here, which has got live, laugh and love, again, to be able to, if you were to do them all in the larger uppercase, one that would be a very you need a big project, very large piece of parchment to do with that, or if you had a very long name like Charlotte, something like that, it'd be quite difficult. So you do need those smaller cases to work with that as well. She just laid down the challenge, actually, if you fancy doing that. Let's try and get that parchment that size. But, I mean, that's what gives you that sort of versatility. If you just want to go on the singular, again, it's just lovely for a name for somebody, of course, that you can see, which is fabulous. Or, again, to show you how you're going to use those different font sizes, if I bring that in for you, hopefully you can see that it gives you that really chance to be elaborate with that leading letter. And then, of course, your smaller lowercase. We are limited stock for this. By the way, it is extended, by the way, from the 20th of January, just to let you know, but it is, again, on this offer, which is, and it is on Flexi, by the way, 2 payments of £49.80, but once this one has gone, it has gone on this offer. I don't know what Barbara been drinking to agree to a £112 reduction in price and an over 50%, but you know what? Pour her another one, because 895621, we are at a technical sellout on that. If it's in your basket, firstly celebrate, you got it there, then don't forget to check it out, because don't forget, automatically, all baskets are emptied after, I think it's 10 minutes, just so make sure anybody else doesn't miss out. So if you've got it, keep hold of it, because there's no more of those at that offer. That is your deal. 895621. Congratulations if you have got that. Look forward to seeing your results of that work. Of course, the website, everything is on there for you. You can shop ahead. Loads and loads and loads coming up for you on the show that you'll see on there. You're going to see the beautiful, the rainbow parchment. That is on there. We're going to be talking about that in this hour. We've got some really good bundles for you with regards to your parchment. It's amazing if you think that actually the plates themselves look fantastic when put together. Wait until you start to introduce your colour into those as well. That's what really takes it to the next level. So stay tuned to give you a bit more information regarding that. It's all on thecraftstore.com, of course. Brilliant 5-star reviews also, as you would expect, of course, from Groovy. Right. Hopefully you're getting these into your basket. Lots more to look at. But let's start straight away, I think, then, and get on with some of the projects and looking at these.
Yeah, absolutely. So I thought I'd just give an explanation regarding the sort of the layout of the plate. Now, when Josie created these, and Barbara saw them, initially we was going to pop them onto what we call an A5 square plate.
Right.
Okay. Which is what the Italian cities are on. Okay, so you can see a lot smaller in size. They fit perfectly within the plate mate that comes in the starter kit. And you can see that you've got this line down here is brighter white, and then this is a softer white. Now this area here has been engraved, which is the groovy part of it. And then this area here is been drilled. We send these off to be precision drilled.
Right.
Okay. And when Barbara was looking at the latest designs from Josie, she said, you know what? She said, these would look better on an A4 square plate. Okay.
I see.
And the reason being is because what it does, it allows for more areas of the border to be created.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
And you'll also notice, because these are based on what we call a diagonal grid, and when I talk about a diagonal grid, these would have all started off life on a grid like this, okay? Thousands and thousands of holes.
That's a lot, that's a lot.
It's a lot, it really is. And what you would have to do, you would take your parchment, and you'd have to create your own pattern, okay? And then you go all the way along and you think, oh, I've gone wrong now. And then,
oops, that's, yeah.
So Josie has done all
day.
that hard work for us and created these designs. So this area here is the embossed part. And what we've also done, we've introduced some straight edges to it. And what that means is that if you're not into your picot cutting yet on that bus journey, then you can add these lines into the design and then just use a paper trimmer or a craft knife to cut them down.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So you've also got the perforated element here as well. Now, you can emboss and create a frame using that. You can perforate and create a frame using that. But it's when you bring them together, this is what gives you that beautiful lace effect.
Okay. That is stunning though, isn't it?
So the Groovy system, in conjunction with Josie Davidson, makes this achievable for everybody.
Right.
It really, really does. And what you'll also notice that this finished piece here is actually smaller than what's on the plate.
Yes.
So not only can you keep it exactly as it comes on the plate, you can reduce it, you can make it larger, you can take elements of it. When you look, you've got like a beautiful star or snowflake design. And that's when you start to work with the plates and you'll see different things on them. Isn't that beautiful?
It is gorgeous. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say with regards to just the for value as well. that it's one, you do get that framing, but it's the images within your leading image, if you like, you know, that you will find, which is so great. And we mentioned this earlier. Oh, by the way, we are now approaching 80% of the stock, so it is going very, very quickly. It's one of those, again, if you've got anything, of course, from the Groovy that you're looking at in these, it's just an addition. It's not instead of, it's not to replace. It's definitely one of those that you can build up layer and layer and put together, which is why I think this is so lovely, because one, it's easy to use, and two, the more plates you have, the more options you have for what you want to create with your card or your project, really.
Absolutely. And if you're looking for a new craft at New Year 2022 and you're thinking, right, I want to try something different, the Groovy system is fantastic because we've got children now of 5 years old being able to do parchment craft.
Well, that's great, isn't it? That is brilliant.
And we've also got some trad parchers that used to do it in the traditional method many years ago, but due to dexterity problems, they had to stop.
That's
so
fair.
it's reinvented life back into a beautiful but very traditional type of artwork.
Definitely take advantage of this, because it's one of those, you're getting so much, basically getting 4 for the price of 3 in here. You've got so many options at your fingertips to work with it. I find it, just watching when Paul's working with this, for example, I find it one of those you can certainly easily zone out, because the maths has been done for you, the thinking it through has been done for you. You just do the creativity with the plates that are there for you. Just to remind you again, you can get this, I mean, it's a great one-day special. If you're a Freedom member, your first payment's only $26.98. That's your first payment. You've only got one more to make of that same price after, so you're going to get all of this to be working from. Also, it's fair to say that if you are just starting out, you will be getting your instructions as well, which will go over everything that Paul's has been talking about and the best way to use what you're going to be getting within each of those plates. So you get all of that information in there. £26 saving, Freedom members. Aren't you glad you are a member on this one? That means you're going to get this for 2 of your flexes, of course, on that, which again brings that price point right the way down for you if you are a Freedom member. The item code, if you are or if you're not yet, is the same, 073987. We are looking at then. Right, so which one have you got? You've got the Paris one there.
Okay, yeah, so in the previous hours we've covered all of the other cities. So for this hour we're going to have a look at Paris.
Lovely.
Now, if this is the first time of you actually sort of investing in these beautiful duet plates, just follow the instructions that Josie gives you, which comes in with each of the plates.
Yeah.
And just do a complete square, okay? Just do it exactly how it comes. So don't put yourself under added pressure.
No.
Just go with it exactly
Yes.
how it comes, and then you'll get that confidence to adapt it
Right.
afterwards.
Good advice, yeah.
Once you've got that confidence, you then need to decide what you're going to pop in the middle of your design, because it is, at the end of the day, a frame. So, for example, this is the one we're going to have a look at here.
That's pretty.
Okay. Absolutely beautiful. But can you see that beautiful tone of colour, how
Yeah,
it
that
changes?
is nice.
How do you do that? Well, that's using our fantastic rainbow parchment and
Right.
paper, which we've got on the show. Okay, so what we're going to do to start off with, so you decide what you're going to pop in the middle. So on this one, we've got the floral M. Okay, if I hold this up on camera number 1, we could probably, because it's very soft in tone, we could probably really start to see it. There we go. We can see that M in a little bit more detail. Okay, and it just really makes a feature of the frame itself. So I've got various different toppers here, whether you go with parchment, you can go with ovals. So don't think that you're restricted to either a square or a rectangle. You can take any shape, pop it in the middle. You can take a photo and pop it on the inside as well. You can take our lovely parchment poppets. But here you can see if I put the parchment poppet in place, it's too big for the design. Who's to say that that isn't the right way? Turn it round that way, and then you can see how it then fits.
Yeah.
Okay. So to start off with, what we're going to do, I'm going to work with a piece of clear parchment, because it's just a little bit easier to show. Now, when we're working with the plates, again, it's got the instructions on there. So it says, emboss this side up. So if I run my fingers over the back, because it's the back of the plate we're working on, it's the grooves, okay? And when we come to do the perforating, we turn the plate over, as well as our parchment, and it says perforate from this side.
Right, clear.
Okay. So in order to get started, I'm just going to take a piece of A4 parchment, so this is clear. Now, if I position this on here, because this is where I'm going to start, I've got nowhere really to attach my parchment.
No.
So what's likely to happen is I can take my groovy tabs, for example, I could do this, and I've attached it to the table, but it's still got movement to it. So this is where the plate mate comes into play.
Right.
Okay. So what is the plate mate? Within the starter kit, when we first launched the system, we gave you what we call a plate mate, and it's like a mate for all of the different plates.
Right, right.
And what it does, I've got a tickle in my throat.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So, what we're going to do now, it comes in two parts. I'm just going to take a quick sip of water.
That's all right.
While we just have a look at this.
I tell you what, while you, we'll give you the details of this one you're going to get with the actual plate mate. This is for your A4 square grids. Now, you're going to get your extenders in here as well, which are in the centre of that longer one that you see. That's going to extend those projects and that framing on the outside to do your larger projects. You're also going to be getting your groovy tabs that are in there for it. And all this has got a £3 saving, so it's under £30 right now. It's just £29.97. 077 430. That's for the kits at the moment that Paul is talking you through. Is the tickle gone there now?
It has indeed.
Good.
I think it must be the producer, because I didn't have that tickle this morning, did I?
No. I mean, that's great. I mean, at least he didn't name and shame you, Charlotte.
No.
Sorry.
Okay. So basically, the plate mate comes in two parts, and the reason it comes in two parts is because it has that versatility to it again. Okay, and also for a logistic reason, because if this was one solid piece like that, it's got that snappability to it.
Yeah.
It's not going to go through your letterbox, okay, and it's unlikely to turn up in one piece.
No.
So it comes in two parts, so it's a lot better like that. But what it also does, it comes with, and this was Dave's idea, it comes with these little extender plates. So, for example, if I was working, because a number of our plates are A4,
yes,
like the Linda Williams, it's a wrap, or, for example, the plate mate that comes in the starter kit. And what that does, because we do A3 parchment as well, so if I wanted to do a really, if I wanted to do Charlotte on a big piece of parchment, I definitely need to be working on a larger area. Okay, so these little extender bars, they slot in perfectly, just like that, to give you that larger area. Okay. So let's just go back to the plate. Oh, and I also forgot, it also comes with a beautiful design plate from Josie.
Oh, yes.
As well.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's lovely.
Value for money. It really is.
And your tabs are also included in that as well.
Absolutely.
Get a lot.
So what we're going to do first is I'm going to put the plate down. I'm going to slide the plate mate around it. Use the groovy tabs to hold that together. Okay. And then when you've finished, it creates a hinge. So I can then just pop that into a folder for easy storage. So let's open that up again. So I'm going to start with the embossing first. So if I just take a clear piece of parchment. Now, I know that I'm going to do embossing and I'm also going to do perforating. So I'm going to take a tumble dry sheet and I'm going to wipe both sides of the parchment.
Now it's quite cushy, because when it looks, when you're just doing it, it just looks like a little thing you might do, but actually, to get the best out of this, to work with it, it is good to do this. You get that included.
You really do, because that would be one of the times, if you didn't wipe the parchment with a tumble dryer sheet, what will happen is that when you use the tool to trace out the design, you get a resistance.
Right.
And it's likely to rip the parchment.
Oh, right.
Okay, so the tumble dry sheet really makes a difference. On the plate mate, we've got lines, okay, and what that means is that I can use those for positioning. So that because we're going to create a square or a rectangle, the parchment needs to be at the right angle every time we move it around.
Of course, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So just an extra element to that plate mate there. So if I take a couple of groovy tabs, I'm going to hold my parchment in place. Okay. Now, I remember when we first started looking at the duet plates from Josie back in the day, and we'd be prepping for the TV show, and you'd go around and you'd emboss all the dots, because for me, and I know Barb's the same, we do the embossing first. And you go around, and then you turn it round, and for whatever reason, it's moved slightly, and it doesn't line up.
Well, yeah,
and I've wasted all that time going all the way around, and so I've got to stick a butterfly on it to hide where it doesn't work. So what we do, Barb came up with the idea, is what we call registration marks.
Oh, right.
Okay. So, for example, if I know that I'm going to use all these elements, then I'm taking the number 2 tool that comes in the starter kit, okay, which has a little ball on the end, and I'm just going to press into each of the dots. So if you've got a sort of a nice solid line like this one here has on the design, then what I can do, I'm just going to I'm literally just pressing in. And because these are embossed dots underneath, then what happens is that the parchment stretches, okay? And you can see how it starts to turn white. So if I was to go all the way around the inner part of this design, that's fine, but it doesn't really help me for repositioning. So what I would do is do a couple of other sort of areas of registration for when I'm lining back up.
Right.
Okay, I'm not going to do all of it, okay, because I don't need to. So I've got a piece here that Josie has kindly started for me, just to show. Let me grab this piece of card. Look, Josie gives me little notes, little post-it notes to tell me what I'm doing. Okay, so we can see now how we've just partially done the embossing. Okay.
Key areas then.
Don't worry about the screen's not blurry. What Josie has done, she's used our beautiful rainbow parchment. If I pop white underneath, look at that.
Let's see it.
Isn't that beautiful? So
Love
this is one of the pastel rainbow sets. Okay, but you can see. So once you've done that, you can then get. Once you've completed this final corner, and what you'll find. Let me just take this piece off here. Grab that. Parchment is very slidey. Okay, we're going to take that off. Pop that over there. So then what I would do, what you'll find is that when you do the embossing, it sort of slots back into play.
Right.
So, for example, so I can have a look here. So I can have a look to see where Josie's gone from. And you can see that Josie's made this design slightly narrower to what's on the plate. So if I'm going to complete this corner here, then what I would do is I take this up and I'm lining up.
Line it up. Yeah, there we are.
Over here, and you can see how it just fits perfectly back into place.
And pick up from there.
And you just pick up. And once you're happy that this corner meets as it comes round, then you just spend the time with the number 2 tool and going back in and filling in all the other embossed dots.
See, that it is brilliant. You can pick up and put down as well from that. So, thank you very much for that. I want to give a very quick update, it's okay, because it's very, very busy. Now, we've gone from over 80% of the stock. If you remember when we started this off only 20-odd minutes ago, we were just around about the 70%. We hit over 3/4. We're now over 80%. And this is whilst we're still watching pause. So, I would say, please, the longer you leave it, the more stock is going to disappear, the more chance of you missing out on this one. I don't want that to happen for you. It is 4 for 3 that you get for an offer on your one-day special. 073987. If you're a Freedom member, I know we love a bargain, we love a deal. This is why you remember for these kind of offers. £26 saving as a Freedom member. That brings you out to £53.96. And of course you can put that on your Flexi as well. So bringing those 2 payments down for you again just helps spread the cost even better. So it's just £26.98. Now, of course, if you are groovy, you're already working with these plates. You need no more introduction to them. Just do not miss out, please. Do get those. If you are starting out with us, you will probably want to go for the Plate Mate. It's something that we've been talking about, and we're very busy for these. It's always lovely to welcome new people that are going to be joining with the Groovy Plates with us. This is an absolute must for you. That price saving brings it to the right side of £30, £29.97. 077 430. That gets you your A4 square grid with extenders and the Groovy tabs in there, and you've got that wonderful plate to be working on there. 077 430. Now, I want to very quickly as well, before we go back to Paul, is you can see this absolutely beautiful cornucopia of colour behind me here with our clarity stamp, the rainbow parchment and the paper duo that you've got here. And as you can see, these are fabulous. I'll go through the options for you. The first item number is going to be giving you for the options that you have. That's 678824. Now, on there, you've got all sorts to look at. Now, if I just go through them for you, starting up here, top left, we've got the lemon sorbet sunrise. Then you've got your... Is that right? That is, isn't it? Yeah? Yeah, it is, yeah. That's your lemon sorbet sunrise. You've got your California sunset in the centre there you're looking at. Then you've got your beautiful rose garden going across to the ends. Then, down bottom left here, we have got your beautiful lavender fields. If you really like those deep plushes, that is really beautiful colour for the lavender fields there. Then, see, I love them all, to be honest. I've got our pastel rainbow right in the centre that you're looking at there. And last but not least, we have got Paradise Island. Now, those are equalled in what you're going to be getting with 12 sheets of the parchment paper. And if I just move the lavender, for example, and then you're also going to be getting 12 sheets of the paper as well. Now, there's going to be 6 different designs in there, and you can get 2 sheets of each for you. Now, that is $11.99, whichever one of those sets you want to go for, 674,824. Now, you might be thinking, do you know what, in for a penny, in for a pound. Actually, and they're all look fabulous. I'm going to be using them. Why not go where your big saving is as well on this one? Is the complete 6 sets you're going to be getting of all your papers and your parchment with a £7 saving on here, which gives you everything, which you can spread over 2 payments for just £32.47 each. Now, talking of value for money, and on this, Paul, if I could just ask your opinion on this one, because what's a rule of thumb for what you're paying for a A4 sheet of parchment, for example?
So for an A4 sheet of coloured parchment, we sell it for £1 a sheet.
Okay,
right. And that's why we do them in packs of 12 or packs of 10.
Right.
Okay. And when we came out, well, I say we, when, because these were designed by Linda Williams and Jim in the office.
Right.
And what we decided to do was we do the beautiful coloured parchment, but then we'd also do the accompanying paper as well.
Which is great.
Which is great. So normally you're paying £1, that would be £12 for that parchment, and then we would charge more for the paper.
Right,
You're not. You're getting £12, you're getting the 12 paper and the 12 parchment.
So it was $11.99 for a set. So you'd be looking, that is absolutely brilliant. But if you work this out now, I mean, that is brilliant value at that price point looking at. Now, if you're going to go for the complete collection, all 6 sets for all of those, with a £7 reduction for it, you really are getting a fabulous offer on that. And again, if you think about a lot of the ones that I've shown have got the different colour parchment, just picking up a couple just at random that's in front of me here, that I can show you a couple of those with the rainbow. But just look how beautiful an effect you're going to be getting with the rainbow coloured parchment that is included in here that you can see. An S for Scott. How about that one? But again, we've also got the other colours coming through. That's one for Orchid that we can see, and then another one that you see. I mean, they really are beautiful, these. I remember, I think you showed once before, a way of really maximising, so you can either get a slightly a sort of duller effect, if that's the right word, but you can also really make these colours ping. And it's the way that you alternate the work between the paper and the parchment?
That's right, Scott. So I've got my folder here if we want to have a look on the overhead, because in each of the colourways that you're going to get, you've got the 6 different patterns. And when I talk about patterns, so on the display boards, when we're looking on there, there's various different lookouts for them. So we've got the beautiful colour gradient going from left to right or right to left. So this is your A4 sheet. The next design, it goes diagonally in gradient. Okay, and what we're looking at here for each of these different options, it's the same. So now that's coming in from all 4 sides to create a beautiful cloudy effect. Then we have this one, a beautiful ombre, so it radiates from the centre.
That's nice, isn't it?
Okay. And then this one, then you get that beautiful sort of gradient from top to bottom. And then finally, the 6th design is this lovely wavy look to it. Okay. So if I take, for example, if I take this piece here...
And it is worth just saying that you are getting all 6 of those designs, whichever pack you choose. Yes. You do get all 6 designs in each of those packs that you're looking at, your paper and your parchment, just so you know, so you get 12 of each.
That's right. So, if I now take, I've got the parchment here, so you can see you've got that beautiful colourway, and you can use parts of it. I mean, this one here that Josie's done, she's used the one from the gradient where it goes top to bottom. Okay. Then you have the paper. And the reason we brought the paper into play was because what it does, it intensifies the
Yeah.
colour.
Yeah.
So where Josie has created this piece here, I've got one that she's already finished for me, and you pop it on there and it looks absolutely beautiful. But if I now take the paper and pop that underneath, what it does is it intensifies the colour.
Yeah, that's it.
And that M stands out a little bit more.
Yeah.
So let's pop that to one side just to show you. So you can take it how it comes and just pop it underneath, but you can really see...
You can, the
that
difference.
wavy one's a bit freaky, isn't it? Where it sort of comes in together. So you've got that intensity of colour. However, if I take and turn it this way, so I've got blue at the top, watch what happens now. Let's get it onto there. And we're going to bring that in. All of a sudden, we've got lilacs.
That's great, isn't it?
Okay. And you, I mean, look at that. That's
yeah,
really
that
sort
is
of
brilliant.
Psychedelic, isn't it?
It is, that's very cool.
Okay, so that's two ways. But if I then come and go in sideways, you've got another look as well.
Yeah, great for mixing and matching.
Really
have
it. Just think, because, I mean, I could take one of the other designs from the sheet, pop it underneath, and I'd get another look as well. So
that's why I think probably if you can justify for yourself going for the complete collection, it just gives you a lot more variation that you can pick and choose, which makes every card unique, isn't it?
It really does. And I think with the coloured parchment we have, the two-tone parchment we have on the show, the designer parchment, and now the rainbow parchment.
Yeah.
For me, depending on the colour tones you've gone for, I mean, the beautiful California one.
Oh, yes, yeah.
You've got there's some really nice, bright and zesty, but also some really soft and quite masculine looking colours as well. And what I find now is that if I don't want to spend the time colouring in my design, then especially the rainbow parchment or the designer parchment, it does it all for me.
Yeah,
it really does.
Yeah, and you're going to have a huge amount in your store to be able to work with. If you go for the complete collection here, you know, sometimes you may just be working on the parchment for those well, but there's no reason why these papers can't be working again for other projects that you're having, because they are just beautiful
Absolutely.
papers.
I mean, you can use them with your dies, you can die cut them, you can use them for matting and layering, you could use them as beautiful, luxurious inserts on the side of your card.
They are lovely. They are absolutely gorgeous. So if you want to go for them individually, the details for that are at the bottom of your screen. Just remember, you've got actually, is it 6 sets to choose from? That's $11.99. 674824 is your item code there. Your biggest saving you're looking at, of course, is when you go for the complete collection. It's all 6 sets. Don't forget, in that you're going to be getting 6 designs, the ones that Paul's just taken you through, and on that as well, you'll be getting 2 sheets of each within those designs on those individual packs, and you get your £7 saving if you're going to be going for the complete collection. And you can spread that cost, £32.47. Item code for that, 073939 is what you're looking for. But they are absolutely gorgeous. I love that when you sort of play between keeping them the same or alternating it and swapping it, because it just means that everyone could be so different to work with. It's a great design.
It is magical, and I actually found that by mistake, because I put 2 pieces down and they were overlaying on one another, and I thought,
no, that's what I've landed it. The happy accident there, great. What are we going to carry on with there then, Paul?
OK, Scott, so what we've done, we've completed all the embossing to create our frame. And as you can see here in this area, this is just embossed. There's no perforating to it. It's just embossed, as we were talking about earlier. Beautiful, just as it is. You don't have to do it. I mean, look at those stars or the little snowflakes, the way that they really stand out. But the idea behind the duet plates is that you can now combine the perforating with them. So if this was just an embossed pattern, what you would then have to do is you would have to take the diagonal grid, the basic grid, pop it underneath, line up your design, and then perforate all the holes. Okay. Now, there's a risk with that, because if you don't concentrate properly, what can happen is you can then perforate the white dots.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you've lost that design element to it. So this is where Josie's worked her magic and created the same design, but with the perforations. So when we come to do the perforating, we turn the plate over, and it says perforate this side up. Now, if I take my 1 needle bowl tool and I start to put the parchment and I start to perforate, it isn't deep enough to do a nice, crisp, clean perforation. So we need to have some foam or something underneath it. And as we said this morning, we've got the lovely 12 by 12 super foams.
Oh, yes.
White and black. Now, I'm not going to ask the question, why have we got white and why have we got black? Depending on the environment you're working in, if I was to take my platemate, which sits perfectly on that 12 by 12, pop that on there, underneath, just put it onto there. Then we take our artwork, which we've also now turned over to the front, and what we have to do is we have to line up the embossed dots within, see the black area here, so these embossed dots sit within the black area to reveal the perforations. Now, I'm happy with what I'm working with at the moment. I can actually see what I'm doing. With the help of the studio light, this is a very well lit area.
Clear,
Okay, but if I was at home, I don't want all bright lights while I'm doing it. So this is where I have the white super foam. And you're thinking, well, how's that going to help? Well, it doesn't, because I definitely can't see, even with a good pair of glasses, I definitely can't see where those perforations are. So the light panel, okay. So we've got the light panel on the show. It has 3 different levels of brightness, 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
So depending on the light, how well lit your room is, will determine how bright you want it to be. Now, if I put the white super foam on top, I can now really see a lot more easily with my lining up, okay? So what you need to do, you just need to spend a little bit of time making sure, so I'm looking over here, this is my guide over here, I'm going to grab some groovy tabs, I can still see those, there we go, I'm going to pop that one down, I'm not pressing down, I'm just going to then come over to this side to make sure now that it is in exactly the right position, because what I don't want to do is start perforating and then realise that it's gone off slightly and all of a sudden I'm all out of sync. Okay, so Josie has already made a start on some of the perforations, so I'm going to go to this area, because what you'll find is that once you've started to perforate, the perforations actually sit back into the dot, okay? So they slot back in, just the same as the groovy embossing does.
Right.
These sit back into the perforations as well. Okay, I'm going to hold that down so it really doesn't move. Groovy guard for me is key at this point. I can focus on the areas on which I'm working, and now all we're going to do is perforate the holes. Okay, now as I explained earlier, if this was a basic grid, this area here would all be holes.
Right.
And then I'd be thinking, do I perforate it? Do I not perforate it? If I try and perforate a dot, nothing's going to happen.
No, it's not going to go through.
Because it's not going to get rid of that white embossed dot. And you then just spend the time going through and doing all the perforating.
You can see the white coming through with the light behind it.
Yeah. And for me, this is just as therapeutic and relaxing as doing the embossing part as well.
And you know, with things that we're talking about is energy costs going through, you don't want all the lights on in the house, to be honest. Just plug this one in and you're away, to be honest. You got a £13 saving on here. I'll just give you the details while we're watching Paul doing that, actually, because it's really good to sort of see the ease that you can get. Certainly with me, I don't have the best 20/20 vision, I haven't had for a while, so anything like that is going to help me, I would be all in favour of. So this is actually was going to be giving you the actual light panel that you saw that had the 3 different settings as well. You've got low, medium and full bright. You're going to be getting the cover for it, and you're also going to be getting, crucially, the piercing mat, making sure you get a really good impression as you're working that through. £54.98 for that system to work for. This is for your A4 size, 436
518, or you can work this on Flexi, so your first payment is just £27.49 for those. Absolutely brilliant. We have also got the Groovy Guard and the accessory kit, because actually Paul is working with the guard for you that you can see there. They're also going to give you, if I give you the whole details of this, 20 of your A5 sheets, and that's of your clear parchment paper that you're getting. You'll be getting the Groovy Guard, as you can see how crucial that is. Really good, because it gives you that really nice, you know, sort of featured area to be working on, so it doesn't become a little bit too overpowering with all the holes you'll be punching through. And then you're also getting 16 Groovy tabs. Brilliant price that, actually. It's only $11.99, but one of those is going to be really useful when you're working with it. 211682 is your item code for those. Yeah, that on the plate there, that sort of window, that it just helps break up your focus area, doesn't it?
Yeah, and there's various different sizes, so depending on the size on which you're working, if you want to focus. So if I was using, say, one of the Italian plates, which had the finer ones, then I could just focus in that area.
Yes.
Or if I want to stop myself sort of going over too far, then it's really... and also we've got natural oils in our hands, so it helps to protect the parchment as well. Okay. So we decide exactly where we want to go and finish off. So what we'll do, we'll switch the light panel off now, and then just to see the different sort of effect that you can get. So we'll turn that off. But it really, there's no way, I know back in the day when Josie first introduced the duet grids, and I had to test the prototypes, and the prototypes then was a piece of paper.
Oh, okay.
So Josie would create the design, then Jim in the office, he takes it and it starts off with, and he has to plot all of the holes.
Right, yeah.
Okay. And then he'd give me this printout, and I'd take my one needle bowl tool, and I'd be stabbing away at the piece of paper just to make sure that it all worked. And the first time I did it, I picked it up and I thought, where have I gone wrong? Because it didn't look... When I took the piece of parchment off, it didn't look anything like the printed pattern.
Oh, right.
And the reason being is because I'm so used to either writing with a pen or using the embossing tool, I was holding the needle at an angle.
Ah,
so although I was making the perforations, they weren't crisp and clean.
Right.
So it looked as if I'd just gone blah, 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 all over it. So with the plates, because it's got the depth to it, it automatically forces the needle to be held upright.
Right, that's good. That's good.
So we worked out a way to create the prototypes out of the acrylic for me to test properly.
Right, okay. So look better?
A lot better, yeah. And all of our grids are based on what we call a bold needle. So this is a 1 needle bold, and you get a set where you get the 2 needle and the 4 needle. So the 2 needle would be if you was doing a piece of, say you traced out a butterfly.
Okay.
And you wanted to picot cut around it.
Right.
You would use the 2 needle tool to do that.
Oh, I see.
If you wanted to create little crosses, you would use the 4 needle tool, and it creates, let me just show, I've got a piece of parchment here, let me just show you what I mean by that. Okay. We'll just bring those in. I've got the tools here. So, where's my Groovy Guard gone? So if I just, look, I can just make random perforations with the 1 needle tool. With the 2 needle tool, what I can do, so this is where, in order to get a beautiful picot edge, you need to have equal spacings between each of the perforations. So what you do is you perforate, you take the needle to the left, reinsert it into the hole on the right. So what you're doing is you're increasing 1 perforation at a time.
But you get equal spacing
all the way
through.
It gives you the equal spacing. Rather than me going, right, okay, I'm going to put 1 there, I'm going to put 1 there, 1 there. And it may look as if they're definitely not equal. They are definitely not equal.
I can tell from here they're not.
Okay. And then the 4 needle, so here we go. So this will now create 4 equal perforations.
Oh, I see.
So you can use it for creating.
Well, that's a really good set, that, isn't it?
So you can create a lovely sort of pattern in the background. But these are great for creating little crosses.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So the tools are a really good way of, especially the bold needle, because with the bold needle, what it does, it creates a slightly bigger hole, hence in the name.
Right.
So if you're starting off with your picot cutting, the bigger the hole, the easier it is to put the scissors into.
Got you, I see, yeah.
And what do I mean by the picot cutting?
I'll just get the details for this, by the way, Paul, on there, because they're on our screen at the moment. 21.35, that's going to be giving you the Pergamano. This is your basic bold needle set. That's your 1 needle, your 2 needle, and your 4 needle. And I suppose there's time saved in that as well, because you're not trying to judge where you're going to be putting it in to get the same sort of space in between. And also just knowing you're getting a job done, it's going to look nice and neat at the end. 151726. So the scissors, now there's 3 different sets, aren't there?
There are
We'll have to give details in between, because I think they're all on different numbers, everyone. So bear with me, sit up at the back, there'll be questions at the end, everybody.
So we're going to start with the same order that they're on the website. So the first one are the perga cutters, or squizzers, as I like to call them. And what you'll notice, if I open all of them slightly, you'll all notice how sharp and pointed they are. Okay?
Yeah.
Because these are the points that are doing the work. It's not the length of the scissors that you like normally to cut. It's literally the tips of these scissors, okay? So what you do with the squizzer ones, you squeeze. If I hold this up, you squeeze, and it opens and closes. Okay. So if I was to do one of these beautiful frames, I would tend to go with the perga cutters.
Right.
Because there's no stress on my hands at all. And it's just literally, I'm doing that with my fingers.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah, that's nice and easy, isn't it?
We then have the
They're the
ring lock
176768. Sorry, Paul. I'm just jumping in there. One little job. 27.98 for the perga cutter. 176768. The second set.
Okay, so then we have the perga cutters, and these are my weapons of choice for sort of general everyday picot cutting. And the reason being is because when we compare them to the exclusive scissors, you'll notice that they have larger apertures in the handles. So my chunky little fingers fit better and more comfortably in there. Okay, so that's the picot cut scissors. Not the picot.
That's the ring lock.
That's the ring lock. So
scissors. See, that's why I'm here, Paul.
Pause so that you could read out the product, so you could do your little job, Scott.
Do my little job. The ring lock scissors, 429 423 27.98, and then the next set of scissors said Goldilocks. Just right.
Are the exclusive, and these are Barb's weapons of choice when she's doing her picot cutting, and she was showing last night during the 6 o'clock show. What you'll also notice from each of the 3 different sets of scissors is that they're all curved.
Yeah.
Okay. And what we do is that we call it the spoon or the fork position. So when you're working with it, if you've got in the spoon position where it's curved upwards, okay, that's what we call the spoon position. If you turn it over, you then get the fork position.
Oh,
so it's literally just like a fork.
Oh, I see, yes, yes.
So when I was first learning, I was learning with the exclusive scissors, and I watched a tutorial, and the way in which she was taught traditionally was that the 2 fingers went in there, and the idea was that you put the scissors in, you brought them down, and you twisted and snipped.
Okay.
And for me, this right arm had so many muscles on it, because that was the only one that was doing any work, because that arm was going up and down. And then when you watch sort of like Josie and Tina and Linda on how they all hold them differently. There's no right or wrong.
Right.
So for me, I prefer the spoon position, and I come in underneath with these 2 fingers. I'm working on the super foam, and it's a case I use this finger to rest, and it's just the tips of the scissor, and what you do is you squeeze, and as it starts to come to a point, you either tilt towards you or away from you.
Oh, I see.
And what that does, it creates that beautiful picot look. And when we go through, because I know time always disappears, doesn't it?
The details, by the way, for the exclusive pointed scissors at the bottom of your screen, 508312. They're only $10.99, but I suppose it's really which one you think is going to be best suited to yourself to work with. But it's having the right tool for the right job, isn't it, really? I know we are rapidly running out of time, Paul. Just for 20 seconds to say to people, if is there anything on this or anything just regarding the kit, if they've not got it yet,
certainly the one-day special, or if they've got any questions, can they get in touch with you? I know you, are you back on a
social media, we've got Clarity and Groovy worldwide.
Right.
All the design team members are on there. There's lots of our lovely customers on there asking questions, how do you do this? And we're always there to help.
There's been loads of online presence regarding that as well. The one-day special, by the way, we are approaching limited. Now, a lot of people still make some sales. Obviously, they'll come through now. Paul's finished these demonstrations for now. In between shows, they will go. We had to sell out overnight, of course, as well, certain things. So, if you want it, grab it right now. But we are approaching limited stock. The next live hour, though, final call, 4 p.m. That's going to be this afternoon with Paul as well. But absolutely fantastic. Paul, thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, Scott.
Always a pleasure with you. Every time it's just great to sort of see it in action, you know. So and you describe it and explain everything so nicely. So thank you very much indeed. Have a lovely show at 4 o'clock, won't you?
Thank you very much.
Lovely show. Yeah, that's it. Listen, if you've got it, congratulations. It really is a very, very busy one-day special, as you would expect, of course. Well done if you've got it. If not, pop it into your basket now. Do not miss out on this deal. Please don't go anywhere though, because the day is still really very, very young. More to come after this. Now, if you're a fan of Liberty, do not miss the next hour. We're halfway through a project that will carry on now the next hour for you. Then we've got rice papers as well. You're going to love those. And then, of course, you've got crafting with art inspirations. Have a lovely afternoon.
I'm Trisha from Sew Totally Trisha. I've been sewing since I was about 8 years old. I carried on through my teens, and when I had children, I've sewn for them. And now I love nothing more than to design fabric-based kits for patchwork, for bags and home decor. Make sure you don't miss the Sew Totally Trisha shows.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you're on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the Craft Store.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. We've got another fantastic hour from fabulous Liberty. So this is the Liberty Artists Home Collection. And it's a lovely story, actually. I was talking to Susie, and I'm going to introduce you to Susie in a moment, and she was explaining. Before we do that, let's get ahead, because we were really busy earlier on. Once it's gone, it's gone. If you do want to jump onto the website, have a little look. We already had sellouts earlier on. as you said. So we've got fat quarters, we've got rulers in there as well, so lots to discover. Oh, we're going to be using the Jane Taylor Quilting Binding Express tool this hour, I believe, so stay tuned for that. Any questions, do get in touch. That's what we're here for, studio@thecraftstore.com. Now, I didn't mention Susie, and we have got the lovely Susie here. Hello.
Hello.
It's been a little while since we got to hang out.
It has, actually, yeah.
You're looking very well.
Thank you very much, yeah.
I have to say, Susie, it was really nice hearing the story behind the Artist's Home collection from Liberty, and if you just share with the viewers what you told me, because I found that really interesting.
Okay, so this collection has been designed as if you're going into an artist's home, into their studio. So you're going to get an eclectic mix of the paint palette that they work with. But each of the collection's broken down into 3 different stories.
Okay.
So you've got a collection that we've called Sculpture.
So that's the first one here, there's your sculpture.
And that's based around inspiration from Barbara Hepworth's sculpture garden down in the Cornish coastline.
Beautiful.
It is. So you've got those greys, those muted blues and the teals coming through there.
Stunning. Okay.
I love that one. And then, to be fair, I love them all. Then you're moving on to something a little more vibrant. So this is based around inspiration from Yves Saint Laurent's Jardin Majorelle in Marrakesh. Yeah, I'm trying to treat my grandson to roll his R's as well.
Okay.
Yeah, he thinks I'm totally mad and just being a dinosaur, so it's fine. So that's where that comes from. It's lovely, beautiful, vibrant, rich blues, royal blues and yellows, summer yellows.
It's got those, it's like hot climate sort of colour palette.
Definitely
really
Moroccan
like
tone to it,
Yep.
yeah.
And
then you come on to a quintessential English country garden, Chesterton Garden and Farmhouse, which was the base of the Bloomsbury Group.
This is interesting, Virginia Woolf.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Virginia Woolf. So you've got all that collection going on. So it really is a myriad of colours that you'd find in your summer garden when all your asters and your roses and all the other things are out that you've spent ages trying to get into your bedding. But what's fabulous about that, they've taken that inspiration and then they've delved into the Liberty archives. So add into those colours, you've got all those wondrous Liberty classic designs that have been reconfigured, recolorized specifically to coordinate with this collection, and they've introduced new ones as well. So it's been an amazing journey, this one.
We're going to get into that, but when you hear the story, and I found it fascinating listening to Susie as she was explaining to me the provenance behind this, and you talk about each collection telling a story, delving into the artist's life, into their homes, like bringing us into their homes, and it has such a personal touch, and you see that reflected. So 3 very distinctive options, very distinctive styles, but it is Liberty, so you know the quality that Liberty brings. There is something timeless about Liberty fabric. They get it right. You don't need me to tell you this, just the name alone, Liberty. So just to remind you of your options, your first option here, the set of 4, this one is your sculpture. Then as we move on, we've got our watercolor, and then finally we've got the sunrise. Beautiful option. Now you are getting 2 meters in total, saving £3. So when you think about that per meter, just over £14 per meter for Liberty fabrics, and you get such a beautiful mix as well. The set of 4 designs in there. Very busy for all. So if you do want to get involved, your item number is 500-683. Now we did mention there were complementary fabrics to each of the options, and we got them here. Now these are a pick of mix, so these are the rest of the collections. Nothing is repeated here, so you don't have to worry about any repeats. Let's go through. I think the best way to do this is to go through each option. I'll just give you the names so we can have a look at it. First up, we've got the trailing marigolds. And that's part of your sunrise collection. Then
Spotty Dotty.
Now, what have you got there, Susie?
So I've got the fall collections.
Okay. Nice.
These are what I get to look at
the colour swatches
ahead of the release. So I know what's coming along, so I can start planning as well.
Wow.
But
very nice. Okay,
so
we
you
like
can
the look
see
of that.
how they
So
work together.
We'll show you here. This the pick and mix. We'll continue through. This is your Spotty Dotty.
I just love that.
Spotty Dotty is cool. Yeah, I
it really
like
is
that.
cool. Yeah.
Then we have our
Mary
Mary
Catherine.
Catherine. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so you've got the peacock feather and honesty flowing together, but still multi-directional, so you're not going to have to waste any, which is really
Spoken
important.
like a true crafter, Susie.
Yes.
Obviously, quilters,
You've seen my
non-directional. Yeah. This one's a nice one. This is your Caroline Campbell. All right, now, I think we're moving on to watercolours.
Yeah.
This is your Annabelle Bailey. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's something about blue. I think I'm going through a blue phase in my life. Then we have our textbook bloom. Oh, sketchbook bloom.
And that's one of the ones that was designed specifically for this collection. So it's a new design from
That's
Liberties.
gorgeous. This next one, that's a little bit special. This is your Kelmscott silhouette. Oh, I like that. I really like that. That's got liberty. That's got liberty written all over it.
It has, yeah. It's very iconic, isn't it, with those floral elements. There's the Art Deco nod in there as well, just to bring it back to the Liberty sound.
Susie, you heard of the well-known fabric brand Ribbity?
Ribbity, yeah, I use it a lot, yeah.
Then we've got here, this is Sally Ann. And now we're on to our sculpture. So there's your Juneberry. Susie actually described it really well. It's the tones. You've got some grey tones in there, neutral tones. I know you're a big fan of this one, Susie.
I do. I love them all, but this particular colourway for me is really, I don't know, it's very calming.
Reflects your top.
It does reflect my top. What may not show up on that camera is that first one that we were looking at with the little dots that I call eyes, is Juneberry, and it's actually a teal rather than a navy. I know on camera it may come out, depending on your TV, may come out as a navy, but just to let you know, it's a very dark tealy blue.
Is your top Liberty?
It isn't, no.
It looks like it, though.
I know.
Do you
know what's really sad is that I shop thinking, okay, so this is the collection, I need to mirror the collection.
Well, you have mirrored it. Oh, okay, it's very nice. Okay, now we've got here, it's Spotty Dotty.
It is, but it's a snowball fight, isn't it? I mean, that would be, I love that for Christmas. It would be just amazing.
This is a beautiful one.
Sally
this is your
Ann
Sally Ann, and then, the painted vase. So many engaging collections.
The painted vase is actually the one that is directional.
Yeah.
So it is the only one that is directional in the set, so you would have to think about it. But because there's enough white space around each vase, you can fussy cut, so you could cover buttons to highlight elements.
Yeah,
you could use it for jewellery if you wanted to.
A lot of options. I like your ideas. So you just need to pick your favourite two. What speaks to you? Are you going to be maybe bolstering? You've gone for the sets that we've offered you, and you're thinking, I just want to add a couple more into that collection. You absolutely can here. 190010, your item number. Now we've got a Wiltshire Shadow, which is just iconic. Liberty. This is a collection that a lot of viewers and sewers will know, and it's got a special place in Liberty folklore.
Yes, so these are the fabrics that were developed really as blenders. To complement all the ranges all the collections that come out from Liberty. So you've got tone on tone with these. Now the ones that we've got on the show were 6 of them were specifically assigned to this collection, and then we've added in an extra 2 that we feel reflect the colourways throughout the collection as well. So we've done a little bit of your homework choosing for you.
Oh, and we appreciate that because it just works well. I'll whiz through the options for you. So it's like having our own personal shopper. Starting here, this one is your smoke.
Yep.
Then you've got your cloud, smoke and cloud are nice.
They look a really lovely combo, don't they?
They're for sculpture. Then we got our Midnight Ink. Now white has technically sold out, so we will, if any bounce back, we'll let you know, but as it stands at the moment, white is technically sold out, and that is always popular. Then we have our Sage, the custard in there, you've got our Shell, and finally your Rose Pinks. Those are your options with regard to the Wiltshire Shadow. 580495 your item number, $15.98 is your price. We're going to continue on our journey. Now we've had a look at half meters. We're going to start exploring fat quarters. we've got the Fat Quarter collections, which marry with the collections that we're bringing you today. So you've got your sculpture, your water, and your sunrise here. You just choose whichever one you like. 5-piece Fat Quarter bundle, Liberty fabric, $19.99. So going through, there is your sculpture. And you can see all the gorgeous options with that Liberty livery on the ribbon. So there's your sculpture. Then you have your sunrise. Liberty fabrics. And we'll just tilt. I'll just give it a little bit of a turn. You can see that there. Okay. And then finally, we've got our water. So, Susie, interesting. Why would we want Fat Quarters to go along with our half meters?
So the Fat Quarter bundles allow you to have a 5 design choice from the collection for each of the different stories, and that means that when you're coming to do patchwork or a project, you don't have to use just the same print throughout. You can cut it up, you can patchwork your pieces, you can have a front and back that are different, but a Fat Quarter gives you that freedom to create quite big projects, because quarter of a metre is a big piece of fabric.
Oh, it's sizable, yeah.
So it just gives you more choice options. But remember, because a lot of the prints, I think there's only one that is are multi-directional, save all your bits, because you'll use them for little scrap projects, because you can always sew them together to create a bigger piece, to create a bigger project. So nothing goes unused.
Now, I like your style. Okay, so $19.99 your price there if you do want to go for your favourite option with regard to the Fat Quarters. So 3 different options to choose from. Whichever option you go for, you're going to get 5 Fat Quarters. $19.99 is your price. 586399 your item number. Now we have got some extra wide fabrics for you as well. It's Kingfisher, it's not Liberty, but it does match the collection. That's why we're bringing it to you today. They're huge. Now teal, I'm afraid, has sold out, so teal has gone, but we still have our bright blue, our green, and our rose pink. Tell you what I'll do. Shall I take the teal out and open it up, seeing as that's sold out? Should we do that? Let's have a little look. Ooh. Oh no. Let me just, I don't want everything to fall. It's gonna fall. It's gonna fall. Don't do it to me. That was okay. Let's have a little look. Let's see here. Oh wow, that's huge. Well, that's too big. Susie, if you just hold one bit, we won't get near, we'll obviously social distance. That gives you an idea of the size. When we say extra wide, we mean extra wide for $16.99. That's huge.
It is. So this opens up not just dressmaking, because you've got that area to cut your pieces out of, but also for backing quilts. You haven't got to piece, you can keep it as one continuous length on your quilt.
We actually measured that. That is the same length as Richard Orford, our new presenter. So that's how we got stand next to it. So there we go. I'm afraid teal has gone, so I'll throw that to Bernie. Thank you, Bernie. Okay, so there we go. We've seen all our fares for now. We're going to be heading over to our fantastic Susie for demonstration. She's so good at sharing her inspirations with you. Just to remind you all, if we do sell out of any options, once it's gone, it's gone. So we cannot get hold of anything else. That includes the tools as well. So Susie, what are we going to do?
Right, so in the first hour we looked at doing half square triangles with the June Taylor ruler to create a block, and what I've done, we got almost together with the block, but I finished it off during the break, and all I've done is put a board around it. So this is going to be one side of my bag that I'm going to create. So I've created the other side as well, but this time we've used quarter square triangles. I'm just putting the borders on now. So a quarter square triangle, if I bring the two alongside each other, where you've got your one diagonal line in a square, for a quarter square, you've got the 2, so you've got 4 triangles to make it up, hence the term quarter.
Yeah.
All made with the same June Taylor half square, quarter square triangle ruler.
Which we do have on the show.
We do. Yeah, we've managed to get some in.
Sorry, I apologise. That's one that sold out earlier on. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so
we've got the binding. It's the
right,
binding.
So
tool.
the binding tool. So this, what I've done is, you'll notice that the border on this one is slightly wider than the border on this one, and that's because when they're put together, they're exactly the same size.
Nice.
So you need to do a bit of maths if you're going to think about it. Yeah. So there are our 2 sides. But what I wanted to show you was a quick and easy way of doing a pocket for inside, because we're going to line the bag.
Nice.
So it looks pretty on the inside. I'm going to use 2 of the Wiltshires, so I'm going to give my fabric a bit of a press while I'm talking. So a quick pocket means you can use up your scraps. So this is where you go into your fat quarter bundle. Once you've cut your big pieces out for your bag linings or whatever, then you go to your fat quarter bundle to pick up your scraps. Do iron your fabric flat first.
I'm curious, Susie,
Yes.
what is it about Liberty fabric?
What is it? I love the feel of the Lazenby cotton. It's very soft. It holds its shape really beautifully. It washes and wears well. But what is really phenomenal is the depth of the prints. It's screen printed fabric, so the print itself, the detail in the print, goes deep into the fibres. So it doesn't matter how many times I wash, wear, press, spray, whatever it is I do to it, I will see this colour forever and a day. It's not going to fade with time, and it's throughout the fibres. I also love within the collection, whatever I pick up, I can do the shut your eyes and pick a mix job.
Oh.
So if you're really bad at choosing things,
Just do that. I like that.
Just do the shut your eyes and pick a mix, and it's great fun, and you just use it. Don't then change your mind.
Yeah. Now,
Yes.
Susie, I apologise.
No,
You
it's
see me
fine.
looking around. It's only
It's fine.
because we are very busy, and a lot of you are going for the Wiltshire Shadow to complement maybe the other collections. Midnight Ink. Over 70% of the stock's gone there, and that's actually one that, funny enough, is in front of Susie right now. So that Midnight Ink, really busy there. But look at all of these colours. 60% of the smoke as well. So these were 6 of these were picked by Liberty to complement the collection, and we added a couple more in there. Now the shell, half the stock has gone there. That beautiful coral shell, and the cloud, which is over here. Half the stock's gone there as well. I tell you, we're keeping Shay busy here with a good job, Shay. Shay's our fabulous new director, by the way. I'll give her a mention. Okay, so what we're going to do now is continue our demonstration with Susie. But if you do have any questions, please do get in touch. Susie is an absolute treasure trove of knowledge. Sorry to interrupt there, Susie.
Not all of it's useful, though.
We'd take it all. No, don't worry.
So my pocket, I'm using Juneberry and Trailing Marigold from the watercolour set. Sorry, I had to think then. The all I've done is cut one. They're the exact width of my lining, so the bag width, but one is an inch wider than the other.
Right.
Because I'm going to do a faux binding, so it just gives a nod to the one
that's
underneath.
nice. A
Just
cheeky
bit
little faux binding.
Cheeky little faux binding. So all I'm then going to do is stitch a 1/4 inch all along one edge with the 2 raw edges aligned, right sides together. It doesn't matter if it's slightly off 1/4 inch on this one, because I'm not piecing anything. This is it. So you can whiz down.
Liberty fabric for anyone who's not worked with it before. It's such a beautiful fabric to sew and stitch.
It is. It's really stunning fabrics. So I've done that. So now what I want to do is press that over, and I want to press it towards. I'm going to press it towards the Trailing Marigold side.
Okay. So wait, we're pressing that. Or are we pressing to the dark or to the light?
No, I'm pressing over to the light, because that's going to be my faux binding area.
Okay.
So that's pressed there. Then I'm going to take it and I'm going to bring it so these sides match, so wrong sides together, and I'm matching those raw edges there. And I'm just going to clip them in place. These clips, if you don't know why they're the shape they are,
can I just explain? I don't know if the camera can pick this up because they're really little. Where are we going?
Yeah, there
Here?
we go. I'm good.
If I tilt it, you may just see some lines, yeah?
Yeah.
So it says 1/4 of an inch.
Oh.
There.
Yeah.
Note this end. There.
So no, yeah.
Yeah. That isn't 1/4 of an inch from here to here, obviously.
No.
What it is if you position this end of the clip 1/8 of an inch in from your needle to the right of the needle on your sewing machine, you get a 1/4 inch seam will run where this first line is.
Yeah.
But if you line up the edge of the fabric with this one, you get 3/8 of an inch, which means that for dressmaking, which tends to use 3/8 of an inch, you get the right seam allowance.
Hence the
so
magic.
they are seriously cool. But what you don't want to do is position them so you run them over with your needle, because they're steel, so they will ruin your needle.
They will break the needle.
But they are also ergonomically designed so that they're flat on one side, so that you can run them over the flatbed of your sewing machine without any hitches. But they are super easy to grip, very tight on the spring, so that they hold really well. Even if you've got big projects, they will hold really well. So they are worth.
They're very useful, and the fact that you have got
useful.
that flexibility, so whether you are quilting, you need that 1/4 an inch, or a dressmaker, then you have got that flexibility, and that's why they are magic. £24.99 is your price there. 484919. Your item.
I just thought I'd explain why they looked how they did, because they're quite different from others. The other thing with them, of course, is because they've got that metal element, if you have a magnetic pin dish, you can just drop them and they'll land in it.
And it does all the hard maths for you.
I know.
I learned an interesting fact about Shay, our new director.
Yeah.
She said when she was younger, she was actually a mathlete. Have you heard of those?
Yes, I have.
Well, there we go.
Yes.
A prominent mathlete.
Yeah, because we used to have that. We used to have that in the spelling bees in our school.
That's what she used to do.
Yeah, I used to do those.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's a clever one. All right.
Good. So, so you can see when I turn it back over, because we've got that allowance, it's given me that foam binded edge.
Yeah. Oh,
which
that
is
looks perfect.
really cool, doesn't it? Now you can top stitch along here if you want to, do fancy stitches, do whatever you want. I'm not going to do any of that. What I'm going to do is place it on one of my linings. Now I want the right side of your lining, so let me see if we can show you. On the white on white, so if you've gone for the white option, there is a right way and a wrong way.
Yeah.
And the easiest way to do it is to shimmy it under a light.
Oh.
So this is the correct side,
Crafty
or
shimmy.
right side. If I do it this way, you can see the design is a bit more muted.
Yeah.
So that's the wrong side of the fabric.
Okay. Now, Wiltshire Shadow, you've got the smoke there. Are there any flecks of green in that smoke?
Smoke I haven't got with me at the moment.
Oh, you haven't got the smoke. I've got it here. Apologies, that was a white.
Yeah, I've got smoke
Just
under
showing you
here. Do you want me
I've
to
got
show
the
you?
smoke here. Do you see any green in that?
No, it's
Susie, at
grey
all?
on grey.
I don't know, because I see a bit of
warm
green.
grey.
I actually see a bit of green.
Do you?
If we turn this around here, you'll see we're green on screen. We are limited stock for us. That's where I was going with that.
Sorry.
There we go.
Yeah. See, I'm not,
we are limited
I don't know the
stock
terminology.
for our smoke. Oh no, can't we? Doesn't just the smoke go green on the choosing the options? Apparently it doesn't. Okay.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right, there we go. Well, that worked well.
So what I'm going to do is position my pocket onto one side, the right side of one of my linings. So I'm going to put the two raw edges together of my pocket and my lining base and just clip them together. And
do you like these clips, working with the clips?
I love these clips.
Good,
I
right?
use them all the time. Yeah, really love the clips. I'm also going to put a couple round the sides to hold that flat, because then what you can do is, if you wanted to, you can then draw in using a heat erasable pen. You can draw in some lines to divide your pocket up, which is what I did when I came to do the roll here, the tool roll.
All right.
I created. Let me show you on here. So I just added in various different size pockets so that I could put different tools in each section.
Susie, that looks beautiful.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Can you imagine? Because you haven't used a lot of fabric up there.
No.
But if you went into a shop and saw a Liberty tool roll there, how much you would pay for that?
Yeah. But this will hold your makeup brushes. I've got one that's got my paint brushes in as well. You can use it. I've got things in the car, so I can put my sunglasses in here. I've got a pen, because you always need a pen, don't you? A little notebook. So these little rolls don't take up a lot of room, don't use a lot of fabric. You can piece the pieces together so you get one, but it keeps everything tucked in and safe, and I haven't got to worry about it.
So you think if you've gone for our half-metre collections, and we've got 3 different collections for the Liberty, how much fabric Susie's actually using there and what she's creating? And just reminding you, like, go into a shop, if you made, say, a roll for your makeup brushes or your tools, how much would you pay? Probably close to that. I mean, $28.96 for 4 half-metres, and obviously you're just picking whichever collection you want. So we've got our sculpture there, you've got your water, and then your sunrise. So 3 fantastic, iconic collections. They are the artists' collections, the home collection, I should say, from Liberty. Right, what are we doing here now, Susie?
So I've just marked 2 lines, a 5 inches from one side, then a 2-inch one. So I've got a space for my pens, space for my lipsticks, and a space for my phone.
Perfect.
In my bag. So all I would then do is top stitch those. Now you can do fancy stitches, but what I would suggest is when you get to the point where the pocket top meets the back fabric, go slightly over, which is why I've drawn my line over it, and do a reverse stitch as well. So you've got it holding those divisions in place.
Nice.
So so that's what I would do for those.
Okay, Susie, I apologise if I looked a bit distracted there. It's only because I've got to give you some updates. So we're limited with the smoke, that's about to go. Also shell, which is here, this beautiful sort of coral, that's now limited too. The Wiltshire shadows are extremely busy. If you do want to get hold of these, options are disappearing and disappearing rapidly. 580495, your item number. I'm back with you, Susie.
Okay, right, so I've sewn one, just going to quickly sew the other one, and then we're going to put our lining together. And then I want to show you how to use the binding toolkit, tool ruler, and if we've got time, I can show you how to do the quarter square triangles.
This is our June Taylor binding tool. I've actually got it here. It looks very slick.
It does. I mean, it's one of those tools that you think, do I really need it? And then when you use it and see how it's used, you think, absolutely I do. It's going to be a godsend. Because it's amazing, even if you're not a quilter, it's amazing how many times you just want to fold a piece of fabric along its length in half. And this makes it such an easy one to do.
I'm just going to show the tool. I've actually got it here. So this is your the Quilting Binding Express from June Taylor. June Taylor just brings us tools that we're going to use. I mean, June Taylor knows the tools that she would like to use. And this, I can see here, we're obviously pressing here on your pressing that, and then you've got the fabric that will run through and create that perfect binding. 30% of the stock's gone here, $35.99 is your price. Have you found this to be useful as a...
yeah, I mean, it's again a piece of kit that stays out on my work table, and I use it for so many things. Not just for binding, I use it when I'm making bag handles, because you start the process by folding a piece of fabric in half. What it's got on it, just to so everybody knows, it's got 3 different binding size of strip. These are the ones that most commonly used for binding, whether it be for quilts or you're doing a placemat or whatever else. So you've got 2-inch, 2.5 inch, and 2.25 inch. Then you've got these beautifully drawn images, straight line images, that you're going to use to track and press on.
Oh, that track and press.
Track and press, yeah. That's just Susie's terminology.
Oh, that's good.
So I've picked up
to develop an app.
Picked up a piece of fabric. Now, I tend to treat all my fabrics when I first press them with fabric stabilisers such as Starch Savvy, June Taylor's Starch Savvy, or Best Press, or Flatter is another version. But it just means that I'm going to get a really nice crisp finish when I do my pressing. I also, if I'm doing anything on the bias, so your half square triangles, etc., then they're going to have a really nice clean finish to them as well.
Good tip.
So you want one end. Now you can, if you want to, if it makes it easier, just cut that end at a slight diagonal, because
that will make it easier to feed through. So I'm just going to take the create a point, in other words. This is 2.5 inch binding. So I'm just going to feed it through that slot on the end there. And actually, I know it sounds daft, but I usually work with the open end on top. It's just how I choose to work. It doesn't matter, this is just how I choose.
Personal preference.
Yeah. So I then bring it through just to get it started, and you can see already it's naturally folding itself in half because this slot is specifically designed for this. Yeah. Then as I bring it through, I can line it up on those marks so I know it's lining in the same place.
That's perfect.
So you then get your iron and give it a good press.
And the fact that we've got that sort of iron press with everything
Absolutely.
together make life so much easier.
It does make it a lot easier. It makes it even easier if you set yourself up properly. But I was just working on top of another board, which isn't going to work. What I normally do is hang this over the edge of my table at home, so that I'm working with this gravity helping, so that as it feeds through, it naturally folds itself.
Yeah.
If you've got something constricting it underneath, it won't do that.
Right. Okay.
But if you've got miles of binding, even if you've joined your binding, this will work.
Yeah.
Providing you've pressed your seams flat. But that means that when I then come to use this to bind across the top of my bag or around my quilt or around my placemat, my mug rug, whatever it is I'm doing, I've got it there. I can use this to do faux binding on a cushion edge as well if I wanted to. But if I then bring this out, what you would then do, which we haven't got time to do today, I know.
Just to say, 40% of the stock has gone for your June Taylor Quilting Binding Express tool, so very busy there. $35.99 is your price, 068248 your item number.
So you can see that it's given me that double edge, really crisp finish. And what's great with these designs, although this in essence seems quite a big print to be using for binding, you can see even folded in half the detail that you see. So these fabrics aren't just for big pieces. No. You can really home in and use little pieces. Nice. So then I can then go ahead and use this to bind, which we're not going to do because I haven't assembled my bag. So, but at least you've seen the binding tool in action.
So easy to work with, and thank you for showing that.
That's all right.
Now half the stock has gone for our June Taylor Express binding tool, Binding Express. Very, very clever. It's very well engineered, and June Taylor is so good at bringing us such innovation. So the fact that you can run your fabric through your guides there and still press as well as we're going through. Track and press, as Susie was saying. I like that. $35.99 is your price. Very, very busy for this. You saw what happened earlier on. We had a ruler from June Taylor that sold out. It looks like this could potentially be going the same way. Wow, actually, it looks like it will be, because we've gone from 40 to 50. Now we're 60% of the stock. Very, very busy for this. 068248. Just going to give you a reminder of our Liberty Artist Home Collection. So the collection was designed to take us into, it's like through the keyhole, take us into the artist's homes and give us a real reflection of the artist's personality. And it's nice as we're going through. And Susie, I'll let you help me again explain, because just telling us the stories. We'll start with our sculpture. So what are we looking at with the sculpture?
So you're looking at the sculpture is those greys and hues of teal and muted blues that you associate with sculptures, such as the metalwork, the woodwork, and obviously the stone statues as well. And you see all those stone colours, but exactly, you've got the Liberty detail in the designs themselves. I mean, the peacock feather one, I mean, I love Kelmscott. That's beautiful. Yolanda, sorry.
There are no bad choices in any of these.
No,
so that is your sculpture, taking us to the Cornish coast. Then we go from the Cornish coast to Morocco. Oh, Marrakesh, sorry, Marrakesh.
Marrakesh, yeah.
Here, beautiful, bright, vibrant colours. I mean, look at that as a statement of intent.
Fab, isn't it? Now, I had the idea when, on the earlier show, now we're allowed to travel.
Yeah.
Why not make yourself something to identify your luggage when it comes round on the carousel?
Really
so if you use one of these fabrics to do yourself a beautiful luggage label, you'll spot it a mile off. So if you're going on summer holidays, use the sunny tones and the fabrics to showcase.
I like that.
And make you smile while you're packing.
And also, look around the luggage hall and you'll be able to spot other crafters who watch the Craft Store and Create and Craft. We've got to give a mention to the fact now we have a sister channel, and we couldn't be happier. So just for anyone who haven't heard the big news, well, we have as a company, so the Craft Store have purchased Create and Craft and now brought it into our banner. It is part of the family and our sister company, and we couldn't be more pleased. Okay, so you can still, if you're a Create and Craft customer, everything still applies. You've still got your club over there, all the shows, everything is as normal. So it's still running. It's just now part of our company, and I think we're all very, very pleased. It's nice to be able to mention, because it's one of those things, Create and Craft knew about us, we knew about them, but no one said anything. But now we can talk about it because they're family. Okay, finally, we have got, this is your Sunrise collection. Tell us a little bit about the Sunrise collection.
So Sunrise, it develops from the Bloomsbury Group down in Sussex at Chesterton Gardens, Farmhouse, sorry. So it's got, I say gardens because it is just the gardens, isn't it? It's just beautiful. But it is also, you can see an artist palette, paint palette, can't you, within there? Yeah. The studio, you can imagine the vibrancy of the studio in that era when everyone was just throwing ideas around, and that real bohemian
what it would have been
thing.
like to live there.
Well, you can visit.
Yeah. Can you?
Yes, they've restored part of it, so you can go and visit and see the studios. It's just, yeah.
Well,
it's on my bucket list.
You have to go do it, but if you can't manage to go there just yet, don't worry, because you can explore it with the fabric. $28.96 is your price. Just go for whichever option speaks to you, whether it is a Sunrise, the water, or the sculpture. 500-683, your item number, saving £3. We also have a pick and mix for you. So pick and mix, allowing you to expand on the collections. All of these fabrics designed to work with the artist home collections we've just showcased to you. No repeats here as well. I'll be quick, but we'll go through these. So starting with our trailing marigolds. Yep. Then you've got your spotty dotty. This is your Mary Catherine. Caroline Campbell. So those are all from the Sunrise collection. And we're going to move on to our watercolour. Yeah, look at that. Annabelle Bailey, that's stunning. That's really nice. Your Annabelle Bailey. Then you have sketchbook blooms. Your Kelmscott silhouette. Your Sally Ann. I think that's it for your watercolours. And then finally we'll move on to our sculptures. One of Susie's favourites, the Juneberry. And you've got your Spotty Dotty, Sally Ann, and then finally you've got your painter's vase. Kim, our producer, suddenly I wish you could hear her. It sounded as if you're in the Queen Vic there. What was the last one called? Painter's vase. Painter's vase. Kim doesn't talk that way. I said, what? Famous vase. So that was your painter's vase. $15.90. Get out of my pub. $15.99 is your price there. 190010, your item number. We're going to have a look at the Wiltshire Shadow now as well. So Wiltshire Shadow, been really busy for these. We're into single figures with the smoke. Smoke is about to go, so you have been warned. It's limited stock, single figures with that smoke. Then we have the Cloud over here. Beautiful, soft design coming through. These are your blenders, but Liberty blenders, and other sewers, other crafters will look at this and they will know it's part of the Liberty brand. This is your Midnight Ink. Then we have our Sage. Going through, we have our Custard, our Shell also limited stock, and finally we have our Rose there as well. Rose Pink, $15.98 your price, choosing any two. We're going to have a look at the fat quarters. So you've got fat quarters to reflect the collections that we've just shared with you, the Artist Home collection from Liberty. So we have, just starting with our sculpture, you're getting 5 fat quarters together. So out of interest, with the, would it be 5 fat quarters, would that be trying to think, what would that be, like
a metre
and a bit? Yeah, metre and a quarter.
Yeah.
I'm so silly.
It's fine.
Of course it's going to be a metre and a quarter.
Yeah.
I normally say something embarrassing on air.
There are worse things.
That's so embarrassing. I love the fact I said a metre and a bit. We can actually be precise.
Yeah.
Like it's a metre and a quarter. So there you go, metre and quarter of fabric there. Then that's your sculpture. Then we've got our sunrise, and then we've got our water there as well. $19.99 is your price, 586-399 your item number. Speaking of size, we've gone from our fat quarters to our extra wide. These are huge. They're really, really big. We've lost our teal option. Oh, I'm sorry, that was my bad. I didn't know where to go. I thought I'd move over here. That was my fault. So we've lost our teal option. We've got our blue, bright blue. Then we have our green and rose pink. Now, these aren't Liberty fabrics. These are Kingfisher fabrics, but they've been picked specifically because they complement the collection so well. Half the stock for our rose pink and the bright blue. Hey, what about the green? I love this green. But I can see why. The bright blue is stunning, and so is the pink. $16.99 your price is very good. Have we, Bernie, out of interest, I know it's down there, are you able to just throw me in that teal again? I'm sorry, it's going to be a moment. And bless our poor producer Bernie, he's on her hands and knees trying to throw that. Thank you. Thank you, Bernie. I just want to say, just for size again, would you help me out again, Susie? Yeah. Is that okay? I'll fling that to you. Thank you. Just to show you how big this is. I mean, for $16.99, that's effectively, would you say you're getting, with that width, if you put a metre of fabric, you're kind of getting, what, 2 lots? Not really?
So standard fabric is 44, so you've got over double.
Yeah, okay.
It's 108, so you've got...
We'll take that.
That would be, 88 plus another 20, so you've got another half again. So it's a much bigger piece of fabric to be working with. So when you're dressmaking, that makes a difference, because you're not going to have...
dressmaking with that?
Yeah, gorgeous, wouldn't it? A summer dress in that would be fabulous, wouldn't it?
I appreciate that, thank you.
That's all right.
I'll tell you what we're going to do is tell you a little bit about Flexi, and then we will continue the fun.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
And that's what we're all about, trying to make your shopping experience even easier. So just to give you a little update on the June Taylor Binding Express. I'm afraid it's technically sold out, so it's all in your basket or sold. If it is in your basket, do make sure to check out. If any do bounce back, I will let everyone know, and it'll be a question of fastest fingers first. Okay, so Susie, what are you doing? You look very busy.
So, yeah, doing a lot of cutting. So when I do a quilt block, I don't cut my wadding until I've finished assembling the block, because it'll be what's its law that I'll have made it slightly different. My maths will be slightly out. So what I tend to do is either measure or lay the block on top of my wadding, because it will grip onto cotton wadding, and then cut it accordingly, having squared the block off first. So that's all I've done. The 2 blocks that I made, well, this one that we made in the previous show and the one that I made over breakfast, I've just put wadding on the back.
I have to say, Susie, looking at those blocks in Liberty fabric,
it's just stunning, isn't it?
You see it, you know, you can see that a mile away and know that's Liberty fabric.
Absolutely. But this, I mean, all that will create the most beautiful cushion cover for your well, any room at all.
You make it for your home or for somebody else and say that's a Liberty cushion. Now, let's think about this, because you go to, say, Liberty's and buy a cushion, imagine how much you're going to be spending, so it gives you an idea.
It is.
And other stores are available.
It's a timeless gift, and if you know somebody who is an artist or who does sewing or anything like that, this has an extra nod of relevance to them, because it's the artist's home collection. You've given them a gift that they will use within their home that is also reflective of artists' homes as well. So it's got that double whammy.
Yeah.
And it just, however you combo these fabrics, they just look stunning together. Really stunning fabrics. So once I've got that in place, I would normally spray this with the June Taylor removable spray so that it holds it.
Yeah.
But because we're in a studio, I'm not going to spray it because it's not great for everybody. I'm going to use clips. And then what you would go ahead and do is do any quilting that you wanted to do. Now, if you're new to this, fancy having a go, but you're a bit scared on quilting, believe me, I'm there as well. The thing to do is, practice on something else first, so you're not too worried, but also to take your time. You mark it with a heat erasable pen if you wanted to. You don't have to do fancy Nancy free motion stuff. You can just shadow quilt, so that means that you just follow the lines that are already there. So if I was going to do this, I'll mark it with a pen so you can see. We won't actually do it because it takes a while, but at least you'll be able to see. What I would do is find my 1/4 inch, and I would be stitching that 1/4 inch like that. Just to shadow what's gone on in the block. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then I would follow that round here as well. So I'm going to guesstimate this. It's not long after you've done a few that you get to know what a 1/4 inch looks like. So that will be my stitch line. So you can mark it, and because it's heat erasable, I can just put an iron on that and it would disappear. But you could stitch in the ditch if you wanted to, whatever you want to do. And the reason you're going to do that is not just to attach the block to the wadding, but it also gives strength to the project as well.
Okay.
I've done just simple lines on this triangle pouch. I don't, not very helpful, I'm sorry, camera crew, white on white. But it means that this has just got a bit more body to it to hold my clips and pins in, and it's given it different shapes as well. So that's the purpose of quilting. It's not to use up more thread, it actually serves a practical purpose as well. So I thought we'd explain that one. So that's what I would do with each of these blocks, and then I would put right sides together on the blocks like this and stitch 1/2 inch, not 1/4 inch, round 3 of the sides.
Right.
And that would join those together, and that would be my bag fronts. The lining, we can whiz that easily, but the lining is slightly different. There's no wadding on this, you only need to wad one thing. And remember, if you wanted to make this a lunch bag, instead of using cotton wadding, use insulated wadding.
Can you imagine a lunch bag, Liberty lunch bag?
I don't know anyone who might have one of those.
No, what? You can change that. Oh, you've obviously got one, have you?
Yeah. Every collection that comes out, I make myself a tool bag and a lunchbox bag. So, yeah.
Do you, I mean, you really, if you've gone out, you must get people asking you, where did you get that from?
Yeah, they usually want the bag.
I can imagine.
So, yeah. I often don't come home with them, but yeah. With the lining, again, I've got my right sides together. My pocket is at the bottom here. There, you can just about see it through the fabric. You're going to go round the 3 sides, 2 sides and a bottom, but you need to leave a turning gap. Now, there's not masses to get through, but I want to leave about 4-inch turning gap on this. What I always avoid is leaving that near the pocket.
Right.
Because I hand sew my seams once I finish. So I put pins in to show me where to stop and start for the turning gap, and clips for the rest of it, so I know what I'm sewing. And I'll show you a quick way of avoiding stopping and starting. Again, it's this would be, because we're going to do 1/2 inch on the bag, you need to do a 1/2 inch seam allowance on your lining, otherwise your lining will be bigger than your bag, which is never a good thing.
Right.
You're going to get lots of puckering. So I'm going to stitch this, and when I come to the point where I want to stop, I'm going to raise the needle lift the presser foot, slide thread out, so bring it away from the sewing machine, and then move it to where I want the turning gap to start again, you know, the other end of it, and start sewing again.
Okay.
And that way I've left my turning gap without having to cut thread.
Yeah.
When you get to the corner, pivot with your needle down, and off you go again. Now, because I've clipped, I've got all my layers in there, so I know I've captured my pocket at the same time, so I haven't had to baste my pocket in place, but that is an option if you want to. So needle down and pivot round, and this time I can go straight down this side because I don't need to leave a second turning gap, I only need the one. But if by any chance you forget the turning gap, you can always unpick stitches. It's something that if you've ever done any sewing, you will always have to do at some point in your life. So that will be our lining piece done. Now what I always do is then trim the corners. Now you can do this with a rotary cutter, you can do it with a pair of scissors, it's entirely up to you.
Okay. So why do we trim the corners?
So when you push anything right side out, anything that's on a 90-degree angle is going to start bulking up with extra bits around it. Now there's a lot of fabric around that area. Yeah. Now if it was a 1/4 inch, there is you can get away with doing a fold like this, like an envelope fold on the corner and turning that through, and you will get a sharp crease. But because there is a 1/2 inch seam allowance, that's not going to work this time. So with a pair of scissors, what I do is cut the corner off as near as I dare to where the stitching finishes.
Yeah.
Then I go in at an angle towards that corner as well.
Okay.
So we end up looking like that.
Nice.
And these are little bits that then go in my...
So just reducing that bulk.
Yeah, just reducing bulk, basically. If only we could do this to ourselves, wouldn't it be lovely? Then all the clothes in your wardrobe will fit you. Right, then what we're going to do is turn it through. Remember, you've got a pocket in there, so make sure you turn that with the piece of lining you've attached it to rather than the other side, otherwise you'll be fighting yourself.
Oh, that's very pretty.
But you can see why I had to stitch these dividing lines before I did my lining.
Yeah, yeah.
So even that as a bag is perfect, isn't it? And then what you want to do is with whatever tool you prefer to use, not a pair of scissors because they'll go straight through it. Let me find my tool. There it is. It's like, some people use a chopstick as well. I've got this, which is a ball-ended tool, which is fabulous. And all you do is push that up into there, and I work along the seam as well so that it's rolling the seam out at the same time. And that just means rolling out a seam just means that you're bringing opposite sides of the seam into a neat finish with no bunching. And then I would give that a really good press as well. So that would be my lining piece. Imagine Liberty lining. How cool is that?
Yeah.
And so we'd have our bag outer lining piece. My outer, I would keep it the wrong side out and put this inside.
Yeah.
And then match your side seams, and then you can stitch all around the top. Or you could put binding round the top to hold them together.
Oh, and then see that looks beautiful.
It would look,
I remember
it mirrors what's going on in the pocket.
Now, have we sold out of our June Taylor binding tool? I can't remember. That's gone. Yeah, sorry, that had gone. Just think of the show. It's been very busy.
Good.
Yeah, well, it should be.
We've
Liberty
been busy.
fabric at its very best here. So this is your Liberty Artist Home Collection. I want to say thank you so much, Susie.
Thank
I
you.
know time's beaten us, so we're just going to have a quick recap. We've got about 2 minutes left. So just to show you the collection. So we've got 3 of the Liberty Artist Home Collections. I mean, within these, I think the only distinctive decision you have to make is whichever colour palettes work for you. And you'll know that instantly by looking at them because they are so distinct. So whether it is the water, the sunrise that we're looking at here, all the sculpture that we started with, each one has its own personality. Actually, we look at them again. So there you see the sculpture has very neutral, beautiful, strong tones coming through. So light greys, you've got the peacock design, there's that beautiful, in fact, all of it just screams liberty. That's your sculpture. I like the sculpture. And as we go through, we're heading off to Marrakesh now, and we've got these bright, vibrant colours. You can get a sense of the sun beating down. Stunning. So that's your Marrakesh. And then finally, the sunrise. And sunrise, it is the quintessential English garden. All of these gorgeous fabrics to play around with. So that's your choice. Which one would you go for? Remember, we've got pick a mix with regard to additional fabrics you might want to add into your collection there. So that's your pick and mix. And if that's not enough, you've also got your Wiltshire blenders, which have been very, very busy too. Everything has been busy. I want to say a huge thank you to Susie. Susie, when are you back?
A couple of weeks' time with a new Liberty collection.
What?
It's all new this year. Everything's new. I know.
Liberty's starting 2022 strong.
I know, and you wait.
Okay, so that's in a couple of weeks. Do put that into your diary. I want to say a huge thank you to Susie.
Thank
you. Can we follow you on social media?
Yes, you can, yeah. I am
How do
on
you do
there as Susie.
Just Susie, okay.
Yeah, if Instagram it's Create with Susie, but yeah, Susie Duncan.
All right, do make sure it's well worth following. You're very talented. I think you're an excellent guest.
I usually do sneak peeks on my social media. Yeah, there's nothing about my family usually, but it's all sneak peeks of what I'm working on.
This is what we want to know.
Yeah.
Sneaky peeks. So if you do want a sneaky peek at what Susie's got coming up, it's well worth following her on her social media. But I really think you're a very good guest.
Thank
you're
you
so
very
knowledgeable.
much.
So I enjoy working with you.
I
hope you've enjoyed it as well. If you have just tuned in, where have you been? You've missed a lot. Don't worry, because as always here at the Craft Store, you can catch up on the last 60 days of shows. So just tune in, a rewind option on the website or our app. We've got more coming up. Gorgeous rice papers coming up now with the ITD collection. After that, we are crafting with art inspiration, and then crafting with clarity. It's a final call for our fabulous one-day special.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters and use them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items.
Hello everybody, my name's Stephanie Waitman and I'd like to tell you about a brand that's still relatively new. At Highlight Crafts we've created 2 red robins. Oh my goodness me, what an exciting early journey it's been. The robins go on their own journeys and you get to follow along with them. Die cutting, paper crafting, fabric crafting, they all feature in this amazing brand. So please join me so that I can take you with me to all of the exciting places that the robins go to visit. Watch out for the shows right here.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock. And now we have moved into the world of stamping and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hello there, good afternoon and welcome. Oh my goodness, I'm so looking forward to this. Isn't it all buzz at the moment in the craft industry? As you, I'm sure, will be aware, we have in the fortunate position where we have bought Create and Craft, and we've got this whole merger thing going on. It's all very exciting, and obviously more news of that will come to you as it rolls out. But for this hour, which has got our undivided attention, we have got a fabulous hour with a wonderful guest. Good old friend of mine as well. Go back a while, don't we? Just chatting out the ages of kids and things. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, years and years and years.
But
we're still young. We're still young.
We are. Yeah, we're still teenagers at heart. But now, what we've got for you is a fabulous range of products that you have been loving. Now, let's talk about ITD Collection to start with.
Yes, ITD Collection, Hayley, is a Polish company. They've been going for many years, but they specialise in rice papers. So what we've actually got on the show here is a couple of different selections of rice papers. We've got the rabbits that are really quite quirky, the ones here.
I love these.
And then there's floral, and there's some like vintage ones as well. So there's lots to go with. These ones actually sold out earlier.
They did, yes.
So they are on extended dispatch. I think it's about 2 weeks, isn't it? I think
2 weeks. The reason being, obviously, that's Crafty, UK-based company, and they were bringing us the stock initially. But of course, that's been exhausted during the first show. So they are going to bring more in, but we need to accommodate for the kind of the logistics of that. So we're on extended delivery. It's only a couple of weeks. Obviously, it's got a distance to come to us. But as soon as it arrives, it'll be winging its way to you. And oh my goodness, definitely worth the wait. Love these fabulous rice papers. You can feel the quality of these when you work with them.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, when I first started to use rice papers, which was probably about a year and a bit ago, I was a bit scared, I'll be honest.
Okay,
I thought I was going to damage them, but I didn't realise because they are really they feel thin.
Incredibly durable,
but they're really, really robust. You can screw them up, and I was going to say they bounce back. That's a bit of a pun there, isn't it, when you've got rabbits? But, yeah, they are really, really nice and easy to use. In this particular pack, you're going to get 12 of the 14 by 8 centimetre square ones that Hayley is showing
and
now.
I love this. You can see that they've got those little kind of flecks in there, haven't they, to keep them together?
Yeah, true rice paper. And then you're also going to get 4 A4 ones, and the A4 designs are actually split, so you're going to get 2 large images on there. So they're the same images, but like replicated, but without the borders. So these can be used for all types of things, from decorating home decor projects. You can even decorate shaped items to a certain extent. You know, I've done a glass jar using a different rice paper pack, but they are just so easy to use. You will fall in love with them. We also on the show have got some MDF plates that work particularly well for the small items. So everything on the show just works hand in hand together.
Certainly does. Now, as you can see here, we've got some amazing finished samples. Like-minded crafters that have taken advantage of these before we had a chance to get our hands on them. But look at that, what bumper bundle. You've got 16 sheets. Now, that's sheets, not specific toppers. As you can see there, you've got 9 toppers on that page there. They're kind of ATC size, these ones as well.
They are indeed, yeah. So they're going to work for your smaller designs, obviously ATCs, but we've got some boxes on the show as well.
Oh, we're looking at one of those.
They work really nice. That's the blue sample on the front there, which is this one just here.
Oh, with the little squares,
yeah,
right,
little squares.
Okay.
So they're going to, and you can see on that particular design there, Shelley from the design team, she's actually used them to make cute little books as well that have gone inside.
Clever.
So the blue one there, you know, again, that's the little box. The backing you don't get, I've just stuck that on.
No,
so it's a little desk tidy, but you
yeah.
can easily get something like that. So you can see they work particularly well for smaller projects. Rachel has designed the one there that's got that beautiful backing sheet, and she's also done the book box as well.
Yeah.
So you can see the design team, including Jill Humphries, who comes here on the craft store as well, have had a really great time at doing everything.
I love the one that we've got down at the front here because it shows that you can actually open the lid up with these as well. So they're not kind of cubes, they are little boxes that you can get hold of. Now these, they come as a duo pack, so you're going to get your large box alongside one of these. Incredibly popular and only £11.99, £11.90. I'm diddling you out to 9p, how rude of me. So So I would certainly be adding multiples of those in, because these are fabulous bases to use.
Aren't they? They really, really are. You know, what Rachel's done and I've done, we've actually created books, okay, and you can see, if I just hold this one up that way, you can see it's actually got the leaves there of the pages. Really, really nice and easy to do. Hopefully I'll show you how to do that in this hour, but it's using the structure paste that is available from That's Crafty.
I love it. So let me give you the details of those boxes. 346735, £11.90, but don't forget your rice papers, £18.95. So much personality and humour with these, but half of the extended delivery stock has sold out, so you need to be quick. Yeah, we need to get a jog on, Anthony, with these, don't we? So 91. Oh, I don't know. It was 419 720. There you go. It's just too quick. It's my age, you know. Now, let's show you more. Now, these are brilliant. Again, it's one of those things, we've got lots of fabulous rice papers, lots of beautiful prints with these. They've even got the ability for you to change them yourself as well. But these are beautiful. Now, you've got a whole array of different elements. You've got florals, you've got butterflies. It's all down to your own personal choice, and that's the beauty of this one. Details are up on your screen. As you can see, we've got set 1 and set 2. So, Anthony, again, loads of choice.
Indeed, the floral designs I really love, but you're not only getting floral designs in there, you're also getting one that's got wood planks, and then there's another one that's got cracks. So if you want to age the floral designs a little bit more, so you can actually lay like the cracks over the top.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so you can really go to town because of the transparency of the rice papers. Once you actually, as long as there's lots of white area on it, it almost becomes transparent when you stick it over the top of another sheet of rice paper or whatever you want to stick it onto. As I mentioned earlier, the rice papers are really great for actually decorating 3D objects. They don't just have to be flat objects as well. There's a jar just in front of you, Hayley, the green one.
This one here?
Yep, that is just an old coffee jar.
I was going to say, this shape looks familiar, but much prettier.
It does. So you can see it's even moulded to the shape there of the jar. All you actually need is decoupage glue. That's available on the Craft Store's website, so go and have a look for that. Many different brands actually do it. Pentel are one of them, Stamperia are another, so go and have a look for the glue if you haven't got that.
I love it, and I love the fact that you can kind of change the colour of these as well, so you can see this gorgeous kind of minty green coming through. It could be whatever colour you choose. You can stamp onto it as well and do all sorts of things. You can stamp onto it as well, and just quickly jumping ahead there, we have actually got blank rice papers on the show as well. So be quick with those. I don't think we've got much stock of that, have we? I don't think. Fair enough. I wasn't here earlier on, so you're in a better position to know than me. But yes, if you're wanting those plain sheets, do make sure you have a little look for those. Now bring them up quickly, but as Anthony quite rightly says, they are now limited in stock. So please make sure you're shopping ahead to get hold of these. So if you got some earlier on and you're thinking, oh, we should have gone for a couple of packs, good news, you can still do so. But you haven't got long to take advantage of them before that stock is going to be exhausted. So 513312 if you're wanting to get hold of those. We've got two choices with regards to these. So obviously we've looked at those A4 sheets. I mean, they're all A4, but it's a different prints on there. So with these, I love these because you're getting a lot for your money.
These are beautiful indeed. You're still going to get 5 A4 sheets, but combined actually in there are 54 different images. Okay, so these again are great for ATC designs, and these will marry up perfectly with the ATC blanks that are also on the show from That's Crafty. So again, it's just straight onto the MDF if you want like a muted or really vintage look. If you don't, then just paint the MDF piece white so it really makes the colours jump. You can see all of the beautiful designs, the butterflies and the moths there. You've got the vintage style, the Parisian sort of romantic feel to it there. You've then got really, really like vintage type looks with old cars and bikes. You've got the sewing, very much up your street, that one there.
Which one? The bodice?
I was going to say the sewing, but
I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you. Can I show you a project that's been created using these? Because this is amazing. Again, using the box that we were talking about earlier on.
So
isn't that beautiful?
Jill's actually created this one. What Jill's actually done, she's taken some of those blanks that I keep on talking about for the ATC size things,
so
and she actually stuck them on top of. So it's just raised the surface, adds a little bit more depth to the box already, and she's decorated the rest of it with the fabulous papers, the 12 by 12 papers that are also on the show. You can go for that one, and in total there's 22 sheets of 12 by 12s, but you can see how well everything just works together on the show.
Beautiful.
So whatever you pick is going to work brilliantly together and with the stuff that you've already got at home.
I love it. There you go. So if you're wanting your A4 sheets, 2 sets, nothing stopping you going for both of those if you so choose. Details are on your screen there, 803272. 1 item number means 1 post and packing, unless, of course, you are a Freedom member. And to be honest, during hours like this, I would consider becoming a Freedom member if you're not already, because you can save on that post and packing, can't you? And all those pennies do add up. So what else can I tempt you with? Well, we're looking at those lovely little kind of ATC size pieces a few moments ago. Well, we've got something that's going to absolutely beautifully frame and enhance these, and these are brilliant because these are a very affordable price with regards to these, but again, you're getting a lot for your money within these, and they're kind of fabulous little kind of frames. Now these, it's kind of like that kind of clipboard, chipboard.
It is, it's chipboard. Yeah, it's chipboard. It's like a cream frontage to it. It's uncoated, so you can be using all of your mediums on them to colour them really, really easily. You're going to get a door, or 2 doors in actual fact, almost like a wardrobe door, shutters in an old style chateau. Beautiful. You've got the arch window there, you've got 4 large frames, you've got 4 small elements, and then you've got some words. There's journal, diary, and 2 of vintage. So that's the chipboard, but also in that pack you're going to get 2 parchment sheets as well. So the parchment sheets have been printed.
Oh, right, okay.
With the black ones, if you use a normal iron, you do not need a laminator for this, just a normal household iron. You can then transfer the gold foil actually on to that. If you want to have a look at that, that was in our first hour this morning. And on top of that, we still haven't finished. You're going to get 11 papers as well, which are 12 by 12. And one more thing, there's also an apron as well that they've thrown in. So it's really, really great value for money. Really is. Yes, amazing. You're going to make so many different projects.
You get the gold foil as well.
You get the foil as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Now, I didn't realise we've got all the papers here to share with you because the apron would say on top of them, but those fabulous sheets that you can see here, ready for you to apply the foil if you want to. You don't have to. Nope. They're beautiful as they are. I mean, quite striking as they are. Could we foil these but add colour as well if we wanted to colour in?
Yeah, I would personally say probably foil it first and then colour it from behind, because depending, if you were to use like wax type pencils, which you can get, then it may melt the wax. So just be sure to actually foil it first and then colour afterwards. But you can do all of the beautiful parchment type work that Paul from Clarity does as well around the edges. So you can really, really go to town. Then you've got the 12 by 12 scrapbook pages that are just so beautiful. 200 GSM.
Wow, that's bordering on cards. The thing that I love about these as well, you've got kind of that clear back on there, so you're not sacrificing one image for another.
No, you know what, that's one thing I've got to admit that really annoys me when you get a pack like that. It's like, which one do I use?
Yes.
So this one, you haven't got to make the choice. It's already there, it's just blank on the back. They are printed by laser printing, so basically that means that the actual printed area is slightly shiny. So if you want to use your distress inks, the distress ink will only attach to the part of the paper that has no ink. Okay. So you can still create some really beautiful sort of like washes and what have you on the paper.
You can kind of see it over here where we've got the leaves. I'm just tilting. If you just tilt it to the light when you get home, you'll see that certain areas have got a glossiness to them, whereas others haven't.
That's,
so,
that's basically
nice.
the easiest way to tell, Hayley. Basically, if it's matte, then you know that your mediums, your distress inks are going to stick to that perfectly.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Don't throw this away though, because you'll be able to utilise this as well, I'm sure. What a brilliant collection! What an amazing bundle! All of that for £21.99. Incredible. It's no wonder it's a popular item, isn't it? So 730978. If you're wanting to get hold of everything from your chipboard to your fabulous 12 by 12 that I've just been showing you, and your fabulous vellum sheets, and your foil, and your apron, my goodness, but nearly 70% of the stock has gone. If you've always liked that foiling technique, you know when you see kind of gold foiling or silver foiling on different projects, but not necessarily wanted to go off and get, maybe you don't even have a laminator. I have somewhere, no idea where, but I know where my iron is. So you could get in and craft these straight away. Give it a go. Try that technique if you've never used it before. And then it's one of those fabulous things that you can be creating with regards to this one.
And also just quickly, Hayley, because the rice papers have also been printed with the same technique of laser printing, if the rice paper has got lots of black area on, then you can use the foils on those as well.
So things like the Parisian ones.
Indeed, there is
the sewing machines and the bodices.
Yeah, there's a card at the front of the vintage box. The vintage box on your left there.
Okay. Oh, down here?
No, so on your left.
On my left. Oh, that's
so
the other one,
the
isn't
next
it?
pack. That's right.
Oh, it's the next pack. Oh, that's why.
That's right. So that has actually been, the rice paper on there has been foiled. So if you like tilt it, you'll actually see that as well.
I love it. I'll hopefully be able to reach that one in a few moments, but I am a little vertically challenged, so we'll see how we get on. 730-978, just $21.99, but do not miss out on these. If you're wanting them, you need to be quick. They've been a very popular item because you've got so many different types of crafting in there. Lovely selection there. But one more thing I need to share with you, those beautiful papers. Did you see them? Oh my goodness, they are incredible. Now we've got a couple of different options with regards to these. To be honest, I think most of you will be going for both of these because they are so... Oh, you are getting both? No way, for $16.98. I thought that was just one pack.
Yeah, for both packs. There's 22 sheets in total. And as you said, even the front pages that are basically the packaging, you can be using those. Because that card that I was mentioning, Hayley, that has been made, apart from the rice paper, that's been made from basically the front cover of the steampunk one. So, yep, there's loads in there and lots of beautiful designs.
Isn't it good? I'm not even going to try and get to that because my arms and my sleeves, and it's just going to end up with everything being knocked over. But these, I honestly thought, when we were prepping, I asked the price of this, I thought it was per pack. And I thought that is a really good price because you're going to get your 10 pages in here. 200 GSM, so again, it's the quality that you've got. But what you've got here are those fabulous tag tops, as you can see there, which you can be using. Of course, you've got, these are the smaller versions of some of the pages that we've got in here, but they are incredible. Again, printed with that laser look, so again, brilliant if you're wanting to use them just as is, but great if you want to incorporate other things. Think about all those different stamps that you've got that you could be using on here, your dies to cut out more gears. This is an amazing, it's almost like an aged leather. Absolutely beautiful, and you are going to get all of those in there. So you've got your 10 sheets alongside that topper sheet that we were just speaking of. Love these because you can kind of chop into it and obviously make up little words as you go along. But again, ideas and different ways that you can work with those. Absolutely beautiful. The box that we've got here, let me just turn it round before I get the other pad for you to show you. In here, you can utilise that to add whatever you like to it, which I think is a brilliant idea there. Vintage, and again, utilising many of those different items we've been chatting about, including the MDF box as well, so make sure you're adding those into your basket. Shall I show you the other pad as well very quickly, because it's equally as gorgeous as well. So I love this one because it kind of reminds me of plush fabrics, that kind of damask look that you've got with these, so very much one that I love. Oh, but the layers and the interest, Anthony, you've got with these, amazing.
What I love about this pack as well, you know, normally when you sort of think Gothic, you think really dark colours, but you've got some blues in there and you've got sort of like some pinks and reds. So it's actually quite an unusual pack, but all of the papers are just absolutely amazing. And as you can see from the samples on the bench here, they just work so well with everything that's been made.
Now, quite often 12 by 12s are a bit of a presenter's nightmare because they can go a bit like that when you're trying to flick through them. But these, I mean, you can see that they are so sturdy, absolutely
with that particular pack, also at the bottom of the sheet, Hayley, there's some words as well that you can cut into and add those to your projects as well. So it is really, really great value for money, that particular pack. And 20, like I say, 22 sheets.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Perfect for all those different projects we've been chatted about. So if you've been looking at some of these and thinking, oh, I love that kind of aged leather look, but I don't know the first thing about how to actually create that. Well, sometimes it's as simple as having the right page for the job. £16.98 will get you both of those. Don't forget you've got 20 sheets of those fabulous backgrounds, and then you've got your two kind of tagged sheets with those as well. So there's a lot of content in there for £16.98, and you are going to love them. 859654 if you wanted. There's a lot there, isn't there, when you look at everything? Now, obviously you can add everything into your basket. If your basket goes with £60, then you can spread the cost as well. But Anthony, at the top of the hour, was telling you about that plain rice paper. Now, details are on your screen. It is limited in stock, though.
Wow.
With this one, you're going to get 10 of your sheets. Now, your sheets that you've got here, you can stamp on them. You can use them with regards to things like your laser printer, your inkjet printer, stamping on them, making your own results with these.
Absolutely can. In actual fact, I did a design for a friend using some copyright-free images, and sent it to her, and she printed it out on rice paper, plain rice paper, and making your own. There's nothing better than making something yourself from scratch, so she was really, really pleased with that. So yeah, the blank rice paper is brilliant, like I say, stamping. What you need to do though, whether it be your inkjet or your stamping, make sure that you set it with a heat tool afterwards.
Perfect.
Just to make sure that that ink is dry before you then apply the glue. Really important.
There you go. So it's 513312. It's always a popular item, so make sure you get hold of that. Now, of course, we were looking at some of those fabulous ATCs. Well, these are brilliant if you do want to make and give them as ATCs, but equally so, they make fabulous toppers to go on your different projects. Add that little bit of layer. Now, with these ones, you're going to get one piece that's got 9 of your ATCs in there. And you're going to get 2 of them that you've got 12 on there as well. So really good combination there. A brilliant value for money, £11.95. And again, nice for you to just have in your crafty stash. Use them alongside the items that we've got on the show today, but equally so, they're fabulous bases to use with other things that you've got. Brilliant for trying out different techniques as well, though.
Yeah.
So 854442 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Pop those into your basket.
Did you also mention that you've got the rectangles in there as well?
Well, on the
large
image there, we
ones.
did see
Yep.
some large
Yep.
rectangles. Are they part of the same bundle?
They are indeed. They
Okay.
are actually designed for the larger versions of the rabbits.
Right,
okay,
because
so they're
you get
going to
that
work
split
for
sheet
that.
in
Yep,
there.
they're
right.
the ones there.
Okay, so there you go. Those are your large rectangles. So if you're wanting to utilise those pieces, making a canvas just of them as they are, then certainly do be adding those ones in as well. £11.75 if you wanted to get hold of those. 854442. Again, if you're wanting those MDF pieces. So, Anthony, I can see you've got one of those already.
We have indeed. So what I'm going to do, this is sort of like going to work a little bit backwards. Okay, I'm going to explain something, move on to something else, and then come back to it. You'll see why. So rice paper is really great. This is a blank sheet that you can see that I've already stamped on. I use VersaFine. That's going to work brilliantly on that, but it is just really robust. I did this morning, and you can literally just screw it up into a tight ball, really like distress the look of it. And even then, you can see if I go like, whoops, like this, how tough it actually is, okay? So, how we actually apply it is really nice and easy. We just use a damp, okay, brush. So, I've got these little brushes here, and I've already painted this, okay, so I can now place that over the top, and you can see that coming through. But yet, if I put black behind it, there's a black piece and a white piece, you can see the difference straight away. Okay, so that's the 2 different types of look you can get. So if you really want the colours to pop, then put a light colour. But if you want it a bit more subdued, then go for a darker colour, brown or a black. So we're just going to place that over there, okay, and we've got our little damp brush here, so we can literally just draw a line. I'm just going to spin this around. This is how easy it is to use, and this is why I've really fallen in love with rice papers, because they are just so easy and versatile to work with. You know, any project that you've got on the go, I reckon you can use a rice paper on, whether it be for the background or the main focal point. So let's just pop that in there. Okay, now if you can't see where you've actually gone, just flip it over and you can see instantly that it's now damp. Okay, so what we need to do is just carefully just tear or pull, okay, just tease it, and you can see how beautifully feathered it is. So it's not that hard line. If you want a hard line, then by all means just use a craft knife, a pair of scissors, okay, but we want a nice soft edge. It is. It is so beautiful. So don't throw anything away. Always keep all of your scraps. So we're just going to pop that onto there. You can see that sort of fits near enough perfectly. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pop that aside and I'll glue that down. But I also want to. Well, no, actually, I'll do that now. Let's glue it down now. Change
You're
tack.
sounding like Leonie, changing your mind as you go.
Oh dear. So I'm just applying some of the decoupage glue, like I say, available on the craft store website.
And this is perfect. We've actually popped the details up on the screen. It's the perfect way for you to actually apply your rice papers as well. And it's a brilliant one. Viva Decor, with this one you're going to get your decoupage glue and your varnish, as well as your flat brush and your sponge applicators as well, which are important if you don't want brush strokes.
Absolutely.
You want the sponges.
Yeah.
£12.49p.
So when you place that down, okay, I'm not going to put any more glue on here at the moment. I'm just literally going to go from the centre of the rice paper outwards, and even though this is a fair size sheet of rice paper that I've laid down, you can see how smooth the finish is, okay? So that is the joy about using. Now, what I'd normally recommend is you wait until that's completely dry before you go back over with a second coat of the decoupage glue, because that will also act like a varnish over the top. So I'm just going to place that aside for the moment, and then we're going to go on to the actual box, okay? Now, the box itself, as you can see, okay, it's got the hinge, really nice and easy to put together, okay, and there's no pieces of metal or other bits of wood. The hinge is already built in, so they are really nice and easy to make. So I've pre-decorated this one anyway, but you can see it's got this beautiful crackle effect on there. How do we do that crackle effect? It's really easy. Now you will see, I think if I just get, there we go, that nice shine. Okay, that is basically this product, okay, which is the crackle glaze, okay, which is also available on the show. So I've gone over that, and then you have to wait probably about an hour, hour and a half. You can force dry it, so it's just tacky, okay.
Now, does it vary the size of the crackles depending on how thick a layer you put?
Absolutely, of the paint you put on top.
So it doesn't matter about the crackle?
No.
Just put a single layer on that?
Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
Indeed. So the thinner the paint, the finer the cracks, the thicker the paint, the more bolder the cracks, or the larger the cracks.
Okay.
I've also done another technique where I don't just paint in one direction as well. So,
okay.
And then you can get cracks going upwards and downwards. If I just bring this piece in just to show you before I do it, you can see there's cracks going in all directions, okay? So that's how that has actually been done. So you've got wide cracks, fine cracks. So hopefully this is going to work, because it's gone sort of like beyond tacky, okay?
Okay.
So
in an ideal situation, at which point would you bring the paint in?
When the crackle glaze is just tacky, just tacky.
Right.
But let's see. Okay, so I'm going to go in a couple of different directions, okay, and we'll soon see if it's going to start to work. It should do.
It's like a kind of crisscross that you're doing. So.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Hayley. So
I love this, and I love that gorgeous pale tone that you're using.
Yeah, these are available on the show as well.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully we have just caught it, because it's one of those things where when you're at home,
Chris, our director's getting all excited. You can see the cracks form. He says it's crackling.
Actually, it is. Yeah, it's going. It is going. So, like I say, normally when I'm at home, I'm sort of like there waiting for that tack just to come along.
You can see them just in between the Freedom logo and the craft store. You can see just above there those cracks.
But you can see just by putting a couple of different stroke directions, it's giving you that varied look, that more rustic look. And you can see I'm not going back over where I painted as well, Hayley.
Gosh, that's going to be one of the quickest crackles that we've seen here.
Do you know what? I've got to admit, there's loads of crackle paints about, but I haven't found one, I'll be honest with you, that works as well as this.
Okay.
So
yeah, sometimes you have to kind of do two parts, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
I always forget. Do you put your paint down, then you crackle, then you go in with another layer of paint, or
so with this
which
particular
way
one, I put a pink down to start with, wait until that dried, then put the crackle glaze on, and then I went back over with this colour here.
So paint, crackle, paint.
All of these paints, okay, will also work on fabric as well.
Oh, okay,
so
right.
You can, like,
now I'm paying attention.
Now you're paying attention. So there we go, and you can see those cracks are coming pretty quickly. We can force it a little bit. I wouldn't normally recommend this. It will just do it, you know, by itself.
Okay.
But we can force it a little bit.
I love it. Now the details popping up on your screen for that fabulous crackle. You're getting a big tub of that one. Bear in mind you only need one layer of that, so it's really going to last for ages. It's just £9.99, 250. Obviously, if you need your multi-surface paints, well, we can help you with that as well. Got a brilliant deal where you can get 3 of those pots. Works out about £5 each of those. Just £14.99. Now, both of these are items that we keep on our website regularly. So things like those multi-surface paints, I can imagine you building up quite an array of different colours with those. So keep a note of that item number, because you can revisit that at any time. But 842099 for your paints, $14.99 for 3 pots, and then of course that gorgeous crackle. This is so effective. I mean, we've seen this come together before our eyes during this hour. So imagine the kind of results you're going to be able to get with these. No leaving it overnight. No leaving it overnight and forgetting that you've actually left it overnight and then find it 3 days later. Here you have got them before your eyes, creating those fabulous cracks. As you can go 10 01268 for that.
So I would recommend that you actually let it dry naturally.
Okay.
Okay. And that's the sort of effect, you know, you are going to get. This one is quite fine. This one, as you can see, I put the paint on really thickly. The reason I didn't here, I did actually want it to dry.
Okay. Any advice with regards to the kind of paints that we use, as in colours? Do we go light?
You can do whatever you want.
Doesn't matter.
You can do whatever you want. Contrasting colours, obviously the best, because then it's going to show the cracks.
Yes.
But if you want it the other way round, where you want them sort of like a little bit less obscure, then go for the lighter colour underneath. But then sometimes that can show through more. So
do you know what would be useful? Those little MDF ATCs, because you do little practice pieces with those, couldn't
Absolutely,
you? Like,
yes.
almost like swatch pieces.
Yes, you could.
They're worth adding into your basket to see the results.
So obviously this isn't dry, okay, but I'm gonna flip it over anyway. We can clear the mat afterwards. So again, we're just going to stick one of these rice papers to the block.
Okay.
So again, it's just a simple case of using a decoupage glue. So I'm just going to quickly pop some of that on there as well, and then we can start putting this one together. So it is quite easy. Just pop the glue, as long as you don't put too much on, because you saw at the beginning when I tore them apart, if the paper's too wet, okay, that's not a good thing when you're actually working with it. So even if I didn't put that on straight, like you can see there, okay, you still have time to take it off. So
fabulous.
That's good.
And do you always put the adhesive on the base rather than on the rice paper?
I do, yes,
Okay.
because otherwise you're soaking the rice paper from the top and it's soaking through, and therefore it's actually making the rice paper weaker.
Right.
Okay.
Okay,
So
good
again,
advice.
once that has actually dried, make sure it has dried properly, then just go back over with another coat, and this is going to then varnish it. And then when you take off any of the paper that's hanging over the edge, again, just make sure it's completely and utterly dry. This one isn't, I know, but I'm just going to show you how to do it.
Oh, a little pop.
You really want to make sure that it is dry, because
it'll go quite crispy, I'm guessing, on the edges, and then
absolutely
it's easier.
it does.
Yeah,
And it comes
makes
off a
sense.
lot easier. Don't try to cut it with a knife if it's wet, because it will just rip the paper.
It's a bit like your wallpaper, isn't it?
It is,
When you're doing
isn't
your
it?
wallpaper, you have to leave it to dry.
So you can see how quick and easy that is to produce something. Whoops, which way are we going?
Beautiful.
Like that. Okay, so now we can start just to quickly build this up. I'm not going to stick any of this down, just speed, so we can then go to another demonstration. But I
Sounds
sort of
good to
planned
me.
it, so we've got that one there. I've used a stencil from That's Crafty from a previous show that I've done.
'Cause I was just thinking to myself now, I was about to say we've got the floral rice papers, and then you threw me with the Our Story, because I was thinking, I don't think I've seen that, but that's a stencil.
That is a stencil.
Ah.
And then you can use your stencils on your rice papers.
Oh, of course, those plain ones, yeah.
And then you can stick those wherever you like, because obviously when you stencil things, sometimes it can go wrong, okay, depending. So you can now think to yourself, well, actually, I want it over there, or want it over there. So you've now got the choice. And
Yes.
obviously, once you've stuck everything down, you can't then go in with a stencil and add it to the
That's
top.
a
So
good
that's
point,
another
yeah.
real great way. So I was going to basically pop that there. So I'm not going to stick anything down for this, because I do want to get onto another demonstration as
No
well.
problem.
We've got the word journey, and then we've got just a couple of
Hey,
moulds. We
fabulous.
know everyone knows I love moulds.
Yeah. Now, just a little bit of news with regards to the plain rice paper. This is your blank rice paper that you're going to add your detail to, like Anthony did with his stencils. With this one, you're going to get a pack of 10 A4 sheets, but they are now on extended delivery. I did try to warn you about them being limited in stock. Naturally, they sold out, but now we have got them back on extended delivery. So it's only a couple of weeks to wait, but it's something that's well worth having in your stash for perfect opportunities like this. And even the smallest amounts you'll be using over and over again. And you can put them through your printer. Fabulous. 513-312 if you're wanting those.
So that's basically
look
it then.
at
So like I
this.
say, obviously I would stick that down, but because of these words being on the clear or the blank rice paper, you've got the option to move those around wherever you want. Maybe you don't want the whole word showing, but maybe it's like an afterthought, so you can keep on moving things around until you're happy, then glue everything into
love
position.
it. Anthony, thank you so
Okay,
much.
pleasure.
So let's give you a little bit of a recap, and we're going to head back over and see Anthony straight after. So, of course, we've been talking about our fabulous rabbit rice papers. We've got the fabulous florals I'll tell you about in a few moments. But if you want to replicate what Anthony has just done, we've got the perfect bundle for you to do so. This is the bundle where you are going to get 16 fabulous sheets with lots of content, including your little motifs, as you can see, which are ATC size. You've also got some pages that are full A4 in size, and then you've got some that are A5. So it's a really nice selection section, and of course you've got those fabulous square pieces as well. £18.95 is your price. Now it did sell out earlier on. It's now an extended delivery. It's a couple of weeks with regards to these, but 80% of the stock of that has gone, purely because we had stock in the UK to start with. That has been exhausted, so now we need to bring it in from overseas, hence that little bit of a delay, but that delay is well worth the wait. Now you can see the design team have had some amazing kind of opportunities to use these in loads of different ways, whether it's using them on MDF pieces like a square, as you can see here, or whether it's utilising them in the different things like the boxes we've been talking about as well. If you've not got a base to work with these and you're looking for some, then we've got some brilliant ones on the show. Again, you'll find those on the website, but for the time being, if you want in those papers, 419 720, 16 of them for £18.95. But if you've already purchased those and you're looking at that fabulous demonstration we saw and thought, oh, actually, I wish I'd gone for the flowers as well, well, you've got the opportunity to do so. Now, we've got two different choices under this same item number, and both of them equally as gorgeous as each other. So the first one, you've got your large pages. So this might be if you're wanting to do things like the frame that we saw earlier on, taking a particular area out of those. So those large pieces, including the ones where you've got those fabulous kind of aged wood effects with those, and your crackle, and so if you don't fancy making your crackle yourself, you have got one within this particular set. So that is set number one, I think, with regards to those. Set number two is where you are getting loads of choice. This is brilliant. Lots of you have been going for this one because you've got 54 images in here. So absolutely perfect way for you to get lots of images. You've got butterflies in there, you've got some vintage themes. We saw Anthony working with some of these on those little pieces. So these are perfect if you've gone for those small rectangles because they're going to sit beautifully on there. You've got a mixture of, some pages have got 12 on there, so they're slightly slender, slightly more slender, should I say, than the pack where you've got 9 on there, which are your traditional ATC kind of sizes. So absolutely gorgeous throughout and absolutely perfect to use in a scenario that we saw Anthony working with them. So 803272 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, set 2, half of the stock has gone. So if you're wanting those ready for immediate dispatch, you need to be quick. But your gorgeous papers here, if you wanted to get hold of them, they're rice papers. They've got that gorgeous laser print, but there are open areas that you can add your own colour to if you're wanting to as well. 803272. Right, time-wise, it's running away with itself. So we're going to be showing, we're going to have a look, we can look at the next set before I actually come and have a little chat with Anthony. So the reason being is limited stock. That bumper bundle that we were talking about earlier on, where you've got everything from those fabulous little chipboard frames, you've got the wonderful 12 by 12 papers in there as well, you've got the gold foiling, you've got those fabulous laser printed vellum sheets which you can use with the gold foiling and your iron, and you've got a fabulous apron with this one as well. Bumper bundle, absolutely brilliant value for money at £21.99, and a perfect way because you're going to be able to get that foil in there as well. So if you've always wanted to try that kind of foiling technique of using your heat application, this is the perfect way for you to give it a go. Don't forget any of your rice papers where you've got that solid black, you can obviously use those along the same lines because they're laser printed as well. And if you've gone for the rice papers, the blank rice papers, and you're using them with your laser printer, you can do the same technique with those, making your own images. Well, love this bundle. £21.99, 730978. So, Anthony, heading back in your direction.
We said about foiling, and I said about it does actually work on certain of the rice papers, so I'll show that. But what I'm going to be doing is another box. Okay, this time we're going to go for the small box. Okay, I'm going to decorate it with the smaller little images there of rice paper. Now, one thing I will say is when you're decorating your box, okay, do your lid first. Okay, because basically the way it all works is you need to have decorated your lid. If you want to decorate your lid fully like I've done there, decorate it first, then start to put the box together. Otherwise, if you glue all of the box together like this, okay, there's no way you're going to get that lid on because the lid has got to go halfway, and that also applies for the larger box as well. So you can see I've used the magenta, which is one of the multi-purpose paints from That's Crafty that's on the show, to decorate the inside, just so it's a real nice contrast, and it's a really beautiful magenta. So now I'm just going to pop that into there. Okay, so this is the lid, and it goes into there. Okay, let's just pop that round like so, and then we've popped this side in as well. So we're just going to use some of the glue, okay, and just pop it on the flat surfaces, and you're going to be good to go. Okay, So just all the surfaces that you can possibly put on. Obviously when you're at home, you can take your time doing this. Don't rush it. So make sure you pop that first of all in
that
there.
Little lug.
The little lug, yep. And then let's just give this a little bit of a wiggle, because obviously I've got it like open or half constructed, which probably wasn't the best idea.
That's all right, don't worry. I'm just grabbing a couple of the finished samples here as well, because they're absolutely beautiful. We've got obviously utilising lots of the things that we've been working with. Anthony's working with the rice papers, but it might be that you choose to use some of those fabulous 12 by 12 papers that we saw earlier on, where you're getting both packs for £16.99. This is your smaller box, so you can see there you've got that fabulous little hinge there that Anthony's popping into place there, so you can see there that sits on the top, which means it could be, I mean, it looks like a fabulous little cube, but it's almost like there's a hidden little opening on there, isn't it? I absolutely love that one. Then, of course, it comes as a duo set, so you're going to get, obviously, your flat packed elements, because you're going to put them together yourself, but the other half of those larger kind of rectangular book cases, if you want to turn it into a book, it's up to you. Obviously, add different things that you might already have in your stash, different elements of hardware in there, and I love this, because this is a complete contrast to the style that we saw just a few moments ago. And I love this, you've got little shelves in there as well, with all of your little kind of alchemy elements in there. Absolutely beautiful. Not quite sure what this is. Oh.
Yeah, that has something to do with magic. I looked it up as well.
That's why. That's why I don't know, because I'm not in the magic circle. There you go. If you wanted to get a hold of yours at 346 735, you're going to get two, the larger rectangular box and, of course, the smaller cube one that Anthony is working on. How are you getting on over there, mate?
So I'm just finishing basically by putting the last bit. Obviously, because I constructed it and decorated it, it's all like half and half. So you know, otherwise I wouldn't probably be able to manage to get it all done.
Okay.
So I was like doing half and half. But there we go. We have finished our little box. Okay. Again, I'm not gonna dry it, because obviously you know what drying is, and you know how to sand the sides. So I'm not gonna go to that extent. So we can pop our little lid down. Okay, so we're going to just decorate the top. So what I've done, I've just used one of the little images, and I've just popped that inside just a little moulded piece. And I do believe this is one of Prima's moulds. And then we're just going to use the multi-surface paint, and we're just going to do a little bit of dry brushing and just go over that. Now, I did actually do a Facebook Live last night.
I saw this, yeah.
Which is explaining all about dry brushing. You know, how can I possibly do a half hour on dry brushing? But I could. Probably because I rabbit a lot. But no, but I explained it in a lot of detail about how to achieve the best results, what brushes to use. And lo and behold, I haven't actually brought that brush with me today, because that was on my craft desk. So I'm using my second dry brushing brush as such. And you can see just very, very lightly go around. But these paints would work brilliantly just to highlight all of that detail.
So where can we find this? If we missed it last night, any of our viewers want to find it?
It is on Crafting Together All Brands, but I have also got my own YouTube channel, which I'll be uploading it to.
Perfect.
Which is YouTube.com/C/mixed media arts and crafts.
Okie dokie.
Bit posh, isn't it? But it's all on there. It's all
fabulous.
on there.
And don't forget, hit subscribe, and then you'll be able to come across a new video tutorials and things as well.
So I'm just literally going to now just pop this on. Okay, we're not going to go over the top. So just trying to get as many demonstrations in as possible, and so that just frames that, really nicely. So just a little
gives you an opportunity to use all those things that we make with our moulds as well, because we make things and it's like, well, what am I going to do with it?
Yeah. Now we said about foiling, didn't we? Okay, so let's do a little bit of foiling here as well. So this time is a piece of rice paper.
Okay.
So this one has got some black images on. This is another one I've done earlier, so you can see, there we go, the foil, it just catches on some of the black. So that's what we're going to do. So I've had my iron going since this demonstration, and then when I was leaning over to get the glue, I thought, wow, I've got to be careful. So let's just pop that aside there. I brought my own lining board in. Not all my shirts are this small.
Very high tech.
So we're just going to pop the foil. Okay, so the coloured foil, and you've got silver foil. Make sure the silver is facing downwards. Obviously the rice paper is upwards, and then we're just going to see what we can achieve on this. It's not going to work on every single rice paper.
Okay.
Okay, so you just want a little bit of pressure, and then just pop that iron over. You do need the iron fairly hot,
Yeah.
Okay, if you have got a laminator, yes, you can pop it in there, but most people, I'll be honest with you, probably haven't got a laminator.
Well, this is it. It's quite often, unless you kind of business sometimes, or
Yeah,
if you're doing education
exactly.
and doing handouts and things like that, isn't it? And the nice thing is, if you're saying about it doesn't always work, depends on the kind of print and depends on the results that you've kind of got there. You're not wasting the foil because it's just that it's not transferred, isn't it? So you can use it again, but on another project.
So let's just see what we've got. We have got a little bit of gold. So it's actually stuck to the bottom, so I think there's a piece of wax on there. But you can see.
Wow.
There we go.
Oh, I'm going to steal that technique
because I can't find my laminator. There we go.
Yep.
So you can see that you've
definitely
got
going to get my iron
definitely on a little bit of the black area, but like I say, it doesn't completely obscure all the colour, so it's just a little bit of a highlight. But that's something else you can be doing with the foil from that garden pack, if there's any garden packs
There is.
left.
It's limited in stock, so if you're wanting to get hold of it, incredibly so. Details are popped up on your screens. A little bit of the foiling being used, and of course the foil sheets do come within that bundle. But this is something I didn't realise, the little kind of shelf unit that I was showing you a few moments ago within that book. The little MDF rectangles, you've got the more slender ones. A little book's been created.
Yes,
Isn't that
Shelley's done a
fabulous?
fabulous little job with that, yeah.
Isn't
So
it
it can be used
wonderful?
for so many different things as well as just like your normal ATCs.
Gorgeous. Now, if you do want that foil, don't forget it is part of the Garden Dreams bundle. It's been flying out. Lots of you have been taking advantage of this one. You've got everything in there, including that foil, giving you the opportunity to foil those fabulous embellishments that you've got with the vellum there. But it could be that you're using a different technique as well, because when we look at our 7-day savers, we've got some red liner tape that will work alongside these. Now, I know Anthony did this during his last show. What time was your show earlier on?
That was at 9 o'clock this morning.
All bright and early.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he shows you a technique during that hour. 7-day savers, of course, we know these are brilliant deals that run right the way through until Sunday morning. So we're just over the hump with regards to these. So you have until Sunday to take advantage, and it's 9mm in that one as well as your 12mm as well. $12.99, brilliant value for money. Now, while I am stood here standing, as they say, let me introduce you to these fabulous rice papers if you've not seen them already. Anthony was working with some of those, and I showed you some of those a few moments ago in the little books as well. So these are brilliant. You've got two different styles with regard to these, set 1 and set 2. So let's start with set 1. I like things in a certain order. So set 1 is going to give you these fabulous ones where you've got things like your wood effect there. So if that's something that you're wanting to create but you don't know how, then perfect. Then you've got your crackles. Sometimes, I've been learning how to do our own crackles, but sometimes you don't want to do them yourself. You want to use something quick and easy. So there you go. Then you've got these gorgeous blossoms. Very much a floral feel with regards to the remainder of these, and they are all A4 sheets, as you can see with regards to these. Saw Anthony working with some of these in his first demonstration. So they are brilliant value for money. You're going to get all of those for just £12.45 if you go for set 1. But we've got set 2 with regards to these ones. I'm going to move the little box out of the way because these ones I need to rotate round so you can see them in their beauty. Now, with these you've got different sizes. So these ones, because you've got 12 on there, they are slightly more slender than the other sheets. But overall, you are getting over 50 of these fabulous images just for the same price of £12.45. These are the wider ones. You've got 9 on there rather than your 12. And these can be utilised in loads of different ways, and the additional foiling added to these if you so choose. So again, if you're wanting to go for these, same item number, just looking at set 2. And set 2 is looking incredibly vulnerable as the hour progresses. So £12.49 if you're wanting to go for those. Absolutely beautiful. But 60% of the stock has gone. This is immediate dispatch stock, so straight away ready to go for you. If you're wanting to get hold of these, be quick, because of course when we get to the end of the hour, after those wonderful demonstrations that we've seen, then that's when we get even more busier. So if you're wanting these, you've got your two different options. Set 1, set 2, £12.45 for each one of those, 803272. But if you want variety for different sizes, then this is the bundle for you. And I love it because you've got the quirkiness with these. You've got your rabbits, and very kind of proud standing rabbits, as you can see within these little images. And I love these. I just think they're so much fun. I've seen this kind of done with cats and dogs, and I think rabbits, absolutely amazing. My downstairs loo, I've got loads of these these kind of like heritage dogs. But rice papers with your rabbits on there, as you can see. You've got different sizes with these. Some of them are A4 sheets, some of them are A4 sheets with 2 images, so they're A5 in size. Then you've got obviously your ATCs, as you can see. Then you've also got your squares as well. 16 of those fabulous rice papers there, and if we've got 2 images or we've got 9 images, we are just counting those as 1 when we get into 16 there. So you can see a lot of content, but it's on extended delivery because it sold out earlier, and it is nearly on limited stock, not limited delivery, limited stock, it's the other one. £18.95. You can still get hold of them, just you need to allow, I think it's about 10, is it 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that with these, 2 weeks. So yeah, because they're coming over from Holland, so 419, oh, Poland, not Holland, Poland. Are they much, they're very far apart? I don't know. Didn't do too well in geography. But either way, it's going to take a couple of weeks. 419 720 if you want to know. Very quickly, before we go back to Anthony, can I show you those gorgeous foiled papers? These now are on extended delivery. So this is the bundle with your 12 by 12. You've got your chipboard in there. You've got those vellums. Don't forget you've got the fabulous little apron in there as well. It really is a bumper bundle, and it's been super popular during this hour. So £21.99 now on extended delivery, but you can still get hold of them. That is the important bit. So 730-978 if you're wanting those. Anthony, we're going to come back to you.
We're actually going to use that kit, the gardening kit, next, in actual fact.
Okay, lovely.
So what I'm going to do, I've just made myself a little journal. I'm just going to quickly explain how I did it, okay? So I've used some bookbinder's tape, but you can use material if you should so wish, okay? And basically all you do, cut all the elements, your spine, your front and your back cover, but make sure that when you actually stick your everything to your bookbinder's tape, just make sure that you leave basically the thickness of the cardboard. So I normally, when I stick it all together, I just cut myself 2 extra bits of card so I know I've got the right spacing. So when it's all dry, when you fold it up, it does fold up correctly like this one here. Now you can see with this one, I've basically just cut one of the papers from the garden pack, pop that on the front there. I've distressed it slightly with a good old vintage photo and then splattered it as well just to give it that real vintage look. And then on the back, I've just taken another sheet also from the garden paper. There are so many different beautiful papers in there, and they're obviously all going to work together. So we're just going to use the That's Crafty multi-purpose glue just to stick all of the sheets together, and then we'll just pop that in there. You'll see that I've already done a hole in there because I've got a piece of decorative string that goes through there as well. So I'm just going to line that one up like so, just bend it round. We've even got a little flap on the bottom here again, just using exactly the same method, so everything just goes back in on itself. Now what I've done are these, which are little faux slides. Okay, this is an idea from Rachel on the design team. I said to her, you know, obviously you can use them to frame things, but what else you can do? And she said, well, little transparent images there, put those in, they look like little slides. So that's what I've actually done there. Really nice idea, so thank you very much for that, Rachel. So earlier on, I made myself a little notepad, which I think you were saying about the red line tape to take the foil.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that was actually designed to pop in there.
Clever.
Okay, like so. And also we can pop those 2 pieces in there. I'd never like to waste anything. So where it comes to the chipboard, this is actually the waste frame that you get with it. I've cut it in half. So this is going to be a little pocket. So I'm just going to quickly glue that. Got a scrap of paper there. So let's just pop that in there. And then just very, very quickly, if I can find the craft knife, which I can. Okay, we're just going to go around the edge. So this is now creating another little pocket. Okay, so like I say, using the scrap that was the frame from those chipboard elements, the one with the window and the doors, etc. And then we're just going to pop that on the bottom there, okay, like so. So again, using the multi-purpose glue.
Use of it.
And I'm just going to pop that in there, like so. And then maybe we can put our tag that we also made this morning. Okay, we're going to pop that in there together as well. And then we're going to close it all up, hopefully, he says. Let's pop that through there. Let's have a look. This isn't going to work, is it? Let's have a look. That through there.
There you
Tuck
go.
that all
Perfect.
in. Okay, so that is basically how we're going to bind it all together. And then we've got our fussy cut paper elements. How long have we got, Hayley?
Oh, I think we've got about 4 minutes or so left, have we? Yeah, 4 minutes
Cool.
or so.
Okay, I'm just going to use basically a large ball tool just to give these little elements just a little bit of shape. Okay, so when they're stuck down, they don't stick completely and utterly flat.
Incidentally, if you do want your craft glue, we have got the details at the bottom of your screen as well, so you can add those in. Just £13.99. You'll get you 2 sizes. Just as Anthony's sticking those in place, can I just show you this? Because I've come across this. It's quite apt because it's something that Anthony is working with. Now, this is something that you can look back at that first hour, 9 o'clock this morning, and I don't know whether you'll recognise it, but the outside frame that you've got here are from those fabulous little MDF ATCs that we've got on the show as well. So, as you heard, don't throw anything away. And it's kind of utilising similar techniques to how we've been seeing with Anthony, creating things like your pad, your little pockets, and of course plenty of little hidey holes for you to put all those wonderful little embellishments that you're creating. So if you want to see how to put it all together, then do go back and watch on Rewind. Up to 60 days from today, you can go back and watch that one. It's 9 a.m. this morning. Love that. All this is coming together beautifully.
So you can see we've just stuck those elements on there. We've just got a little clock face here that we're just going to partially hide. Make sure you, well, I always try to make sure I've got the clock the right way.
Oh, yes, because that would be so irritating.
I'm a bit OCD like that. Let's pop that there. We've then got the beautiful window chipboard. I've just literally stuck another piece of scrap paper, and then I'm just going to place.
And they're all lightweight. They're not adding bulk or weight to the project.
No, not at all. And then we've got this little element here that you get with your chipboard pieces. Okay, we're just going to pop that there. Okay, it's all coming together really quickly. Pop the flower the right way, so like so. Okay, maybe we can have the flowers actually coming over the top there, just to then bring it really in.
Because it gives you the opportunity to reposition things.
It does, yeah. And then we've got a little word that's also in the chipboard pack that says journal. So I'm going to quickly glue that. And then we've got one more piece, and then we are done.
Wonderful.
So
now, as Anthony's adding those pieces, we're into the last couple of minutes of the hour. You can see on the screen there those papers that we've been chatting about, that wonderful Garden Dreams kit. It's now limited stock. This is for the second time because we're on extended delivery with regards to this one now. But £21.99. Please do not leave it too long before you place your order for this. More importantly, you're checking your basket out. And Anthony, just as you're adding those final pieces, when are you expecting you back again? Do we know?
11th of February springs to mind. With some moulds from Karen Davies. So
fabulous!
We've got those. Yeah.
I love it. I got hold of some of the gingerbread ones over Christmas.
I know, they're brilliant. So that is our little project there. All of the elements from the gardening pack. You can see how that all comes together really, really nicely. And you've got so much scope with this particular pack. You've got the backing papers, you've got a chipboard, you've got the little tiny elements, and obviously you can cut pieces out from the main sheet as well.
Absolutely beautiful. Now, of course, with that pack, you're getting loads in there. I love the way that you've got so many different elements so you can experiment and play around. I love the idea of just giving that foiling a go. You only need your iron. You don't need to have a laminator, but you've got all of the elements within there if you wanted to get hold of it. So that is your Garden Dreams, the details of which are on your screen. Beautiful elements as well. You've also got your rice paper, set 1 and set 2, that we're looking at the moment. So if you're wanting to get hold of those, we've got those available for you. And finally, the way that we started the hour, with the wonderful rabbits that we've got here. 419720, but they are nearly on limited stock for the second time. My goodness, Anthony, thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you, Hayley.
I love it. It's always so inspirational. Do check him out on social media. Those Facebook Lives are definitely worth a look. Give you a little bit of a heads up as to what we've got coming up as well from Anthony, so make sure you have a little look. Anything in your basket? I would be checking your basket out now because we're going to be busy in the next hour as well. I'll see you a bit later. We are indeed, because we've got art inspirations coming up with Alla Viglione. Then, of course, we're back with Paul. Looking forward to that hour because I'm doing that one. And then Sewing Essentials with Hayley Smith.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. so I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Well, hello, good afternoon. Now, you can see the name there, Art Inspirations. Yeah, the bottom one was my name, but now the Art Inspiration is, of course, the company that we are going to have a look at. Those gorgeous stamps, beautiful artists, and we have got, of course, the queen of stamping, the queen of mixed media here, the queen of, I can't
Queen
talk.
and none of that malarkey, that's for sure.
Oh, we have got Leona here.
Hello, my darling.
Sometimes I like to, you know, spoil, make you blush.
And make me blush. I bet it didn't, did it? It was just like,
Oh, yeah, because you know it's true.
No.
Because you wanted to be called even like the queen of the galaxy of craft.
No. I think we're crafting, I think, and I think this is a lovely thing about it. I don't think there is anybody that's on that top peg, because I think there's that much to learn, and I think all of us. And the lovely thing is, there's always someone you look at and think, oh my gosh, look at them, they're amazing. And I like that, and I also think it's important to be like that, because you have to keep it real.
Keep it real. Keep it real with, you know, I know that this stamps is one of those ones that you look at them and you're thinking, wow, she's talented.
She's so talented. I mean, I look at her work and go, oh, I wish I could do that.
Well, we're talking about Emily, right?
We are talking about amazing Emily. Now, Emily is, of course, the artist. And yeah, she's sensational. We've got a mixture today. We've got Emily and we've got Brian. And Emily, and I say it every time, but she's so in touch with nature. You know, she's a surfer, but she absolutely soaks up nature, and it absolutely comes through in her designs. You know, she has the wonderful, like she has things like the different spirits. You know, you've got the one that's underground, you've got the sea spirit, you have the different constellations that she puts within her work. She's just got so many different things that are obviously inspired by everything that's around her.
It's almost like she sees the reality behind the reality, if you know what I mean. It's like
I feel Emily doesn't live for stuff.
Yeah.
She lives for seeing and actually feeling the earth. That's what I mean. I've decided this about Emily. I mean, I don't know if I'm right, but I feel I'm probably right.
Well, I mean, even the name Ink and Earth that shows it all about what it is. And of course, we are talking about Lady of the Lake. We had a very busy show early on at 11. So if you want to catch that one out, it will be on thecraftstore.com. Rewind. Now we had 3 sellouts, so make sure once that you choose a stamp, make sure to check out your baskets, because once they are gone, they are gone. And looking at the sky and seeing all the stars, but the constellations and the mystical aspects of that is what you see, as well as the Lady of the Lake as well, hidden between the waters as well. It's really kind of one of those ones that you have to look to see, right?
And I love it because it's got such a story behind it. But what I love about them as well, they've been, obviously, the image is taken from Emily's original artwork. But then Art Inspirations break the image up so it means that you can then put it back together however you want. So you can create so many different looks, and I love that. You know, you can create your own stories with it, and it's just never ending. And they all work together. I know we have got more finished samples under the counter, but they all work together absolutely beautifully. And that's the thing, these aren't a one-trick pony. You'll be able to do so many different things with these. They're absolutely exquisite.
They do. I mean, they are just incredible. I love how you can overlay. No, that's not that one. No, that's. Which one is that one? Oh, right.
They got mixed up. Oh, that's there they are.
They are. This one here.
But that one is actually, that first one is, because that stamp is the one at the top.
One at the top. So if I'm going to still show it, that's why I got confused there. And this one is obviously the Lady of the Lake, and that one is this one in here. So you can show it, and also that one in here.
Isn't it fabulous?
That's beautiful. A hut by the sea.
That's dreamy, isn't it?
Very dreamy. £16.99 is your price. You are saving £13 there. Remember, once they're gone, they're gone. So, and we had already 3 sellouts in the previous hour. 130315 is your item number. Then moving on down to another one by Ink and Earth. Now, I love how everything kind of coordinates, but also is kind of almost the pattern building option, this one.
Which is absolutely my favourite thing. That's my super obsession at the minute. Every single one of Emily's has so many stamps, it's ridiculous. The A4 ones are just such a bargain, though, because look at all the different elements. And they're just beautiful. Like the circle, you'll notice a circle stamp that we've just gone past. That was actually from the Lady of the Lake, but it's not a solid stamp. That's actually been engraved into, so it looks like a constellation. It looks like the sky. It's just a magical stamp. It's absolutely beautiful, and that's why that one is such a cracking stamp. So you've got that, you've got the bird, you've got the eyes, but then you've got that huge tree of life, and that is beautiful. It's such an incredible stamp, and the detail in that is just magnificent.
I mean, look at this one as well, like a stamp and embossed into gold.
Doesn't it look good?
I mean, it does looks, it just, I love it because it completely transforms it from one thing to another completely different thing as well. There it is. And there is so many elements. I love also the center, you know, the flower in there.
Yeah, I like that. Because, I mean, you could replace that with anything. Do you know what I mean? It's a really nice central element that allows you, and obviously that central element, you actually get that as a separate stamp.
Indeed you do. And then you can build that kind of pattern. Again, one of your favorite things. Now, of course, if you want to go for this stamp set, I mean, it is an A4, so you have got an incredible size main stamp, and then all those different ones. £16.99 is your price. You are saving £13. 380791 is your item number. Then we have, well, more for you. From the same Ink and Earth collection, we have got the Clear Ride the Waves. Over 40% of the stock has gone. Now, this is, of course, an A4 A5 stamp set. But again, love in this one, and this is one of my ultimate favorites. Love the semicircles and the circle.
It's just so, It does flow. And I think Emily creates that so wonderfully. You know, the movement of this is just... In fact, I haven't dug that one out. I'm going to dig that one out. The movement on this is absolutely exquisite. And it matches so many of the other stamps. It's ridiculous. And the sunshine. Her artwork is just beautiful because it's different. You know, I think that's something that Art Inspirations have done so well. They've managed to get companies that are artists, I should say. They managed to get artists that are very, very different and unique. I mean, that is beautiful.
It is. That is one of the things that I love about that uniqueness. That is also uniqueness in a good way. It's something that we are not, maybe I haven't seen, but it doesn't mean that is foreign to us, because immediately as a crafter you can start thinking, oh, I'm going to do that into, and then color it in, or stamp and emboss into gold and then put it onto acetate, or maybe put it into vellum, or just leave it as it is. I mean, look how gorgeous that card is, and it just feels very much a very intricate, but also, how can I say it? This doesn't feel as much kind of that mystical nature, but it still feels absolutely stunning. And then as well, oh, look at that. The sentiments as well, absolutely gorgeous. If you want yours, well, $9.99 is your price. Remember, once they're gone, they're gone. Over 40% of the stock has gone. You have got there a saving of £7. 043240 is your item number. Absolutely gorgeous. Photopolymer stamps made in the UK as well, which makes it even better. And then we have got more for you. Again, by Ink and Art, by Emily. And this one is, be in love. Well, you know, be in love with the right person, I would say that. Anyway, and of course, we have got these absolutely stunning images. Again, over half the stock has gone. And, I mean, you know what I see as well? You know those amazing kind of almost goddesses necklaces and crowns?
Well,
I see that.
Funnily enough, when I was doing this earlier, you know the magazine I dug out?
There's some images there that they're not for...
I can't show some of them. But some of them, and I'll show you, hold on a minute, let me find it. I did flick through this earlier. bear with, let me find the one, because there's that one. Have a look at this one. Sorry, you've got me box because I'm rummaging. Look at that image, absolutely exquisite. I did show this earlier, but look how that stamp would look. Wouldn't that look amazing?
A stamp and embossed in silver with a little bit of...
But look at that in the middle. Wouldn't it look phenomenal? I've already started because this one as well, but I want to do it proper. I want to do it proper, and I've started gestuing it because I want to do a collage thing. But again, I mean, that on a red.
Look at that.
Wouldn't it look fabulous?
Absolutely.
Again, there's so much. I love it because you start looking at them completely differently.
Absolutely.
When you've got something like that, an image like that, it's like, oh yeah.
I love that.
And what have I knocked off my desk? Oh, I know, Jane's thing.
Jane's thing with your sayings. Ben is gonna grab it.
Ben.
And of course, it's not just about the tiara and the necklace. I wasn't watching at 11 o'clock, sorry. But, you know, it's funny because we both saw that, you know, and it's just beautiful. And you can see there's never allow hope to leave your soul. Absolutely, that's a beautiful sentiment in there. And then that I love the way that you can go the same position, but by changing a little bit of the colors, it has got a very different feel. I just love that one so much. So even £7, $9.99 is your price. Very busy for this one. Over half the stock gone, and remember, once they're gone, they are gone. 851354 is your item number. Now we are going to into another artist from the Art Inspiration collective design, team, and I always kind of have a problem pronouncing it, but Brijandas?
You see how I say it, but I make up words in my own head, don't I? So I don't know if I'm right either.
Well, you know better than I do, so I'll say Brijandas. Now, this stamp set is approaching 60% of the stock. Now, I remember when Art Inspiration brought first with his art, and I was so inspired that I literally dreamed one night that I was in one of his creations. I mean, that's how powerful and incredible they are, and how detailed. And I think there is a lot about storytelling or story imaging in here as well. So there is kind of that reference. This one, of course, is Create Your Own Magic. It has a £7 saving. £9.99 is your price. We are talking about an A5 stamp set, photopolymer, with the beautiful kind of rhino house village. With I love the ship in the background. You know, it's just such an incredible visual, isn't it?
It's just so ridiculously different. You know, it's so unique. It's so incredibly done. The detail is phenomenal. I mean, what I love about this as well, I mean, nothing I've ever seen has come close to this. It is utterly different, and there's so many elements in it. Now, obviously, you've got your big stamp there, your main stamp, which is amazing. It is a tank, so brilliant for, I mean, if you, see, I don't do cards, but if you're thinking about cards and they have to be kind of literal, obviously moving home, because it's funny. You know, if people are into the motorhomes, the caravans, amazing, because it is essentially a motorhome on a tank, you know, but it's just so unique. It could be anything, and because you've then got the separate houses, they allowed you to use those in completely different ways, and I love that about this one.
But look at this one. I love how they have taken just a piece of it. And fussy cut is one of yours. There's one. Yeah, it is. I love that, because it means that, you know, what the main image is, it doesn't matter. It's also the kind of the character of the rhino. I mean, with the you know, the goggles, like kind of just for.
Why does that remind me of Bruce Willis? Is that bad?
Apparently, they can say. I don't know.
Other actors are available.
Or not, I think it may be.
Yeah.
You know, we don't know if they're available or not.
Well, yeah, probably not.
Probably
not.
Who knows? Not for us, anyway. Oh, one
Don't remind me of rhinos.
Well, I mean, if you have got his number. Anyway, so if you want... We can. That's a good one, Marcus. We can try hard.
Hey, Marcus!
Yeah.
Boom.
Right, anyway, 192046 is your item number. 60% of the stock, and remember, once they're gone, they're gone. So if you want the rhino, do make sure to check out your basket. It has got a £7 saving. $9.99 is your price. And then we have also by Vision Arts. We have got the Get Lost with Friends. I thought I would just said Get Lost. I was like, Get Lost. Get Lost with Friends. This one, again, I remember seeing this one for the first time, and I love. It's not only his artwork, but the flow that he has. Like, it's not just a tree with a boat and there. It's the boat, the tree detail in here. It's the kind of the tire swing on the side. It's the birds on the top. It's the rocks in here. It's the slant of the... It's everything. And then, of course, we have the lighthouse, which to me, that is just the best lighthouse ever.
It's so strong, isn't it? Isn't it different? I love Brian's artwork because his imagination is exquisite. You know, it's obviously looks it really takes things in. Like, obviously, you know, the way, the detail that he puts in things is obviously incredibly observant, you know. However, he's observant of reality, but then he puts his own imagination in there, and his imagination is just fabulous. He loves drawing. Please check him out on the Insta, because he does like drawing his lighthouses. There's quite a few lighthouses on there, but that lighthouse is one of the best ones I've ever seen, because it's utterly different. And I think lighthouses, they're just so iconic, and there's so many meanings that you can obviously attribute to them. So it's one of those images that you could use for so many things.
Indeed, and of course it's like finding your way, most definitely. $9.99 is your price. You're saving £7. This is one of my favorites from Brian. 428681 is your item. I'll say it like that. 60% of the stock has gone. Absolutely stunning. And of course, you will find it on the website, thecraftstore.com, alongside a lot, you know, you can see everything that we have seen, 5-star reviews as well. And we have the possibility of some of them have sold out, so therefore you may not be able to get them. But if you can, if you see what you want, please make sure to check out your baskets. That's the only way to kind of grab yours. And yes, Freedom, of course, you know, there it is, $7.97 is your price. And remember, yes, you may have heard that, of course, we have joined, or the craft store has acquired the Create and Craft, but that changes nothing for you at home. And of course, you can purchase Freedom with all the confidence, and that is a great, exciting news ahead. Right. Right, are you ready?
Yes, sort of, sorry.
Oh.
I was taking my tea bag out. I know it sounds weird, right? I can make stuff up.
No, actually.
That's honest.
No, she literally, I mean, I'm going to be truthful. You know, it's kind of, it's
I don't
like
green
really...
tea, and if it gets too strong, I can't drink it. And I just thought, oh no, I need to get my tea bag out.
Okay, we have got an update. Let's have an update. Right, of course, we have got that beautiful tank from brands that it is now limited stock. If you want it, make sure to check out your baskets. 192046 is your item number. Once it's gone, and that means that 90% of the stock has gone. So if you want it, you need to check out your baskets. Now, probably the next time that I speak, it will be like for guesses. So gone. So
I should have left this up.
Yeah, which one is that?
It's that one. That one.
I cannot just wait. I'm
says,
just going to have a slurp of coffee, pear, quick sneeze, another sheet of card.
So it means just look at my sheet of card because I'm disappearing to get my tea bag out of my cup.
You need
basically.
that one. No,
that's an added addition.
Yeah,
thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane. Jane made this because when that had happened. So she sent this in. So because obviously Jane knows me a bit too well.
Yes.
You know, so Jane says, this is when people are reading my mind.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
This is when obviously I disappear and you just have to say, oh, she knows that I always have a bit of fruit knocking about, and just to prove that she's right.
You have got it. Yeah, Amanda. Yeah.
Because I used to have a fruit on the desk, didn't I? See if people could see. I do that a lot.
Oh, yeah.
The voices in my head.
Yeah.
See, that's when I'm driving myself insane. I do say that quite a lot. And obviously that one. Going to mop it up with tea towel, kitchen roll, rice paper, pair of socks, something else. I'm not going to waste it. She knows me.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, no, that's it.
Oh, it's in your basket. Check it out. Alex, Adam, Derek, Paula, or someone will now run up the counter. You look at this while I have a rummage. I've said that a lot.
Yeah, I like that.
Now this one I can't remember saying. But Jane said I do, so maybe I do. Maybe I do. Boom.
I do it.
Boom, Jane. I bet Jane's
Perfect timing as well after the other one.
Oh no, come back here, bad dog. That, thankfully, I only say while I'm out walking, and there's more swears in it.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
No,
There's loads of swears in it. Ridiculous price for what you're getting. I said that lot. Favourite.
Favorite.
Yeah, that's absolutely me, innit? Take your basket out, and I'll see you again at what time am I on? Jane, you have known me so well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's funny.
Really good.
That's hilarious. Thank you, Jane. Thank you,
Nice,
Jane. That
you're so
really
good.
made me giggle. But the squirt one, it's like, oh, I didn't know I did that, Jane. I'm going to watch out for that one.
Now everybody knows, anyway.
I'm live teller. Now then, that's when I'm using, well, who knows? When I'm using my inks, I hope. Anyway, has this one gone?
By the way, you need to be quick because they're very busy for that one. There's only a handful of left, very few left. If you want to clear the Create Your Own Magic, you need to check out your baskets now.
Right. What I wanted to do with him was, because it is a big old stamp, but you don't need to use the full image. As I did before, I only used parts of it, and you can absolutely do that. So, for instance, I might want to, and I'm just going to leave my black for a moment because I've only just re-inked it. I might want to just isolate this part. I've got a die cut. If I pop that on there, and this is, I've die cut it out to watercolour cardstock. I must admit, I like using Super Smooth with these ones because of the detail. But I've got a massive old pile of watercolour, and if it's a juice ink pad, you should get the detail anyway. How cool is that? So on that stamp, that's one of the images that you could isolate if you wanted to. You've also, however, and this is why, look at the detail, they're just so beautiful. On the other side of this, and this is quite a small little card, let me see if I got, oh, there's a slightly bigger one that I've die cut there. So I could take this one, let me just ink that up a bit more. I'm trying to be quick just in case. Ink this one up a bit more there. So I could take this side of it. Now remember, you've then got all the separate stamps. So this is only the big main focal image. See, look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
I love
Doesn't
that.
it look different?
It looks, it definitely looks like a, you know, like those paintings from the 17th, 18th century. You know, kind of they're kind of focal in there. It's, I really love. It's just incredible.
Absolutely love it.
And also, it becomes a little bit more realistic. That one particular, you know what I mean?
Once you've isolated it, it absolutely well because it takes out the randomness.
The
so as soon as you've
as
soon as you've taken old Bruce out, then it becomes something different. Sorry, I am rummaging because
oh, by the way, it's technically gone, which means here at the craft store, of course, if you have it in your basket, like Jane says, that Leona says, you know, if it's in your basket, you need to check out now. Otherwise, you won't get it. Remember, every single item, once it's gone, it's gone. So that's the same for Bruce as for everybody else.
Bruce is gone. Okay, so I will put these on my little pile of finished things. So I will start now. This time I'm going to take one of my little art journaling cards. These are really nice. This is on a mixed media card, so things react differently on the mixed media card, but I kind of like that. So what I'm going to do now, let's have a play. So I'm going to play first of all with Our Lady in the Lake stamp. Now, one of my very favourite things with all of these stamps is the ability to pattern build, because there's so many different things you can do with them. Earlier on, I used this stamp, and this is such a cracking stamp. I used this one on the sides, and they do look so good when you don't just use them as they're meant to be. I love that. I love that you can mix it up so much. I mean, you could create, and I did that earlier, you could almost create the circle, and that's going to sit something beautifully inside. So it's stunning for that. However, with something like this, it's one of those, I'm deciding where it's going to go, but I think I'm going to have it edge to edge. So if I take this edge to edge, now again, I'm doing what I always do, I'm just playing, and this is what I'd love you to do with these. Get them home and play, experiment. That's the only way you find out all the different, the ways you can use them. Now, I've done this, but that's irritated me, because I don't like, isn't it funny? I don't like the distance there and the distance there.
Right,
that irritates me. So I'd actually gesso it up, paint over that one, turn it over. Because little things like that, it's funny, isn't it? Even though I'm random, I ain't that random.
Well, is it that if random is random, then it's fine. But if it's meant to be symmetrical and then it's random, it just doesn't look right.
Then it's like, oh no, that stands out too much. That messes with me head. But this one I'm happy with for now. Right, so I'm going to do that there, and then so I'm lining up my points. And then you get that, which is beautiful. And I love it because it utterly changes the stamp. I mean, if you brought these closer together, and I'm just going to go again, let me just show you one stamp. And this is why I adore this, because one stamp, as soon as you start stamping it in different, you know, different connotations, or mixing it up just slightly, it changes the image so much. Like if I bring that, lining it up, See, look at
Oh,
that.
that's
So
gorgeous.
the closer you stamp it, again, it changes it.
It's almost like the two planets meeting. You know. So,
Yes.
by the way, we have had a question, an email in. And by the way, if you have got any questions, studio@thecraftstore.com, that's the address to send it. The email from Kathy was asking about the angel policy. So can we make things to sell?
Yes, we absolutely can. Which, when you think about it, is amazing because this is artwork from artists. But no, it's absolutely fine. You're okay to create something beautiful and then sell your makes. I mean, look at that. Utterly changed it.
Beautiful.
You know, I mean, look at that. It's quite fabulous, isn't it?
It is.
I love it because again, so different. And within the stamp, do you know what I do love as well? When you start working with stuff like this, you'll remember a stamp, won't you? And you'll go, oh, that'll be good there. But then you have to remember which stamp set it was from. So, from this stamp set, and I adore this one, it's just beautiful stamp set is that one. So I've switched on to that one because I know this will work wonderfully. And it's that image. That stamp is divine. And again, it's just one of those little stamps. But that is going to sit, I want it that way.
So even the larger ones, you can use them for pattern building.
Yes. Well, the Tree of Life is amazing for pattern building. There, see, if I stamp that now, let me see which circle we're on. We're on that one. Like that. See, look how beautiful that looks. I love things like this. I love playing. This is just, it sings, it makes my heart sing. Because something like this, it just allows you to be so creative. And again, I can change this up. Now, hover over your stamp. When you hover over, I can see that circle, that middle circle, will fit in that circle. So if I re-ink it, now it might not sit, it might, when it's done, it might not look good, but that's okay, because if I don't like it, we just start again. It's not a big deal. But experiment with things like that. As it is, it sits quite beautifully in there.
Doesn't it?
And it changes, again, it changes the look of it.
Absolutely.
It changes the whole sort of, I mean, now I can almost see a face in it. It actually looks a little bit tribal, I think.
It does very
that.
tribal, very kind of, it does.
And
there is that sense also, the way that you're kind of thinking, as black and white looks amazing, but then it's like if you bring color, then you can highlight certain things.
Absolutely.
Or
And
even,
I never colour in on these shows because of time, because I do actually love to do this. I like to pattern build because I feel it shows the versatility of the stamp, rather than spending a lot of time colouring in. But I mean, every time I do these shows, I do dig all my pencils out and then don't actually do anything with them. But yeah, as soon as you bring colour into that would look magnificent, absolutely magnificent.
I mean, the way that I see it is that for instance, that stamp, and by the way, it's funny because I saw this one on social media, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is such a cool stamp. By the way, follow Leon Pujol on, of course, Instagram and Facebook. But you can see in here that kind of element as well. It completely looks so different with the yellows and the reds and the pinks in there. So it suddenly means that you have got the ability to not only pattern build, but bring color. And also what I love about this collection is that you can go really crazy with your colors, that you don't have to be, like sometimes if it's flowers, it has to be certain colors. This has almost the flower nature of ease of coloring, but also the freedom.
Absolutely. You can literally do whatever you want with them. It's fabulous.
Absolutely. And if you want some light in your life and some love, Be in Love is the stamps are very, very, very busy that's one get lost. That one gets get lost. Sorry, Be in Love is that one. Oh. And that's what my boss in my ear, he said, it's like, get lost. Anyway, Be in Love, over 70% of the stock has gone, so if you want yours. This one is the tiara and the necklace that we call it, with a £7 saving. Remember, we have had 3 sellouts in the previous hour, 1 sellout in this one, and then of course, if you want to not miss out, you need to check out your baskets, because once they are gone, they are gone. Now I can get lost. We have got, it's actually limited stock. So again, 90% of the stock has gone. So if you want yours, you don't want to miss out. Now is the time to check your basket out to make sure that you get them. Right, back to you, Push.
You know, before that one sells out. Where are you? Me get lost. Oh, where are you? Oh, this is so beautiful. Friends help guide the way. Indeed,
Absolutely
they do. Indeed,
what
they
I would
do.
have done the last 4 years without you.
I'm not sure which way sometimes.
I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe I just went the wrong, you know.
I mean, I remember the Uber. If you don't get lost, there's a chance you may never get found.
All
the taxis are available.
Or carpooling services.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you don't get lost, there's a chance you may never get found. So there's some beautiful sentiments on here as well. It's not just about the main image. But let me just show you this one, because this is ridiculously divine. If I just stamp this out really, really quickly, again, just before it sells out, because it will go. But it's just, look, it's so, so pretty. That lighthouse. I've stamped this image out because we've had quite a few of these shows. I've stamped this image out so many times because I love it. I just love it. How different is that? It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
And at the same time, it's very different, but also it's relatable, which I think that is important.
Yes.
Because I'm a very conservative when it comes to crafting. In a way, I like to stay within my lines of crafting, but immediately I know what to do with that image.
Yeah, you don't look at it and go, I have no idea what this is or what to do with it. No, immediately you recognise it's recognisable and symbolic.
Exactly, very symbolic.
It's so symbolic. I'm going to stamp the wave. Now, the wave of the other stamp, of course, I'm going to stamp that first of all on here, and I'm actually going to use this as a tag. I'll cut the little thing off.
By the way, the Get Lost, the stamp set, Get Lost, is now technically gone. So if you have it in your baskets, now it's basically last call for you to make sure that you are getting it. Remember to check out your baskets, otherwise you will miss out, because once they're gone, they're gone. Right, back to you, Leona.
Now, second generation. I know it's sold out, but have a look. That's second generation, and it works beautifully with it. Imagine when that's coloured in, it'll look absolutely exquisite. So again, it's another one of those. There's so many ways to use them together.
And you are mixing Emily's work with Brian's.
Yeah.
Brian
and the thing is as well, I mean, with this one, you've got, like on Emily's, you've got, you've got beautiful leaves and things. You could have those floating in, and, so it looks like there's a breeze float. There's so many crosses. There's so many ways you'll mix and match them. Pop that to one side. I do have a lot of it, and that one's sold out, hasn't it? So pop it on my sold out pile. So we've 4 left. It's okay. It's okay. We've only got half an hour. And I found. That's Jane's letter. I'll let you have a look at Jane's letter. Yeah, because it's a really good letter. Okay, now. Let's get a bigger piece of card. So, on one of these. So, we've still got that one left, haven't we? Nice one. But we've still got the Tree of Beautiful Life left as well, haven't we? Now, this is something I did the last time we had this on, but honestly, I'm going to do it again just in case you missed it, and just because I can, because I like messing about. So, with this stamp, now this is such an exquisite stamp. It is one of those that you can use in so many ways, but it's got so much going on there. It's absolutely amazing.
Well, you have a rummage. I kind of say, Jane, I've just read your letter, and it's exceptionally witty, and I wouldn't expect any less from somebody who can devise, how did she call it? The Mark II Jave, which is Jane's automatic voice emulator. It's simplicity itself to use. Indeed, it is. I love that. We have got amazing viewers, and thank you so much for being there and for sending emails and messages like this.
Absolutely, Jane. That is. I mean, it really made us giggle. It's hilarious. It's hilarious, and it needs to be on my table forever, doesn't it? It does. I'm using one of the journal cards now. These are journal cards from Clarity, and they're absolutely beautiful. Beautiful to work on, beautiful to stamp on. But because you've got all your little dots there as well, it means you can use them for your journaling or whatever you want to use them for. So I'm going to work on these. I'm telling you what, and these, because that's mixed media, the ink is taking forever to dry. So I'm moving on from that. That's why I haven't gone back to that, because it's still really wet. I know I could start blasting it with a heat gun, but I don't want to start faffing. So that's why I'm moving on from the cardstock. It is amazing cardstock though. I really like the mixed media cardstock. And it's funny actually, I don't know why I didn't use it sooner, but anyway. So let's play with a different colour. So let's go in with a pink, because I hardly ever use different colours, as Jane pointed out. So I am going to use a pink on this one. So I'll put pink on first, but I'm then going to just touch some of the edges of the stamp with a bit of blue. So just gently going around the edges of some of the stamp. This is an incredible stamp. It's huge. It's ridiculously detailed, but it's also stunning. It's stunning. So hopefully I have inked it properly and I'll get that detail. Now, what I should have done is put some card under there just to make sure I had a bit of squidginess under there, but I didn't. But hopefully we'll get a good impression, because I've got nice juicy ink pads. If you're ever struggling to get a decent impression, get some juicy ink pads. I do recommend AALL and Create platforms, you know, because I like the flexibility. However, look at that. I mean, how beautiful is that? It's just beautiful.
And the shading. Look at those eyes, the petal eyes, the shading, the intensity in one corner, and then in the, it's just
stunning,
the detail.
And I love the movement of this. The bird is
bird,
amazing.
yeah, I was looking at that.
So I'm going to flip it now. Imagine that, like, you know, if you're doing wedding invitations or something, imagine that being on the top of the card. Ooh. Or if you're doing like a beautiful folded pocket,
petal folds,
and that being on the wouldn't that look amazing?
And that's easy to do as well, with just a circle die.
Yeah. It's like, I love this. I love when you only stamp part of a massive stamp out, because it absolutely changes it, you know, because you're spotlighting a different area of the actual stamp. It makes you look at the stamp differently. And honestly, it's a ace, because you get more out of the stamp as well. But it makes your eye look at it differently, doesn't it? So I want to pop it on the other side. So I'm just eyeballing it, trying to balance it and make sure it's kind of even. I'm hoping that didn't touch the paper the first time I put it down. So again, a bit of pressure, because I still haven't put card underneath, but it'll be fine. I feel it'll be fine, because the first one were perfect. But you never know, do you? Just because one side's perfect means nothing.
Nothing.
means
nothing.
It means nothing. However, as it happens, beautiful. Isn't it? Just beautiful. Imagine that being a gatefold card. And those two edges being the gatefold. I mean, it's just utterly, utterly divine. And I haven't.
Like, does it having the dots in there help, or you just didn't?
I was just guessing.
You were just
guessing.
Good guess, but yeah.
I'm kind of chuffed. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I'm a little bit chuffed.
It's like, yes, they were. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I've already got a gorgeous die cut, which obviously is going to sit beautifully in the centre of that. Now, this is where choice comes in, because we have got, on the main stamp set, you've got that central element, you've got that there. So that could go in there if you wanted it to. However, if I start mucking about, this one, you see, would sit, part of it would sit there as well. Absolutely. So you would get the edge on there as well. However, we've also got on this one, she likes the circles, because again, look, boom, that's the one. So it's that beautiful, beautiful sun that's going in the middle of there. And this is why I adore her stamps. It's just endless. The possibilities are endless. I have demonstrated these quite a few times, and it's never boring. I keep turning over because I keep getting ink on it, but I'll put it that way, and then I've just got more ink on instead.
More ink. It's just speckles of artistic genius. I
tell you what, I'd do my own head in. That should be on the card.
Yeah, your own genius as your heading.
Do me head in. Look at that.
Look at that.
Isn't that just such a good image?
Beautiful.
Such a strong image.
And again, perfectly centered.
Don't know what's happening this afternoon. So you're
Oh, look at that.
Doesn't that look lovely? It's just stunning. It's such a good image. And again, I adore the way they work together. The way they work together, the way they complement each other is just exquisite. There are other stamps that I can bring in here, but I'm actually going to bring just a sentiment. So on here, learn to ride the waves, or what else have we got there? We've got... with the sun on my face and the water soothing my soul, I am at peace. That's the one. Isn't that beautiful? And that's it. Again, the sentiments are very in touch with nature. And I think that's quite exquisite. Yeah. So that one is going to sit just at the bottom, like that. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And again, it's easy, but I just think that is exquisite. I would colour in now. If I were colouring this in, which I'm not going to, but I would be colouring in the sunshine and maybe some colouring that, but I wouldn't go mad with this because I like that. I like that quite plain.
And I have to say that it's one of those stands that because of the dots and things like that, it looks shaded already with colour, so you don't have to actually add anything else.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the strong bit about it, isn't it? Her artwork is, it's standalone, quite frankly, but oh my gosh, if you are into colouring, look at the detail of that. You will adore colouring.
Absolutely,
trust me, you'll adore colouring these in. There's so much in there. It's beautiful.
And so much as well that is kind of complete freedom of colour. Now, of course, we are featuring art inspiration this hour, 2 different artists, but I'm actually now only one of them because they have had 2 sellouts this hour alone, 3 in the previous hour, which means if you like something, please make sure to check out your baskets. Once they're gone, they're gone. We have got 4 sets left. Well, let's have a look at the first one. Of course, The Lady of the Lake by Ink on Earth, Emily. Now, here you have one of the stars of this show, I think. That stamp is so versatile. Think about it, just putting a sentiment in the center or above it, and then just using your embossing powders and then coloring it. If you like a little bit of bling, you can put it in there as well. Little, little kind of stars in there as well. Look at the lady herself hidden between the waves and those beautiful lily pads and leaves as well. Every time that you look at these images, you discover a new thing. And this is why these stamps are kind of almost mysterious in themselves. They are such a kind of different from anything else that you may have already. The possibilities as well means that you can bring in different aspects of that story into life. You can bring in, for instance, the little hut in there as well, and look at that when you open it up, and you have got different elements from it, from different stamp sets as well. If you want a Lady of the Lake, £13 saving, £16.99 is your price, and it's an A4 photopolymer stamp made in the UK, which has all the quality but all the potential in your hands. Now, if you want a partner to that stamp, you have got the perfect one in here for you, with the massive tree of life that our Leonie just stamped. And look at that, she just used the top half of it, but then you have got the whole thing, the elements like that pyramid, inverted pyramid with a sentiment. This could be fussy cut and then put something like a sentiment in there, rotate it. I kind of see it in different ways, and then look at that. Then I let go of what I am and become what I might be. Love that. The bird, the elements. I love the way that art inspirations do that so well. One focal image with all the intricacy, and then taking away each element so you can pattern build. So you can create even a smaller centerpieces if you wanted, or highlight what you already have. This is the thing, it's like sometimes we look at the stamp and we go like, wow, this is so big, I know exactly what to do. But what then after? And these stamp sets allow you to then say, well, I'm going to go pattern building, I'm going to create the birds in there. And what about just going simply on all your inky distressed backgrounds and then stamping that focal image? You don't need to do much else than put a sentiment in there, and it's perfect for cards as well. And these are images that are, if you send cards, these will work across the range of from happy birthday, happy anniversary, and so much more. This one is When I Let Go, £16.99 is your price. You are saving £13. 380791 is your item number. And then we have got Raise the Wave, or Ride Away. Rise the Waves or Ride the Waves, it's a little bit different, I suppose. Now, of course, 2/3 of the stock has gone. A5 stamp set here. And we have got the wave in, and that stamp in here. So if I turn it over, you can see the Leone overlaid over the lighthouse. So you can mix and match. And I love this because, yes, it's reminiscent of the Great Wave, but it's also very unique in its own being. And I love the way that the Pentelism allows it to think about coloring in, bringing color, or just stamp and emboss into kind of, I was thinking that would look amazing onto one of the rainbow parchments from Clarity, stamp and emboss into white, because then you will have the, almost like the imitation of the embossing element, but of course you would have it with a stamp set. And then you could do a little bit of pico cutting as well, so you can introduce different crafts into one. 043240 is your item number, saving £7, 9.99 is your price for that one. Incredible prices. Make sure to check out your baskets, because once they are gone, they are gone. And then finally is the Be in Love, which 3/4 of the stock has gone. Yeah, I mean, it's just stunning. I mean, you have got the mountain in here, which I absolutely adore. You have got that wreath with those leaves in here. I love, you know, I love the element of the tiara or necklace in there. And again, if you want to frame an artwork or a piece of inspiration, I love literary quotes, and I'm starting to frame in a few of them in my home. And I think that the idea of having those gorgeous kind of frame into the stamps would be absolutely beautiful to have them. If you want yours, £9.99 is your price. You are saving £7, 851, 354 is your item number. Or poems, like having a poem or something like that. It's just beautiful, and it kind of gives it that. The circle is that kind of completion, but also I love that all possibilities, like kind of emptiness, that you can be anything. And
yeah, it's quite nice as a circle, isn't it? Because obviously it's the continuation, whatever happens unbroken. But yeah, then you've got the space in the middle as well.
Absolutely.
It's right nice, a circle.
Right nice, right nice, yeah.
We right like circles. Yeah. Okay, let's have a little play. So, do you know what I will do? Because I haven't stamped her out yet. I haven't stamped out Our Lady of the Lake, and it seems rude not to. Now, this is such a beautiful image. I'm going to use a big A4 platform for this one, because it deserves it. Now, it deserves it. Now, that is a big image. It's bigger than that A5 cardstock. However, I'm only stamping it on the A5. I'm not going to I'm going to chop little bits off. It is another one of those. There's loads of detail. You've got the little turtle. You've got all the fishes under there. I mean, there's so much going on in that one image alone. It's
can I draw your attention, you know, that the stamp ink pad, that is so big. The one, no, I know you know, but I want to show everybody. The bottom one.
Yes.
No, the other one.
Oh, the one my dog chewed up. Yeah, that's Lola, that. It's Lola. Yeah, that'll be Lola. Helping me stamp.
Yeah.
It'll be
She's like, Mummy, use this colour. I like pink.
She's funny. Look, Indy doesn't. It's funny because I used to like my old gang who followed me literally everywhere. All 3 dogs. They used to follow me everywhere when I had Dylan and Dave and Tila. And then obviously, you know, with these two, it's very different. And both of them, they don't follow me like the old gang used to. However, Lola, when I'm crafting, she'll get a bit bored and she'll come in, and she's good. She doesn't just chew something, but if given the opportunity, she's really bored. But she's well cute. She'll come in and she'll just be like, I'm bored, hiya mum. And she'll just wait and get some attention and then trot off again. It is right cute. So cute. I drag her up on my knee and then she's like, oh, I didn't come in for this. This is uncomfortable. It's like, but it's like, oh, I'm going to cuddle you because you're so cute.
Yeah.
But,
And the way that she jumps is so funny now.
Oh, she's hilarious.
Yeah, she's just hilarious.
She's a little monkey. She's a monkey this morning. I needed her to be really quick, but there are this little, one of them little sausage dogs. Look at that.
Oh,
Isn't that beautiful?
it
Isn't that
is.
beautiful? It's
Yeah.
just beautiful. There were one of them little sausage dogs, which obviously she wanted to go and play with. So she looked at me, and I was shouting her. She looked at me, and then they're like, meh. And off she went. Oh, that little monkey. I mean, at least she looked at me, so we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least I exist.
Yeah.
So that's quite good, isn't it now? But, oh, the little monkey. I didn't say monkey. Actually, I were quite good because the lady were there.
Oh.
But anyway, no, she's cute. She just wants to go and play. Oh, she's adorable. Anyway, this is how the stamp is designed, okay, sort of. Obviously I've changed it because I've cut this bit off. But the way the stamp is, so if you look up, Emily, if you look up Ink and Earth, this is how you will see this image. Now, use a juicy ink pad for this one. This is, and I think I've got a hair on that. I have. This is one of those stamps. I'm not going to faff, I'm just going to do it. If you don't have a juicy ink pad, you aren't going to get that detail. I would also really recommend smooth cardstock for this one. If you work on textured cardstock, again, you're not going to get the detail. It doesn't matter, you'll still get a beautiful image, but it is a really cool stamp. What I love about this one, she's got a little candle in the window, which is just beautiful. I can't remember what country it were, and I can't remember the detail of the story properly, but look at that. Beautiful, isn't it? So that, remember, is on the other stamp set, but as a full circle. Yeah. So, and I love that. I love that you get it on this one, but then you get it on the full one. And you can see, again, all the symbols within the sky. So it's got your moon, it's got all your different, all your different patterns in there, because that's what Emily does. She uses loads of different beautiful symbols for things, and it's just, it makes her images so interesting. You then have this one. Now, this one, obviously, normally, I'd be working on a bigger surface, but because I've shrunk my surface down, I have to be mindful of that. So this one, I'm having it so the top's dropped off. I actually quite like reducing this image because it changes it. But it's beautiful, but I like that just changing the size changes the image. It makes it look really interesting. So taking this one now, and this one comes down here like this. And you've got, now that again, these stamps again are proper handy. Like these ones, if I go off on my random tangent, as ever, and I must admit, I've got piles and piles of card next to me. If you're going for your cardstock, which I really, really recommend you have tons and tons of cardstock of, but this is my my pink frog, sorry. I literally every time, literally.
Oh, I'm the same.
Oh, it drives me nuts. But with your pink frog, I really recommend the A6 size because these are great for playing with. Now, this stamp, this is a really good one because you're getting your left, but you've also got the right. So again, when you're creating, you're like we've got a lot of stamps that sit within a circle. So this, you can start creating. Oh, this is a bit of an odd angle, but you'll see what I mean. I'll do it like that so you can see what I mean. So you can start creating. I've done that on a really bad angle, but I've only got 3 minutes, so I won't faff too much. But it's an odd angle, is that? See, hold on. But can you see? And then I'll bring the other one in.
Yep.
Kind of cool, isn't it?
It is.
Move on, because I want to go back to that.
Oh, I love that.
Isn't it beautiful? Now,
I love that it's like a constellation you are creating, or a solar system or something like that.
It is literally magical.
It is.
It's just magical. It's beautiful. So she's protecting the seas. You've got all the gorgeous fishes. You've got the beautiful little hut. You know it's going to be somewhere magical and warm and, Some were incredible. You've then got the little danglies. These are amazing stamps because these you will use again and again and again. They're ridiculously handy. And, I mean, this stamp set is full of really handy, versatile stamps because all these little workers, these you can use on all sorts, and I love them because they're beautiful finishing touches. Isn't that a stunning image? Right, so that's your main image. Amazing, just amazing. I like it reduced on that card, and I think it's important to show it on a smaller card because it is a big stamp. And when you look at it, you think, oh yeah, but I never work on it. I don't create A4 stamps. You don't need to. That shows you that actually you can work on a much smaller surface and create something beautiful.
Even if you have got an art journal that is in A6, and you could kind of continue it, like put it maybe halfway through one page and the other one as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's it. You'll find so many ways of using it. But then you've got all your little worker stamps.
Oh, look at that! And these ones are even cute, which is not a word that I would use for Emily's artwork, but you can make it cute if you know what I mean.
I mean, this is just it's really sweet. So you've got that one that you can use as a little background stamp. 1 minute. But then look, you've got these ones.
By the way, make sure to check out your baskets. Remember, once they are gone, they are gone. Very busy. We had 2 sellouts or 3 sellouts. 2 sellouts this hour and 3 in the previous one. Look at the fish in there.
Aren't they gorgeous? And it's that movement. And of course with this one, because you've got the movement there, you could then bring in, I'm going to run out of time, you could then bring in the wave from the other one that allow you to create that movement as well. Honestly, they all work together beautifully. And again, if you love your pattern building, amazing. I'll see you later. What time am I on?
You are at 6 p.m. and I ate with myself. So you are at 6 launching a brand new one-day special with Hayley, and then at 8. Now, you at home, if you want any of the art inspirations, do check out your baskets. Otherwise, you will miss out on the savings. Well, we have got a final look at the one-day special from Clarity, then Sewing Essentials with myself, and then AALL Create Wildflower one-day special at 6 with Leone.
So I hope you can join me, Stephanie Waitman, at my new home at the craft store.
Hi there, my name's Leone. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. I hope you can join me on my Let Leone Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 a.m. and 2 p.m.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand-drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, We have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 4 o'clock and you know what 4 o'clock means? It's your last opportunity to see our current one-day special. The deal is going to come to an end at 6 o'clock though, but if you have just joined us, because we've got lots of new people joining us, of course, here at the craft store we bought Create and Craft, so lots of brand new viewers, so if you are one of those, then welcome. This is the craft store. We do some fabulous different products here, different ranges, and you'll be coming across many of these as time goes on. But one thing that we do, which is a little bit different, is our one-day special. Now this usually kicks off in an evening at 6 o'clock and it's exactly that. It is a deal that will last 24 hours. So this deal was launched last night at 6 p.m. and it will run right the way through to 6 p.m. today when a brand new deal is launched. But good news is you still have the opportunity to take advantage of this, because at 4 o'clock we bring you your final opportunity to see it live, and you can buy it during this hour or right the way up to 6 o'clock. But I wouldn't leave it right up to 6 o'clock if I was you, because this is our current deal and already it is limited stock. So if you're wanting to get hold of it, you need to be quick. This could be the hour that you take advantage of it. Now, as I'm sure you will be aware, we regularly have our fabulous guests joining us, and it is my privilege to be spending this out with our fabulous Paul Church. Hello, my darling, how are you?
Likewise, I'm very well, thank you.
Good. Now, obviously, we're here with our one-day special. We'll chat all about, obviously, Groovy and Pergamano and things as they go on. But for anybody that's just joined us, what have we got here with our one-day special?
Okay, so we've got 4 beautiful designs from our lovely Josie Davidson, and Josie Davidson is the queen of grids. Parchment craft is a very sort of old traditional type of crafting, and when you look at the designs we bring you and the different styles of plates and everything else, what we find, we work with some of the best trad parchers in the world. We really do. Linda Williams, Master Pergamano tutor, there's only 2 in the world. Josie Davidson, queen of grids. Now traditionally, when we look at this beautiful artwork and you see this gorgeous lace effect, it is a skill to be able to create that in a traditional method.
It is,
and it would be based on a grid that has thousands of holes on, and you have to plot all the dots, plot all the perforations, and hope, 1, that you can count, and 2, that you don't go wrong.
That's true. And then it all meets up in the end.
Exactly. So what Josie does is, in conjunction with the Groovy system, is that it gives you both the perforating and the embossing on one plate.
I love it. Now, when you look at these plates, you'll notice there's lots of different elements in there. So this isn't necessarily a design that you would use just as it is there. You're kind of giving us components that we can mix and match together.
That's right. So we have options with the Groovy system. We could have given you a complete square of just the embossed dots.
Okay.
And then we could have given you a plate that has a complete square of all the perforations.
Right.
But in order to do that, it doubles the value.
That's true, because it's double the cost,
That's right. So in offer to give you value for money, what we do is we take, I say we, Jim in the office, one of our graphic designers, he takes the design from Josie and he splits it in half.
So when we're looking at a frame like this, it's kind of a frame that you can work one half or the other or both together?
Or both together.
Okay.
Now, you can create squares, you can create rectangles, you can create borders, you can create corners. That is the beauty of the Groovy system, is that you can take elements from it. You become confident with the system that you say, oh, I'm just going to do this bit, or I'm just going to do, I wonder what happens if I do this.
That's the beauty of it. You kind of are in control of that tool, whether it's a Pergamano tool. And I know there's lots of viewers who'll be watching, maybe watching us for the first time with Groovy. And Pergamano is a company that Groovy bought. That's right. Clarity bought Pergamano a couple of years back now. And there's all different types of crafting. And I know, I mean, I'm a crafter myself. I have been for many years. And if you said so, oh, what type of crafting do you do? Oh, I do stamping. Oh, I do Pergamano. You instantly knew that if someone said they did Pergamano,
they did parchment craft.
That's true. And it's one of those crafts that I must admit I have tried myself over the years. I'm not the tidiest of crafters. I'm not the most studious of crafters. I don't have a long attention span. And I must admit, my journey with Pergamon didn't last very long. But of course, when we're talking groovy, totally different.
It does. What the groovy system gives you the beautiful line art in a very achievable method.
Okay.
So if we was looking at a design, for example, say of a flower in
Mm-hmm.
a traditional Pergamano style, it would be printed on a piece of paper, parchment on top, trace it out with a white pen or pencil,
Mm-hmm.
and then the skill that I struggled with myself was getting the pressure to emboss that line so you get a beautiful, clean impression. The groovy system replaces that one element of parchment crafting.
But you're still getting the passion, you're still getting those beautiful results, but you're building your confidence. Or it might be that you're a traditional parchment crafter, and over the years, as just the case with many of us, the eyesight, your dexterity, maybe those are things that meant that you haven't been able to pursue that craft anymore. Well, the groovy system is the perfect way for you to pick up your Pergamano tool and give it another go. Now, this one-day special is an amazing deal. You've got a series of 4 different beautiful plates, as you can see here, and you've got a saving of £20. Now, that equates to one of those plates coming to you free of charge, because you'd normally be paying £20 for each one. Indeed, at the bottom there you can see we've got those at the price there, different item, sorry, same item number, different variations, because of course what we're looking at is a series of French cities, and that's kind of giving these plates names, but it doesn't mean you have to use those French cities within your design. It might be in the centre there, you're adding a sentiment there to send love to somebody. It might be that you're using it to really personalise. Now, if you are looking for these, sadly they did sell out earlier on, but don't worry, we will still see them back again soon enough, I am sure. But look at the beautiful arrangement you're making. I love that border.
It's beautiful, isn't it? So that's just taken one section of one of the plates to create that, and that's been done on our beautiful rainbow parchment.
I love this parchment.
So what we do, we've got clear parchment, which traditionally a lot of parchers use. We have our designer parchment, and then we have the rainbow parchment.
Wow. Now, let's talk about price. Saying to you about you've got £20 saving, everybody's saving at least £20, but if you are a Freedom member, then you will get an additional discount, meaning that you are saving £26, bringing that price down to £53.96. So if you're not a Freedom member already, you can become a Freedom member as you are checking out your basket. Just tick a little box if you're shopping online, but if you're speaking to one of our lovely call operators, they'll be able to help you with that. But what that means is when you spread the cost over 2 payments, which again is available to everybody, it brings that monthly payment down. Now, usually that first payment would have your post and packing attached to it, but as a Freedom member, you don't have to worry about your post and packing. It's all part of your membership. But if you are looking at this and thinking, yeah, I need to take advantage of this one-day special, you need to be quick. We are down to single figures. Now, obviously, Paul, with regards to these plates, we've been chatting about all the gorgeous designs, but they come with these fabulous pattern grids.
They do. So when we're looking at the finished artwork, you'll notice that you've got these sort of apertures within the design, which is created by doing picot cutting. But where would you start to do the cutting? How would you know where to start? So what Josie has done is she's given us a guide on, they're all different for each of the 4 different designs. And you can see you've got those red lines on there which indicate where to do the picot cutting if you choose to.
That's a good point, yes. Yeah, because it's down to you. You make your own rules when you are working with Groovy, but what we give you are the tools to get you started, and these are beautiful. If you're wanting to take advantage of them, then the details are on your screen. 073987, all important item number. And of course, 2 prices, dependent on whether you're a Freedom member or not. If you want the biggest saving, though, become a Freedom member at the same time as checking out your basket, and not only will you be saving on this item, but you'll be saving on every item over the next calendar month, because you won't be paying any additional post and packing on your order, which means the price on your screen is the price delivered to your door. So for this bundle, you can see 2 prices, £59.96, or delivered to your door for £53.96 if you're a Freedom member and you don't want to spread the cost. But same item number for both those options, 073987. Now, we're busy on our phone lines. We're able to take your orders either on the phone, or you can jump onto our website. We've got an app as well. So whichever suits you best, you can make sure you're placing your order, but if you are giving us a call on the phone lines, that sometimes can be the longest process to get your order in place. So when we're looking at vulnerable stock, it might be an idea, if you can, to jump onto the website and secure that order sooner rather than later. I love it. But of course, you do different segments. We're looking at the frames. Now, one of the things I've experienced when you're working with frames and you're working with intricate designs, sometimes they're not the same across as they are down.
That's right. So the designs we're looking at here, Josie, Hayley.
I'll take it. I will take that any day of the week.
So the designs we're looking at here, there's two different types of grids. You've got a straight grid. If we have a look on the overhead,
okay.
Let me just bring these basic grids in, which we also have available on the show. Okay. So we've got this one here, which is what we call a straight grid.
Okay.
And this one here is a diagonal grid. And when you look at them, if I hold these up to, we'll just wait for that camera to come in. If I just hold this up to camera 1, okay, you can see it's a series of 1,000 dots, but they're all straight in whatever direction you look at. Now, if I swap this one out and bring this one in, we can see that they're offset from one another to create that diagonal look. Okay.
So that kind of gives you flow.
That's right. So these basic grids have their uses, they really do. But when you think that this plate here that Josie designed, the diagonal, was taken from a plate like this.
Right, okay.
So would you put a piece of parchment on there and recreate that design?
No.
No, neither would I.
That's a long answer.
No. Why? What? I mean, was you not going to put it with a French accent?
Yeah.
For the French city.
There you go.
But, so Josie has done all the hard work, all the counting. There's no way that I could replicate this beautiful frame
look at that.
here. There's no, I could demonstrate it, talk at the same time whilst doing it.
Yes, yeah.
Because I wouldn't be able to.
And step away and come back, because you don't necessarily make, especially, I mean, a parchment card traditionally, it could take months to come together.
It could do,
and the fact that you've taken all that time just to find that one or two of those little marks that you placed in there, or those perforations, are in the wrong place, and that's it. It's a case of like, okay, back to square one. And that's when you, if you're trying to get those qualifications you were talking about, it has to be spot on every single time.
Exactly. So when we have a look at the pieces now, so on the plate you can see you've got a half a square and then you've got this part here. So this part here is embossed, and what I mean by that, these have been laser etched with grooves, hence it being called the groovy system.
Okay.
And then this side here has been precision drilled. So we send these off to be drilled, they come back to us, and then we do the engraving, so to speak, on the plate.
Okay.
Now, because this is a diagonal, you'll notice that if I bring this in here, I'm going to turn it this way, you've got one design going down the side, but then you have a different design going across the top, which you really can only sort of achieve successfully with a diagonal grid. Okay, so who's to say that that's the top, or is that the top?
Fair point.
Okay, and what you could do, once you become more confident, you could just use a strip of that, or you could do elements. You've got beautiful corners as well, so you can sort of have a play around and give it a go and see what you come up with. So if you're new to grids work and you're thinking, I really want to give this a go.
Yeah.
As Barb said last night, and I totally agree, having it by half a square is easy, because what you're going to do to complete a whole square, you would emboss part of it, turn your parchment round, line it up and complete it again. On the straight designs we bring to you, we only give you that part of the design.
Oh, just the corner,
so therefore, you've got to do 4 different parts, and, and you can get all the way around the outside and it's off sync. Slightly out. Okay.
So it's brilliant if you're brand new to this as well. Love it.
That's right. So this was the piece that Barb showcased in the 6 o'clock show last night, which you can watch on Rewind. And you'll see that that is exactly the same size as the plate.
So just as it comes, you don't have to play around with it.
That's right. So that would be the effect you get. Using one of the other designs, I showcased this in the 8 o'clock show last night. And we've now got a rectangle.
You have,
Okay, so it's not a square. It's then in the 8 o'clock show this morning, we just used an element to create a decorative
look at
corner.
that, flowing with
and
those
look at these
corners.
flourishes that are also on the plates as well.
Absolutely gorgeous. And I love that because you've got your traditional white work in there as well.
That's
so if you
right,
are a
with
traditional
that beautiful,
parcher,
the flowers. Then at the 12 o'clock we used our gorgeous rainbow parchment and created a complete frame, but you've got that beautiful gentle hue of colourway. It's a real soft gradient colour tone to it. And so I thought to finish off, so that covers all 4 of the French cities.
Okay.
So I thought what we'll do, my favourite one is Marseille. So I thought we'd go back and we'd indulge the Marseille. So just to show how you can create like a ribbon effect.
Perfect. I love it. So it's all about choices. Who'd have thought you'd have so many different styles and choices of how you use these plates? I mean, we've got a fabulous deal, as you can see on your screen there. Lots of you have been taking advantage of this one. So if you do want to take advantage, please do so. But of course, there's lots more that you can consider during this hour as well. But if you're wanting your one-day special, the details are on your screen. It's limited stock? Oh, we're down to the last 9%. Oh, we're at 99. Oh, down to the last 1%. My goodness. Oh, right. OK. So if you want to take advantage of these, yeah, you need to be quick. It's your last opportunity with regards to these. Very much single figures with regards to this one. So, yeah, if you wanted to take advantage of these, you need to be as quick as you possibly can. 073987. You're getting a set of 4 beautiful plates with lots of components in there. Lots of different ways you can work with these. And, of course, don't forget, you're not left on your own. Groovy, you will be able to find on social media. We'll chat to Paul about that in a little while. And there's loads of tutorials and ideas and inspiration from everybody that has been bitten by the Groovy bug. And there's a lot of people. Now, bit of an update for you. Not surprising, I am sure you will agree. It's now sold out. So if you want to take advantage of this one, we've got alternatives for you, actually. So I'm going to show you an alternative that you might like to have a little look at. Again, available to you. Now, these ones are a different size. So when you look at these, they are smaller than the plates that we've just looked at. We will speak about these because this is kind of where the story started. So we're looking at Italian cities here. But again, you can see you've got the components of that framework coming together. You can see you've got the components of those holes for your piercing work or your perforation work. And then, of course, you've got those embossed lines there as well. So I suppose with these, it's a similar sort of setup, Paul.
That's right. So if you're new and you're thinking, OK, these look too big, it's way over my head, I can't even contemplate doing something of that size, then the A5 squares are smaller in size. And I've got them on the overhead just to compare the 2 different sizes so that you can see. OK. So if you're thinking, right, OK, I'll give it a go, this may be more achievable for you. So you're not sort of overwhelmed.
Strips it back, doesn't it? Yeah,
exactly.
I like that.
And you can still create a frame of this size by extending the pattern.
Fair point, yeah.
Okay, so it just shows the difference. And the reason we give them names is that they've got an identity.
Yes.
We can't say this is duet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You just don't know which one you've got.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we've got kings. On the website, we've got kings, queens, palaces, princes, I don't think we've done the princesses. Oops. I haven't said that.
Watch the space.
Ribbon ones.
There's all sorts.
So, yeah. Check out the website and I'm sure you'll find...
and Paul's quite right. Again, if you are new to us here at the Craft Store, we have an extensive website. We've got brand sections for all of our different suppliers. And so when Paul's referring to other products, all you need to do is go off to our brand section. If you're shopping online, it's up in the kind of the top left-hand corner. You'll see brands. Click on there. It gives you the alphabet. Click on, obviously, you've got Groovy or Clarity. Click on those and it will take you to that particular brand section. So here you go. It couldn't be simpler there. Click on there and away you go. All the different companies that we bring to you as well. So we've got loads of different ways with regards to this one. So of course I'm saying C for Clarity because of course Clarity brings us wonderful stamps as well. So for instance you might recognise Barbara when she was here last night at launch and want to check out their stamps as well. So of course we've got that fabulous set. Now the beauty is obviously when we do the show we've got all of the products that are associated to the show. They'll be listed at the bottom of your screen. But if you're wanting to check out more of the Groovy tracing tools then this is the way you find them. You click on G, takes you to Groovy. You'll see a lot of the items that we're working with during this hour are usually loaded first, so you'll see those as your first options. But as you scroll through, you will find absolutely loads. It's a major brand here at the craft store, and there's a lot of choice there. But this shows you that you can shop outside of the live hour. So anytime you want to, you can jump on there. You can check out reviews as well. So how our website works, you can check out, how many pages are we on? I might need to sit down for this one. We could be here for a while. But, of course, it's a way for you to shop outside of the hours. So this section that we've got here, we've got 4 beautiful plates. Now, with those fabulous plates we've got, our gorgeous designs here. We've got all of the different Italian cities, Florence, Naples, Rome and Venice. But as Paul has said, it's just one of those situations that they're just been given names, to be honest. They've got to have a name of some sort, and that's where they chose it.
Hayley, so where we're looking on screen here, see that one to the right, the congratulations and best wishes.
Oh yes, right.
So that is another duet, and that's based on a straight grid.
Oh, I see.
So this is where we were talking about earlier, where you get that right angle.
Got you.
Okay, so this is the difference between the diagonal grid and the straight grid.
Perfect.
For the straight, you only need a corner really to be able to achieve a square or a rectangle or a border, whereas with the diagonal you do need it in sort of like a horseshoe shape
because you need the maths to kind of
because of the design
positioning
itself. So I just wanted to highlight that just while we were scrolling through.
It's just as well we're having a good old scroll through it. You've seen all those 5-star reviews. There's loads on there as well. So do keep your eye open for our Groovy shows, and of course a Clarity Stamp as well, and of course Pergamano, all being a part of the same company under the same umbrella. But these are brilliant. These are starter size plates. So again, if you're just watching us for the first time, you might see A5 square on your screen. You might think, well, hang on a minute, it's either square or it's A5. But this is to do with the width of your A5. It's kind of the same width, the same height, turning it into a square. Now, these work with the starter system as well, that size that we've got.
They do, that's right, Hayley. So when we launched the Groovy system, we created a starter kit. And Barbara spent a lot of time in working out what was going to go in there and sort of adapting it. And often, sometimes you'll buy a starter kit of whatever, whether it be cooking or, and you get it home and then it says, right, now you need this to get going. In addition. And it can be quite frustrating. So in the starter kit, what you're going to get is what we call a plate mate. It's an A4 plate mate. And what you've got, you've got an that's right. So you've got an aperture in the middle. And that is a mate to all the A5 square plates.
Oh, so they all sit in that little hole?
So they all sit within that aperture. And what you'll find is, because when you're working with a design, if you're working with a large piece of parchment, you don't want it overlapping on the plate. You need to attach it to the plate. So, for example, I've got the, let's have a look. If I bring
We've kind of done a little off-piece here, but we don't, just indulge us, don't mind.
Okay. So here's the plate mate that comes in the starter kit.
Okay.
A4. Okay, you've got uppercase, lowercase, you've got some boxes, and you've got some elements. Now, if I was to take, for example, one of the Italian plates, and I take a piece of parchment, and I go to do my work, I've got nowhere to attach it.
Yes.
Okay, I can go with an A5 piece of parchment, but I need to keep it secure.
Right.
So this is where the plate mate comes into play. And what it does, it houses that plate. Now, I can take my piece of parchment and I can use my Groovy tabs to attach the parchment whilst I'm working. Okay, I can start to do my work, and because it's attached to the plate mate, I can lift it up, turn it over. I've missed a bit. And what this does is it relocates in exactly the same position. So therefore, if you have missed a bit and you think, I've got to go over it, and then you're trying to get the parchment to line back up and it goes off a little bit, then that's what the plate mate is great for. So you also get within that starter kit 4 different design plates. You've got the hills, you've got the mountains, you've got the nested squares, you've got the trees, and then you've got the Groovy inset. In addition to that, you get 20 sheets of A5 parchment.
Wow.
The 2 tools that have been designed specifically to work with the Groovy system. You get a black mat, which is hard on one side and soft on the other. A tumble dry sheet, which I'll explain shortly.
Okay.
What's a tumble dry sheet got to do with parchment? Okay. And you also get a double-sided inspiration guide with 2 step-by-step projects in there to get you going.
I love that. So it's not a case of that you're just kind of given the bits and pieces and it's like, there you go, off you go, get on with it. Good news though, if you are an existing partner and you've got your Pergamano tools, I know that the lines and the dots have been designed to work alongside those tools as well.
That's right. So you can use the 0.5 and the 1mm Pergamano tool within those groups.
I love it. So you can see how it's a fusion that's come together so, so well. But again, it might be the first time that you've seen these if you're a new viewer to us here at the craft store, or maybe you craft in a different area and you've been watching us before. These are the kind of products that you might look at and you think, that is absolutely gorgeous. That is the reason I want to get involved with Groovy, so of course you can do. Lovely size to work with that starter kit and a very affordable price at £35.96. Absolutely beautiful. So the Italian cities that we've got here, you can see we've got Florence, we've got Naples, we've got Rome and we've got Venice. So if you're wanting to get hold of those, £35.96, but if you want your starter kit at the bottom of your screen, £54.99. Bundle it all together and you can spread the cost over 2 payments, meaning that everything is sent on its way to you and you can get crafting with these the moment they arrive then, and that is the beauty, and you'll be able to learn those fundamentals because you'll have everything that you need to get going with regard to this. We will talk about perforation as the hour goes on, but you can see here some absolutely beautiful examples in a variety of different sizes and guises, as I like to say, for you to take advantage of. So those are your Italian cities. But we're going to turn our attention back to our original that we were telling you about with, of course, all the French cities. Now, Paul, we're going to come over to you, and I can see we've got gorgeous designs that we're going to be working with. So which one have you chosen this time?
Okay, so we're going back to Marseille, where the whole sort of journey started at 6 o'clock last night. And this piece has been created for me by the lovely Jane Telford, one of our design team members, and she staged it up for me to showcase. And you can see you've got that really nice hue of colour. So we launched the rainbow parchment last year, which we've also got on the show.
Okay.
And I'll explain how that works. But we need to get started with our design.
Wonderful. Oh,
now,
Paul, can I just quickly jump in? I shan't keep you too long, folks. The one-day special did sell out, but we have been able to secure more stock, but it's on extended delivery, so just bear that in mind. If you're ordering from this point on, you've got that little bit of extended delivery. It's only a few days, though, so Monday. Not too long to wait at all, is it? Same item number, same price, same deal, but again, with that, we don't have huge quantities of those. So please don't think, oh, I'll sit back and I'll relax, I don't need to worry. It's still a case of you need to get your order in as soon as you can, because not everybody will be able to take advantage of this deal. Sorry, Paul, back to you.
No, that's very important. Thanks, Hayley. So if you're creating a frame, you need to work out what you're going to pop in the middle. So over the previous 4 hours, we've shown how you would take your topper and you then have a look at how you want to create your frame. But we're just using an element of the plate, okay? Now what I've done, I've taken a piece of our beautiful rainbow parchment. If I grab a piece of white paper, because on black it looks quite flat, but watch what happens when you pop the white underneath. You see, you get that beautiful hue of colourway.
Isn't that gorgeous? Now, that parchment, incidentally, we have got that available for you. I'll tell you about it in a few moments, though, so don't worry, we'll fill you in. But the details are popping up on your screen if you do want to jump ahead and have a little look on the website. Thanks,
Hayley. So what we've done, we've taken some of our Pico dies and groovy plates to create our rectangle, okay? And we've embossed the beautiful white fine lines around the outside. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the plate from the one-day special into play. Now it tells you that you need to emboss this side up. Okay.
How do I know that?
Sorry?
How would I know that if it's the first time that I've worked with the grid?
If it's the first time, on this particular plate it does say emboss this side up. However, in our other plates, what you'll find is that in the top right-hand corner you've got groovy. Right. If you can read the word groovy correctly, you've got the plate. No. Oh. If you can't read the word groovy correctly, kind of like a mirror vision. The plate is in the wrong way. Right. So when you turn it over and you can read the word groovy, then you know you're working in the right way.
Sorry, I threw you there.
It's been a long 24 hours, Hayley.
Just throwing in those questions. Sorry.
If I was to try and put the parchment on the wrong side, and I take my tool, nothing's going to happen. Okay. Because there's nowhere for the parchment to move into. Got you. Okay. So we're going to turn this over and we're going to have a look at this area down here. Now, if I take my parchment and decide I want to pop it there, I can. If I want to, so you have the beauty of the system where you can move it around. Okay, so because we've used the Pico plates to create the shape, what you also get on the plate is this double line, but you've also got this double line on this plate.
Ah, okay, right.
And just by coincidence, what you'll find is it slots back into place. It sort of locks itself.
Yeah.
So therefore you know that it's going to be, it's straight.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to position this up now. I've got lines here that I can use as my guide to see that I'm in the centre. I'm going to wipe the back with the tumble dry sheet. You know, we were talking about the tumble dry sheet. Why do you need some of
why
it?
do we do this?
Okay. When we're working with parchment and we're using the specific tools, it needs to glide on the parchment.
Right.
Okay. Now, if I didn't wipe it with a tumble dry sheet and I tried to trace out the design, I get resistance.
Okay.
And I'm likely to rip the parchment.
Ah, right.
So all the tumble dry sheet does is it creates like a lubricant on the parchment, which isn't visible, but it allows the tool to glide very, very smoothly. So I'm going to line that up in place there. I'm going to take some groovy tabs, which come in the accessories kit, so I can hold that in place to stop it moving. Okay. Now I want to attach it down here. It's sort of, sometimes you can never have too many groovy tabs. Okay. But I've got nowhere really.
You can keep them all together with groovy tabs, can't you? Just
see,
stick
even though I've got it here, look, see how it's still moving because I haven't pressed it down.
Right. Okay.
So I really do need to make sure that it is held down securely.
We were talking about the starter system and that kind of frame that you could use. Is there a frame that we can work with these?
Of course there is, Hayley.
I knew that. I wouldn't have asked otherwise.
Okay, so this is our plate mate for A4 squares and A4 plates. It's a two-parter, okay? If we were to manufacture this in one piece, it's not going to go through your letterbox.
Yes,
okay?
yeah.
And it's unlikely to arrive in one piece.
Well, yeah, there's a big hole in the middle.
But there's another reason for it to come in two parts, okay? Because in addition to that, Dave had this fantastic idea of these little extender plates.
Oh, okay, right.
Because a number of our groovy plates are A4 in size, like Linda Williams, it's a wrap.
Okay.
And when you're working on that, you need to use A4 parchment, and you definitely need to attach it. So Dave came up with the idea of you have these little extender bars that you pop in plate, but they've all got designs on them as well.
I love that. You don't miss a space at all, do you?
No. So if I take the plate mate from the starter kit, which is A4, you'll see that fits in perfectly. Okay. So it's giving you the larger area in which to work.
Wonderful. I love it. There you go. Now, if you do want to, obviously your plate mate for your A4 square grids, which obviously are your A4 width and length, then of course the details are up on your screen. £29.97. Comes with the extenders, and you're going to get those fabulous groovy tubs as well. It's just £29.97, and you're also going to get a fabulous square grid with it. If you do want more groovy tubs, though, do check out all the different accessory bundles that we've got, and keep an eye on your end of call items as well, because these are all things that can be added into your basket as well. 077430 if you're wanting that, though. Thank you, Paul.
So, as you said, Hayley, you get this beautiful embossed pattern plate on the inside. So there's no drilled holes in this.
Okay.
So it's just an embossed pattern. So if you think, OK, well, I like the look of the lace effect, but I really don't want to go down the perforating route,
right,
then this will be beautifully, because you've got instant frames from Josie.
Gorgeous, yes.
And you can extend them just as you can with the duet plates, or shorten them, or do corners, or do borders. Okay, so that comes as part of that as well. So let's pop this back into place. I'm going to bring that together, use my groovy tabs to hold it, and now I can put a groovy tab down here to make sure it definitely doesn't move.
Perfect.
Okay. Now, what we're going to do, on the starter kit, you get two different tools. You get a number 1 and a number 2, and then the other tool is a number 3 and a number 4. And the reason we give them as number is to define the end of it.
Oh, okay, that's very
so the
fine
number
on number 1.
doesn't have any, it's just like a scribe.
Okay.
Number 2 has a little ball on the end.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and then number 3, I've got here, number 3 it increases in size, and then finally number 4. Okay.
Fabulous.
And they have several uses. So if you're working with the groovy plates, number 1 and number 2 have been designed to specifically work within the grooves.
Right.
Number 3 and number 4 is when we use white work.
Which is a very traditional style.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay.
So if I was to take the number 1 tool and start pressing into these dots, I'm likely to puncture it.
Okay.
So we're going to swap to the number 2 tool. I'm going to bring my groovy guard in, and it is a case of just pressing over the pattern.
Why are you using a groovy guard?
I'm using a groovy guard, one, because you've got natural oils in your hand.
Okay.
Your hand can get warm. If the parchment gets warm, it can warp.
Oh, right.
Okay. And what it does, it focuses the area in which I'm working.
Yes.
So rather than look at everything around me, it creates that focal point.
Lovely,
Okay.
thank you.
So
If you do want your groovy tabs and your groovy guard, the details are popped up on your screen. It's only $11.99. It's one of those things that you will use over and over again, and it comes with more parchments as well. 211-682 if you like the look of that.
Okay. So this is really quick. I mean, it's not a race. No craft is really a race. It's all about enjoying what you're doing.
But you know what? The beauty is that you're holding a conversation. You could be watching TV. You're interacting with people. You're not counting. You're not having to concentrate in a huge amount. And you know you're getting those little embossed lines where you need them to go, or those little dots where they need to be.
Exactly, because if we was using that basic grid we looked at earlier with all those holes, as you say, I couldn't talk and count and work it out, but I've got to work the pattern out to start with. So if I lift this off now, you can see, even though we're using the coloured parchment, when I turn it over,
wow.
Look at the bright whiteness. If I take a piece
crisp,
of
that
white card, pop that onto, you can see the colour. But if I take a piece of the coordinating paper, this is the magic of it. Let me get rid of these groovy tabs.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So watch what happens now. When I bring that in underneath, come on, watch how the colour intensifies as I bring it across.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's like it's lit up.
It is. So it intensifies the colour of the parchment. You may not want to do that, but watch, if I take this and I turn it the other way, watch what happens now.
Of course, you've got the gradient, yeah.
All of a sudden.
Like magical.
Okay, but it's even more magical if I show you this one.
Okay.
I love doing this.
Oh my goodness.
Everyone's probably sick and tired of me doing this demonstration.
I've not seen this before.
Okay, so that's your parchment. Okay, so that's your parchment.
Okay.
And that's your paper. So you can create your design. If I use the coordinating paper of the same design, and I pop that underneath.
Oh my goodness.
Watch what happens. So it really, this is why we call it the intensify. It's going to blow your mind even more in a minute, Hayley. Okay. So you can go along, but you don't have to line it up. You can offset it.
It's almost like you're making your own patterns then.
Now, take that.
Yeah.
Turn it the other way.
Okay.
So the pink is in the opposite direction. Now watch.
Oh, wow. Oh, different new colours. Oh, my word.
Okay. So that does that.
That's phenomenal.
But look, so this one is from the Pastel Rainbow collection.
Shall I show everybody all the different
Let me just show you one more
bundles?
time.
Okay, go for it. Go for it. Oh, this is exciting.
So if I now take it this way.
Okay, right.
Watch this.
Different again. Oh, wow.
See? So you can get so many different looks.
I love it. Oh my goodness, I'd just sit there. I wouldn't be doing any parching. I'd just be playing around with those different combinations. So details are up on your screen. Now you're looking at $11.99 with regard to each one of these packs. So you're going to get your gorgeous rainbow effect parchments alongside the paper in each one of these different bundles. Sounds a choice, but if you like the look and the idea of getting hold of all of them, then we do have a bundle where you can get hold of everything. So if you want to get hold of everything, details popping up on the screen. So this means that you will be getting your lemon sorbet sunrise, your California sunset, your rose garden, your lavender fields, pastel rainbow and paradise island. Now they are all available individually if you're wanting to at $11.99. That is your combination of your parchment alongside your papers. But if you are looking at the deal that you've got on your screen, you are saving by taking advantage of all of those, and you've got the ability to spread the cost as well. So as we work our way across, this gorgeous one with your pink and your yellow in there, it's kind of, it reminds me of like rhubarb and custard sweets.
Yep, absolutely.
Do you know the sweets, the boiled sweets? Absolutely beautiful. But you're going to get your parchment. Now you're going to get 12 sheets of your parchment. You're going to get your 12 sheets of your paper as well. And of course you've got those different combinations of playing around with those. So that one is your lemon sorbet sunrise. Next one, if you like blue tones and purple tones, and this is a lovely one here as well. So this one is your California sunset. So again, loads of different gradients and combinations. Brilliant one to work with. I love that gorgeous pink within there as well, as you can see. Then as we work our way across, the pink and the green, I mean, this is perfect if you're working with any of your floral designs. This one is called Rose Garden, so naturally you're going to have pink and green featuring with those. Then as we work our way down, I think we're looking at Paradise Island. Oh, are we? Oh, no, actually, we've jumped across. I was trying to make it easier for the director. It took no notice of me there. So we are now looking at Lavender Fields. So this one is gorgeous with a beautiful hazy. It's almost got like a haze to this, isn't it, Paul?
It is. It's sort of as if you see that a lavender field and you get that beautiful haze.
Gorgeous. Next one that we've got is your pastel rainbow. Now, is this the one that you were just working with?
That's the one I've just been using.
Okay. Well, that's all the colours, isn't it? If you can't decide, then that's just go for all the colours in that particular bundle there. And then Paradise Island is your last one there. It's almost got like a tropical feel to it, that one, hasn't it? Now, if you can't decide, well, the details on your screen will get you all 6 of those. So each one of those obviously got 24 sheets in there. 12 of your parchment, 12 of your papers as well. So the total of those, I can't do the maths. 72 sheets of parchment. That'll be 72 sheets of paper as well then, won't it? Absolutely beautiful. 6 designs, 2 sheets of each of those as well. So there's a lot of combination in there as well. So if you like the look of those, 073939, 2 flexi buys of £32 and 47 pence. We'll get them on their way to you. That's where you spread the cost here at the craft store. So Paul, we're going to come back over to you.
Yeah, I just thought I'd just show on the...
How do we keep them neat and tidy?
Yeah, so on the, if we look on the overhead, we talk about 6 different designs.
Yes.
So these designs follow through all the 6 different colour options. So for this one, you've got it's going from left to right in a portrait version. So you've got that beautiful hue going left to right. Okay. Then the next design, it goes diagonally.
Okay, right. Okay. But they're the same colours, the same order, just a different direction.
Yeah. So it's the same colour palette within the set, but you've got these different directions. Then this one takes all the colours from different directions. Okay.
And these are all in the same pack.
Look at this. So this really radiates from the centre. Same colour palette. So this is the next design. Then the next one, the 5th one, gradiates from top to bottom.
Perfect.
The first one went from left to right. This one's going from top to bottom. And then finally, you've got that lovely wiggly woggly going all around like a worm.
So do we get those kind of same gradients, the wiggly one with all of them?
Yes. So for example, on the Paradise Island, which is Barb's favourite one, you've got the beautiful teal and the orange.
Beach and the
if I go like, so there you've got that lovely
the wiggly one
there. Then you've got the gradient top to bottom. Then you've got the radiance from the setter. Then it comes in from all 4 sides.
Lovely.
Then it's coming in diagonally, and then it goes from left to right.
I love it. Now, if you are going for those, whether you're just going for them, it might be that you're collecting a pack at a time, that's okay. Giving you the item number, you'll find that on the brand section we were talking about, but you'll need somewhere to store them. Now, the storage folder at the bottom of the screen will store everything that we've been chatting about with regards to these. So if you're wanting to get hold of those, then have they gone?
No. These are for the plates. These are A4 square.
Oh, so they are.
These are for the plates.
Oh, you'll find it. Yeah, you'll find them on the website.
You'll find them on the website. Yeah.
Definitely dig.
Okay.
We've got all sorts of different signs going on. What does he mean? He's waving his arms around. So, Paul, I'm sorry, I've pulled away from your demo again.
No, it's fine. Let me just show you also the magic of our parchment. So if I bring this piece in here, you can see how it's white in the middle.
Oh, isn't that gorgeous?
Okay. What that is, because all of our coloured parchment, the way in which it's manufactured, you'll see that there's a shiny side and a matte side.
Oh, right, so there is, yeah.
So when you're working, the colour has been applied to one side. So if I take an eraser pencil, what I can do is rub out the colour. Okay.
Wow.
So if I take that off and turn it over, it's now gone back to its natural white. Not white, it's see-through.
Yes, yeah.
So therefore, if I wanted, if I've used this beautiful colourway, but I want this to be green,
yes.
If I was to colour green on the back of this, it's going to be like a dirty, muddy green.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're not going to get
so
true green.
So by removing the colour, what Jane has done here, when we then reintroduce the colour,
wow.
we get a proper green.
Oh my goodness.
Okay? But you wouldn't get that green if you just colour straight on the back.
Now the beauty that I love, of course, when we're talking about groovy and all these different techniques, it's as little or as much as you want it to be, because it's beautiful if you're just using it straight from the plate and you're not using any colour, not taking the colour out, but equally so you can go right the way through the journey.
Absolutely. Barbara calls it a bus journey, the groovy bus journey. And the first stop on the groovy bus journey is just tracing out the artwork.
Okay.
That's it. And if you use the coloured parchment or the designer parchment, you'll have a piece of art that you do not need to do anything else to. But the groovy system gives you that confidence. You want to know, I want to do some colouring, or I want to do some white work. And you gradually go on that. On social media, we've got Groovy and Clarity Worldwide, where all the design team are, and lots of lovely sort of, I'd say, addicts, sort of groovy crafters are on there. They showcase their work. They ask questions.
And you have your regular shows here as well.
That's right.
A new month, we'll have a Pergamano show coming up, I suppose.
Yeah, it's the second Thursday of the month. We have, on the second Thursday of the month, it's the Pergamano show.
Right.
So I'm back next week at 11 and 3.
Wonderful.
With some Pergamano. So going back, sort of showing some brand new designs as well.
Fabulous.
From the lovely Linda Williams.
We've got that glint in his eye. They're good ones, I can tell.
Okay. Right, so should we have to do a bit of perforating?
Oh, let's go for it, yes.
Okay.
Because I think that's the only thing that we've not really covered in this hour. So
He's trying to cram so much
We've been
in.
having a proper chat, though, haven't we? I do apologise. But we've learnt so much during the process.
Hopefully. So, because this is a duet plate, you've got the embossing and you've got the perforating. So when you come to perforate, it tells you that you need to perforate this side up.
Brilliant.
And
that's
on the
gonna help,
instruction, it tells you to turn the plate over as well.
Okay.
What you also need to do is that when we're doing the embossing, we're working on the back. When we come to perforate, we perforate from the front.
Okay, right.
Okay, because what we're doing is we're puncturing the parchment.
Right.
So therefore on the back, it feels all scratchy.
Yes.
Because of the fibres being broken. Okay. Now, if I take my one needle bold and I position this in place and I start to there's not much room for that needle tool to go in there.
Okay.
So I'm going to get it's not going to be a clear perforation.
You're almost just breaking the surface.
Yes.
Right, okay.
So what we need is some super foam underneath.
Now, super foam, okay, right.
So we've got the 12 by 12, which we designed to work with the big plate mate. So it sits on the... We do A4, but then the big plate mate wobbles off the side.
Right.
So Josie and Barbara had this conflab, spoke to Dave, and Dave sourced some 12 by 12.
Brilliant. Now, if you want your super foam, we've got the 12 by 12 on the screen here. £24.98 if you wanted to get hold of that. I suppose you could go for this one and use the smaller on there if you wanted to as well. So you don't have to buy both. But of course, this is kind of the way that it kind of evolves. The whole system has evolved. That's the beauty of this. But if you're wanting to get hold of yours, I like the idea that you're getting your white alongside your dark as well. £24.98. And of course, everything can be added in, or keep a note of those items. Make your little wish list and obviously purchase from the website when you're ready. Just to give you a bit of an update, Paul, we've only got about 10 minutes left. What we like.
Okay. And I know, Haley, I can hear the question coming to me. I really can. Why do we need black and why do we need white?
Why do we need black and why do we need white? I never miss a cue.
Right. So if we look at the black super foam, okay, because you'll notice that I'm working on a black surface underneath. And that allows the illumination of the design.
Lovely.
Really. So when I come to perforate, if I put the black underneath, okay, I've got groovy tabs galore here. Let's get rid of some of these. They end up sticking everywhere. Okay.
Now the tabs, you peeled them off. We can use them again though, can't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I often keep them on my groovy guard.
Ah,
I know where to find, or off my sleeve, or the dog, or that. Yeah. So we've got the perforation side up now. That's now in place. So if I take my parchment, which we're working from the front, what I need to do is, you see how we've got the embossed dots?
Yes.
These embossed dots will fit, either the perforations need to fit inside or outside, depending on how
Because otherwise
it's designed.
you're just going through where you've already worked.
Exactly. So it looks the same, but it's not. They're
Okay.
positioned in a different area. Now, I'm using the rainbow parchment, and I can just about see there, but it's quite difficult for me. And I've got the sort of the big studio lights as well.
Okay.
If I'm using clear parchment, it will be a lot clearer.
Right.
If I was using black parchment, I don't
It'd be pretty
stand a chance.
impossible, yeah.
Okay. So this is why the white superfoam comes into play.
Oh, I see, right,
So
okay.
bear with, okay, so, but, put that on there. Now I can't see anything.
Yeah, where's the picture gone?
Okay. As I definitely don't stand any chance trying to line that up at all.
Yes, yeah.
So this is where our fantastic lightwave panel comes into
Oh,
play.
okay, right.
So we've got this on show. It's on offer. It's an A4 lightwave panel. You get the thin foam, the translucent
right,
perforating
yes, yeah.
that, so it's a good starter point. And you get a cover to keep it all in.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So it has 3 different levels of brightness. You've got 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wow.
So depending on the environment you're working in,
Mhm.
if I'm doing this at home, then I would have the overhead, my
Big
sort of
light.
like big light on,
The big lights.
but it disturbs whoever else is in the
That's-
room.
that's a good point,
So I
yeah.
can turn that light, I have the table lamp on and
Yeah.
work with this on my lap. So now if I pop this underneath,
Right. Oh,
white
wow.
foam, okay, so I can now see, it's a lot more easier for me to position. And
Oh,
also,
there
what
you
you'll
can
find,
see.
once you've started to perforate, you know how we were talking about the, when you do the embossing and it sort of fits back in,
Yes,
if you've missed
yeah.
it, the perforations slot back in as well. So what we're going to do is we have a look to see where we're going, and it's really important that you get it in the right position. So
Lovely.
take a little bit of time,
Mm-hmm.
line it up to make sure you're right. We're doing a strip, so a strip here is fairly easy not to
So
go
is this a
wonky.
good idea for somebody that's just getting started, maybe to just do a strip rather than the whole frame?
That's right,
Okay.
yeah. So I'm going to grab another groovy tab that I stuck to my groovy guard. Okay. Make sure it's in the right place, which it is. Hold that down. Another really good purpose of the groovy guard. What it does, when you're doing a lot of perforating, especially if you're using a multi-needle tool that's got
Yeah.
4 or 5 different needles, it can
Okay.
blouse as you
Right.
pull the
Oh, does it
needles
lift it
out.
up? It
lifts
pulls
it
the
up.
parchment,
So the
right,
groovy
okay.
guard is really good for just focusing. So now, all I'm going to do is perforate. I don't need to count. If I try and perforate a dot by mistake,
Mhm.
nothing's going to happen.
Okay.
Because there's no hole underneath.
Right.
Whereas if this was the
okay.
basic grid,
Yes.
I've got to really be careful that
Yeah.
I don't get carried away. Okay. And I loved it. The sounds of this just
Hear
perforating.
it. It's almost like footsteps on fresh snow, isn't it? You hear that little crisp noise. Now, of course, Paul's using a single needle tool. We have got the ability for you to get multi-needle tools because that can speed up the process as well sometimes, depending on the pattern that you're working with, and all of those you'll find on the website as well. But at the bottom of your screen, you've got your basic bolds there. You've got your 1 needle and your 2 needle as well as your 4 needle for £21.35. Now, I know that we're bringing lots of different item numbers, lots of different products with you, but don't forget what Paul said at the beginning. Barbara sees this as being a bit of a journey. You decide when and where you get involved. Well, it might be that you're getting started with the starter kit that we touched on, that obviously the Italian plates will sit in, or it might be that you are getting started at this stage. Maybe you've already got some of your Pergamano tools. We don't have to worry when you're working with Groovy because they will work alongside it. But we have all of these elements available to you from Groovy in the brand section for you to purchase as time goes on. Of course, if you choose to add some of those items into your basket today and spread the cost, then everything is going to be sent on its way to you, with the exception of the one-day special, because it's now an extended delivery. But it does mean that you'll have all of those goodies ready to craft with in one go. Talking of which, one-day special, the details are on your screen. We have had a sell-out of our one-day special, but fortunately, we are able to bring it to you on extended delivery, which means you can still shop up until 6 o'clock this evening, taking advantage of the deal that was launched here last night. Freedom members, you can see there you've got that additional saving of £26, which equates to one of those plates and some. because everybody's saving at least £20, which is what you'd normally be paying for one of these plates. It's like you're paying for 3 of them, but 4 are being sent on their way to you. And of course, you're not left on your own at all. You've got all the support of the Groovy team, and of course, the fabulous patterns that you're going to get included are going to help you along the way as well. And Paul, you were talking about the pattern, because you've got your 2 different colours with regards to the pattern on the reverse of the packaging. That's going to help you with your different elements.
Absolutely. So what that does, that shows you where you do your picot cutting, because you may look at the design and think, oh, I've done all these perforations, but where do I start the cutting? Do I have to cut this section? So it gives that all to you. Okay.
Wonderful. And now, have you covered cutting at all during any of the shows?
Very briefly. So how long have we got? We've got 3 minutes.
That's
okay.
Oh, here you go. Okay.
Right, here we go.
High-speed cutting.
Right, turn the light panel off. That comes off. I'm going to bring the black superphone in. And so what we're going to do now, if we take the pattern, wrong bit, there we go. So we take the pattern, we look at the design, okay, and we're looking at this area here on this one.
Yeah.
So this tells us that if we choose to, we can, if I'd perforated around that, I could picot cut that. So if I wanted to, I could perforate both sides and create like a ribbon, a proper sort of ribbon. But I just want to concentrate on these little diamonds on the inside. Even though we've got all these perforations here, they're not going to be cut.
Because they're
just
not
for
in
decorative,
red.
because they haven't got the little red
Right,
lines on
okay.
them. So we have 3 different types of scissors. If you want to see the different types, check out the website, because I know we're going to run out of time.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with these ones, which are the ring lock.
And it's kind of down to personal choice, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Barbara goes for the exclusive, which are the cheapest ones.
Yeah.
Okay. And I go for these ones because the aperture within the handle is slightly bigger
fingers, yeah.
for my chunky fingers. I'm going to come in from underneath to hold them, because we're not going to cut like this.
Okay.
This is where we've got, and I'm going to hold the scissors with the curve going up in the spoon position.
Okay.
Okay. And what we're going to do, in order to create the aperture, the bit in the middle is going to fall away. And we're not going to go push the scissors right in. We take the tip of the scissors and we squeeze slowly. And as we squeeze, it starts to come to a point. Okay. And then we just give it a little twist. I'm keeping my hand still, and I'm turning the parchment. Okay.
So it's in the little holes that you perforated earlier on?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
So I should have put my glasses on, but hey, I'm only going to do 1 diamond.
Now, we've got the details for the ring lock scissors at the bottom of your screen, of course, accompanied with your 1-day special, which you can still get hold of.
And then, there we go.
Oh, there it goes.
We've got that
away.
little aperture.
That is beautiful, and that's what's creating that beautiful lacy edge that you see so often with regards to the designs. That's how you achieve this. And of course, it's the groovy plates that make it so easy. It's giving you the measurements, it's giving you the guidelines, it's telling you where you need to emboss, where you need to do your perforation, and indeed where you need to do that cutting as well. 1-day special, amazing deal. Still available, now on extended delivery though, but you can still shop with this right the way through until 6 o'clock. And of course, you can go back and watch all of those previous shows. Lovely Barbara last night at launch, 6 o'clock, and then of course Paul's been joining us with the other shows as well. So Paul, I have to say thank you.
Thank you, Hayley. Thank you for everyone at home and for purchasing the fantastic 1-day special.
It's an amazing deal. Thank you. So yeah, keep your eye open. Don't forget, we've got Pergamano shows coming up, so keep an eye on that schedule. There's lots of changes going on. Very exciting time for us here. So yeah, have a little look. Lots for you to check out. I'll see you a little later. Oh, sewing essentials, something else that we do so well here at the craft store. Then we're launching a brand new 1-day special with AALL Create. Looking forward to that one. Before we take a little look at some thrifty ideas on Thrifty Thursdays.
Hi, I'm Donna, and this is my brother Simon, and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Hi, I'm
Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zori Designs. Zori Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zori excel on the detail in their moulds and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zori shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zori shows.
Hello there, my name's Stephanie Waitman. I'm going right back to my grassroots, where I started with fabric. We're going to be manufacturing not just fabric by the metre, but also beautiful fabric kits. It's printed in Derbyshire, it's designed by our team of in-house designers, so you are going to get some amazing exclusive designs. Imagine being able to cover everything from apparel to home decor. That's what it's about. So watch out for the individually designed exclusive fabrics that we're going to be bringing to you. And gosh, it's going to be an exciting journey. So please join me and watch out for the shows.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry. The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Well, good afternoon, and it's very nice to have your company here at the craft store. Now we are going to have an hour all about essentials, sewing essentials, and to guide us through everything that we have got. Well, we have got somebody who knows her way into sewing stuff. It is, of course, our Hayley Smith.
Just turned itself on. Sorry, I think this lamp's just turned itself on. Just turn it off
Well,
again.
we have got gremlins. We have got gremlins.
It's going to be one of those.
How are
I think.
you, Hayley?
I'm fine, thanks. Thanks, Paul.
Oh, that's Paul's turn. All right.
What you don't see is when people have finished their shows and they walk out, they do all sorts of funny things to try and put you off.
Yeah.
I must say that John Lockwood's of the half, Sam, he was trying his very best the other day. Didn't.
Absolutely. Yeah,
But
he
was
did.
trying
He
his
did
very best.
very well.
So anyway,
indeed.
hello.
Right.
Shall we do some work?
Yeah, sewing
Okay.
essentials. So sewing essentials, lots of different items that they need to be part of our stash, don't we?
Yes, definitely.
All
These
right.
are all kind of really useful things that you'll use time and time again. And not so much the consumables, not so much things like fabric, but those kind of tools and gadgets that you're going to use.
Well, right now, of course, if you want to shop ahead of us, you can do that at thecraftstore.com. You will see everything in there. Some of the items are very low in stock, so if you want to grab yourself what you need, make sure to check out your baskets, including the cutaway superfoam player, the wash away. We have got the Vaseline embroidery set, and also we have got embroidery hoops, different types, whether they are stands, whether they are seats, or whether you want the thread itself to do the embroidery as well. And we will have a Hayley's expert opinion, expert guidance on why we need everything that we have got in the shop. Not everything, but maybe probably what everything does as well. And we have got some Grab Yourself Silly embroidered doodle. Anyway, but let's start off with something that we need, which is an iron to press whether it's our fabric, whether it's for a dressmaking, or whether it's for our quilting. Right, why we need a mini one? Okay,
The tiny mini iron.
Or the iron being plugged in?
Yes, I'm just waiting for my iron to be plugged in. We're
Okay.
fine though. So this is a really kind of convenient little size, especially for things like your patchwork, where you're just pressing the two little bits together and you don't necessarily need the whole ironing board out to do it. It's actually a mini steamer. I'm just waiting to see if it's heating up. I don't think I've plugged it in properly. It's definitely not hot. It's all right.
Okay.
I'm not mad.
Well,
It's not plugged in yet. So just give me a second and I will plug it in. But it is a mini steam iron. This one. While it's cold actually. Let's take it off its thing so you can see how it works. So what you've got is a little kind of water carriage here, and there's a little slidey clip at the back where you pull that back, and then this will come out, and that's where you'll be able to fill it up with water. So while it's cold, we'll do all of these things. I had a tiny little jug of water. This little jug comes with the iron. I'm going to move those out of the way before I spill water on them. The tiny jug comes with the iron, so you're getting absolutely everything you need in there. And you will fill this all the way up to the top. It's about half a jug will completely fill it. And then you pop that little bung back in the top. Let's just push it in. It's just right the way in so it doesn't leak. And then there's a little kind of nozzle on the front there. That's what you are going to seat into the little part here.
Yeah.
You see that rubber part there?
Absolutely.
That's what you're going to seat that into. And that's where you're going to be able to get your water to be able to create steam for your iron. So I would pull that back again, push that in, and it'll clip in place. So it's still cold, we're all right, because I haven't plugged it in yet. It'll be cold for a while. So then to put the handle down, you're going to release the clip at the back.
Okay.
And that will push down, and there's a little notch there, which will then to protect your little cord there, because that's always where irons go. And one thing I must say, do not wrap it round and round and round your iron. It's terrible for the cords, and the cord is usually where your iron will break. So what I do recommend is, instead of doing that, wrap it up in like a figure of 8, and then just use like a hair bobble or something like that, or elastic band to hold it on there, rather than wrap it round and round the iron. There's nothing worse for irons than people wrapping cords round and round them. So I'm going to, if you could do some numbers, I'll just go and plug this in.
Number 700907 is your item number. You have got a £3 saving, and you also are getting the mini pressing board, which is worth £9.99 as on its own. So if you just want the pressing iron, then the pressing board, it's on the details bottom of the screen. So when you take the pressing board off, so like the price £9.99, that's $16.99 for the iron, which is a really good price. Also, what I love about this one is, of course, that you are getting the for the how you call it, for the the cuffs and the seams, and of course the ends of your elegance. I remember somebody saying I could iron my whole jeans with it, my trousers with this. That's that's probably my leg size. Anyway, in terms of length, width a little bit, wide a bit waist. 700907 is your item number with a £3 saving. Now, you may have seen, you may have seen Hayley's mat, because this one, I love a foldable one.
Yes, really, really handy, this, and it's one that you can put, anywhere, just kind of to the side of your table, if that's where you're working. Sorry, this was wrinkly, so I just thought I'd iron it while I had an iron. So that is the little ironing one. Really, the tiny ironing board, really useful for, again, little bits, getting into sleeves and things like that. But the mat, really, really useful as well. This size, I think it's 55 by 60, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
centimeters.
The reason that they've done it that size is, if you think about your kitchen appliances, things like fridges, tumble dryers, washing machines, this is about the same size as the top of one of them. So if you're limited on space and you maybe haven't got the space in your home for an ironing board, then this can actually sit on top of that tumble dryer or washing machine, and you'll be able to iron directly onto there, because you've got a heat protective mat. And you can see I've just got this straight onto the table, and although it's warm through that huge amount of heat that's in the iron, you'll be surprised how much is in this little iron. It's got quite a lot of power for a little one, so you can use it as a dry iron without steam.
Which we would use for patchwork and quilting most of the time.
Absolutely. Or if you do want the steam, you just press the little button that's on the top there.
Right, yeah.
Let's just give it a second to go through.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice.
And for a little tiny iron...
Yeah. Well, it's like us, isn't it?
So well.
Hey,
I know,
it's
exactly.
Like us. Small but powerful.
Precisely.
Well,
that is exactly what it is. And this has got more than enough power. I mean, even thinking for maybe if you're, you know, on holiday or you're camping or anything like that, there's enough power in here to do, you know,
absolutely
full pieces of ironing. And I would say even things like this, which was quite wrinkly when it was in my bag, that's quite a heavyweight canvas. I would say that's one of our half Panamas, and that was just screwed up in the bottom of my bag. And it's got a huge, huge amount of power in for such a tiny, tiny little iron. Yeah. So I would definitely recommend this one because it's really compact as well. Because you saw when I folded it down, obviously don't fold it down while it's plugged in and don't fold it down while it's warm. But once it's cold, you can have that, you know, in such a compact place. It will fit exactly back into the box it came in, which is obviously you've got over there, and it's a really nice, small, compact option as well.
It is, isn't it? Now, of course, if you want to go for the So Easy quilted ironing mat, $11.99 is your price. 076884. I love the fact that you can fold it on, and sometimes you don't only have got the small space, but you can still use it right beside you. Really think it's a very fabulous price for it. Then we have going to go for a bundle of well, you know what, keeping the iron clean and safe. Now, I believe this you can use with different types of irons.
Yes, so what you've got in there is you've got a little, it's almost like a glue stick. That's what it will remind you of. You twist the bottom, it pops up, it's like a glue stick. And then you'll be able to kind of put that all over the base of the iron, and any of those sticky bits that you get from either accidentally ironing over prints on t-shirts, from maybe ironing on fusible webbing or something like that, that will help to get that off for you.
Absolutely.
I mean, obviously this is a nice new one, so it's nice and clean, so you're not going to need it for this one.
Yeah, but you know.
But yeah, older, more well-used irons.
Well, the thing is, I had one very similar small iron like this one, and I used it. I bought it for paper crafting and mixed media. So I used a lot of different mediums that are a little bit, you know.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
You're one of them,
so
I
therefore
see.
I cannot use it for the other stuff. Also, am I right thinking, sorry for the move on, because I was thinking, moving back, sorry, no moving on. With this one, if I put in a flat, I cannot put it that one flat, I don't know what I'm doing. But can you show us how to put it flat, the handle?
Now, you shouldn't, this one's warm, you shouldn't do it when it's warm, but there is a little button on the back.
Yeah.
You're going to push that in, and then it'll fold down and pop into place.
Okay, so if you turn it over, it will be quite flat, won't it?
Yes, yeah, it's quite slim when you flatten it up.
Perfect. Anyway, so so when you want to clean it as well, it will be easier as well to do it. £19 and 89 pence for the set of 5 iron cleaner easy sticks, twist sticks as well. 123068 is your item number. Then we have got the violin down. This one is the bundle web. So we have got in here 5 meters of them. So by 30 centimeters, so 12 inches in height. Now, what do we use it for, Hayley?
Okay, so it's effectively like it's glue. So it's glue on a roll is what this is. So perfect for things like a plique. You'll be familiar with it in the long thin strips for turning up hems and things like that. But a plique is the mainstay of what you would probably use this for. You can use it to mend clothes as well. So if, for example, you've got a rip in something, you can get some of the bonder web there. You can put a piece of fabric on the back, slide that under what you want to repair, and then that will help you to kind of close the gap. If you don't want to put kind of stitches in it or something like that, then you can always use this to repair as well.
So you can see in there the material. So that is kind of what it's holding everything.
It'll be a glue web with a paper backing, so that'll allow you to iron it onto one side, you take the backing off, and then you iron it onto the other piece of fabric to
so we have got all the instructions in different. Look, it has got it even in Spanish. You know, I always feel happy when I see a little bit of Spanish there. Sometimes, though, I don't understand. I read in Spanish. I have to read it in English because I don't know the words. Anyway, 584711 is your item number. £18 and 99 pence. 5 meters in there you have got. So it works out at £3.80 per meter. And remember, it's 12 inches in height. So it's going to last a long time. I love as well that it comes in a roll, like such a nice.
Yeah, we've been cutting a lot of things on rolls ourselves because it just means you can get a lot, and it's quite compact, and you don't have, you know, bits all over the place. So it's quite
Indeed,
good.
it is. Right, of course, if you want about the web, 584711 is your item number. Then we have, you know, it's funny, I really never thought I would get excited about batting or watering.
Well, you
and
see.
I do.
You
I
see.
do. With a £5 saving, this is an 80-20 mix, and it's a 220 by 270 centimeters. That's a double.
That's bigger. That's probably near a king size.
Well, king size
it's
is
king
20,
size
20
and
by
a bit.
20,
Because
so-
obviously 220s by 220s are king size, so that is king size and a bit.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna. Shall I open?
Go on, you're down the rabbit hole now.
I mean, just kind of, because it's such a big piece. I mean, you cannot see it, but it's way taller than me. Of course it is, but then you can see. Oh, God. Is it? There it is. Bernie, you're gonna be that, and you know that is 2 meters, and there it is. That is the hobby, and of course all the way down in there. Now, Bernie, you can see that Bernie is. We are the trio. And actually, Lottie is also more or less our size. I think Lottie is the tallest one out of the four of us. So, you know.
Do you feel like Gulliver, Chris? Director Chris?
Huh?
Do you feel like Gulliver?
Gulliver, oh yeah. I mean,
Or
with
Willy
his
Wonka.
surname, with his surname as well, long. He is long. Anyway, I'm moving on from that. And now, of course, if you want to whistle in a pre-cut butting there with the cotton mix, so it's 80% cotton, 20%
Yes,
polyester.
80% cotton, 20% polyester, and that polyester in there often just helps to kind of stabilize things. Cotton will give you that kind of really soft feel, and it will be everybody enjoys cotton batting because it is it's usually quite soft, and obviously it's a natural fiber. Polyester is usually a little bit cheaper to put in, and you can get some really beautiful soft polyesters as well, but I mean, if you're kind of going for that kind of quality feel, then 80-20.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, 432244 is your item number. Saving £5, £23.99 is your price as well. I always think as well this kind of thickness is brilliant for table pieces and things like that, to add a little bit of protection, but not too much to depth.
Yes,
too much
I mean,
depth.
if you're thinking of something in terms of a table runner and you're going to apply heat, I would probably go with it either at least a couple of layers or something that's got a reflective back on, just to reflect the heat back. But if you're just going for, if it's going to be a food that's on a plate that is not necessarily been in the oven for an hour, then yes, you'll be absolutely fine.
All right, of course, if you want yours, you know what to do. Check out your baskets and grab. I mean, we are talking about top brands here for Cricut. Now, we have got more stabilizers, and this one is a clear one, so I'm gonna say straight away, this is the, I need to read that, cut away super film clear stabilizer. It's not easy to say. And you're getting 5 meters by 30 centimeters. Now, why do we need this in our stash?
Okay, so stabilizers, generally you're going to use if you are doing embroidery. So either that's machine embroidery or hand embroidery. That's what you're going to use these for. And it is there to stabilize your stitches, not stabilize the fabric. Because generally, you might be embroidering onto something like a denim or something like that, but what you're wanting this to do is just stabilize the thread that's coming in and out, so that thread isn't kind of pulling in and bunching in and moving that fabric, it's holding its own. So it's just putting either a little bit of extra weight behind it, or it's giving it that little bit something else to grip onto so it doesn't squidge all your fabric up when you're trying to stitch onto it, especially when you've got quite heavy stitching, so especially for things like machine stitching where you've got lots and lots of dense embroidery going in, lots of needles going in and out of the same place. That will really help to stop it kind of all bunching up on you.
Indeed, right. If you want yours, well, you are getting 5 meters for $12.99. 117649 is your item number. And then we have the next item that we are looking at. This one is 3 meters of the Wash Away Avalon Plus stabilizer. So what's the difference between?
Okay, so your first one that you had, that is your kind of leave-in stabilizer, and it's a cutaway. So you're going to leave it in there and you're going to trim off the best you can all the bits around the edge. And you'll be familiar with something like that if you've ever had an embroidered t-shirt or an embroidered sweatshirt.
Right.
And then there's usually a kind of like a white, and as soon as you wash it, it goes really fluffy and soft.
Yes.
Fabric on the back, and that's your stabilizer. And usually once it's been through the wash, you can kind of cut the rest away, because sometimes they don't cut it all away and they just do a kind of a rough cut around it, and then you'll get bits bobbling up on the inside. You just cut the rest away once it's kind of done its job, and at least there's still some under there to stabilize the actual stitches. You'll be absolutely fine. So that's the first one you did. That's the kind that you're going to have to cut away. It's not going to wash out. It's not going to dissolve. It's there permanently. The second one you've got, this is a wash away one. So once you've stabilised your stitches, you would kind of cut the majority of it off, and then you're going to use this one, and it will disintegrate when you wash it. So it's a wash away stabiliser. It will disappear.
So we have got the Wash Away Avalon Plus stabilizer, which is the 3 meters, which is that one. $12.99 is the one. Then we have got the Super Flame Clear bottom of the screen for that one. 117649 is your item number, $12.99. And then the final one, which is, of course, the, which one is it? Tear Away. Now, would we use this one for the silk fabrics if it's a very kind of a slippery fabric?
Right, with the Tear Away one, because you are going to have to kind of pull against those stitches, you want to be using that on something that's a fairly stable fabric in the first place. Because if you're pulling on those, if you're tearing it away, if you're pulling on those stitches, if it's something quite fine like a silk, then that's when you're going to kind of probably come a cropper. So even with a Tear Away, I would probably trim it off first. And very carefully if you're going to use a Tear Away. I mean, it's all personal preference, and the more you use them, the more you'll kind of work out which is the one that's right for you. I think, yes, there are, ones that are better used in certain circumstances. As in, if it's not something you're going to wash, then there's no point in using a wash away stabilizer, because it will still be there. Do you know what I mean? And wash away stabilizer is also really useful if you're doing something that you're wanting to kind of have the gaps in. So say, for example, if you're doing like a fusible art piece, so you've put all your bits on, you've stitched them all in, but then you want those gaps to kind of come through. If you use the wash away stabilizer, you can create your piece, and I've seen this done with kind of scarves and things, where people use all kinds of different fibres and strips of fabric and things like that, and they've stitched everything on, and there will be little gaps within there. And then they use the wash away stabilizer, so they've stitched all of these elements onto the wash away stabilizer, take it, wash it all out, and then they're left with like a lace effect, and it's really, really pretty. So depending on what type of work you're doing will depend on the type of stabilizer that you're going to need. But I would definitely say Tear Away if you're doing embroidery onto clothes, and especially the kind of heavier weight stuff that will take you actually pulling against it, then that, I would say, is where I would use the Tear Away. So things like denim, canvases, that's where I'd probably use that one. The cutaway one, I would tend to use that on something a little bit lighter weight, where you're going to, and it's also see-through, that one as well.
Oh, I see.
Which means that if you have got a slightly more delicate fabric, but is that a firm one, did you say?
That was the yes, firm one.
The Tear Away is a firm one. Is the first one, was that a firm cutaway?
This is the wash away?
No, that one's
clear, wash away, and then we have got wash away.
Right, okay, so the clear one, I would use on projects where you're not going to want to see it as well, because obviously it's clear in the first place, which means that if you've got it on the back of something and you're worried about seeing a little bit of it, then that's the one I would definitely use. The wash away, use it on projects where you're going to get the benefit from washing it away. So either if it's on a piece of clothing and you want to, I wouldn't probably recommend to use that on a piece of clothing, because if you're going to wash it regularly, then those stitches are going to move over time, and really you want the stabilizer to stay under there. So I'd probably not use that so much on maybe something that I've done a lot of machine stitching on, but definitely hand stitching. That one's a really nice one, because it'll help you to keep everything right and keep everything flat, and then once you've washed it, that will disappear.
I think that has clarified. If you have got any questions, by the way, to Hayley or for us, you know, of course, you can message us at studio@thecraftstore.com. That is our gallery of email address. So we will try to put any questions you have got to Hayley. Right, of course, if you want yours, $12.99 is for your tearaway stabilizer. We have also tearaway cotton fix. Now, these sorry, we have got the Vigilant embroidery set, the Femoplex H54 solo fix and solo fleece, stitch and tear and fuse and tear. That sounds quite scientific. Now, Hayley, could you tell us the difference between Femoplex H54 solo fix, solo fleece, stitch and tear and fuse and tear? That looks like.
I'll be completely honest with you. I can't see the monitor from here.
But also there is not much.
Okay, so the stitch and tear we've kind of gone through. Yeah. That's one that you're going to kind of put on there, and then you're going to be able to take it off. Fuse and tear, you're actually going to be able to fuse that onto the back of the fabric. Do whatever you need to do. It's not as much of a permanent adhesive as the other one. The fleece, that one's going to give you a fluffy background, and that's actually quite nice to stitch into. And again, it will tell you about these when you get the pack, about how you're going to use different ones with different types of embroidery. But this basically is a kit that's going to give you a stabilizer for all occasions, basically. So you're going to be able to do your machine, your hand stitching, and everything in between.
Perfect. And then, of course, that is the item number 461298, £16.99 in there. You are getting, what's the size? A3 size, so that roughly is 30 centimeters by 42 centimeters of each size of each of those items that, of course, Hayley has explained, the Vigilant ones. Right, then we have got embroidery hoops, and we have got these ones which are colors going from, I would say, is it about 3 inches to 9 inches?
So I think you've got 3, 5, 7 and 9 in there. Or 10 inches, obviously.
I think that's a 10. 10 or 9? A 9, so 9, yeah. Yeah, that's a 9.
I know it was all the odd numbers, so it's 3, 5, 7 and 9.
Yeah, that's definitely
And then
7.
non-slip, because if you take one apart, you'll see that there's actually a little ridge around the inner circle of the two hoops. And that means that when you put them together, once you've got them in place, that extra little ridge will stop the fabric sliding back out. So that's what makes them non-slip.
Perfect. So we have got those ones in there, and so that kind of fits in there. Perfect. And then, of course, that kind of goes in there as well. Right, so you have got all 4 of them, 3 inches. We had 3, 5, 7 and 9 for just $9.99 from Millward. 207657 is your item number. And then we have got the stand and the embroidery stand. A lot of our guys like to have, you know, the stand as well, the embroidery stand, because it kind of means that they are hands-free to do.
Yes, it means you're kind of completely hands-free. So the one that you've got there, that's the floor stand, and that does go kind of up again, because there's a whole another little twisty bit on the top.
I mean, you're challenging
and it does go up again. So that, if you're sitting in a seat, that will come up to about seat height.
Okay, all right.
If you're working with that one, and obviously you can adjust it a bit to get the correct height. And I think it does adjust a little bit from the bottom as well. Do you see those little kind of turny bits down the bottom?
Yes.
If you give those a wiggle.
Yeah. Oh, and it kind of slides a little bit,
yes,
right?
So it'll slide the bottom bits in and out, so you've got a little bit more adjustment on the bottom as well. So you've got plenty of adjustment on there to get it to exactly the right height that you're happy with.
And you could almost do like a little bit of a slant as well if you wanted to. Fabulous. So there is a lot of adjustability for this particular one. Now, of course, it's so tall. I mean, I'm like kind of, can I bring it down a little bit? Right. And now, of course, the hoop in here is it 10 inches?
Yes, it's 10 inches. Now, this is a fixed hoop size. This is not one where you can disconnect the hoop. But to be honest, that makes it a lot more stable, because the hoop is actually fixed to the thing. It's usually the inner hoop that's fixed, and then the outer hoop you can take off and adjust.
Perfect. Right, of course, if you want your embroidery floor stand, you have got 2 payments of £25, or you can do one-off payment. It's up to you, of course. If you flexify it, you pay the PMP the first installment if you are a Freedom member. And by the way, of course, you may have heard that we are now kind of the craft store has purchased the Create and Craft, but you can, by all means, become a Freedom member with all the confidence, and then that's exciting. And then, of course, that will be delivered to your door with no PMP because you are a Freedom member. You don't pay PMP, right? And then, of course, if you want to join,
can I just say,
yeah,
it's not going to come in like a massive box.
Oh,
it does flat pack, and it's really, really easy to put together. There's like one wing nut and then the couple of bits that you need to assemble to get the bottom on. It's really not that difficult. You're not going to end up with this ginormous box. You're all right.
That is a good reassurance. Now, from the floor stand, we have got the table stand, again a 10-inch ring. This one is with Haley, right?
Yes, so this one is designed to be kind of stood in front of you. Obviously, I would have it twisted towards me, but I'm going to twist it towards you guys so you can see what I'm doing. This one, again, comes flat packed. It's just simple wing nuts to put together. You can see them on the side there. Really, really straightforward. And you just tighten everything up in place. And then when you're happy with the position, you can tighten them even further to stop it moving. So let me just give that a little bit of a squidge. There you go.
Okay.
That'll kind of hold it exactly in place for us. So these are slightly different to put your fabric on, though, because usually you can have the fabric flat and you can kind of squish it on the table to get it in. But because these are fixed, it works slightly differently. So you're going to pop that over the top.
Right.
And do it back to front and upside down, because that's how we roll. And then this one goes over the top. And we're going to pop that over the top. We're going to just make sure we've got it pulled nice and tight.
Right. Nice and tight, yeah.
Just get it all the way around and then just tighten it up. So it's just exactly the same as you would with a normal one, just a little screw on the top that will tighten up, and there's always a slot in there, so if you want to get a screwdriver in and make it even tighter, then you can. But really, really straightforward, and then you can tilt it towards you if you wish and stitch away. And it also means that you've got both hands free, so you can have one hand on the top and one hand on the back as well. Let me tilt that back a little bit. So yeah, you can have one on the top and one on the back and work away there. So that should give you a really nice kind of height to work at.
Okay, fabulous. So, of course, if you want to go for the embroidery stand, we have got there the picture. 331996 is your item number. £30.49. It is 10 inches as well. I know Rosella likes to use something like this because then it allows her to do the embroidery and even bigger projects as well. Right, then we have, of course, we are talking about embroidery. What do you need for embroidery? Well, some beautiful embroidery floss. Here you are getting 36 skeins, and well, I kind of have to say that like cotton, those beautiful colors, is just like very inspiring, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got a kind of whole rainbow there, so I'm sure you could, there's lots of things you could put into lots of different projects and have a real good play with.
Yeah, absolutely. So then, of course, you have got the cotton bright colors in here, the bright ones, the 36 and $9.99 is your price in there. Absolutely glorious. You are getting, well, how many? Do you know how many meters per skein?
On average, it's 8.
8
meters per skein, and it's obviously 6-stranded cotton as well. So that means if you want to kind of, break them down and do finer work, it will go even further.
So then, of course, if you are getting 8 meters in each, so 36, I'm not going to do the math, but you're getting a whole lot of thread there.
Oh, I was nearly there.
288 meters.
I was doing 8 times 3, which was 240, and then I just needed to do 8 times 6, which is 48. Add them together. Maths.
Right, 586320 is your item number for the embroidery floss that you have got there, the brights. But we have got another option for you. We have got the pastels, and then it's a set of 36 of colors there as well. So there's one, you can see it here. Now, $9.99 is your price as well, so you have got all the softer colors that you have got in there, the blues and the beautiful pinks in there. So if you want to go for this one, 177587 is your item number, $9.99 for all 36 of them. Right, moving on, we have, well, you want to show it?
Yes, I've got the little handy lamps. These are so cute. I'm going to just try and carefully remove one for the minute. So these are a little lamp, really handy because they are completely portable and rechargeable as well. So the lamp is like that. You can shut it so you can have it completely flat, and it's a really kind of small footprint on there as well. You see the charging ports are just on the side there, and that is a little lead that goes into there and then just into a USB. So you can charge it off a portable battery pack. Right. You could charge it off just a normal plug socket if you've got one. You can you plug actual sockets that go onto the wall now that have USBs in them as well, so that you can charge it from the computer. You can charge it from anything that has a a USB port on it. And then to use it, you're going to obviously pop it up, and then there's a little touch button on the front. Yeah. It's not going to click or anything. You just need to literally tap it, and it will go from warm light to cool light, and then a combination of the two, which will be your natural light. And I'm going to show you why those options are important, because if I pop that there like that and just get it down, so if I put this side on warm and then put this one on cool, can you see that green card that's underneath? I do. And how different it looks. Absolutely. Because this side has got the yellow light on, so the yellow light's almost bringing more green out of it, and then this blue light is bringing more blue out of it. So that's exactly the same piece of card, and you can see in the kind of triangle where they meet there, that's the true colour of it.
And
but it
probably,
looks
can I say
different.
something? It's just that at home it might be like through your monitor, it might be a little bit different, but I can tell from here that definitely the more blue, what it looks blue, it's actually real true life colour.
And look, even if I just put my hands in, because obviously my hands are kind of a orange, let's say an orangey colour, the warm light, which is on this side, is making it look warmer and looking like I've got a bit more of a suntan, and then this side, the blue light, the colder light, is making me look a lot paler. It's really, I mean, you can see it there with the kind of pinky, purpley, pinky, peachy colours in the roses. Let's hold that one. Now that is just plain grey. Right. And you can see the difference, and especially at these times of year when you've got a little bit less light, and you're always looking for something. And if you generally put the big light on, I mean the one that kind of lights the whole room, that tends to be this. It tends to be this warm light. So what it will do is it will distort your colours. And then if you're looking in the daytime, you end up with this kind of light, the cold blue winter light. And again, that distorts your colours, because what you're actually looking for is this little bit in the centre, which is actually the true daylight colour. So let me just do another couple, and you can see the difference in them. Because this one's got pink in, this one you can see, on this side it looks a bit more purple because it's putting more blue in it, it's giving you a more purple reflection. And on this side it's looking a bit more kind of peachy magenta-y because it's putting more orange in, and it's giving you something completely different back. But it changes so much depending on what pattern that you've got as well. But the principle is still the same. You're adding yellow to this side, or orange, and you're adding blue to this side. Yeah, blue and orange are opposite on the colour scale, so that's why you're getting almost a light and dark effect from it as well. And then if I pull this last one out,
you can see it again.
Yeah, you can see what a difference that makes. And if I swap them both now to natural light, that one's off. There you go. That is the true colour that you're getting from them.
And do you think what I love about these lamps as well is the fact that, for instance, for reading, for bedside table, you can put the warmer tones, so kind of the eyes
perfect for that. And I mean, even for bedside lights, maybe, again, I'm thinking caravans, camper vans, things like that, you may not always have sockets next to your bedside. So if that's the case, then these are completely rechargeable, really tiny, tiny little footprint on there. So, it's not going to take up much space on the side of a bed. Or even if you've got a bed that's got a headboard and it's got a kind of flat piece on the top, I would dare say that would even kind of fit on top of there if you wanted to. Because it's completely rechargeable, use it for the night, and then once it runs out, charge it back up, ready for the next day.
Perfect. All right, of course, if you are yours, you are getting one of them for £27.99. I love the portability. I love that it looks amazing. And I love, of course, that it's perfect for your crafting and your reading at night time. Now, maybe for reading or for crafting, you need a little bit of extra help, a magnifying light as well. And this one is a clip-on one that you have got also even a little bit of a light in behind and as well. Now,
do you want to chuck it over? I've got some tiny writing.
Ooh!
I brought some tiny writing, especially for this situation.
Okay.
Hang on a second. I'll whip the bit of paper out the back of here because it's got some nice tiny writing in it. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Some lovely tiny writing. Can I have the magnifying glass,
okay,
please?
so we are going to be handing out as well. Okay. All right, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There we go. So, this one's actually got a little light within it as well.
Yeah.
So if I just pop it over there, you've actually got 2 levels of magnification in here.
Yeah.
So you've got this kind of large piece here which gives you the standard magnification, but then if I just, can you see there at the bottom?
Yeah.
Where you've got this little dot that's actually giving you, I think it's, is it 8 times or 5 times in this little one?
I think,
I haven't got the box. This is 2, so this will double everything for you. And I think this is 5 for the little spot, so that'll get you kind of even. I'm just trying to get it. There we go. Can you see that? And it's also got a little tiny light on there as well, so that will kind of. We used this with diamond dots the other day because you can kind of add the light to it. There you go. What it does with the camera is sometimes it reflects it and it puts it as if it's upside down.
Yeah.
But let me find it. Let me see if I can find the English. Where are we? Up the top there. There we go.
The second one, erasable color felt pen, warning, a small part, choking hazard.
Yeah.
I can read even that from a far away.
It is pretty tiny. It is pretty tiny writing though as well.
Shall I read it in Spanish?
But really, really useful. And I think for the price that this one is, I think it's one of those that you'll just kind of keep handy.
Shall I read it in Spanish?
Would you like me to? There you go.
No, you were right. Go up. There it is. Rotuladores de colores borrables. Advertencia. Riesgo de ahogamiento.
Okay. That.
Rotuladores. Markers are rotuladores.
Yeah. So what you've also got on here is you've got a really big clip as well. So if you want to put that either onto a table or onto something at the side, maybe you've got a little stand or something that something like a little, you know, the little pots that you can get that have little kind of things areas you can put all your bits in and you can clip onto. That would be perfect onto there. Or if you want to wall mount it as well, can you see on the back there they've put you that little kind of keyhole shaped. Yeah. Hang on, if I put my finger in, there you go, you can see it now. It's got that little keyhole cut out, so you can put a screw in the bottom there, slide it down.
That's a good one, yeah. And you could have it on a pegboard if you have got or maybe you can have it like in your table and kind of.
Well, it's just giving you options. I'm going to see if I can get it on this table. It's quite a thick table, mine. This one.
Yeah.
No, it's too big.
But
the table's too big.
On the chair, like on the chair. Ooh.
Oh, I can magnify what I'm ironing.
You can see that there is no wrinkles.
Got your socks, Paula? I mean, pot kettle, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having a small feet for a woman has never been a bad thing for a woman. So that's all right.
I've got kids' socks. I've got day of the week ones. It's great.
Exactly. No, but I was thinking that for manicures, if you're doing,
absolutely. When there's loads of other things, obviously, it doesn't have to be crafting. It can be reading. It can be beauty applications. It can be anything that you would benefit from a little bit of extra magnification and a little extra bit of light.
Absolutely. In there, sometimes you need a magnification to see everything.
Maybe you want to be a detective.
Yeah. Anyway, 325-007. Well, 007. That's not a detective, that's a spy. Anyway, we have got more in here. We have got the Salvo foam lightweight fabric, 15 meters by 75 centimeters. That is a massive 15 meters. Now, you have got a flexi buy, and not just one, but 3 interest-free payments. £48.33 is your price, or when it's split on 3 payments. And of course, you can pay one-off time if you want. But remember, anything that has got flexi-buy means that you have got the option to add other items in there and then flexi-buy those ones. We have got also the pre-cut batting, the 279 cotton mix, that 80-20, 220 by 270 centimeters. You're saving £5. £23 and 99 pence is your price. And of course, Hayley, this is the pre-cut batting. You talked before about the 80-20, so 80% cotton, 20% polyester, and that is a size of, so you have got a rough idea. A king size duvet is 220 by 220, so this is slightly longer than that. Now we also have on the show, Grab Yourself Silly Stuff, which I believe, Hayley, that's your babies, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, you have got there the Spiral Squares Full Quilt Kit. That's 144 centimeters square finish up. And you have a £30 off the price and a 3 flexi option as well. So you can pay just £53 and 33 pence. And as I mentioned before, remember, if you are a Freedom member, you don't pay PMP. And if you are wondering, well, I have heard that, you know, what's going on with the 2 channels. Well, yes, the craft store has purchased Create and Craft. However, you can be with all the confidence, have the Freedom membership, because nothing is going to change for you at home. So make sure that you kind of feel completely confident on joining Freedom. Right, now, Hayley.
Yes.
Tell us about this kit. Is it pre-printed, the different sizes?
Yes, it is. So the quilt itself is just up behind me. And this one's a really nice one to do. It can be machine quilted or it can be hand quilted. You can do it whichever way you wish. And this one works really, really well with the little tiny iron. Yeah. Oh, keep calling it tiny iron. That's not what it says on the thing. Please don't ring up and ask for a tiny iron, because they'll be like, what are you on about?
Yeah.
It's a mini steam iron, not a tiny iron.
Right.
But it's a tiny iron. It's great.
Okay.
So the principle of this is using a turned edge applique. So by turned edge applique, normally, and we've been through the Vilene kind of there as well, the Bonder web. And normally, if you were doing applique onto a quilt or you were doing it onto a project, what you'd do is you'd take a square and you'd pop it on where it was going to go. You put Bonder web on one side, peel the paper off, bond it onto the other side, and then use either a satin stitch, or maybe you'd use just a couple of layers of a normal straight stitch just to hold everything in place. Right. Now, an alternative to that, so you get kind of those really nice seamless edges, is to do something called turned edge applique. So for that, I'm going to use the templates that come with the kit. So I'm going to get this middle size.
So they already come pre-cut, that template?
Yes, these come pre-cut. These are made from Mylar.
Right.
And what they are is they're templates that will allow you to create perfect turned edges on your pieces, so that when you stitch them on, you can either have a machine sewn line top stitching that onto the edge, which will be beautiful and straight because all of the raw edges are turned in for you, or you can hand stitch that on and then it will be completely invisible. So it's up to you. So I'm going to take these 2 bits, I'm just going to move these for this minute and pop them down here and bring across the mat that we've been using. And to do turned edge applique, I'm going to pop that, and these 2 things are absolutely perfect for this, because you've got the mat to protect the table, and you've got the small iron, which is going to get you into the mini steam iron, which is going to get you into those little corners. So to start off, what you're going to do is to take those corners and press them down.
Yeah.
And then from that, I'm going to take that bit across.
I see, yeah.
So that's going to create my first corner. And then I'll just do a little bit, and then I'll do the other side and tuck that in and press that down, and that's going to give me my perfect squares. So if I just move that for a second, that's going to give me my perfect squares. And once I've got them all in, I can take the Mylar out, because that's heat proof, and it's obviously flexible and bendy, and you can kind of work with it and iron on it, and it'll be absolutely fine.
Something, Hayley?
But then you're going to get those perfect squares, which then mount onto the background, which then create what is behind me.
My question was, because I love that technique of the corners. Could we use that for other techniques or other projects as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Once you're finished with the actual project, you can reuse the templates over and over again. So I'll do it again on this corner. So I'm going to first of all take that and press it so it creates that nice flat edge. Take the first one down and then press that all into place. And take the other side across.
That's so neat.
Press that all into place. But what it gives you, it's so easy and it's so simple, but what it gives you is kind of pinpoint accuracy. So this square is going to be exactly the size I need it to go on the panel. And what we've done on the panel is we've actually printed where these squares need to go. So if I put this back the way round I had it, that's the backing. We don't need that right now. Because creating that spiral that you can see on the quilt, this one here, that is very difficult, and you've got to be quite careful with your maths to make sure that you get everything turned by the right amount to get it looking correct and accurate. So what we've done is we've printed the background for you with the white spaces in there ready for you to put those straight on the top. So you are always going to get the right size square at the right angle. Obviously this one's not quite finished yet, but we'll pop it on there. Right size square at the right angle every single time.
Okay.
And with the one that we've got on the wall, you can see we've started with the lighter colours and spiralled away out.
Love that. Absolutely gorgeous.
It's quite a modern design, I think, because sometimes, you know, the quilts can be quite traditional and block based. So we wanted to do something that was a little bit more unusual, but you're getting absolutely everything you need within that kit. So you're getting the backing, you're getting the front panel, which is the one with the squares on to tell you where to locate them. If you wanted to substitute those squares out and put different colours in, you absolutely could. You can still use the stencils, it will still work exactly the same way. And then you've still got your other squares that you could put on the back, so you could have a double-sided one, or even use the back to make two quilts.
Absolutely. Right, of course.
And you get the batting. I forgot to say, you get the batting in it as well.
The batting is included.
So it's everything. It's absolutely everything. It's your front, your back, your applique squares to go on the top, and your batting as well. So you're getting a full quilt kit there.
Okay. And what I mean, so it means that the only thing that you need is a sewing machine, basically. So you have got a sewing machine, and that's right. Of course, if you want yours, 5518839 is your item number. You are saving £30 on a split in the payment. If you want to into 3 interest-free payments, £53.33 is your first payment, a second payment, a third payment, or you can go on for a full on a one-off payment. Right. We started to share with steam iron. Of course, you can choose whether you are using steam or not, and it comes in with a mini pressing board, perfect for the sleeves, for the cuffs and things like that. Now the pressing board on its own is $9.99. Details at bottom of the screen. Now, one question: aside from clipping your magnifying glass to it, what else would you use the mini board?
So I would say this one is perfect for kind of smaller pieces like this, or pieces that you're maybe going to be doing patchworking together, and all you need to do is just press the seam out. Yeah, little bits of applique, all your smaller bits, and dressmaking as well. So where you've got sleeves, where you want to get inside pockets, where you've got kind of fiddly bits of dressmaking, or you've just got small bits, things like cuffs and things like that. It's absolutely perfect for that, because you don't need to get the whole ironing board out. You can just get the little one out and do the little bits and pieces that you need. But as a combination, I think these three are a great option, because then you've got kind of everything covered. You've got your portable mat, which you can use, you know, either for crafting, or maybe you're going on holiday and you want to be able to take an iron with you. Maybe you're going away for business, or maybe it's a wedding or something like that, and you know you're going to put everything in a case, and you know it's going to come out creased, or not as uncreased as you'd like it, and you want something there just to be able to quickly knock a couple of creases out. This is absolutely perfect for that, because it is so portable. The mat and the iron by itself fold down to next to nothing. So,
Right.
it's a
So
really good
of course,
option.
if you want to go for yours, well, £26.98 is your price. You are saving £3. 700907 is your item number. We also have got the ironing mat in here. 60 by 50 centimeters, and we're going to open it up. I actually think that this is one of the best, mats that we can get, because the fact that it's foldable, the fact that we can just put it into a little, with a sewing bag.
Yes, exactly. It'll easily fit. It's so portable. It'll easily fit into a sewing bag. It's the perfect size, as we said, for the top of a tumble dryer, a washing machine, fridge, something like that. Any kind of home appliance, which means that if you're either in a smaller place and you don't want or haven't got the space for an ironing board, it's perfect. Or if you're using it in a craft room, or maybe your craft room is your dining room table, and you want to put something on there that's going to protect it from the heat while you're sewing, but you also obviously want to be able to press a little bit out, and then press another little bit out, and then press another little bit out.
Also, I was thinking, if you want to create a quilting project or something like that, you could quilt through it as well, because it has been pre-quilted. So I would think that you could actually use it. $11.99 is your price. 076884 is your item number. We have got on the web 5 meters of that. It comes in a roll from Visily. £18.99 is your price for it. So if you want yours, make sure to check out your baskets. We also have more. We have the 80-20 pre-cut butting, so 220 by 270 centimeters. So remember, £5 saving, £23.99 is your price. And then we also have the set of 4 embroidery hoops. There we go, the non-slip ones, and £9.99 is your price. 207657 is your item number. Now you have the embroidery hoop, the table one, which is 10 inches. Look at your face. Good idea.
I've just discovered something. You can clip the light on.
Oh.
Look. Oh.
That's
game
nice.
changer.
That's a game changer, because the nights, the evenings are dark at the minute, so to have some light
Hang
in
on,
there.
I'll try and twist it so Chris can see a bit better. There you go. Can you see now? And if I move that there, ta-da! Yeah, I've just realised you can clip the thing on the other thing.
And the other thing, so it makes sense. So 331996 is your item number. Now the clip-on lamp is, of course, bottom of the screen, so it's from Pure Light, 325007, £16.99. That is your price for the clip-on lamp. Well, the magnifying glass with those lights as well here. So it's a 10-inch hoop that you are talking about with the table stand.
So again, this comes flat packed, so you don't have to have it up all the time, so you can kind of have it up while you're working on your embroidery, and then once you finish the piece you can actually flat pack it again, because everything comes with kind of large, easy to assemble wing nuts, which you can just simply twist by hand. Doesn't mean you've got to get any tools out to put it together. And then what you'll find is that the central hoop is fixed, and that's the one that can kind of pivot on these wing nuts here. And then once you've got it to where you want it, you can kind of stitch away. But first of all, we're going to show you how to get the fabric on. So as we said, slightly different to your normal hoops, because normal hoops you can put on the floor and kind of squish them in. You can still do this to a point, because you can obviously turn it upside down and do it if that's easier for you. But you're going to pop your fabric over the top and then add the hoop and just tighten it up a little bit, and then just give it a quick pull just to make sure everything's in nice and tight and nice and even, and then give it a little bit more. And do you see with this how I'm having to kind of pull it and then just straighten it back out?
Absolutely.
Those non-slip hoops that we talked about, that doesn't happen as much because it's non-slip, and it kind of locks it in with that little bit of thing. So I'll keep tightening and then just straightening out a little bit, and just making sure I hold the 2 layers together as I do that, because I don't want to pull it so hard that one pops the top off. That's get a bit better. Get it nice and tight, and then once you're happy, you can kind of move it back round, so give it a little pivot, and then away you go to stitch. Now, if you are going to use the magnifying glass with it, what I did realise was it was better kind of clipped to the top, So the weight was up on this side rather than the weight down the bottom, because if the weight's down the bottom, it will just kind of pull it over for you. So if you're going to use it in conjunction with the lamp, then that is your best bet, is to clip it on the top.
Absolutely right. Of course, if you want yours, £30 and 49p. And I love the idea of being able to embroider a freehand as well. 331-996. Now, Hayley, you will be back at 9 o'clock with myself. Yes. So we will do more sewing essentials and chit chat. So if you have got any questions, of course, you can email us then. Now, stay tuned here at the Craft Store, because we have got a brand new one-day special after the break. It is AALL Create, beautiful stands by Tracy Evans, and Leonie Pujol is going to demonstrate, and Hayley West, of course, is going to present. I'll see you in about a couple of hours' time with the one-day special and Leonie herself. But in the meantime, make sure to check out your baskets for those amazing sewing essentials and grab the bargains while they are here. Remember, joining Freedom to have the free PNP for during the duration of your Freedom membership. Thank you so much, Hayley. See you at 9, of course, and stay tuned here at the Craft Store for more inspiration in the form of beautiful stamps from Tracy Evans. Well, it is the one-day special from AALL Create, Wildflower, then Thrifty Thursday at 7, and then AALL Create at 8 once again.
I'm Trisha from Sew Totally Trisha. I've been sewing since I was about 8 years old. I carried on through my teens, and when I had children, I've sewn for them. And now I love nothing more than to design fabric-based kits for patchwork, for bags and home decor. Make sure you don't miss the Sew Totally Trisha shows.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hello there and welcome. Well, it's 6 o'clock, so it's time for a brand new one-day special. Now, you might be watching us for the first time, so let me introduce myself. I am Hayley West, and I am here with you with a brand new one-day special. It's a deal that we launch at 6 o'clock every single evening. Not this deal every single evening, because it changes. And this is the turn of AALL Create. Now, if you are a first-time viewer to us here at the Craft Store, as I know many of you are, welcome. As you may well be aware, we have bought the company Create and Craft, so maybe that's how you've come across us. We've got a fabulous, exciting time ahead of us, and hopefully I will be appearing many times on your screen. Everything is pretty much business as usual, so ordering to the same phone lines, using all those memberships that you've already got, so don't worry. Enjoy, and we will fill your hours with lots of crafting pleasure. But I'm not here by myself. A very familiar face, I am sure you all know, our lovely Leonie, alongside me, doing a little bit colouring in there.
I'm still colouring in. It is quite interesting because I feel that if people have obviously been sort of watching the craft channels for a while, they'll probably see my face pop up all over.
Oh, she's all out, yeah, honestly. Just keeps turning up. Keeps turning up like a bad penny.
Ticking all those craft telly boxes, don't
you?
I?
You do it so well.
No, I'm really pleased to be doing this. Obviously, AALL Create are an incredible brand. If you are just joining us, AALL Create, really, when Abs, who brings us AALL Create, is behind it, he's the owner. When he first started with AALL Create, they were so small, weren't they?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Oh, gosh,
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely little Abs. They were dead quiet. You should see him now.
Oh, yes.
But it's amazing because as a brand, they've just grown and grown and grown. But what Abs has always managed to do is have really I can't say that word. Yeah, that one.
I have to say it quickly.
Yeah. I overthought that one.
And you did.
Really innovative products because there's stuff that you've just never seen before. But these are trailblazing because then you see them afterwards, unfortunately. But he's also got amazing designers. One of the designers, of course, is the incredible Tracy Evans. Yeah. And Tracy is she's one of those designers. She's absolutely lovely. Her artwork is fab, but when she shares so much inspiration. She's so brilliant.
Very talented
and when she
lady.
designs, she makes sure the stamps she designs we can use in so many different ways.
Yep.
So you are always getting value for money with Tracy's, and I love this collection.
Well, this
it's
is
gorgeous.
Botanicals and flowers are something that Tracy do incredibly well, and what you've got here is a series of different sets. So you've got 3 A5 sets and you've got 2 A7 sets, and these are brilliant because they're not just solid stamps. You've got lots of components, lots of elements that work in so many different ways. As I say, flowers are very important to our lovely Tracy, and that's where she takes a lot of her inspiration from. I know her garden is very important to her, and I can just imagine her sitting, looking out of a window, doodling away, creating these beautiful pieces that we can see here. Now, of course, the design team have come up with some fabulous results using those stamps, and of course you will do so as well, and they are absolutely gorgeous. And it's interesting because Leonie was talking about obviously the company being a foundling, a fledgling company at some point, as all companies are, but what the company does is they give their stamps indexing numbers, and this is brilliant because you can kind of collect these wherever. It's an international company, lots of people collect these from all over the world, and they've got index numbers. Now this one, can you believe, up to number 600. We're actually gone a little beyond there because we have got 602, but there are some absolutely incredible stamps. So if you like the style, check out the brand section, you'll find even more there. But of course it's a one-day special, so that is where we're going to be turning our attention. Now, got a couple of different prices on your screen. You can see everybody is saving at least £10 with this one, bringing it down to £59.95. But then you'll see that the screen has changed. Now, if you've got Freedom membership, which is a brilliant thing to get into, it means you've got an additional discount. It means that you are saving £15.99. Now, that £15.99 is on top of any other deals that we've got. Well, sometimes you will have little kind of deals because some of these are in pairings, some of them are individual stamps. You'll find all the different elements on the website, but the best way and the biggest saving way to get hold of these is with your Freedom membership. So you can see you've got 2 payments that you can spread the cost over, £26.98 being your first, and that is getting everything delivered to your door, and that is the beauty of Freedom membership. The price you see on the screen is the price that you pay. No hidden extras, no post and packing, just as it is. It's the way I like to shop. Keep it simple, that's my opinion. And here you can see beautiful examples of how you're going to be working with these. Leon, I love these because whether you kind of want to get some arty or whether you're wanting to kind of keep things simple, there's a lot that you can do with these stamps.
I mean, the first 2 you showed there were Tracy's, and it's funny actually because I was thinking to myself, oh, I know what I'm going to do, and then I saw the samples. It was like, oh, I was
distracted.
Well, and it was like, oh, you know, that is kind of the thing that I wanted to show as well, and I love that because Oh, she's just so fabulous. But yeah, when you look at them, there's so many different ways you can use them. You know, you've got backgrounds that you can create with them, beautiful feature images. I love them because, yes, they're the florals, but she mixes it up, so you have got a real mix of imagery within the one design. Obviously, they're going to work beautifully with some of the other gorgeous, gorgeous stamps that have been released by AALL Create. But they're that kind of stamp set. If you bought these, they're a standalone stamp set. You know, you could literally just use these and create so many different looks.
That is gorgeous. That's
that
very
so
simple
pretty.
in design. And I don't mean that any disrespect to Jo, who's designed this one, but it's the artwork that does it, isn't it? And that's the key thing with these.
And sometimes the simple ones are harder to create.
Yes,
because I'm terrible. You know, it's like, oh, let's just do that. Let's do that. And before you know it, I've got 50 things on it. Whereas, but it's so sophisticated.
Beautiful.
Love that with background. Beautiful.
That's fabulous, because you've got lots of text featuring in here as well. Beauty of these is you can just take one of those stamps, and here you can see that is that fabulous stamp that we saw, the smaller stamp. Please don't think that small stamps give you small opportunities. Stamps like this, they can be utilised over and over again to create whatever size bundles kind of display you want to. So whether it is...
So,
anybody, do you fancy a cuppa?
Have a cup of tea.
You're right.
Have me cup of tea and me throat sweet.
It's all right. I won't draw any attention to it. Lovely. But as you can see here, beautiful design. Whether it's a case of you going down the traditional route, the very botanical route with these, or whether it is a case that you're going quite contemporary with them, or mixing the two together, it does not matter. Oh, she's got a fit of the giggles now. Love that, where that gorgeous glossy accent's been used in the centre there. And I'm just looking at these and seeing, we're seeing lots of birds appearing in here. Now, the silhouette of the bird, I know it's one that we have seen previously. So, of course, things that you've got within your style, I love that. Isn't that a clever use of those fabulous banners in there? Really clever idea. So yeah, if you've got things from Tracy already, or for any other stamps, to be honest, kind of cross-pollinate them, use them together, get some absolutely incredible results time and time again. Now, Tracy is a very popular designer with the AALL Create fans, so much so that already, and we're not even 10 minutes into the show, but 10% of the stock has gone. It might be the first time you come across Tracy's artwork. I do urge you to check out more of her work, because she's absolutely incredible, as are all of the fabulous designers behind the name of AALL Create. But for the time being, details are on your screen. If you're wanting your one-day special, 194328 is the all-important item number. And if you're not a Freedom member already, you can become a Freedom member as you're checking your basket out and take advantage of that bigger discount. Talking about discounts, something that we regularly bring to you here at the craft store are happy hour deals. Now, these are pretty much as it's kind of what it says on the label, really. With regards to these, the deal is there, but for this hour and this hour only. Whereas you have 24 hours for the one-day special before the price goes up, with these you don't have so much time. You've only got 60 minutes, and we've already lost about 8 of those already. Now, with these, you can always jump onto the website and have a little look for happy hour deals when we go into a brand new hour. But these are phenomenal value for money. You can see normally be paying $17.99 for these, but not during this hour, because during this hour that price has dropped right the way down to $9.99. Lots of stamps in here, and again, these are the kind of stamps you will see being repeated often through stencils, loads of different ways, things like washi tape that we see from AALL Create as well. I love these phrases and words of inspiration. One that looks like it might have been used already there. A little bit of pink ink on there. Was that down to you?
I think no, there's the one, the swear. I'm just wondering if it's been covered up.
Oh,
you remember?
Oh,
this is the one with the thingy one.
Oh, okay. I might need to read that one first. So details are on your screen there.
I know I'm the recover.
102137. We'll stay a safe distance just for the time being on that one, but until I have a little look.
It's funny. So it's not, you know, it's a funny one. It's funny. But yeah, these are ace. So our Abs did these, and then he left lovely Janet to actually launch them, which was hilarious. He's such a cheeky monkey. But Brilliant set of stamps. Not only have you got some really cool sentiments, you've then got the sort of accent imagery, and the accent imagery is amazing because that one you can create backgrounds, you can do all sorts, but it's one of those that is an absolute favourite. That one is used again and again and again, and I imagine Hayley's finger is in an appropriate place.
We've kind of edited it out. We've got a bit of sticky tape on there, so we are okay with regards to this one. So yeah, if you are easily offended, you might want a bit of sticky tape of your own. Of course, that's a little technique, isn't it, masking?
Masking.
Perfect.
Masking it off. I think it's a fabulous stamp set, is that? And it is funny.
I love
it. Yeah, it's great.
Brilliant.
It's absolutely fabulous.
And £9.99 if you want to take advantage of that one. But please make sure you're checking your baskets out with that one before we get to the top of the next hour at 7 p.m, because it will go up in price. Another deal that we've got for you, which is a duo of stamps. And these are lovely. You'll see some of the elements from this happy hour that kind of crossed over from the last stamp set we've seen. So if you want to take advantage of both of them, by all means, please do. This time we've got a duo of stamps for £11.98. And this is where you've kind of got your layers. This is where the design has been built up over and over again to present you with one stamp that gives you the opportunity to lay down all of that imagery in one go. Saying that, you don't have to use the entire stamp if you don't want to. You can just use parts of these as well. They're incredibly flexible, so you can just use little accents from them if you so choose. But of course, overall, it is a stamp there, as you can see, A6 in size, £11.98 for both of those. It's a half price deal. You're saving £12, so rather than you just getting one of those, you're paying the price of one, but we are sending you both. 096661, and again, there's lots more. Talked about that, the indexing system, well, you'll find that when you jump onto the website. All the different stamps have got their indexing numbers on there. So if you are a fan of AALL Create, which I know that many of you are, you'll have your kind of, I don't know if there's like a collector sheet with these, but you could be making your own, couldn't you, quite easily. So any gaps that you need to fill in, it's a perfect opportunity for you to do so. And of course, you can add anything in from the website into your basket alongside your one-day special if you so choose. Oh, people, we're into penguins. Oh, I love a penguin. This is a brilliant deal. Oh, so cute. I love these. But you can see you've got that fabulous text running across. You've also got the same style of text with these. So, of course, it gives you the opportunity for you to work with them all together. 14 stamps there, absolute bargain for £11.98. And there's lots more where they came from. So check them out, have a look, check out some of those reviews as you go. But make sure you do join us with this show because, of course, we are showing off these brand new stamps from Tracy. And we are incredibly busy for these. You're liking these a lot. So, Leona, I think we're going to head over in your direction.
Amazing. Right, so before I start, what I'm going to do is just show you in detail what you're going to get because you've got so many stamps here. Now, your first one, I love these. So, your first one, I'll do them all on the overhead so you can see. I love that because you look at the packaging and you look at the real stamp, wow, way bigger than the actual real stamp. So, this one is a cracker. It's backgrounds, it's foliage, it's building up those beautiful images. I do like the sort of more detailed ones because you can build up the backgrounds, but then she gives you stamps that are easy to cut out. So these are really good feature stamps. But again, it's about that extra, you know, that kind of collage element. So I love that she's got the words sort of running through the images. You've got your different words. So you've got flowers, petals, dill, of course, herb, and that one at the bottom.
And I like that because she does give us the proper names, although we can't always pronounce them, but it gives you the ability to go off and find out more about that particular plant if you want.
And you know what you're looking at.
Yes.
You know, well, sort of.
And sometimes you might want to go looking for the original plant, for the colours that you want to use. I mean, crafting you can use any colour, but sometimes people like it to be just so.
You're 100% right, because sometimes I haven't got a colour. Tracy, though, when you do follow her on the Facebook and stuff, and she puts photos of her garden, oh my gosh.
It looks an amazing place, doesn't it?
Very jealous. It's amazing. Okay, next. Now, you shouldn't have favourite. That one is just so nice. And it's funny, actually, because our Miss P is taking over the shows tomorrow.
Oh,
and I was cutting this out, prepping, and she's like, oh, I've cut that one out. We've cut the same things out. And it's so funny, because I know that our Paula is doing something. I know that, you know, I was saying that me and, like we all share kind of inspirations. We all come up with the same idea or similar ideas. It's like, oh my gosh. Anyway, you'll see. Our lovely Miss P will be joining you tomorrow.
That's a nice stamp because it hasn't got hands on there, so you can put them where you want them to be.
Exactly. It really does leave it open for you, doesn't it? Which is just beautiful. And I like the size of it as well. You've then got, now I love these, your 2 little pointers, because that reminds me of your little things that you put in your actual seeds. Yeah, with a name on. Because normally you bob them in like that, don't you? Right. Yeah, I love that. You've got your beautiful little flower there. It's like a nice thistle. So you've got knapweed, you've got wildflower, circle of life, you've got vintage, garden and plant. So again, lovely sentiments. And then next we have got for you, I'll take this out of packaging as well.
Ooh, now this one looks like it's got lots of definitions on there. I like this idea, because they're always useful ones to kind of build up a design, aren't they?
And I love this one because yeah, like you were saying, it is the building. It's this for me. All that smaller text. I really like that. Dandelion. Flower heads are yellow to orange coloured. Open in the daytime, but closes at night. Flower heads mature into spherical seed heads.
Round.
Yeah.
Spherical.
Do you know what? I'm getting worse. If you don't use it, you lose it. I used to write legal letters as a solicitors once upon a day. Can you believe that?
Oh, gosh.
I know, right?
So you're all right with Latin, just not spherical.
I can't write anything now. I can't say it again. Seed heads, sometimes called clocks. Not a chance with that one. Dandelion, florets, fluffy seed heads. I can say that.
Oh, that's cute.
Fluffy seed heads. Oh, you fluffy little seed head. Tooth-like leaves, you say it.
Oh, tooth-like.
Tooth-like. I love the way she says that. And then evergreen perennial, making low flattened molds of mounds of foliage. So again, you've got beautiful descriptions. You've got your fabulous dandelion, and then you've got your whatever that one's called as well, which is gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. But then you're also getting your 2 little A7 stamps. Now, I must admit, another favourite. I love this one.
Isn't it pretty?
Yes. When I looked at that, I thought, I'm using that first. I absolutely adore that one. And then you've got your beautiful daisies. What I love about the daisies is the solidity of the stamp. It's one of those that when you're doing backgrounds with this, you can create some really cool backgrounds.
Is this the sort of stamp that you can kind of lift out with, like a silhouette? So, so you could have patterns, petals within the stamp.
Yeah.
Right, nice.
Oh, there's so much you can do with stamps like that. It's lush. So you've got a really good collection of stamps. Now, where I'm going to start is... as I said, this was my favourite, so of course I decided not to. I was going to do a really faffy demonstration first of all, but I thought no, I'm going to do just a stamping demonstration to start us off, because we've got stamps.
Now, for anybody that's new to AALL Create, is there anything we need to know about the stamps when we receive them? You're peeling off the acetate there.
Yeah, peel
you
off
don't leave
your
anything
acetate.
on there.
No, it's fine. I mean, when the stamps are manufactured, you might want to lift with sellotape, because they have a bit of a coating on, or just stamp them a couple of times and they'll be absolutely fine.
Got you.
Yeah, I must admit I don't, because I'm lazy. But you have got that option. With the stamping blocks, now I would recommend, last time I did my AALL Create show, I had all the stamping blocks. This time I can't find any
And
ball
they
one.
do some brilliant ones, because they're kind of flex as well.
Yes, like I have got the A4. The A4 is the only one I can find. I'm really annoyed, but it's really lightweight and flexible. I really, really recommend these. And I much prefer them now because of the lightweight nature. I love that, so I would really recommend those. You can get the different sizes for those. So what I do recommend is a nice juicy ink pad. My obsession at the moment is a VersaFine Claire. I have re-inked this one, ready for the show.
Oh,
I know. Boom. Yeah, it has. I found it. I mean, I couldn't even find it earlier on
So
today.
did you accidentally come across the re-inker and it reminded you?
No.
Oh, right.
I stamped it and that note came out. It was like, oh yeah, I need to do that. So a nice juicy stamp. I'm going on to watercolour cardstock. Now, watercolour cardstock, because of the texture, it might not give it 100% crisp, clean stamp. This is really where you should be using your stamping platform, but I forgot about it till this second. Your stamping platform, of course, would mean if it isn't 100% first time, at least you can go in. Remember,
and sometimes we're a bit too quick, aren't we, to lift the stamp away as well?
Yes. I mean, I'm really allowing that ink to soak in. But watercolour cardstock is a tiny bit trickier because it's got texture. However, perfect.
Wow, that looks pretty good to me.
Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely beautiful image. So that's my first image that I want to use. I am going to actually colour this in, which is unusual. I don't normally, but I thought I would like to colour this in. Now, what I was going to do is colour the flowers in, but what I'm going to do instead is actually go around the actual flowers. So these are going to pop out, because I thought that's going to look quite interesting. And also, I don't want to, if I can, I might not go out them. If I might change this, I'm going to say I'm not going out the lines. I'm staying within the rectangle. If I smudge and I go out the lines, I will change that.
But to be fair, I mean, this stamp is such a beautiful image when it's stamped out. If you're making quick and easy cards, you don't need to add much more than that. That really contemporary black and white looks amazing.
Doesn't it look good? And I mean, what I do adore as well, these are really easy to fussy cut out.
Yeah.
So you could quite easily fussy cut some of those out. It's funny, actually, I don't normally colour in on live TV because, but I just really like this image.
You had a hankering for it to look this way. I love it.
It's beautiful, and the blue is gorgeous.
It's gorgeous, yeah.
Yeah, if you manage to get these are the Jane Davenport ones, and they are absolutely stunning.
Now, just as you're adding your colour there, Leonie, I'm going to do a very quick update. The reason being, these are flying out. Had huge quantities of these to start with, as we always do with a one-day special, but already 20% of the stock has gone. That's the whole day stock. That's not just the stock for this hour. This is part of the stock that goes right the way through to 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. And we're only a few minutes into the hour. So, yeah, please make sure that you are taking advantage of these deals when they're presented to you. Don't forget, not only we've got the one-day special, we've got those 2 happy hour deals as well. So don't forget to check those out, and of course everything can go into your basket in one go. Means you can take advantage of the savings and spread the cost if you so choose, and if you're a Freedom member, you've got an even lower price because that saving of £10 is increased, which means you're going to get that larger saving, which means you're going to get that lower price. £15.99 is the saving if you're a Freedom member. So if you're not a Freedom member already, then it's definitely worth considering, especially if you're going for some of those additional items, because you're going to be saving on your post and packing as well. The details are on your screen if you're wanting to get involved. And as I say, spread the cost over 2 payments if you so choose. That's a lovely blue that you've chosen there. That's gorgeous.
I love this. Mind you, I adore these pens anyway. I like them because they're so rich. I like this because when you're colouring in, it's automatic that we go for the main image.
Yes.
But actually, the colouring in the background really makes those flowers absolutely pop. Part of my brain wants me to then colour in or add some colour to the flower. I'm in 2 minds because I really do like them as they are. I do think they look really quite effective.
Sometimes people will do that kind of almost like a spotlight and just put a bit of colour into one of those flowers.
Yes.
Oh, I love these petals because with the divisions that you've got there of the lines, you could get your fine detail pen in and do a little bit doodling in there as well, couldn't you?
And I mean, really, when you look at these, you could actually colour the stripes, and you could do so much with these.
Loads of
the more I
potential.
look at this stamp, the more I love it. It ain't funny. And this is why I love crafting. You know, you always find new favourites every single time. Now, I want to create that rectangle, but I want to emphasise it. So I'm just taking my fine liner.
Okay.
As we know, the wonderful thing about the techniques these days is that we don't care about straight lines.
Yes.
I mean,
they're so last year.
Oh, so straight. Yeah. Do you know what? It's ace in it crafting, because once upon a day everyone worried about it, and then someone went, oh, wobbly lines are great, and we all went, oh yes, so they are. because we can all do a wobbly line. And it just, honestly, game changer.
I want fabric like that. It looks fabulous.
Doesn't it look beautiful? And you could keep stamping it, so you could make big blocks. Yeah, really happy with that. Now, what I did do, I need to move this. It is the packaging. I will end up stamping on it if I don't move it. It's one of those, if I keep anything close to me, it ends up being stamped on. Now, I'm going to take this flower here. This is a beautiful stamp again. I've already cut it out and it's ready to go, but I just thought I'd stamp it for you just to see the detail of this. It's absolutely exquisite. So I'll stamp it on a little bit of card here, and this is scrap card because obviously I've already cut it out, but what I love about this one is, in fact, do you know what, I might do a twofer. Okay. I might sorry, I'm doing my normal faff, everybody at home.
I love this. There's a plan to start with, and then 2 or 3 minutes in, it usually gets put to the side bands.
It is ridiculous.
But it shows the versatility, because you're kind of thinking and crafting on the hoof, and that's the beauty of this. You're going to get all sorts of different results dependent on where your mind goes at that particular moment.
Oh, and it never ends, you know. And that's what it should be about. It shouldn't be about you coming to the stamps and going, don't know, you know. I've done that one. I've used that stamp 50 times and it always looks the same. It should be that you look at it and go, oh yeah, I can do this, I can do this. Oh, see.
Wow.
Well, I've missed that centre element out because I should be doing this. Sorry, folks at home.
Okay.
I'm actually going to do what I said I'd do and not what I didn't.
Oh, the stamp platform. Right.
Yeah, stamping platform. Watercolour cardstock. If you're using watercolour cardstock, stamping platform is always the better option.
Because of the tooth in it.
Because of the tooth.
I can't get it.
Because of your tooth. Yes, absolutely. Because now I don't need to worry about putting loads of ink on it. I know exactly where the stamp's gonna sit, so it means if it doesn't go right, which it did this time, it also, because I've got the cushioning underneath.
I was going to say, having that there's helping.
Isn't that a gorgeous stamp?
Beautiful.
I love that you've got the wording through it. I just think that's absolutely stunning. Now, on its own, absolutely beautiful, but of course, I've already cut this out, it's all ready to go, but of course you've got all your other stamps. I mean, if I wanted to do the quickest little... She's off. I'm on a tangent.
She's gone off on a tangent again.
We're off on the tangent, everyone. We're on the tangent. So if I wanted to, I could now take one of my other stamps, and all I'm going to do with this, now this time I'm not going to put it on the block.
Oh, okay, right.
I'm going to do my thing that I like doing, and because we just want the words.
Okay, right, yeah.
So just allowing the words to just go. This, you see, I adore this. This is why AALL Create and Tracy are so clever, because they'll give you things that you can use in so many different ways, and it's easy to make it look good. I mean, already that image looks good. You've got that beautiful stamp there. That is a cracking background stamp. It's absolutely gorgeous. You've also got, of course, the wonderful time one. Now, again, what I do love when I'm using the beautiful stamps from AALL Create and Tracy, you can split them up because you start seeing different images. So if I'm really quite specific with this one, so I know exactly what I've inked. I've inked the time, I've inked that little bit there. So then all I'm going to do is stamp that bit. And I adore that, because it's literally lifting one tiny little bit out of there. And then I can get, so I'm going to go in for the clock.
Oh,
so if I go in, like so just inking that bit up, and then, so I've got my time here, I've got this here, like that. So just putting pressure on that bit, like there. How cool is that? Now, I've got a tiny little bit there, tiny little bit there. Don't panic about that. Remember, this isn't what I were doing. This is Leonie going off on tangents. Don't worry, because look, you can now, I'm on my tangent.
As opposed to your tandem.
Yeah.
Going off on your tandem.
Off on my
Do
tangent.
you know who's watching? The lovely Tracy herself. And I did say before we started, I wondered whether Tracy would be watching. So, hello. Good to have your company during this time. She's loving what you're doing with her stamps, and she's loving your enthusiasm as well. So she's saying that, as always, only a huge thank you for showcasing my designs with such enthusiasm, and thank you to everyone who's purchased. Well, Tracy, we're about halfway through the hour, and a lot of people have purchased already. So thank you for bringing us such amazing artwork. Already over 20% of the stock has gone, so it's a very popular one, and it's something you do so well. And I know that our lovely viewers do love following you on social media and having a little look at that garden that you've got, where you get that inspiration as well. So yeah, thank you. And you do that so well. I mean, this is an area you can almost look at stamps sometimes and know who the designer is. And Tracy's one of those artists.
She's absolutely one of those artists. It's yeah, I love that. I love that you can absolutely look at Tracy's work and go, oh yeah, I know who that is. It's so, yeah, it's so obvious now, isn't it? She's got such a recognisable style. Now, I am faffing, I do apologise, but because I'm putting the ink on there and just building a colour palette up. But to create a gorgeous and dead quick and easy as well. You know, when we look at the sort of full image, then you can see the sort of the clock at the top, and like when you look at the full image, it is quite nice how everything comes together. We're just looking at the top bit at the minute, but when you look at the full thing, you can see
all the words
how
down there
everything
as well.
goes.
One thing I noticed as well, when you're using the word clock from the kind of the pocket watch, there's a little nod to the same style of flower that you've got there as well. So again, you've got that continuity, that crossover, where elements from that one stamp plate are used on another stamp plate. So when you bring them together, you get loads and loads of different combinations.
Yeah,
so
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. That's what Tracy does, though, isn't it? She always makes sure that everything works together. You'll go through her old collections, through the other collections, and everything will mix and match. Now, I did say I've already cut that stamp out. So that's already been stamped. I've already done a little die cut, so the little die cut's going there because I wanted to lift it off the actual stamp, because obviously I've coloured in with the same blue, and I wanted to be able to see that. So I've lifted that off. I've then cut out already one of the little planter ones. These are ace. Now, honestly, as soon as I look at it, it's like, oh, you could cut a little snippet in there and then tuck it in. Do you know what I mean? You start thinking, oh, I could cut a bit there and tuck it in there. There's so many. You start going, oh, that's a cracker. I can use it in so many ways.
Use it practically as well if you are into gardening and you need something to actually kind of catalogue all your different plants. Yeah, use it that way.
You really could. I mean, it is one of those. But obviously, different. Some of you different. Not all of them, of course, but you can just line them up, see what's going to fit.
I like this, where you're auditioning them to see what's going to work.
Like the word. You're being auditioned, darling.
It's something we do with our fabrics when we're trying to plan out different ideas and ways of bringing fabrics together, and it works with stamps as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's the gorgeous thing about having them on that kind of the acetate background, because at least you can see. You can see the print, so before you actually pop them down, before you do anything with them, you can see how it's going to work. So you just need to decide which way you want it. I kind of like it, let's have a little look-see. I kind of like it the other way about. So yeah, we're going in that way, like so. And then hover, 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 till you're ready. And then pop that down, as so. Boom.
Oh,
perfect.
Cute.
Absolutely perfect. So you've got a little flower like this. And I'm not gonna start sticking them together and everything, just because of time and all that malarkey. But just to give you an idea. So you've got that there. We got that there. And do you know what? I'm actually not going to add anything else to that.
That shows you don't need to have a lot of kind of crafting elements in your craft room, because there you just used a simple couple of colours there.
Yeah, and it's not like me, is that? Not to get 100%. Sorry, I'm trying to move it. It's that close. So we're butting into this and that. But it's one of those that. It's not normally me not to fav, but I really like that. Obviously, matte and layer it on black, and that would look absolutely beautiful.
Gorgeous. Thank you.
Beautiful.
That is gorgeous. Really enjoyed that.
All because of our Tracy's artwork. And thank you for emailing in, Tracy. It's always lovely to hear off you.
I love it. Now I'm going to let you get ready for your next demo, if that's okay. So you can see, as simple as you just add a little bit of colour, add a little bit of an element, die-cut element, to spotlight and show off certain little elements from the different stamps that you've got. And to be honest, you've got a lot of choice with regards to which stamps do you use, because the exact technique that Leonie's just shared with us, you could use in so many different ways. Exactly the same technique, but mixing up the background, using the daisies rather than the one that she used, or building up one using things like almost like the pine element. Well, I don't even know what they're called, but the dill. I think it must be dill, because the dill is featured on that particular stamp plate, so I'm just going to throw it in there. I think it's dill. We'll go with dill. And then, of course, you've got all your gorgeous florals with these. Your dandelions. I love dandelions, because dandelion clocks are quite a spiritual plant, I think, especially when you think about all of those little kind of floaty bits when they go off. Beautiful stamp. You'll be able to use it just as it is, adding the yellow as it references in the kind of dictionary definition that you've got as a stamp there as well. But I think that's going to look beautiful if you're just using certain areas alongside things like your embossing powders. You've got a lot of support with these stamps as well. So you'll have your main focal image, maybe your hero stamp as we sometimes call it, but lots of supportive stamps. So if you're needing to frame or you're needing to extend, then you can do. That card that you're looking at there, that is just using one stamp and maybe an inky mop-up that you've got. We create all these fabulous backgrounds, but do we always use them? Not necessarily so, but this shows that you can go through those and instantly put down a stamp on there, and straight away you have got a finished project. Now, the thing that you will find with AALL Create, always a very popular way of crafting, but it's one of those ones that you can actually make and sell with as well. And this is something that people will regularly buy. Cards that have got that contemporary look, that arty feel to them, but often containing those kind of those florals, things like the succulents that you can see featuring on here as well. Beautiful imagery, gorgeous colours, but of course you could create that in a huge array of different colours and get a different result each and every time. 194328, a quarter of the stock has gone. We're getting very, very busy with regards to these. Stepped away from Leonie, so you're not missing anything demonstration wise, but don't worry, we will be heading back in that direction very soon. But I need to do a little bit of housekeeping. I need to tell you about our happy hour deals, because again, it's not just the one day special that we've got featuring in this hour at a special price. We have got a happy hour for you as well. Now, this is a brilliant stamp set. You've got 24 stamps in here, and this one has been created by is this one of Ab's ones? I think it is, isn't it? I can't see. It is Ab's, isn't it? Yeah,
of course it is. That's why there's a cheeky word on it.
I don't like to assume. Well, that's true, actually. Yeah, I should have known from the cheeky word.
Cheeky, it's cheeky, that one.
And here you've got a whole array of different stamps. So you've got individual stamps, as you can see with these, so you can build them up and use them in whichever way that you want to use them, and get some incredible results. Do check out as well the brand section for AALL Create, because you'll see lots of these elements like the stars, like the circles, like the fabulous little plus signs and the minus signs. You'll find those featuring on the brand section as things like stencils, washi tape, all sorts of different mediums, which obviously enhance further the stamps, or maybe you've already invested in those, and now's the perfect opportunity for you to bag a bargain. You've got an £8 saving on this one, bringing it right the way down to just £9.99, 102 137. And then we've got a duo of stamps which are going to be perfect for you to create your backdrop with. Again, both of these coming to you, and again, a phenomenal price. It's like a half price deal with this one, because you've got a £12 saving. Normally £11.99 each, but both of them coming to you for the price of one, pretty much so. And again, these are stamps where you've got a lot of content in there, but as Leonie showed us with that fabulous little definition stamp, the definition stamp that we were looking at just a few moments ago, then there's lots and lots of different ways that you can work with that. You can kind of utilise it, bend it, flex it, get it exactly where you want to go. And as you can see there, you've got all that gorgeous, gorgeous detail featuring in there. I love these ones. Again, that one's called Lined Plus. I like that idea. So again, if you want to know, it's £11.98. Of course, you will be able to get them after the hour has come to a close, but you'll be paying that higher price. So my advice is get involved as soon as you can. It's 096661. Now, I've got an extensive range of products that AALL Create bring to us, so we're going to show you a selection of some of them that will work alongside your one day special. So here you can see more botanicals featuring with this one. These ones are really pretty. You've got elements of nature, 10 stamps here for £12.99. Again, a really good saving. And again, these are things that you can add in alongside your one day special and spread the cost. Don't forget, you've got that flexi buy, opening up your flexi order. Incidentally, if you've never shopped with us before, when you've got an item that the cost is spread over 2 payments because it's on FlexiBuy, then it opens up your flexi order, which means you can add anything else in and spread the cost of those as well. Now, this is a pretty one, isn't it? As you can see there, Absolutely gorgeous. More Tracy's gorgeous artwork, as you can see here, and again, just £12.99. You will become collectors of these, I can pretty much guarantee it, and this is a nice one to maybe get started with. All sorts of essences of nature as well. This one we're looking at lots of butterflies, and I love this because this might work alongside die cut elements that you've got, but again, building up. Can you see the pocket watch featuring in this one? This is what Tracy does so well. She'll cross-pollinate different elements from different kind of stamp sets. So if you've already invested in that one, or you're going for the one-day special, they will work really well together. The numbers featuring in there, the butterflies, the text, that's the thing that I love about Tracy. She never forgets those previous releases of stamps, so she always wants to make sure that you're able to maximise them. And again, here goes, she does it again here. The numbers, the butterflies, the text, all coming together for just £9.99 on this particular one as well. 173827. There's absolutely loads more of Tracy's artwork and stamps featuring on the website, so do take a little time, not now, don't go now, because we've got some fabulous demonstrations, but a little bit later on, perhaps go back and check those out. Lots of popular items on the website, and of course you can shop at any time with the brand section from AALL Create. What are you up to over there, Leonie?
Well, I'm cutting out, but I'll put that one aside because that's for later.
Okay.
Because I thought, it's funny, I'm still not gone to my actual planned demonstration.
So is this the demonstration that you got ready? That'll still be there. You know, it's going to be there forever.
I do it all the time. It's because it's like, oh yeah, but I'd like to do this, and I'd like to do this. Right. One of the things, so the one I'm going for now is that one, and I do believe, I think that's dill, to be honest, because dill's there. I should know dill because I've got it in my garden. Well, obviously it's died back now, but I've got dill in my garden, so I think that's dill. But anyway, I love that because it's such a, it's one of those you can do all sorts with. On one of the cards, and I'll show you what they've done actually, on one of the cards they've created, I'm looking for another piece of card. So
it almost looks like a tree stamp though when you see it on the stamp plate.
It doesn't it? On one of them they've created a really nice kind of wreath image with it.
Oh, I've seen
and
that somewhere.
I'm actually going to take it off the block to do this. This isn't what I'm doing. I just wanted to show you because look, just with it off the block. Yeah, that one. I mean, have a look at that. How cool does that look?
Fabulous.
And that's this stamp.
Yeah.
So it means, and I'm using it just like this because I find it easier like this to do something like this because I can just because I like wreaths not 100% perfect. I kind of like them very natural. So and this is quite handy because I'm not using the full stamp, so I know that I'm not going to get ink where I don't want it. So I'm not going to ruin the kind of design. Obviously I'm stamping a few times so you can build up those layers so it looks thicker anyway. But look at that, how it starts building up.
Clever.
Isn't it a cool stamp?
That looks fabulous.
I really like this stamp. It's a really good, handy stamp to have in your stash. And I'm literally only using the tip of the stamp there. So it's just popping the tip into the ink and then just literally squidging it down and you've got that. I love it. I'm really quite happy with
Joe
that.
that's given us the inspiration. I say us, I'm just kind of reading her name out. But
Joe,
yeah, inspiring you with that one.
And it was inspiring because I hadn't thought of it. And I just think that, and this is why though, it's so nice to have a design team that are always coming up with incredible ideas. If you love the cards that you've seen from the design team, please check out AALL Create Fanatics group over on Facebook.
Okay.
Because they share loads of artwork, they share loads of inspiration. They're really prolific. There's tons on there, so please have a look. See, I really like that.
That's fabulous, yeah.
And it's quick. Now, obviously, you can create wreaths, beautiful. I'm sorry, I am absolutely off on a doodah, a proper tangent. But that'll be another one. But you were saying about they look like little trees. Well, imagine if you just had them like this along the edge. I mean, it looks like a tree. It's it's a beautiful border.
It's almost like scene building,
isn't it? And that could easily be Christmas, couldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, because you've got all that beautiful greenery. See, I think something like that is just beautiful. It's such a nice stamp. Because look at that, you could
So
create
pretty,
that,
yeah.
doesn't that look, and that along the edge of the card.
Yeah.
So it's a stunning stamp,
It
is
is
that?
gorgeous. I mean, if you've got one of those quite profound sentiment stamps or
Yes.
just a word of inspiration, look perfect with that.
And
Beautiful.
in fact, yeah, your lovely word. And then maybe, because I've already cut out to one of the flowers, maybe just
Oh,
one of the
nice,
flowers on
yeah.
like that. And
Yeah.
then obviously your lovely little, you know, your lovely little tab like that with the sentiment on
Yeah.
it. Absolutely beautiful. Or of course, a beautiful little clock.
Oh, yes.
Doesn't that look pretty?
Nice.
Doesn't that look pretty? And maybe even a little leaf. I love
Very
it because
nice.
we've obviously, I love these tangents. These tangents are great because look how good that looks all together.
Yeah.
Tangents are great.
Aren't they just?
Aren't they good? Because I wasn't even planning on doing
But
that.
you're not committed
doesn't
any
that
of those
look
because you've
good?
not glued them down. You've kind of bought them in, you'll take them in, take them
Yeah.
out. So yeah, it's a good idea to sit down and kind of stamp these out. When you get them, stamp them all out, add
Yeah.
colour to them, cut them out, and then you kind of got your formations, and then yeah, go off and
And
replicate
it's so
it.
pretty. And
Nice.
again, like, because you've got the full card, it just looks, I love that. I'm having a very nice time.
It's having a lovely time.
That wasn't planned either. So we'll go on to one that I actually thought I'd do. A lovely time. Okay, so what I wanted to do with this one is, and it's like, ooh, which ink, because I don't want to go too heavy, but I want it, you know, to see it, so I'll probably go in a bit heavy. So I'm going to use the Rustic Wilderness, so I am going in a little bit darker. So what I wanted to do with this, we get a really nice sort of watercolory background.
Okay.
So inking it up first of all, and I'm going to take it away from the demonstration area and spritz it with water. Because
Okay.
obviously the lovely thing about this stamp is, yes, it makes a great focal image, it makes a fantastic builder, you know, but it's going to make a lovely background as well. So if I just stamp this, I want to stamp it a couple of times. So stamp it once, which looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it? Stamp it again, and this time now
It's giving a fullness to it now with
Yeah, it
that
does.
additional water.
Yeah, I always liked, always when you get a new stamp, practice and see if this works with it. Some stamps it doesn't, some stamps it looks absolutely beautiful. That is a really good stamp for this technique. It's one of those that it's a really highly functional stamp, is that. It's a cracker. So that's my first little layer. I'm then going to take one of the stencils. Now, we have got stencils. I was given these, so I presume, I hope they're not. I hope I haven't gone off on a tangent and these are in the later hours as happy hours.
Oh.
I might have gone off on a tangent.
Do I need to draw attention away from that? So
we will.
yeah. Oh, incidentally,
Look at
happy
this
hours.
subtly.
You may see happy hours pop up.
Yeah, that might
Tell
be.
you what, you can use that one in the next show at 8 o'clock.
Fabulous.
There you go.
Fabulous. I was getting right ahead of myself. Standard. So
Sneaky preview.
instead we'll use a stamp, which is in this hour. Now, I love this one. Absolutely fantastic. Again, if you're brand new to AALL Create, Bapasha is one of the other incredible artists that they've got on the team. Bapasha is amazing. She's got her styling is, again, it's one of those you instantly know, because what she actually does, she puts the imagery, but then you can see the sentiments and the words, and she hides them within the main image. And oh my gosh, it's so cool. And you can actually read it, but you have to look into it to read it. So
And it
I'm going
draws
to
you in.
Yeah. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, I'm not going to ink the whole thing. I'm just going to bob a little bit of ink kind of in the centre of this, because I want this to be more of a background. I don't want it to be a main thing. I want it to be more of an accent. So we'll bob that there like that. Has that got a hair on it? No. And then, now this time, rather than stamping, spritzing the card with water, I'm going to, the stamp with water, I'm going to spritz the cardstock.
Okay, right.
This time, because might have got a bit too heavy-handed there. For starters, I
like that though.
Oh, that always
that
makes
colour
me happy.
moving.
It always makes me happy. If your card, obviously, you spritz one side, spritz the other side, it'll help stick it to your glass mat so it doesn't lift as much. And then what I'm going to do is just take my stamp and stamp into the wet ink, into the wet water.
The wet water. It's the best kind of water, the wet water, isn't it? That dry water, can't
You know,
stand
when you
it.
say it and it's like, oh, of course it's wet water. Because I'm stamping into wet water. Oh, have you got some wet water? That's unusual, Leon. And I'll tell you, oh, it's wet this. Oh, gosh, it's a bit too wet, is the water. But you can, now I like this a lot because it looks really, it just looks like it's merged into the cardstock. If I'd have done it the other way around, I'd have got more of a specific image. It'd have been more, you know, it'd have been a stronger image. Whereas this now, it just looks like it's blending in.
It's one of those ones that when you look at it, first time you'll look at this and you'll see the dill. And then your eye will kind of go off to the side and you'll notice the plus signs, the circles, the text, and it kind of makes it interesting. Doesn't matter how many times you look at it.
Absolutely. Yeah, everything it'll start popping out at you, won't it? Now, something that I do really, really love, obviously, as you've seen, is just picking up some of those little elements. So I'm just inking, I mean, obviously I'm not only inking that because, you know, I've got a big ink pad, but that's where my main aim is. I haven't taken this off the plastic because I don't really need to. I know this isn't going to line up properly or 100%, but it's not too bad.
And that's still quite wet, isn't it?
Yes,
So,
yeah, because I'm being really naughty and not drying my card. I say you should, and then I forget to do it because I always can't be bothered with that bit. And I love doing stuff like this. Just little highlights of black, just pulling out some of these images. This stamp is brilliant for it because you can just start making it just adds to the interest of that image. You know, it just gives you a completely different look.
I think it's interesting as well because we've got two totally different designers here, different artists, but they're coming together and they work together.
Oh, yeah. Everything does. This is a beautiful thing about AALL Create, the way it all works together. Every designer, it's so interesting. This bit, I do like doing this because I am terrible for using black ink. I do use black ink all the time, but I love that sort of statement that it gives you. And I do like, and it's funny when you start with this. I wanted it in threes, but I need a little bit more here, a little bit more there. I'm happy with that now. Happy with that. But this one, I want a tiny bit more. Again, I'm just looking at that stamp. There's loads on it. You know, the way I look at a stamp, I'll look at, you look at all these little elements and break it up. Don't see it as a full stamp. Break it up into sections. So then when you're inking it, you can lift little elements out of it. And it's just so satisfying because then you just get those little squares
little hints,
and those little crosses, and you wouldn't think when you look at that, you wouldn't think you could actually be that specific, but you can. I've got a bit of ink there that I didn't want. That's standard, but I'm not worried about that in the slightest, obviously. So look at your little crosses, how fabulous are those?
So sweet.
Really, really pretty. So happy with that. So that's my gorgeous background. As ever, I don't know where I've put, there it is. So I've got that little bit. Now, where we're going with this one, I was going to stamp directly on with, which flower were I going to use? I was going to stamp directly on with the flower, but because I've gone quite dark with that ink, I think if I stamp directly